Chapter 1. Journey to the Beast Realm. By chance, Suchi discovered that her best friend was having an affair with her fiancé. It turned out that her best friend was an enemy in disguise. Her fiancé, a scoundrel, found her delicate and had never engaged in any intimate contact with her, instead opting for the attentive affection of her friend. In that moment, Suchi said nothing, forcefully shaking off his hand that sought to pull her closer, and consulted her parents about dissolving their engagement. The only reason her fiancé was considered her fiancé was due to the close relationship between their families during their childhood, and his charming nature had led to their betrothal. However, as time passed, the Su family flourished while her fiancé's family stagnated. Before he could accuse her of being out of his league, he was unfaithful. Without the support of his family, he plummeted into despair. By the time he sought Suchi to apologize, she had already fled to Latin America. She enrolled in a summer camp, eager to discover the extent of her own resilience. Once Suchi makes a decision, she is unwavering. With a hefty backpack slung over her shoulders, she resolutely matched the coach's pace. There were several students at the summer camp, approximately 7 or 8, all burdened with large backpacks filled with an array of supplies. Bedding, cooking utensils, clothing, first aid kits, hygiene products, and a wilderness survival manual that Suchi had specifically purchased, which weighed heavily on her shoulders. The mere act of carrying the bag was laborious, and walking became even more strenuous. Armed with a knife, she cleared the obstacles beneath her feet. The area was densely vegetated, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Suchi left no skin exposed. Fearing cuts and scrapes, she was afraid of pain. She treaded cautiously, probing the ground with her knife before each step, ensuring the path was relatively even. Yet, as fate would have it, just as she moved forward, both she and her bag tumbled into a pit. The pit was approximately 3 meters deep, but fortunately, there were no sharp objects at the bottom, so Suchi emerged unscathed. Dazed, she couldn't comprehend how she had fallen. She had checked for holes ahead. She shouted a few times, hoping to catch the coach's attention and be rescued. After waiting in vain, panic began to set in. Retrieving a satellite phone from her pocket, she realized it would work even in the deep woods. But, to her dismay, she could not get a signal. Suki. The satellite was gone? Where was the signal? It couldn't be impossible to call out. Gradually, she sensed something was amiss. Finding a sturdy branch at the bottom of the pit, she tied a nylon rope to it, throwing the branch upward in hopes it would catch on as something to aid her ascent. Fortune smiled upon her after several attempts. It finally caught. With her backpack weighing her down, she began to climb, pulling on the rope, but her lack of physical conditioning made it exceedingly difficult. She tied the other end of the nylon rope to her backpack, planning to retrieve it after she managed to escape. However, the bag was too heavy despite exerting all her strength. She could not pull it up. Despairing, Suchi lay by the edge of the pit. Now, cut off from her coach, her only hope for survival lay with that backpack. She refrained from complaining, her eyes reddening as she continued to tug at the rope. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, rendering her motionless. Slowly turning her head, she found a lion standing mere feet away, close enough to snap her throat with a single bite. Suchi lost all semblance of composure, wanting to scream, questioning why a lion was in the jungle. They were clearly creatures of the savannah. She remained frozen, certain that any movement would provoke the lion to strike. This was the end. Suchi shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable pain, hoping the lion would deliver a swift death. Watching herself being devoured would be too agonizing. The lion spoke. "Female, where's your tribe?" Sukai's eyes flew open in disbelief. How could she not have known that lions could speak? The golden, icy eyes of the lion bore into her, and she swallowed hard, her mind racing. "I belong to the Zhonghua tribe." Never heard of it. Of course he hadn't. Really? Then you must be somewhat uninformed. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Provoking a lion was hardly a rational act. "Were you abandoned?" "Impossible. Zhonghua will always be my home. I merely lost my way." The lion scrutinized her for a moment, its golden eyes glinting coldly, as if pondering the truth of her words. After a pause, he turned and said, "Follow me." Suchi was unable to move her backpack, remained in the pit. The lion, seeing her immobility, approached, inching closer. Upon realizing what she was attempting, he gently seized the nylon rope in his jaws and effortlessly pulled the backpack up. "Thank you," Suchi murmured, shouldering her backpack and following the lion. After all, she had nowhere else to go. The lion did not offer her a ride. No one could sit atop a lion's back. Gritting her teeth, Suchi trailed behind him, taking breaks along the way, just managing to keep pace with the lion. During their journey, Suchi learned that the lion was named Shirlai, a warrior of the Cheyenne tribe, who had discovered her while hunting. Suchi gradually accepted the reality that she had entered an animal world. "What kind of beast man are you?" Suchi was taken aback. "Beast man? Did the animals here possess the ability to transform into humans?" "I suppose I'm a monkey," she replied, reluctant to admit it, as monkeys were not particularly endearing. Shirlai cast her a glance. "Your ears do not resemble those of a monkey." "What ears?" Suchi touched her head, feeling furry ears. Startled, she realized her perspective had shifted dramatically downward. "Suki." Her clothes lay scattered around her, as she hastily rummaged through her backpack for a mirror. The reflection revealed a dog's head with big blue eyes, and under normal circumstances, Suchi would have rushed to pet it. But now, this little dog was her. It appeared to be a meteorite Border Collie. Suchi jumped up in shock, quickly glancing at Shirlai, who inched closer to her. "What kind of beast man are you?" He had never seen anything like her. She did not resemble a wolf, which was significantly larger than her. A typical wolf beast man was 3 times her size, and the wolf king he knew was even larger. "Suki," expressionless, replied, "I am a dog." Shirlai stared at her, having never heard of such a creature as a dog. It made sense dogs were domesticated by humans, and with no humans around, they could not possibly exist. Perhaps influenced by her beastly form, Suchi found herself unconsciously sticking out her tongue, appearing rather foolish. Sitting on the ground, Shirlai looked away. "Please stop laughing." Wild beasts typically bore no expression even in the last moments of life. Their gazes remained cold. Suchi was puzzled she wasn't laughing. As she contemplated transforming back, she indeed reverted to her human form. Anticipating she would be without clothing, she ducked behind her backpack to change, which was large enough to shield her. Shirlai, unaware of the importance of modesty, stared at the backpack, waiting for her to emerge. Beastmen typically wrapped themselves in animal skins, but nudity was not uncommon after all. Transforming into human form meant there was no animal skin to wear, and no one felt shame in such a state. Suchi dressed at lightning speed, shouldered her backpack, and approached Shirlai. "Let's go." No one could discern the turmoil. Within Suchi, she realized she could no longer shift forms indiscriminately. The shock of transforming into a beast man and then reverting to human form was overwhelming. An individual accustomed to modern civilization found it nearly impossible to accept. Chapter 2. The Tribe. Suchi followed Shirlai for quite some time, taking breaks along the way until they finally reached a clearing. Before her lay what resembled a primitive tribe, with numerous caves that the beastmen likely called home. As they walked, Suchi noticed many beastmen, most in their beast forms, while a few were in human form, all clad in animal skins, gazing at her with curiosity. Suchi remained composed. She had been the center of attention back on Earth, so it was nothing to be startled by. Even while carrying the heavy backpack, she maintained her poise. Her upbringing forbade her from slouching or appearing unrefined, and years of etiquette training had not been in vain. Although she felt anxious in this beast realm, she concealed it well, silently trailing behind Shirlai. Shirlai led her to a cave, where an elderly man was meticulously sorting herbs. He appeared kindly, with white hair and a face etched with the lines of time. Shirlai spoke. "Shaman, this female is quite peculiar." "Suki." The shaman lifted his gaze to Suchi, and after a moment, smiled. "There is nothing peculiar about her." The two fell silent, and Sukai's heart raced, fearing she might be deemed an outlier and killed. Visions of being bound to a stake and burned alive flashed through her mind. The shaman smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Suki." "Suchi, do you wish to settle here?" Shirlai licked his nose, aware that a wandering beast man must undergo scrutiny to reside in their tribe. Yet he remained silent. The shaman was astute, and had his own opinions. Suchi hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Can I live with Shirley? She sensed that Shirley was a good person despite his seemingly proud demeanor. He would likely not harm her. Having just arrived, she felt like a leaf adrift in a stream, needing a place to call home. There were undoubtedly no caves belonging to her here, and rather than reside with unfamiliar individuals, she preferred to stay with Shirley. Her initial instincts had proven accurate. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Observing Suchi, it was not wise for a solitary female to cohabitate with a strange male. Yet he said nothing. He had no intention of harming Suchi. Only the strong can remain together with him. Not this delicate-skinned, seemingly frail female, who likely couldn't even hunt a rabbit. The witch smiled and nodded. I shall speak with the chieftain. Lion nodded in response and turned to leave. Suchi hurriedly followed him, taking the opportunity to observe this tribe along the way. The environment here is quite pleasant, with blue skies, white clouds, and green trees. It could easily become a viral tourist attraction online. However, there are an inconvenient number of bombs on the ground. As there are no public restrooms, the orcs relieve themselves in the woods and cover with dirt, while the little ones simply go right on the path. Suchi remained vigilant of her steps, fearful of accidentally stepping into something unpleasant, lest she regurgitate the jerky she had eaten at noon. Lion's cave is rather secluded, situated at the very edge of the tribe, which is understandable given the strong territorial instincts of lions. They likely cannot tolerate having too many orcs within their domain. Upon this thought, Suchi suddenly felt a twinge of worry. Perhaps she had been too presumptuous and should seek out a more amiable orc. Lion was unaware of her thoughts. He merely led Suchi to his home, having brought her back today without having been able to hunt. The prey he captured as part of the hunting party must be shared among the group, and while there is enough meat for the smaller creatures, it is insufficient for the male lion, who must venture out again to procure fresh meat. Left alone in Lion's cave, Suchi noticed its spaciousness. After all, his beast form is significantly larger, 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary lion. When she first encountered him, Suchi was nearly overwhelmed with shock. Her own beast form is slightly larger than the average Border Collie, yet it is still quite small, capable only of catching a rabbit or two. Suchi set down her backpack, which she had carried for the entire day. Ordinarily, she would find this impossible, yet she felt somewhat rejuvenated now. Though still fatigued, she could at least endure. Exhausted, Suchi sat on the ground to rest for a moment, sipping water and munching on an energy bar before beginning to organize her belongings. Her backpack was well stocked with provisions: jerky, chocolate, energy bars, soy products, soup cubes, and various seasonings. She had brought a generous amount of salt, realizing its necessity for the human body when her food runs out. She could hunt small animals to prepare her meals. Additionally, she had packed a large bag of her favorite brand of candy, stashed in the side pocket of her backpack, thinking it might serve as a delightful indulgence from time to time. Suchi laid out her food, ensuring that she would need her backpack again, so it was best to remove everything inside. She spread her all-season sleeping bag on the ground, laying down a sleeping pad beneath it. The young lady had never slept on the floor before. Lying there for a night would likely render her immobile the next day. Content, she nestled into her sleeping bag, finding it far more comfortable than the stone floor, and at least she could get a decent night's sleep. Typically, when not socializing, she enjoyed lounging on her bed, playing on her phone. Watching short videos. Her bed was the most comfortable place in her room, adorned with her stuffed toys. She had this habit of needing something to hold while sleeping. Without it, she found it difficult to drift off. She missed her little bear terribly. With a sigh, Suchi continued to organize her belongings. Her cooking utensils were set aside, including her bowl, spoon, and her large insulated water bottle. Her weapons, a dagger, and a large machete specially purchased by her father for its excellent utility, lay beside her sleeping bag. In the corner were her hygiene products: soap, biodegradable body wash, toothpaste, towels, and a comb, along with her small mirror. Lastly, there remained her sewing kit, a small axe, flint, and matching saw blades. Most importantly, she had her specialized books, manuals for military and civil use, as well as a barefoot doctor handbook. These were her priceless treasures, which she tucked into her sleeping bag for daily reference. With her backpack now emptied, Su-Chi folded it neatly. This was her little corner. Transforming into her beast form, Su-Chi observed her surroundings. Most of the orcs seemed to live in their beast forms, only shifting to human form for delicate tasks. She needed to adapt to life in beast form. At the very least, she must learn to walk. Standing up, she found the sensation of being on all fours rather peculiar. She opted to sit back down, panting slightly as she contemplated. After a moment, she realized her mouth was agape and closed it, realizing it appeared rather foolish. Yet before long, she could not help but open it again. Foolish or not, it was instinctive, and she had no control over it. Su-Chi wagged her tail and attempted to rise, wanting to take a few steps for practice. Front paw, back paw, front paw, back paw. Su-Chi hopped about, convinced she had mastered the art of walking. Internally, Su-Chi was pleased with herself. She deemed herself a genius. She frolicked around the cave until Lion Lai returned, carrying prey in his mouth. Lion Lai sat at the cave entrance, the interior filled with Su-Chi's scent, and he found himself slightly unsettled. His golden eyes fixated on Su-Chi, observing her as she stuck out her tongue and bounced to greet him. Lion Lai hesitated before speaking. Is your father or mother rabbit? Her hopping resembled that of a rabbit beast man, explaining her petite stature. Su-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Was her way of walking incorrect? She had merely observed how puppies ran. Her ears drooped backward, her blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, brows furrowed, clearly indicating her distress. Su-Chi bounded back to her little corner, feeling disheartened, though she remained silent about it. Lion Lai gazed at Su-Chi in confusion. Why was she sad? What a peculiar female. He said nothing more, dragging the prey into the cave and lying down to devour it hungrily. The scent of blood overwhelmed Su-Chi, making her head spin. It was dreadful. She abhorred the metallic smell during her cooking. The ingredients were already prepared, requiring only her to chop and stir. Covering her nose with her front paw, she still found the odor unbearable. Unable to endure it any longer, she burrowed into her sleeping bag, shifting back to human form, where the stench was less pronounced. Inside the sleeping bag, she changed into short sleeves and shorts with no obstacles and the heat. It was more comfortable to wear less. Chapter 3. Roasted rabbit meat. After Su-Chi and the lion Shirlai finished their meal, they carried the prey outside before indulging in their own food, although there lingered a slight odor within the cave. The ventilation promised that it would dissipate soon as Su-Chi took out some jerky, tearing it apart piece by piece. Since childhood, she had cultivated the habit of savoring her food, a practice beneficial for her health, as it allowed her to feel fuller without excessive weight gain. Shirlai had already settled outside, basking in the sun, a typical behavior for lions, who are naturally lazy and enjoy soaking up the rays. After spending over half an hour, Su-Chi had consumed 2 pieces of jerky and an energy bar. Feeling satiated, she refrained from eating chocolate, as it could be harmful to small dogs, and in her beast form, she resembled one. She was also cautious about offering it to other beastmen, for chocolate poses dangers to most animals, unlike humans who can indulge without consequence. As Su-Chi picked up a hammock, intending to tie it to a tree so she could read while sunbathing. Her professional books had proven quite useful in this beast world. Finding 2 adjacent trees, she secured the hammock, but when she attempted to lie down, she began to slide off, eyeing Shirlai with uncertainty. She glanced back and forth between him and the hammock. Finally, with a determined breath, she approached Shirlai. The male lion, ever vigilant, would not allow himself to fall into a deep slumber as she drew near. He opened his eyes, glancing at her with a questioning look. "What is it?" he seemed to ask. With a playful smile, Su-Chi said, "Brother, could you make a couple of marks on the tree for me?" Without a word, Shirlai rose and followed her, as Su-Chi gestured to indicate the desired height, which was just right. With a casual swipe of his paw, Shirlai left deep scratches on the tree bark. Su-Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Brother! Impressive!" Shirlai maintained his composure, proceeding to mark the other tree as well. Eagerly, Su-Chi hung the hammock and, upon testing it, found it to be secure. Her eyes glimmered as she turned to Shirlai and asked, "Brother, do you like candy?" Shirlai, sitting on the ground and licking his nose, replied, "What is candy?" Without waiting for further explanation, Su Chi dashed back to the cave, grabbed a handful of candy, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into Shirley's mouth. Considering the candy was small, he might not have fully savored its taste before swallowing, so she simply shoved in a handful. Unperturbed by the risk of him choking, for a lion's throat is not as delicate as a human's. When Shirley felt Su Chi's hand touch his mouth, he paused, surprised by the softness of the candy. Without showing any expression, he began to savor the sweetness, which was distinct from honey or fruit, offering a different kind of sweetness. The sugary treat stimulated dopamine production in his body, enhancing his mood. Content. Shirley lay beside the hammock, allowing the candy to dissolve slowly in his mouth while Su Chi immersed herself in her book. Shirley quietly observed her, glancing at the unfamiliar text in her hands. Unable to comprehend it, he returned to his resting position, pondering the peculiarities of this female. Su Chi was oblivious to his gaze, engrossed in the wealth of knowledge within the pages, learning about various topics, even knitting and yarn crafting. Both basking in the sun, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. Having consumed her provisions over the past few days, Su Chi found her jerky supply dwindling and longed for a hot meal. It seemed that Chinese culture held a particular obsession with warm food. Not having something hot felt incomplete. Resolute, Su Chi decided today would be the day to ignite a fire for cooking. Armed with a flint and a saw blade, she knew that striking the two together could produce sparks to ignite flammable materials. She ventured outside to gather dry twigs and leaves, collecting some dry branches for fuel. Though she had never attempted such a task before, her confidence was unwavering. She believed there was nothing she could not accomplish, her determination evident. She crouched down to prepare the fire. Shirley, yawning lazily, had gradually grown accustomed to Su Chi's antics. Finding her behaviors less peculiar by the day, Su Chi struck the flint with the saw blade, generating sparks that fell onto the dry grass. Initially, the grass did not catch fire, but Su Chi's stubbornness led her to persist for several minutes until her hands ached. At last coaxing a small flame into existence. With great care, she nurtured the flickering fire, using other grasses to shield it while gently blowing to encourage its growth. The smoke billowed black and acrid, causing her to stifle a sneeze, but she persevered until the fire blazed brightly. Her eyes sparkling with triumph, Su Chi turned to share the good news with Shirley, only to be unexpectedly pulled back by him, who grasped her collar in his mouth, distancing her from the fire. Pinned beneath Shirley, she could do nothing but watch helplessly as her hard-won flames flickered and died. Shirley had not anticipated that. Within mere minutes of his inattention, Su Chi could conjure such a formidable element. In the past, beastmen had witnessed their kin perish from lightning strikes, the resulting flames proving deadly. All beastmen understood that fire was perilous. Mere contact could cause pain, yet neglecting it could lead to extinguishment. Shirley kept Su Chi pinned down, silently observing the dying embers, awaiting their final flicker. Frustrated, Su Chi felt as though she might explode. She had worked so hard to start the fire. As soon as Shirley released her, she lunged at him, clinging to his mane, and cried out, "Ah, I finally got the fire going. You owe me." Her eyes reddened with irritation. She lamented the effort it would take to rekindle the flames. Shirley remained unperturbed, watching her vent her frustration. Once Su Chi calmed, she reflected on how Shirley had instinctively shielded her from the fire, a force that could easily extinguish a strong beast man. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Chi buried her face in Shirley's mane and quietly wept for a moment. Shirley remained still, unsure why the female suddenly broke down. Was it merely because he extinguished the dangerous flames? After a few minutes, Su Chi regained her composure, feeling embarrassed by her outburst. She quietly rose and noticed Shirley's mane, dampened from her tears, and wiped it gently, mortified by her display. Without a word, she returned to her task. Determined to reignite the fire point 10 minutes later, she succeeded in rekindling the flames. Shirley lay nearby, ever vigilant, ready to retrieve Su Chi if necessary. Adding more branches to the fire, Su Chi ensured it blazed brighter. She retrieved her jerky, placing it over the flames to roast. Though the jerky was already cooked, heating it would enhance the flavor and crisp the exterior. Su Chi offered the first piece of roasted jerky to Shirley, who hesitated momentarily before accepting it into his mouth. Inarticulate about the taste, he experienced the crunchiness of the exterior and a hint of saltiness without needing to lick the beast blood for seasoning. Though it stung his tongue slightly, the experience was surprisingly delightful. Shirley quickly devoured the piece, his golden eyes fixed on Su Chi as she roasted another slice, tearing it into small bits for herself. The warmth of the food was far more pleasing than the cold. Shirley ventured outside. Su Chi finished her portion and was preparing to extinguish the fire when he returned, clutching a rabbit in his mouth. He placed the rabbit at Su Chi's feet, nudging it toward her direction. Surprised, Su Chi beamed. "Do you want some roasted meat?" Shirley remained silent, but settled down behind her, his large form looming, as Su Chi tossed a few more logs into the fire to keep it ablaze before rising to retrieve her small knife beside her sleeping bag to prepare the rabbit. Lacking experience in handling animals, she fumbled clumsily, unsure how to skin it. In a stroke of luck, Shirley took the rabbit in his mouth and expertly processed it, as Su Chi flashed him a grateful smile. Accepting the rabbit meat and threading it onto a branch. After washing it with water, she placed the rabbit meat over the fire to roast slowly. Recalling a previous barbecue party where the young masters and mistresses had charred the outside while leaving the insides raw, she felt proud that her own cooking had turned out well. Roasting the rabbit took nearly an hour, with Shirley lying beside her, eyes closed as if in slumber, when Su Chi finally deemed it ready and sprinkled seasonings over it. Shirley raised his head. She tore off a rabbit leg, offering the remainder to him. Together, they silently savored the rare delicacy of the beast world. Chapter 4. Seeking herbal remedies recently, Su Chi had been diligently practicing her walking skills, secretly emulating Shirley. Observing his gait each day, she learned when to advance her front paws and when to shift her hind ones. She had become quite adept, though her front paws were lifted slightly higher than necessary, causing her to wobble like a young foal. Su Chi felt an immense sense of pride. While it took human infants months to learn to walk, she had accomplished it in mere days. With a sense of accomplishment, she strutted back and forth before Shirley, only to find him indifferent to her display. Undeterred, she began to entertain herself. She discovered that her beast form was heavily influenced by instinct. For instance, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to chase her own tail. After spinning in circles several times without success, frustration began to mount within her. She flopped onto the ground, whining and yowling, which stirred Shirley from his slumber. Irritated, he flicked his tail, drawing Su Chi's attention to the tantalizing, moving appendage. With stealth, she crept behind Shirley, lowering her body slightly in a poised ambush position. 3, 2, 1. Su Chi lunged forward with a swiftness that could rival lightning, only to be restrained by the powerful claws of the swifter feline. The lion roar erupted from the throat of the lion, a demonstration of the dominance of the superior over the subordinate. The lion stood at the pinnacle of the food chain, and under the influence of instinct, Su Chi tightly clutched her tail, her muscles taut and trembling slightly. Satisfied, the lion released Su Chi, who hurriedly scurried away, reluctant to approach the lion any longer. After finishing her meal at noon, Su Chi assessed her provisions, realizing they would only sustain her for a few days, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Although the tribe distributed meat daily, Su Chi felt no obligation to partake, as she had contributed nothing to the tribe, and thus felt too embarrassed to claim the meat rightfully belonging to the elderly or orphaned orcs. With a sigh, she resolved to seek out food. Stepping out of the cave for the first time, she was met with an unfamiliar environment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would have preferred to remain indoors. Su Chi circled nearby, careful not to stray too far from the tribe. She plucked some fruits that bore a resemblance to those from her own world and stowed them in her backpack, intending to ask the shaman if they were edible. Opening her book, Su Chi scoured the ground for useful herbs. Having completed her reading of herbal medicine over the past few days, she was eager to put her knowledge into practice. Only a small portion of the local herbs had been utilized. While the majority remained undiscovered on a small slope, she found a bit of bloodroot, known as Xiong Huang Lian, rigorously comparing it to the illustrations in her book. She noted the vine's distinct longitudinal striations. Upon breaking it, a purplish-red liquid oozed forth, and the leaves were shield-shaped, confirming her identification. This herb could treat snake bites, bruising, and postpartum blood stasis. Extremely useful. Encouraged by this discovery, Su Chi placed the herb into her backpack and continued her search for more. She stumbled upon 7-leaf lotus, 8-cornered lotus, 9-headed lion grass, and 9-truss grass, most of which were remedies for bruises and snake bites. Su Chi beamed with joy, not minding her disheveled appearance. Typically, she donned the latest fashions, always pristine. Yet now, in this beastly world, she had to abandon certain principles. She had already settled into a routine of bathing every 2 days. A far cry from her previous habit of daily baths, complete with various skincare products and even soaking in the tub. She discovered a plant known as sanchi, which treats blood vomiting, although she felt it might not be beneficial for her. She decided to collect it nonetheless. Not daring to linger outside for too long, she returned before dusk. That on her way, she encountered a group of playful wolf pups. Frolicking together, it struck her that wolves were the ancestors of dogs, and she sighed inwardly. The pups had already spotted her. Intrigued by the unfamiliar stranger, they gathered around her. "Who are you?" the wolf pups inquired, their voices high-pitched and innocent. Unable to suppress a grin, Su Chi replied, "I'm a newcomer among the orcs." The pups circled her curiously. "Are you a wolf?" With a chuckle, Su Chi shook her head. "I'm a relative of wolves," transforming her ears, which differed from theirs, long, soft and gray with a few small black spots, resembling those of a meteorite Border Collie. She let them dangle beside her face. The pups, with their erect ears, gazed at her with wonder, clearly puzzled by the scent that bore a resemblance to their own. Feeling safe among the tribe, where danger was absent, Su Chi retrieved some candy, unwrapping it one by one to feed the wolf pups. With a gentle reminder, she said, "Don't swallow it whole. Let it linger in your mouth for the best flavor." The pups obediently followed her advice, savoring the candy, a delightful treat they had never experienced before, reluctant to swallow it whole. Watching them quiet down in bliss as they tasted the sweets, Su Chi affectionately patted their heads. These young wolf pups, although still small, were growing rapidly, almost surpassing her in size. Su Chi marveled at the strength of the orcs. With such size, their hunting prowess must be impeccable. She decided to sit on the ground. Cradling one pup in her arms, an adorable female with a delicate appearance. Gently rubbing the pup's head, she occasionally stroked its shin. "What is your name?" she asked softly. "I am called Lang Li," the pup replied. While others chimed in, "I am Lang Qing. I am Lang Wei." Su Chi affectionately petted each one, most of them possessing an undeniable cuteness, except for a few mischievous ones and the pesky fly and cockroach pups. As darkness began to envelop the sky, the pups remained clustered around Su Chi, tugging at her clothing to prevent her from leaving. Considering her impending exit from the tribe, Su Chi had donned long sleeves and trousers, which now made it easy for the pups to bite at her. Standing up, she found herself lifting several pups at once. She could not depart until the pups' parents arrived. Soon, 2 or 3 adults appeared, and upon seeing their guardians, the pups abandoned Su Chi and raced toward them. Seizing the moment, Su Chi stood up, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. From a distance, she could still hear the pups' voices, vaguely complimenting her. With a chuckle, she felt a bit bashful. Carrying her backpack, Su Chi returned to the cave. The night had fallen, and Lion Lai was no longer basking in the sunlight, likely resting within the cave. She quietly entered, finding Lion Lai indeed resting at the cave entrance. Upon hearing her return, he stood up, approached Su Chi, sniffed her, said nothing, and turned away to resume his slumber. Inside his den lay a large stone platform serving as his bed, layered with several hides, the softest spot in Lion Lai's lair. Returning to her small corner, Su Chi washed up with water from her flask and settled down to sleep. Lately, in this beastly world, her routine revolved around rising with the sun and retiring with its setting, leaving no room for nightlife. Chapter 5. The Stone Pot. Recently, Su Chi had gathered some fruits, pairing them with dried meat for her meals, as she feared constipation from an all-meat diet. While searching for dried meat today, she had stumbled upon a concentrated soup base, which she had not tasted at all. Here, there were no pots. The pot was with her instructor, rendering her unable to prepare the soup. The concentrated soup base was a seasoning, and she had gathered quite a few varieties, including chicken broth, pork bone broth, and beef broth, which, when boiled with water, would yield a delicious soup. Su Chi felt tempted, yet regrettably, she lacked a pot. Yesterday, she had discovered a piece of cloud stone in a corner of the tribe. It was said that this stone was a favorite of her father, who cherished stone carvings. This cloud stone was perfect for sculpting due to its texture resembling a traditional ink wash painting. Often displayed in her father's study, as a child, she had been curious and would play with the items in her father's study, to which he would respond with a smile, encouraging her exploration while explaining the properties of the cloud stone, which could be used for both sculpture and pot making. Originally found underground, the cloud stone may have surfaced due to tectonic activity and erosion. Su Chi felt a strong desire for a pot. If she had one, she could prepare a meal. Nearby, she had discovered green onions and ginger, and perhaps other vegetables. If she could cook, it would truly feel like living. Alone, she certainly could not craft a pot, and as she pondered the possibility of chiseling the stone into shape, a group of wolf pups approached. They had come, drawn by her scent. Wolves possessed an acute sense of smell. Easily locating her, Su Chi smiled, stroking their heads and offering them candy. Langley, with a piece of candy in her mouth, asked, "Sister, what makes you sad?" Su Chi was taken aback. Indeed, girls tended to be more perceptive. Noticing her sorrow, scratching Langley's chin, she replied, "Sister is troubled by how to shape the stone into what she desires. Then why not just grind it?" Asked the curious Pup. Su Chi chuckled. Sister lacks sharp claws. Only a strong orc could accomplish that. Lang Wei, the most exuberant of the group, bounced around excitedly, displaying a semblance of maturity for his age. "I can summon the mightiest orc." Su Chi was momentarily stunned, and before she could intervene, Lang Wei dashed off. The speed of the playful pups was astonishing. In no time, he had vanished from sight. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Chi doubted Lang Wei would be of any assistance. Sitting on the ground, she continued to pet the pups, finding solace in their company despite her lingering sadness. After a while of playing with the pups, Su Chi decided it was time to return. But once again, the pups tugged at her, refusing to let her leave. Noting that it was still early, she entertained the thought of taking the pups for a stroll. Suddenly, Lang Wei returned, accompanied by a gigantic wolf. This was indeed a giant wolf, appearing as large as Lion Lai. True wolves did not reach such sizes. Had the pups brought the Wolf King to her? Su Chi was taken aback. The wolf pups were remarkably reliable. The giant wolf approached Su Chi, and she found herself too intimidated to move, as if held under some genetic compulsion. When the Wolf King finally spoke, inquiring what she needed, Su Chi trembled and mustered the courage to respond. "I need to grind the stone." With a glance, the Wolf King asked, "This stone?" Su Chi regained her composure, realizing that this was indeed cloud stone, remarkably hard. "Why don't you try to see if you can scratch it?" The giant wolf raised its paw and clawed at the stone, leaving deep imprints in its surface. Su Chi was taken aback, once again awed by the might of the beastmen in her world. Wolves would never be able to mar stone. Their claws simply weren't this sharp. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned it ground into a thin, concave form. Su Chi gestured animatedly, fearing the giant wolf might not comprehend her, and picked up a twig to sketch her ideas in the dirt. The giant wolf stared for a moment before it began to grind the stone. The cloud stone was exceptionally tough, its texture dense. Su Chi watched as the wolf's fangs slowly wore it down. Tiny flecks of stone cascading down, sending shivers down her spine. It felt as though she were the only weakling in this world of beasts. After a quarter of an hour, Su Chi and the cub beheld the stone pot they had crafted. It resembled what she had described, albeit a bit uneven, given the lack of professional tools. Su Chi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She smiled at the giant wolf and expressed her gratitude, saying, "If you don't mind, once I gather some ingredients, I would like to prepare a meal for you." The giant wolf spoke up. "Are you a wolf?" It seemed to be slightly confused, detecting a scent reminiscent of wolves. That Su Chi scratched her head, replying, "I suppose I'm a distant relative of wolves." She exposed her ears once more, giving them a little wiggle. Typically, her ears hung down at her sides, but they could also perk up for a moment. The giant wolf observed her furry ears, noting their resemblance to those of a wolf. After a brief hesitation, the giant wolf decided to regard her as a young member of the wolf clan. "What is your name?" it inquired. Su Chi beamed and replied, her voice ringing clear. I am Su Chi, the wolf's tail swayed behind him as he stated, I am the leader of the wolf clan, Wolf Fong. Should you require assistance, feel free to visit the wolf clan's cave. The wolves lived together in their cave, facilitating communal living. Su Chi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, smiling. Joyfully, she cradled the stone pot as she returned to the cave, with no ingredients at hand. She could only place the pot inside and wait until she found suitable ingredients to cook. All day, Su Chi felt a buoyant happiness. If she were in beast form, her tail would likely spin like a propeller. As she hummed a tune and read a book, she perused the recipes within, already daydreaming about future days filled with delicious food. Lion Fierce had yet to return, likely having hunted a substantial prey. Feeling lazy, Su Chi retrieved the remaining pieces of jerky, scarce as they were, and resolved to cherish them. She planned to prepare a rich soup by nightfall. She was determined to enjoy it. Time passed. And at last, Lion Fierce returned, carrying a catch. Su Chi greeted him with a smile. You've been gone for quite a while. Was the prey difficult to capture? Lion Fierce fell silent for a moment, then replied, a beast man was gored by a bull. Su Chi pondered this for a moment, realizing that the bulls here were not the same as the cattle meant for consumption in her world. These were true bulls with sharp, formidable horns. Lion Fierce lay down, delaying his consumption of the prey. The injured bear beast man was female. Her male counterpart had perished not long ago while stockpiling food for their cub. Now, there was a little bear cub at home, crying for sustenance. The shaman had said that recovery was uncertain, and without parents, the cub would have to reside in the communal cave, where elder beastmen would provide care. Though the hunting team captured plenty of meat daily, the tribe was large, and the quantity each individual received was barely enough to stave off starvation. Being well-fed was a distant luxury, without maternal care. The cub was at high risk of perishing. Lion Fierce felt disheartened and lacked the appetite for the prey. Periodically, injuries occurred within the hunting team, for some prey were quite aggressive. Most beastmen managed to survive due to their own recuperative abilities and continued hunting. Yet some would suffer disabilities, ending up in the communal cave, leading a life of hardship. Beastmen only thrived during their prime. As they aged into elder beastmen, those without children to support them would rely on the new generation of hunters for sustenance. With their fortunes resting in the hands of fate, this encapsulated the life of a beastman. Chapter 6. Healing Su Chi hesitated for a moment before lifting her gaze to Lion Fierce, saying, I may have a solution. Lion Fierce abruptly looked up, choosing to trust this peculiar female, for the events surrounding her had been nothing short of miraculous. Lion Fierce stood, allowing Su Chi to strap on her backpack, gather the stone pot and medical kit, and then he knelt before her. Their eyes met, and without exchanging words, Su Chi understood that Lion Fierce was willing to carry her on his back. Not one to be overly sentimental, she climbed onto his back, grasping his mane. Lion Fierce ran with remarkable speed, and Su Chi suspected the wind was distorting her face in less than a minute. He came to a halt. The injured bear beast man lay in the shaman's chamber. Su Chi quickly dismounted, hefting the heavy stone pot as she entered the cave. The bear beast man bore a gaping wound in her abdomen, blood streaking her mouth. Su Chi recalled the 3-7 herbs she had gathered a few days prior, known for their medicinal properties, boiling or grinding them with white liquor for internal use, and applying them externally as a poultice. She immediately instructed Lion Fierce to gather dry grass and twigs, as she needed to start a fire without delay. Following the instructions in her book, she placed the herbs in cool water and waited for half an hour. Concerned about infection, she opened her medical kit, which contained supplies she had yet to utilize. Su Chi was knowledgeable about their uses and searched through the kit until she sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had Yunnan Bai Yao. Extracting the powder, she noted that each bottle contained a small red pill, known as an insurance pill, intended for life-threatening injuries and capable of providing swift pain relief. Su Chi opened her water flask. She was not fond of cold water and always kept it heated, so it was now lukewarm. Her words flowed rapidly. Shaman, please lift her head. The insurance pill needed to be taken with warm water, as lying flat could lead to choking, and she could not afford to waste such a precious remedy. Without asking questions, the shaman promptly elevated the beastman's head while Su Chi poured a small amount of water to check her swallowing ability. If she couldn't swallow, it would complicate matters. Fortunately, the beastman's survival instinct was strong, and she instinctively swallowed. Suchi let out a breath of relief, placing the pill in her mouth and administering it with warm water. Once swallowed, Suchi's legs felt weak, and she sank to the floor. The urgency had drained her of energy. She still needed to tend to the wound, but with her legs lacking strength, she crawled over to the medical kit to retrieve iodine, hydrogen peroxide, and gauze. Using hydrogen peroxide for cleaning and disinfecting, the beastman's muscles tightened momentarily. Suchi's eyes reddened at the sight of the gruesome wound. Even with the insurance pill to numb the pain, it must still have hurt terribly. This was her first time handling such a situation, and despite the blood-soaked injury, she pressed on, dipping a cotton swab in iodine and applying it to the wound before finally wrapping it in gauze. This was the best she could do, as she lacked the skill to stitch. The remainder must rely on the beastman's natural healing. Lion fears had already returned with the dry gras, at least in the beastly realm. It proves to be quite advantageous. The inhabitants here have not been exposed to any medication and thus lack drug resistance, allowing the full efficacy of the medicine to be realized, as Suchi harbors no concerns for the injured orc. The orc's recuperative abilities are formidable, and as long as inflammation does not set in, the likelihood of a full recovery is high. Upon returning to the cave, Suchi set down her belongings and proceeded to wash the pot, which bore the bitter scent of the medicine she had brewed today. After scrubbing it several times, she finally managed to eradicate that particular odor. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, Suchi resolved to venture out to gather herbs, as the injured orc required sanchi grass, necessitating her to procure a bit more. Just as she reached the cave entrance, Shirlai followed her, inquiring about her destination. Suchi was somewhat taken aback. Shirlai had not previously shown interest in her whereabouts, yet she explained, "I'm going out to gather some herbs, which may be needed later." Shirlai relinquished the remaining half of his hunt. Rising to accompany Suchi, she remained silent, amused by the male, who had previously intimidated her. With a soft chuckle, she thought to herself that she was accustomed to being surrounded by others. If he wished to accompany her, so be it. After all, it would serve to protect her. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Suchi stepped outside, while Shirlai walked alongside her. Sanchi grass predominantly flourishes near small thickets, and Suchi meticulously searched the ground. As darkness fell, she switched on her flashlight and, after some effort, managed to find 3 stalks, enough to last for a few days. Grinning, Suchi counted the medicinal herbs. In addition to Sanchi, she gathered numerous remedies for bruises and injuries, as orcs frequently found themselves in perilous situations. Pleased with her haul, she patted her backpack and turned to Shirlai with a smile. "Let us return." Shirlai appeared momentarily dazed, taking a while to turn around and slowly follow her. Chapter 7. Xiongqi Suchi tended to the herbs. Preserving their medicinal properties necessitated careful handling. She first dusted off the soil clinging to the herbs before washing them with water. Once dried, she placed them in a dry area, completing the preparation process. Her knowledge extended only to these fundamental methods. She was entirely ignorant of more complex procedures like slicing or shredding the herbs. Deciding to craft a pot rack from branches, she aimed to elevate the pot for cooking. The cave was shrouded in darkness, so she activated her flashlight and quickly fashioned a simple rack using rope and branches. She planned to test its efficacy for soup the following day. Hastily concluding her evening routine, she nestled into her sleeping bag, surrendering to a deep slumber. The next day, as soon as Suchi awoke and completed her morning rituals, she eagerly set about igniting a fire. After boiling water and adding a soup base, 1 packet for every 500 milliliters, she contemplated sharing it with the wolf cubs and wolf fawn, ultimately deciding to add 2 packets and prepare 2 pots. By the end of the day, she had used 4 packets. Glancing forlornly at the remaining stock, there were still 6 left, and she resolved to ration them carefully. After indulging in a bowl herself, she poured the remainder into her large water bottle, but there was not enough space. Consequently, she transferred the excess into a can, carrying it outside. She left the can for Shirlai, as he was, after all, her host. However, upon discovering him still asleep, she hesitated to awaken him, fearing he might not know to drink it. Unsure of the local script, she sketched a simple drawing of a lion cub with its mouth open next to the can. Admiring her handiwork for a moment, perfect, not having walked far, she found herself surrounded by the wolf cubs. Setting several cans down, she allowed them to drink. The cubs, in a state of blissful drunkenness, captivated her attention as she noticed one little wolf cub's rear gradually lifting. Preparing to roll over, she quickly pressed down on the cub's backside. Recalling how puppies would lift their tails while eating, she had not anticipated that wolf cubs would exhibit the same behavior. Once the cubs had quenched their thirst, she patted Wolf Wei's head, instructing him to summon their leader. With a howl, Wolf Wei dashed off, returning shortly with Wolf Fong, who appeared even larger alongside the cubs. Su Chi's ears involuntarily perked up in admiration. Truly, he was the Wolf King. With a smile, she opened the water bottle and poured the warm broth into the can, steam wafting upwards. Wolf Fong glanced at her, bowing his head to drink. The broth, made from pig bones, was rich and flavorful. After sampling a mouthful, Wolf Fong drank heartily. Su Chi watched him with amusement. No one could resist delicious food, not even the Wolf King. Once Wolf Fong had finished, licking his nose and settling on the ground, she gathered the cans, knowing these metal containers were among her few possessions of utility, flashing a smile at Wolf Fong. Her ears fluttered with excitement. In the future, I shall bring you meals when I cook. Thank you for crafting the pot. It is incredibly useful. Wolf Fong simply replied that it was no trouble, leading the cubs back home. Though Wolf Fong's imposing stature might suggest ferocity, Su Chi perceived him as quite gentle. He was indeed a commendable leader, adept at safeguarding the young, ensuring the wolf clan thrived. After cleaning all her containers by the river, she returned to the cave, discovering that Shirlai had gone hunting and had likely just departed. Su Chi reclined on the hammock, basking in the sun while reading. Suddenly, a commotion startled her, reminiscent of an earthquake. Lifting her head sharply, she spotted a black bear charging towards her. Recognizing it as the orc she had rescued the previous day, the orc's recovery abilities were astonishing. She was already on her feet after just one day. Xiong Chi, you are well again? Su Chi exclaimed with a smile. The bear nodded, setting down a large bag of meat from its back. Tears glistened in Xiong Chi's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Su Chi, I cannot fathom what would have become of my children had I perished. Previously, there had been others who succumbed to grievous injuries inflicted by horned beasts, bleeding profusely and perishing within a day. Yet with Su Chi's assistance, she had survived. The shaman informed her that Su Chi had employed a precious and miraculous medicine, devoting considerable time to her recovery. Wiping away Xiong Chi's tears with a smile, Su Chi consoled her. Motherhood is the most noble of all that I was just about to seek you out. Are you still experiencing any blood loss? You must continue taking your medicine. Xiong Chi wept uncontrollably, her fears palpable. She was still quite young, and this was her first litter. The smaller cub had already perished, leaving her with only one remaining cub. Su Chi smiled and grasped Xiong Chi's paw. It feels wonderful. Lead me to your child. Xiong Chi nodded, stifling her tears, and once Su Chi had gathered her belongings, they set off together as they conversed. Su Chi reflected on the many single mothers in her own world who, through their efforts, managed to support their children and thrive. The black bear's paws were smaller than those of other bears, rendering her slightly less formidable. Xiong Chi always charged ahead during hunts, hoping to secure more meat, for she could not guarantee a successful hunt on her own. Deep in thought, Su Chi pondered why the black bears predominantly consumed meat, while other food sources that could provide a sense of fullness remained unconsidered. Noticing Su Chi lagging behind, Xiong Chi lay down in front of her, inviting her to ride upon her back. Su Chi was momentarily taken aback, quickly waving her hands. No, I'm not tired. My stamina has improved. Unconvinced, Xiong Chi regarded her with a disapproving gaze. Su Chi appeared petite and delicate, shorter than most orcs, with fair skin that belied any semblance of aggression. Clearly, her physical constitution was weaker. Xiong Chi persisted in her desire for Su Chi to ride upon her back, as her wounds had scabbed over. Allowing her to easily carry a small companion, Su Chi attempted to assist Xiong Chi up, but found it futile, so she opted to sit on the ground to explain her earlier slowness. Have you ever considered consuming something other than meat? She inquired. Xiong Chi sat up, looking adorably perplexed, scratching her head with her paw. Meat provides more energy, which is why we only eat that. In truth, there existed numerous food sources that could provide significant satiety, which could be combined with meat. Xiongqi furrowed her brow, intrigued. What other foods can we eat? Su Qi grasped Xiongqi's paw, pressing it gently. The pad soft beneath her fingers. Once you are fully recovered, I shall accompany you to gather some. Xiongqi nodded, resting her head down in front of Su Ch. Su Qi found herself sitting atop Xiongqi. Female beasts tended to be slightly smaller, yet still substantial. Even in a side-sitting position, her feet barely touched the ground. Xiongqi's cave was a tad smaller than Shirlai's, but adequate for a mother bear and her cub. Upon entering, Su Qi discovered the little bear had awakened and was playing by itself. Small and dark, it was unmistakably the essence of a black bear cub. Unable to contain her excitement, Su Qi turned to Xiongqi. "May I hold it?" "Of course," Xiongqi replied. Without hesitation, Su Qi set down her backpack and scooped up the cub, which emitted soft, cooing sounds, perfectly fitting in her embrace. Fearing to offer it candy, lest it choke, she instead held it in her hand, allowing it to lick at the treat. Chapter 8. Team Exploration. Xiongqi gently stroked the cub's head. "His name is Xiongdi." Su Qi nearly choked, coughing a couple of times before awkwardly responding. "Is that so? A lovely name." Xiongqi gazed at the cub in Su Qi's arms, her eyes shimmering with hope that he would grow strong. Never be bullied, and always have enough to eat. Su Qi fell into silence, a state that mirrored the aspirations of most orcs, who sought nothing more than the simple desire to have their fill each day. Consequently, the development here was abysmal, with orcs surviving on raw flesh and blood, leading to a woeful quality of life. As Su Qi lowered her gaze, it felt as though something was beginning to stir within her. Xiongqi cradled the little bear in her arms. The cub had gone without nursing all day yesterday and was now famished. As soon as she was able to rise, she promptly fed the cub. It seemed that it might be hungry again. Nursing females are the gentlest of beings, and Su Qi could not help but acknowledge the life-giving essence that flowed from their breasts, nurturing the hopes of the tribe. Su Qi herself was raised on breast milk during a time when her family was flourishing. Her grandparents wished for her to drink formula, believing that Su Mu's daily nursing was too exhausting. However, Su Mu disagreed, asserting that children who were breastfed were the healthiest, and she steadfastly continued to nurse Su Qi. Indeed, Su Qi was quite healthy. Though somewhat delicate, she seldom fell ill, a fact she attributed to her mother's care. She watched for a while, then rose to start a fire, just as it was time for Xiongqi to take her medicine. Xiongqi observed Su Qi, marveling at how this female could wield fire. Such a perilous element, with such ease. The process of boiling the medicine took a considerable amount of time, and the pungent aroma gradually wafted through the air. Su Qi turned back with a smile, advising everyone to step outside to avoid the overwhelming scent, for the bear's sense of smell is 5 times stronger than that of humans. Even she found the medicinal odor unpleasant, let alone Xiongqi and her cub. Xiongqi carried her offspring outside, returning to Su Qi's side, for she held a firm belief that fire was dangerous and felt compelled to protect Su Ch. Su Qi smiled quietly, choosing not to speak further as she continued preparing the medicine. Once it was ready, she poured it into her bowl, urging Xiongqi to drink it while it was still warm. Xiongqi nearly retched as she swallowed, having been unconscious during her previous dose. And now, fully conscious, the bitter taste was akin to consuming gall. With a swift motion, Su Qi popped a piece of candy in her mouth, the sweet flavor immediately capturing Xiongqi's heart. Bears have an affinity for sweets, particularly honey, and the sugary treat would bring Xiongqi joy for a while. Seated on the ground in a manner befitting a bear, Su Qi couldn't resist pouncing onto her, carefully avoiding her wounds. With a sigh, she buried her head in Xiongqi's embrace, yearning for her mother. There was no safer haven than in the arms of Xiongqi. Xiongqi pulled Su Qi closer, gently stroking her back as one would with a cub. Su Qi nestled in deeper, relishing the warmth radiating from the gentle female black bear. After a brief moment of enjoyment, she slowly extricated herself, still remaining in Xiongqi's embrace, playfully declaring, "I'm going to compete with Berda for your affection." Xiongqi, with her sturdy paw, affectionately ruffled Su Chi's hair, encouraging, "Go ahead, let's see who wins that moment." The little cub approached, whimpering and immediately rushing to snuggle against its mother. Fortunately, Xiongqi's embrace was spacious enough to accommodate both Su Chi and the little bear. Su Chi wrapped her arms around the cub, cooing, "Good little one," that the cub huffed indignantly. "Bad person, stealing my mother." In an instant, Su Chi transformed into a playful puppy, whining and nuzzling against Xiongqi, who laughed and separated the two, cradling each in her arms. Content, Su Chi sighed, "Bears are truly the best." Being with Xiongqi was so comfortable that she had no desire to leave, but they had to venture forth in search of additional food. Forcing her to part ways, Yu Chi's objective was to find chestnuts and nuts, as boiled chestnuts would make for a delightful treat, and she found herself quite tempted. Xiongqi moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Su Chi to keep up as they encountered several female orcs, who had likely heard of Su Chi's heroic deed in saving Xiongqi. Tentatively, they approached, eager to engage, as Su Chi was adept at communication, and before long, they were animatedly conversing, agreeing to gather nuts together. As evening descended, the female orcs donned animal hides, preparing for their transformation into human form. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Su Chi was carried by a black panther orc as she chatted with the females. The panther, Banlon, cheerfully exclaimed, "Su Chi, you smell delightful. What makes you so fragrant?" Su Chi beamed with joy, for no girl could refuse such a compliment. "That I use some soap-like substances. Once we return, we can wash our hands together, and then we'll all smell lovely." The other females nodded enthusiastically. As they continued their conversation, Su Chi felt more at ease among the females, discussing their respective males. She felt her cheeks flush as the orcs spoke so freely. Even broaching the topic of endurance, it became apparent that they noticed Su Chi's lack of a partner, suggesting, "You must be living with Si Lai, right? He is a valiant warrior of our tribe. A suitable match for you." Su Chi shook her head vigorously. Si Lai was far too proud, somewhat aloof, and exceptionally strong. In the event of any conflict, she would have no refuge to seek solace. "Wolf Fong seems quite decent too. His beast form suits you well," they suggested. However, Su Chi recalled Wolf Fong's size, which dwarfed her by fourfold. "Absolutely out of the question. Tabby seems quite handsome as well. He is our tribe's most dashing male." The mention of the tiger piqued Su Chi's interest, as she envisioned the tiger's striking patterns, undoubtedly appealing to the aesthetic sensibilities of the orcs. With a chuckle, Su Chi suggested, "Let us cease this discussion and instead scout for any edible fruits. Should we find any vegetables, I shall prepare a feast for everyone." A few younger females began to cheer, their youthful exuberance evident. Upon reaching the outskirts of the tribe, Su Chi hopped down and began to search the ground, aware that certain herbs were beneficial to females, such as motherwort, angelica, and Codonopsis. Unfortunately, she only discovered various other herbs, most of which were utilized to treat injuries. Unperturbed, Su Chi explained the uses of the herbs to the females, though most required boiling in water for consumption. Realizing that the people here lacked the means to start a fire or possess a pot, she fell silent. The females expressed their disappointment, yet one of them cheerfully remarked, "No worries in the future. We can come to you when we fall ill." Su Chi smiled radiantly. "Absolutely. You are most welcome." With a formidable group of female warriors accompanying her, Su Chi felt no fear as she ventured deeper into the dense forest. Much of the food grew within the depths of the thicket, though she was initially hesitant to enter. The combat prowess of female orcs was on par with that of their male counterparts, albeit with slightly smaller physiques. Their hunting skills were equally formidable. Banlon was part of the hunting team and a warrior of the tribe. As the females recounted tales of their hunting exploits, Su Chi felt a pang of envy, for she was incapable of hunting herself. The Border Collies were primarily used for herding. Intelligent and swift, they possessed a knack for organization, yet they were utterly inept at hunting. Chapter 9. A request to Si Lai. Su Chi lay atop Banlan's back, feeling disheartened. "I envy your formidable beast forms. Mine is far too small for hunting." Xiongqi interjected loudly, "You are undeniably impressive. You saved me. That is far more remarkable than hunting." Su Chi hesitated, scratching her head. It was true. Reflecting on her actions made her feel quite extraordinary. The other females chimed in with comforting words. Indeed, you possess many skills. You are incredibly intelligent. You are a gift from the beast gods to you. Suchi accepted their praise with a smile. Deep within the forest, she indeed discovered an abundance of treasures. She stumbled upon numerous fruits, including hickory nuts and chestnuts. Eagerly, she opened several and shared them with everyone. The females praised her efforts, recognizing that for those with slightly lesser hunting skills, such nuts would serve as a vital source of sustenance during times of scarcity. Lacking containers, they placed everything into Suchi's oversized backpack, which grew heavy with the bounty. Yet Bamlon bore it effortlessly. After taking a few more steps, Suchi's eyes brightened as she spotted a glimpse of red amidst the grass. Rushing forward, she exclaimed, "Sisters, I found chili peppers." She could hardly fathom the delicious dishes she could create. The females looked puzzled, recalling that someone from their tribe had once eaten this plant, resulting in a burning sensation that radiated from the tongue to the stomach, akin to being set ablaze. Nevertheless, seeing Suchi's excitement, they smiled and congratulated her. Only when Suchi had calmed down and begun to gather the peppers did Xiongqi hesitantly inquire, "Suchi, are these fruits edible?" With an air of pride, Suchi replied, "In a few days, when I prepare a meal for you all, you will understand. You will fall in love with the experience." Xiongqi held an unwavering faith in Suchi. Nodding in agreement as he took the initiative to assist her in harvesting the peppers, Suchi delicately placed the peppers into the side pocket of her backpack, recognizing their priceless value that a sense of satisfaction enveloped her. The day's bounty felt surreal, akin to a dream. In a moment of exuberance, she dashed forward, embracing all the females and even planting a kiss on Xiongqi's cheek. The females blushed, aware that such intimate gestures were uncommon among them. Yet they found themselves surprisingly accepting of Suchi's fair, rosy-visaged She frolicked along the way. Skipping from one spot to another, she eventually tumbled into Xiongqi's embrace. Xiongqi, opting to stand, enveloped Suchi in a warm hug. The black bear was capable of standing upright, and mother bears could even hold their cubs while standing. There was a bear in a zoo whose back bore wrinkles from this very posture, leading visitors to suspect it was a mere staff impersonation. Suchi nestled into Xiongqi's arms, her fondness for him unmistakable. Upon reaching the tribe, the group divided the nuts, wrapping them in animal hides to carry home. Upon returning to Shirlai's cave, she found him basking in the sun, having just returned from his hunting expedition. Quietly, Suchi tiptoed inside, retrieving the peppers. She reserved half for herself and selected the finest specimens to save for planting. Days in the beast world passed languidly. Suchi accomplished numerous tasks, and it was still far from evening. She took out her bowl, pouring in clear water and soaking the pepper seeds, which required half an hour before they could be sown. Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled that she had no oil. Suchi exclaimed in dismay, "How can I cook without oil?" She faced a daunting predicament. Currently, the simplest method of oil extraction she knew involved rendering pig fat, which necessitated having a pig, and she was not skilled in hunting. Suchi felt utterly despondent, having meticulously planned her meals, only to realize the absence of oil. She squatted in a corner, consumed by her disappointment. Among the tribe's warriors, there were Shirlai, Langia, Baolon, and Hubin. She had only met Langia twice, Baolon once, and had yet to encounter Hubin. Akati seemed her only recourse was to seek assistance from Shirlai. Gathering her courage, Suchi approached Shirlai, who appeared to be dozing in the sun. Hesitating, she contemplated whether to intrude. Although they had shared living quarters for several days, their interactions had been sparse, largely consisting of polite exchanges from Suchi's side. As she wrestled with her internal conflict, Shirlai opened his eyes, his golden irises gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. "What is it?" he inquired. Resolute, Suchi stepped forward, adopting a formal demeanor, locking her gaze with his as she spoke earnestly. "Shirlai, could you help me hunt a pig?" Shirlai yawned widely, causing Suchi to shiver slightly at the sight. Of course, he replied nonchalantly. Suchi's eyes sparkled with hope, her hands clasped in gratitude as she bowed to him. "Thank you. I'll share my meals with you from now on." "Very well," he replied, and Suchi beamed, her smile crescent-shaped, her lips seemingly dripping with sweetness. Having tasted honey before, a gift from a bear, Shirley found it exquisite. Yet he had refrained from indulging since, deeming it too troublesome. Observing Suchi now, he realized he had begun to take notice of her since yesterday, as if the seemingly fragile girl had revealed her remarkable strength, intelligence, and kindness, suddenly shining with countless facets. Unaware of Shirley's thoughts, Suchi was already elated, rushing back to her notes to jot down numerous recipes, some imparted by her caretaker, while others were her own culinary breakthroughs. Kept secret from all but her, her caretaker had watched Suchi grow, treating her as her own child. Upon learning that Suchi wished to cook for her parents, she selflessly shared her treasured recipes. Whenever Suchi prepared a meal, she would set aside a portion for her caretaker, occasionally crafting special dishes just for her. Suchi had never lacked for love, and thus was eager to share her affection with others. Shirley, keeping his word, abandoned his sunbathing, stretched lazily, and strolled out to hunt. As Suchi watched him depart, she marveled at his remarkable initiative. Many wild beasts hunted at dusk, yet the hunting party could also venture out during the day, thereby encountering fewer aggressive prey. Shirley was likely unperturbed. Male lions rarely feared anything, and Suchi anticipated his swift return with a catch as an adult beast man. Shirley was a seasoned hunter. He first caught the scent of a boar that was active nearby. Unlike domesticated pigs, wild boars bore tusks and were covered in bristles. The one Shirley targeted was particularly plump, for wild creatures preferred fatty meat, which was more tender and energy-rich, concealing himself in the shadows. Shirley prepared for the rare opportunity to hunt a boar during daylight, as they typically emerged only at night. Timing his charge perfectly, he lunged forward before the boar could react. The boar instinctively chose flight. But Shirley would not relent. Lions can reach speeds of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour in short bursts, employing a circular stride, a fixed technique for their rapid sprints, with a firm grip on the boar's neck. Shirley tore at it with his jaws, using his claws to subdue the creature's struggles. Soon, the boar lay still. Licking the blood from his face, Shirley triumphantly carried the boar back home. Chapter 10. Rendering pig fat. Suchi awaited in the cave, her eyes lighting up as she saw Shirley returning with the boar. In that moment, Shirley appeared utterly magnificent, carrying the very prey she desired, striding with the regal gait characteristic of lions, his golden eyes radiating charm. Suchi beamed sweetly as she rushed to greet him, eagerly using her small towel to wipe his face. "You've worked hard, brother. You're amazing." Lionlai remained stoic as he licked his nose, a gesture that enabled him to maintain his acute sense of smell. He could effortlessly detect the fragrance emanating from the small towel belonging to Suchi. The prey had been placed outside the den by Lionlai, while he trailed behind Suchi, observing her busily preparing various items. The heat of the day prompted Suchi to hasten the processing of the meat to prevent spoilage. Suchi retrieved all the necessary tools, brandishing a dagger as she approached the wild boar. The boar's hide was indeed thick. After much labor, Suchi managed to create a small incision. Seeking assistance, she glanced at Lionlai, who silently rose to aid her in the dismemberment of the wild boar. Seizing the opportunity while Lionlai worked, Suchi dashed to the side to kindle a fire, placing a stone pot on a rack and pouring in water. Returning to Lionlai's side, Suchi extracted the fatty portions from the interior of the boar, slicing them into smaller pieces with a small knife before adding them to the stone pot. The fat contained numerous impurities, including blood and a strong odor from the innards, necessitating a preliminary blanching in water. As the impurities surfaced, Suchi diligently skimmed off the froth, using a twig in lieu of a spoon, as she found it distasteful. Once the blanched fat was retrieved and placed in cool water, the remaining impurities were expelled. Suchi took the stone pot to the riverbank for washing, adding cool water once more before chopping the ginger and scallions she had found earlier, incorporating them with the fat to effectively mask the odor. After removing the ginger and scallions, she changed the water again and commenced the formal process of rendering lard. Gazing at the white, glistening fat, Suchi felt a twinge of disgust. She had never been fond of fatty meat. Yet now she found herself compelled to endure this task, stirring the mixture until the lard was properly rendered. Once the cracklings were ready, she lifted them out, knowing they could serve as a snack. Rich and delectable. Although Suchi herself did not relish them, Lionlai surely would. She placed the cracklings into her bowl, adding a sprinkling of seasoning, and the aroma intensified as she approached Lion Lai, who had been resting nearby. Lying on the ground, as she drew closer, he opened his golden eyes, fixated on her. Suchi smiled sweetly, raising a piece of crackling to Lion Lai's mouth. He chewed casually, and she noticed his pupils dilate. Suchi's smile widened. It was evident he enjoyed it. Lion Lai finally lifted his head, nearly burying his snout in her bowl. Watching him eat, Suchi felt a rare joy. It was a sight seldom witnessed, as Lion Lai usually maintained an air of indifference. A cook delights in seeing others relish their food, and Suchi was no exception. In her current cheerful state, she too indulged in a piece of crackling, savoring the rich flavor. After finishing, Lion Lai yawned and sauntered over to the stone pot where the lard had solidified into a white mass. The scent of fat wafting through the air, Suchi approached, thoroughly satisfied. Having lard on hand would allow for cooking in the future. She gathered all her jars, but they were insufficient to contain the entirety of the rendered lard. Pondering her predicament, she realized her containers couldn't hold even one pot's worth, and there was still more fat to render. Suchi reclined, contemplating crafting a wooden barrel the following day. This night enveloped the land. Suchi completed her evening routine and retired to her sleeping bag. Mulling over how to construct the barrel till dawn, she emerged from her sleeping bag. Her hair tousled, the refined girl would never allow herself to appear disheveled. Thus, she took out a small comb and meticulously groomed her hair before exiting the cave. Recalling a method she had seen online for creating a storage box from branches, she realized it merely required branches and string. The process was straightforward but necessitated precise cutting of the branches. Sitting on the ground, Suchi collected a bundle of branches, contemplating how peculiar was that boys seemed to favor perfectly straight sticks. Who could resist a perfectly straight piece of wood? Having sorted the branches from largest to smallest, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Her long nylon string was ample. Cutting 2 lengths posed no issue. Tying the ends of the strings to the wooden sticks, she flipped it over and began inserting the branches one by one. In just 10 minutes, the task was completed. Suchi cut a layer of waterproof cloth to lay atop, and just like that, a simple storage box was born. She made 2, which should suffice for holding the 2 pots of lard. Checking on the remaining fat from yesterday's rendering, she found that the other meat had been consumed by Lion Lai, leaving only the fat intact, mercifully unharmed. Hastily, she rendered another batch, placing a generous portion of cracklings into a bowl, enough for the little wolf cubs and some for the bear, leaving the remainder for Xiongqi. With the lard properly set aside, Suchi donned her backpack and ventured outside, waiting at their usual meeting spot for the wolf cubs. The enticing aroma of her culinary creation soon drew them near. She fed each cub a piece, delighting in their adorable chewing sounds, which she found utterly charming. Contemplating Wolf Fong, she hesitated but decided he deserved a share, for without him, the stone pot would not have existed. Rising, she instructed the cubs to lead her to Wolf Fong, feeling it inappropriate to always have him seek her out, considering he was the leader of their pack. The eager cubs bounced joyfully as they guided Suchi to the wolf den. Wolf Fong was resting inside, preparing for an upcoming hunt, needing to conserve his strength. Suchi remained outside, calling for the cubs to summon him. Wolf Fong, ever gentle with the young ones, obediently followed them outside. Upon seeing Suchi, he displayed no surprise. He had sensed her presence since she entered the territory, initially believing she had come merely to play with the cubs, not realizing she sought him out. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his voice drawing Suchi's full attention. Struggling to contain her excitement, she smiled broadly. "I've brought you something to eat, cracklings made from the lard in the stone pot. You must try them. They are delicious." Holding out a generous handful, Wolf Fong lowered his head to take a bite. The moment his fangs grazed her hand, Suchi felt a jolt of surprise. The bloodline's pressure always made her perceive Wolf Fong as even more imposing than Lion Lai. Having never tasted such a delicacy, Wolf Fong found the cracklings to be crispy and rich, their flavor enhanced by the added seasoning. Precisely the taste favored by the beastmen. His brown eyes locked on hers as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. They are exquisite." Suchi's ears trembled with delight as she replied, "No worries. I'll bring you more delectable treats in the future." Wolf Fong accepted her offering graciously, knowing the cubs were enamored with this female who brought joy to their days. Constantly surrounding her, Chapter 11. Imparting knowledge, Suchi then sought out Xiongqi, for there remained a small portion of cracklings, just enough to share between the two of them. Nestled in Xiongqi's embrace, she watched the little bear munching delightfully, while Xiongqi indulged in large mouthfuls himself. I wish to find the shaman and inform him of the uses of the herbs, Suchi suddenly declared. Xiongqi paused mid-bite. Well, it's entirely up to you whether to share or not. In truth, Suchi felt no obligation to divulge her knowledge. It was her personal skill, one she could easily profit from, ensuring her future sustenance. With a cheerful smile, she replied, I can't save everyone on my own. What if I were to leave someday? Xiongqi fell silent, aware that the beastmen faced perilous lives, whether from hunting mishaps or the harshness of winter. Death was always lurking. Suchi nestled closer into Xiongqi's warmth, akin to her favorite plush bear. Bears are the best creatures in the world. Once the little bear finished eating, he whimpered and nudged Suchi. Still yearning for more, Suchi spread her hands. There's nothing left. With a plaintive cry, the little bear dashed to reclaim his mother's embrace, chastising her for being a bad adult. I could see his sighs. He ought to know better than to compete for his mother's affection. Xiongqi, still unsated, sought out milk, only to see the little bear pushing against Suchi, causing him to shout, No stealing milk. Suchi blinked, suddenly realizing the little bear believed she was trying to take a share of milk. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Get away! I'm not drinking. The little bear regarded her skeptically, reluctantly accepting her denial before returning to nurse. Suchi huffed. What is so special about it? It's not like I don't have a mother too. Xiongqi remained calm, viewing Suchi as a child. The best way to handle children's quarrels was to let them resolve their disputes independently. She popped another piece of crackling in her mouth, openly favoring it with an extra generous portion. Why is this so delicious? Xiongqi had not gone hunting that day. She was capable of walking now. Yet hunting still felt daunting after her injury. For the time being, she relied on their stored meat and nuts, waiting until she fully recovered before venturing out again. After spending some time playing with them, Suchi slung her backpack over her shoulders and set off to find the shaman, eager to discuss the herbs. The shaman remained in the cave, surprised to see her. He quickly invited her to sit. Suchi, you've come. Please, sit down. What brings you here? Suchi settled on the ground, beaming. I'm here to share the uses of the herbs with you. The shaman was momentarily taken aback. He had long desired to learn about the herbs. But he understood this knowledge was Suchi's secret, her means of survival, and had never asked. Now, however, Suchi was willing to share. He swallowed hard. Are you certain you want to tell me? With a smile. Suchi began to produce various herbs from her backpack, culminating in a well-worn book, The Manual of the Barefoot Doctor, a renowned text from the 70s and 80s. With this, nearly all ailments could be treated. As she presented each herb, Suchi explained, This one is Sanchi, the same I use for Xiongqi. Tea can treat coughing up blood and must be decocted in water. This is guanyin, sitting on a lotus, capable of treating snake bites. Suchi chattered on about various matters, while Wu listened quietly. Suddenly, Suchi reacted, Wu, can you remember this? Wu, not particularly young, should have experienced some memory decline, right? Wu shook her head. Can I learn alongside others? Suchi smiled, of course. Teaching one is the same as teaching several. Wu led Suchi to the communal cave, where some disabled beastmen resided. Once formidable warriors, they now languished in the cave, waiting for death. It was Suchi's first visit to the communal cave, a vast space inhabited by dozens of beastmen, including orphaned younglings, elderly ones, and those unable to hunt. The cave was suffused with a sense of desolation. Devoid of any vitality, Wu entered with a smile. Followed by Suchi, the beastmen lifted their heads, but showed no curiosity at the sight of strangers. Even the young ones were unusually quiet, as Suchi set her backpack down and distributed candies to the younglings. Sweetening their mouths first, Wu spoke cheerfully. 2 days ago, Suchi used herbs to save Xiongqi, and now she wishes to teach us the uses of these herbs. Everyone is welcome to learn. The beastmen exchanged glances but remained motionless. Unperturbed, Suchi laid out the herbs before them, introducing each one that initially no one paid attention. But gradually, the beastmen drew closer, their eyes fixed on the plants they typically overlooked. When Suchi mentioned that sheep's foot grass could treat snake bites, one beastman suddenly spoke up. "If only I had known sooner." He had once been a warrior of the tribe, bitten on the forepaw by a venomous snake during a hunt. The toxin spread rapidly, and in a moment of desperation, he severed his own leg that time, who had applied some herbs, and relying on his naturally robust constitution, he had survived, but he was left permanently disabled. He could never forget the scene of returning to the tribe, proudly carrying his prey, greeted with laughter and praise for his grand catch. Suchi replied nonchalantly, "There is more than one way to live." Once a pampered young lady, she now found herself doing everything in this beastly world, accustomed to a life of ease, now forced to fend for herself. The beastmen fell silent, and an elderly beastman pointed to a nearby herb. "Is this the chrysanthemum for repelling insects?" Suchi beamed, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed, it can ward off mosquitoes." The beastmen, lacking written language, asked her repeatedly to deepen their memory. Realizing this, Suchi decided to put away the other herbs, introducing just 2 each day, allowing them to remember their forms, uses, and applications. Herbs were of utmost importance. She needed to ensure they were not mistaken. Suddenly, she remembered they lacked any tools, unable to start a fire or brew medicine. Turning to Wu, she said they required some tools, specifically stone pots crafted by the tribe's warriors. "I will do it," she heard a voice behind her. Turning around, she saw a magnificent golden tiger, exuding elegance. The tiger had been standing outside for some time. This must be the tiger-striped warrior the females had discussed recently. Yuchi stood up, smiling. "Yes, we need to find specific stones, preferably cloudstone. There should be more stone to dig down for." "It should suffice." Leading the tiger-striped warrior outside, she explained the shape of the stone pot as they walked. The tiger was astute, quickly grasping the concept. Using its claws, it skillfully crafted the pots from the cloudstone. Seeing there was still ample stone, Suchi requested 2 more pots, as one would surely be insufficient for the many beastmen in the communal cave. The tiger said nothing, focused on its task. Unable to carry all 3 pots, Suchi asked the tiger to carry them back. Now they had the tools. They just needed flint. Chapter 12. The tiger-striped warrior, "No problem. I will find natural flint in a few days." The tiger said. With the stone pots ready, they could begin practicing. Eventually, they would become proficient. Suchi discreetly observed the beautiful tiger beside her in the sunlight. It was dazzling, with golden eyes that seemed to have a natural eyeliner. Its nose was a lovely pink, and the patterns on its body were fluid and striking. It was indeed an elegant big cat. Returning to the cave, the beastman's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they looked at her. Suchi remained calm. After all, being the center of attention was just a routine affair. She gathered dry grass to start a fire, while Wu, accustomed to such things, stepped back in surprise, causing the beastmen to retreat a couple of paces. Suchi smiled. "As long as we control the fire properly, it will bring us numerous benefits. Soon, we will use the pots to brew medicine." The beastmen finally dared to approach, watching intently as Suchi added water to the stone pot and placed the prepared herbs inside, starting with a high flame before reducing it to a simmer. The beastmen were transfixed, astonished to see the small plants they usually disregarded could hold life-saving properties. "This potion nourishes the body. Drinking it poses no harm," Suchi said, surveying the crowd with a smile. "Would anyone like to try? This one is good for your health." Someone bit their lip and declared, "I will drink it." Suchi noticed their expression, as if they were about to face a great ordeal, and encouraged them to take a sip. The potion was not bitter. It warmed their stomach pleasantly. Here, the inhabitants drank cold water when thirsty, with their most heated beverage being beast blood and the hottest food being freshly killed prey. It was a peculiar, yet comfortable sensation, Suchi explained. "This is because you're drinking hot water. Traditional medicine requires consistent consumption to be effective. A single sip will not yield noticeable results." She paused. "Once I find flint, you will be able to start fires on your own. That it's best to drink hot water regularly. It benefits your health." The beastmen nodded vigorously, revering Suchi as if she were a divine being. "Are you a gift from the beast god?" Suchi was taken aback. The beast god was their faith. And in times of hardship, survival without faith was impossible. Therefore, she did not deny it but gently replied, Everyone is a gift from the beast god. The beastmen remained silent. They were the tribe's outcasts, devoid of hunting capabilities, reliant on the hunting team for sustenance. This mindset, over time, would lead to suppression and stagnation. Suchi smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming. So you can help others. If the hunting team gets injured, you can assist them. The beastman's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Suchi chatted with them a while longer, encouraging them to practice hands-on. Noticing the time, she finally stood to leave. Dawu smiled warmly. Now you can go collect meat. Right? Suchi paused, then nodded with a grin. Yes, I contributed too. I can finally claim some meat. The tiger-striped warrior did not accompany them. Remaining in the communal cave, Suchi, puzzled, directly inquired about it. Dawu stroked his beard. The tiger-striped warrior grew up in the communal cave. He is the most capable one there, often hunting and distributing to the others. Suchi remained silent. The tiger must have been an orphan, growing up in such an environment yet becoming so strong. Truly impressive. Upon returning to her cave, she found Shirlai basking in the sun. After observing the tiger-striped warrior, she felt Shirlai appeared somewhat rough around the edges. Though majestic, he lacked refinement. With a sigh, she walked inside. What are you sighing about? Shirlai's voice came from behind her. Suchi stiffened, awkwardly replying, It's nothing, just a bit tired, huh? Shirlai raised his head. What did you do? Suchi obediently stood still, feeling as if she were being interrogated by a stern teacher. Yet she answered, I went to teach the beastmen in the communal cave about medicine. Shirlai paused. Chuckling softly, You are quite kind, Suchi huffed, turning to leave, deciding to take his words as a compliment. Feeling a bit exhilarated today, Suchi felt as though she had accomplished something significant. She transformed into her beast form, frolicking joyfully, leaping and bouncing around. Having mastered running, she dashed outside and saw Shirlai still lying there. She jumped beside him, licking his face. Shirlai abruptly opened his eyes, his golden gaze locking onto Suchi. Suchi grinned widely. Come play. Stop lounging around. She circled around Shirlai, and when he seemed puzzled, she leaped onto him, playfully tugging at his mane. Such behavior was quite audacious for a male lion. After a moment of restraint, Shirlai could no longer hold back. Flipping Suchi onto the ground and pinning her down, Suchi found herself immobilized, feeling quite frustrated. As a Border Collie, she was never one to stay still. Squirming beneath Shirlai, she exclaimed, Let me go. I want to play. Shirlai remained unfazed, even pressing down further, licking his nose. With Suchi around, Shirlai could not rest. However, he found teasing her entertaining. He playfully pawed at her with his claws. Suchi, forced to roll under his paws, playfully nipped at Shirlai's claw. Not even breaking skin, Shirlai yawned, grabbing Suchi by the scruff of her neck and lifting her, placing her on her sleeping bag. Settle down, Shirlai's voice rumbled L-O-W Suchi, however, could not contain her energy, bouncing around on the sleeping bag. I remember you. You grabbed my neck? It hurt. The Border Collie is a breed known for its grudges and a strong sense of revenge. Some Border Collies, after being reprimanded by their owners, may act defiantly by deliberately soiling their owner's bed, reflecting their cunning nature. Thus, despite their striking beauty, the abandonment rate of Border Collies is notably high. Suchi, in a fit of frustration, whimpered and whimpered, while Shirlai paid no heed. Resting on the ground, in her anger, Suchi bundled her clothes together and carried them away in her mouth. Feeling irked, she decided to venture out for some fun, waddling along with thoughts of visiting Xiongqi's home, only to be intercepted by a pack of wolf cubs. Chapter 13. The puppy the wolf cubs were quite excited, as they seldom encountered Suchi in such a form, perceiving her to be of a similar size. Wolfway proudly proclaimed that Suchi would henceforth be his little sister, a sentiment echoed by the other wolf cubs, who agreed that Suchi, their elder sister, was now a sister indeed. Suchi exclaimed loudly, That's not how it works. Wolfway retorted confidently, But she looks even smaller than I do. Infuriated, Suchi insisted that age was the determining factor. The wolf cubs, unconvinced, sought to involve their elders for a judgment. Suchi followed them, insisting, I am clearly the elder. You are not. They bickered as they walked. Suchi, already feeling vexed, was now even more incensed. Her ears flaring in frustration, I won't give you any sweets from now on. The wolf cubs whimpered in dismay, pleading, "No, we want sweets." With a huff, Su-Chi felt a surge of triumph, easily taking control of the situation. Strutting ahead with her head held high, she dismissed their childish antics. Upon arriving in the territory of the wolf clan, the wolf cubs completely relaxed, with Wolfly even leaping onto Su-Chi, knocking her over as Su-Chi's teeth nearly bared in exasperation as she was overwhelmed by the other cubs, who expressed their affection in the simplest way, by pouncing and licking her. As her fur became disheveled from the playful onslaught. She finally found salvation when a wolf named Wolfya grasped her by the scruff of her neck and pulled her free. He observed her in silence, assessing her small, beastly form. Surprised that such a petite creature could be bullied by the cubs, upon seeing Wolfya, rushed to pounce on him, but he remained stoic. "Uncle Wolfya, Su-Chi is smaller than us. She has a sister now." Wolfya remained silent, noting that Su-Chi was indeed baring her teeth, before finally speaking. "She is an elder sister." As Su-Chi leapt up, exclaiming, "I told you so. You didn't believe me." "She is merely smaller in beast form. She is certainly older than all of you." The cubs, crestfallen, drooped their ears in disappointment, lamenting, "Ah, what a pity." As Su-Chi bounded over to Wolfway, but failed to topple him. Reiterating, "I told you," Wolfya pondered silently, beginning to suspect that perhaps Su-Chi was indeed a cub, given her diminutive size. With her clothes clutched in her mouth, Su-Chi pranced away, victorious that a gaggle of cubs surrounded her, refusing to let her leave, eager for more play. The wolf cubs howled, and soon a chorus of howls erupted, a customary greeting among the wolf clan, to which Wolfya joined in, feeling it would be impolite to remain silent. Su-Chi held back for a moment before finally calling out, "Woof." Wolfway regarded her with curiosity. "Sister Su-Chi, your bark is rather peculiar." He attempted to mimic her, managing only a series of whines, but eventually managed a woof. Before long, the cubs were clamoring to imitate her, while Su-Chi sat bemused on the ground, listening to the cacophony of woofs. "Oh dear, I've led the wolf cubs astray. They already resemble mutts, and now they look even more so." Trembling slightly, Su-Chi felt a hint of menace in Wolfya's gaze, her ears flattening in a comical airplane shape as she whimpered softly. Wolfya ignored the antics of the cubs, who were prone to such odd behaviors. Amidst the playful chaos, Su-Chi mustered her energy and sprang up to tackle the smallest cub, Wolfly, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground and rolling twice. As Su-Chi found herself at Wolfya's feet, locking eyes with him, suddenly realizing her folly in playfully wrestling with the cubs in front of an elder. Wolfya paid her little mind, accustomed to the playful nature of the cubs, who often engaged in such frolicsome behavior, sometimes even nipping at one another to groom their fur. Seeing that Wolfya was unfazed, Su-Chi merrily trotted back over, realizing how enjoyable the play had been. After quite some time, Wolfya left to allow another wolf to keep watch, as the cubs were precious and the wolf clan held familial bonds in high regard. Every adult wolf watched over the young ones. Su-Chi, treated as one of the cubs, was even rescued by a female wolf who gently grasped her scruff to return her safely to solid ground when she nearly tumbled into a ditch. With a satisfied heart, Su-Chi finally returned home as dusk settled, realizing she needed to find Xiong-Chi before it was too late. She had no intention of encountering Shirlai again that night. Clutching her clothes, she dashed to Xiong-Chi's cave, bursting in to find him resting. Upon catching a whiff of Su-Chi, Xiong-Chi sat up instantly as Su-Chi leaped into Xiong-Chi's embrace. Whining, "Xiong-Chi, Xiong-Chi, Shirlai is bullying me. He grabbed my neck today. It hurts so much. He wants to play with me." Xiong-Chi wrapped his arms around Su-Chi, asking, "Is that so? What will you do about it?" Su-Chi twirled in his arms, declaring, "I'll ignore him." "That is quite impressive," he replied, as Su-Chi jumped from his embrace. Thinking, "Please, I'm a Border Collie, the ruler of dog shows." She pranced around Xiong-Chi's cave, marveling at her own beauty, both in human and beast forms, realizing that if she entered a dog show, she would undoubtedly win first place. After transforming into her beast form, she felt an excess of energy, unable to resist, bouncing around, alternating between leaping and racing out of the cave. Xiong-Chi watched in confusion. Bears do not typically possess such energy. The black bear can run up to 50 kilometers in an hour, and bear men even more so, but they save their energy for hunting. Xiongqi had never seen anyone so carelessly expend energy like Suchi. Noticing her joy, he decided to lie down and rest, as tomorrow would bring a hunt. Suchi played vigorously until the night fell completely, finally carrying her clothes back home. She had expected to transform back into her human form along the way, but that did not happen. The exhilaration of being in beast form felt liberating, explaining why the beastmen here rarely reverted to human form. As Suchi strolled back to the cave, she found her eyesight had sharpened in her beast form. Spotting Shirlai still lounging at the entrance from quite a distance, with her head held high, she strutted past him, only to be caught in his grasp. Startled, she let out a yelp, her ears flopping in fright. A soft chuckle reached her ears. Angered, Suchi thought, Shirlai waited outside for so long just to scare me. As Suchi was about to snap back, Shirlai stood up and walked away, stretching lazily along the way, seemingly quite satisfied. Suchi huffed, calling him childish. Dismissing him from her mind, she intended to transform into her human form, but suddenly recalled that she had been rolling on the ground for quite some time, and her body must be dirty. Unable to bear it any longer, she glanced back to see Shirlai sprawled asleep. He likely wouldn't notice her. Moreover, she dared not approach the riverbank, for the water was quite cold, and she might catch a chill, or worse, encounter danger. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to boil some water in the cave to wipe herself down and wash her hair. Chapter 14. Spicy stir-fried pork. She kindled a fire, and while the water boiled, she called out to Shirlai, instructing him not to turn around. He paid her no mind, seemingly oblivious as he lay with his eyes closed. Suchi knew that male lions were inherently vigilant and never slept too soundly. So as soon as she heard him, she commenced her bath unperturbed. This pot of water would undoubtedly be insufficient for a proper wash, so she made do with a quick wipe and planned to boil another pot for her hair. As she wiped herself down, she kept a wary eye on Shirlai. The moment he opened his eyes, she would swiftly dive into her sleeping bag. Fortunately, Shirlai appeared deeply asleep, not stirring in the slightest. Feeling reassured, Suchi finished drying off, donned her clothes, and boiled another pot of water to wash her hair. Shirlai lay quietly on the ground, not opening his eyes, yet the sound of splashing water echoed in his ears, and he suddenly found himself resenting his acute sense of smell. The cave was saturated with Suchi's unique scent, delightful yet singular. Only when Suchi had burrowed into her sleeping bag did Shirlai slowly open his eyes, his golden gaze shimmering in the night. The following morning, Suchi rose an hour early, tiptoeing in an attempt to startle Shirlai awake. Upon hearing her footsteps, he stirred, though he kept his eyes closed, curious to see what she was up to. After a brief moment, however, he felt a sudden weight on him. Suchi had leapt onto him, but she barely lingered before jumping off again. Understanding that a male lion would not easily submit, she seized a moment to spring away, laughing silently, knowing that if she took too long, Shirlai would threaten her with his claws. The sound emanating from a male lion's throat was fearsome, known as one of the most intimidating sounds, a proclamation of his dominion, capable of traveling vast distances, up to 8 kilometers on flat ground, and even 10 kilometers with the wind at his back in humid climates. Suchi had no intention of being frightened further, and thus she dashed away. The beast world had its advantages. She could truly be herself here, in her previous life. Others perceived her as rather proud, appearing amicable to all, yet in truth there was always a barrier. After all, human hearts are inscrutable. She could discern who sought to curry favor and who was genuinely sincere. Even her best friend had been with her fiancé. However, in this beast world, devoid of wealth or status, at least the inhabitants were sincere toward her. She had yet to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, which allowed her to relax somewhat. Suchi retreated to the farthest corner from Shirlai, pressing against the cave wall as she observed him. Shirlai lifted his eyelids and cast a glance away without raising his head. Suchi scoffed. Finding it dull, she proceeded to wash her belongings, scrubbing the stone pot. Her supplies were running low, but fortunately, she was now eligible to receive meat, so at least she had enough to eat and wear. In high spirits, Suchi slung her backpack over her shoulders and ventured out to forage. This beast world was fascinating, with treasures from various continents. She hoped to uncover something remarkable. Unfortunately, after an entire morning, her discoveries were meager. She found plenty of herbs, however, and collected them all, anticipating their future utility. Upon her return, she discovered the tribe was already distributing meat. As most of the beastmen were seeing Su Chi for the first time, they cast curious glances in her direction, unabashedly so. The beastmen were generally quite straightforward. Lacking the ability to conceal their thoughts, Su Chi paid little heed. After all, it was merely being stared at. The meat distribution was overseen by the hunting team, with the shaman observing closely. When she approached, the shaman grinned widely. "Shao Chi, come and claim your meat." Su Chi nodded, smiling as she accepted the generous portion of meat allocated to her, nearly enough to last an entire week. Everyone knew that she was capable of saving lives. This was a unique privilege, apart from the shaman, and no one voiced any objections to her receiving such a substantial amount. The weight of the meat was a bit much for Su Chi. It seemed to have been apportioned based on the size of the larger beastmen. She realized she wouldn't be able to finish it all. She mentioned to the shaman that in the future, she would only require half the amount, as she couldn't consume it all before it spoiled. The shaman was taken aback that someone would request less meat, yet upon observing Su Chi's petite stature, he chuckled and agreed. The remaining meat could be distributed among the other beastmen in the communal cave, while Su Chi was not particularly short by modern standards, standing at over 160 centimeters. The females in the beast world were generally more robust, exuding a wild beauty that often reached heights of over 180 centimeters, with some towering at nearly 190 centimeters in their human forms. Su Chi glanced at herself and sighed. The modern aesthetic of slenderness was not favored in the beast world. With the meat in hand, she returned, delighted that she could prepare a larger meal to share with the cubs. Her culinary skills were unparalleled. Humming a tune as she walked, she carried the meat, having recently discovered some vegetables that she planted near the cave, which were growing rapidly and would soon be ready for harvest. Regrettably, there were no staples. Su Chi felt a pang of disappointment. The Chinese placed great importance on staple foods. Her caretaker had always prepared them for her, sometimes buns, other times rice. Su Chi maintained a healthy diet. She was not the type to starve herself for the sake of losing weight, as her body naturally resisted gaining excess pounds. Just a bit of exercise would suffice to shed any weight gained. At this moment, there should be wild wheat and rice available, yet without the hybrid rice developed by the esteemed Yuan, who was unmatched in his contributions, Su Chi could only admire his brilliance from afar, lamenting that she could not enjoy it. Arriving at the cave, her arms ached from the weight of the meat. She settled onto her sleeping bag for a brief respite before beginning to prepare the meal. She placed salt beneath the lard to prolong its shelf life, unbothered by the summer heat. After thoroughly cleaning the stone pot, she scooped a generous spoonful of lard into it. The labor here was quite taxing, and she needed to replenish her energy. She simply prepared spicy stir-fried pork, a dish that was fiery and aromatic. Scooping the meat into her bowl, she savored each bite, the spiciness making her gasp and exclaim in delight. After all, this was the beast world. She need not concern herself with appearances. When Shirlai returned, clutching his prey, he noticed the cave was rather pungent. He nearly chuckled, ever since this little female arrived. The cave had been filled with aromas daily, typically her fragrant scent, but today it was overwhelmingly sharp. Felines are known for their stealth. Had it not been for the thud of Shirlai dropping his catch, Su Chi would have remained unaware of his return. Lying on the ground, he licked the blood from his face and inadvertently caught sight of Su Chi, whose eyes were red as if she had been crying. For a moment, he was momentarily taken aback, finding it amusing that Su Chi burst into laughter, beckoning Shirlai to partake in her cooking. She had added a substantial amount of oil, and through her earlier experiences of feeding him, she had deduced that beastmen likely enjoyed bold flavors. This spicy stir-fried pork should be well received. She had prepared a large pot, of course, far more than she could consume alone. The remainder would be for Shirlai. Their relationship had grown quite amicable, allowing for playful banter, and Shirlai was even tolerant of Su Chi briefly sitting atop him. Shirlai paused briefly before rising and strolling over leisurely, internally skeptical about how delicious it could be, given its potent aroma to tea. Oh, his surprise! Upon tasting it, he found himself unable to stop. It was indeed quite delightful, with Su Chi having cut the meat into larger pieces for a satisfying bite. For Shirley, the entire pot was merely a light snack, enough to fill the gaps between meals, and yet he relished it thoroughly. After finishing, he lay beside Su Chi, licking his lips, still yearning for more. Su Chi was inclined to indulge him. After all, no one could treat a young lady as a mere cook. Shirley lingered for a moment, suppressing the lingering spiciness before meandering back to consume his own catch. The sound of his teeth tearing through meat was quite fearsome as Su Chi prepared another pot, storing it in a canister to bring back for Xiong Chi and the wolf cubs, leaving some behind for Shirley to finish. With her backpack secured, she ventured out, heading directly to the territory of the wolf tribe. The wolf tribe members regarded her as a junior, ignoring her presence as they lay on the ground. Su Chi produced the canister, enticing the wolf cubs with the aroma. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Lang Wei led his little companions over, tails wagging excitedly. There was no time for greetings as they pounced on the canister, eagerly devouring the contents. Wolves are known for their abundant saliva, and Su Chi watched helplessly as drool dripped onto the ground. She averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Once the cubs had finished, she retrieved another canister, this one intended for Wolf Fong, cautioning, "Do not steal any, understood?" Su Chi was not concerned. The wolf cubs were quite well behaved, exhibiting a strong sense of hierarchy and refraining from usurping the leader's food. After she spoke, she departed, intending to seek out Xiong Chi. Chapter 15. The young warriors. By the time Lang Yu arrived, Su Chi had already left. He lowered his head to savor the spicy stir-fried meat, which was delightfully piquant, compelling him to indulge in a few more bites. Su Chi had not left him much, and he finished it in just 2 mouthfuls as he lay on the ground. Watching the cubs frolic, he reflected on Su Chi's gratitude. Thus, he crafted a stone pot for her, bringing new and intriguing items to share, particularly food for the cubs. The wolf tribe was never indifferent towards the young. Witnessing the bond between Su Chi and the cubs, they held her in high regard. At that moment, Su Chi was observing Xiong Chi devour the meat, while a small bear nearby drooled, too young to comprehend the taste of milk, let alone such spicy meat, which neither dared to offer him. Su Chi did not linger with Xiong Chi, for she had plans to teach the orcs in the communal cave that afternoon. Xiong Chi remained silent, insisting on gifting her some meat. After stockpiling nuts, he found his meat consumption significantly reduced, a saving that he generously offered to her. She understood clearly that Su Chi was her benefactor and friend. Without mutual exchange, their relationship could not endure. Su Chi said nothing, accepting his gift with a smile before waving goodbye. Inside the communal cave, the orcs had begun to master the art of boiling herbs. Today, Su Chi intended to teach them about various medicinal plants. This knowledge, albeit elementary compared to the intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine, would suffice for their world, given the orcs' remarkable recovery abilities. Often, they merely required a little assistance to expedite the healing of wounds. Hu Ban lay at the cave entrance, rising to observe Su Chi as she approached. Bathed in golden sunlight, his fur glistened, a stark contrast to the sickly tigers seen in zoos. He exuded power, his muscles rippling as he stood. Once again, Su Chi marveled at the tiger's elegance, pondering why ancient people were so eager to hunt tigers for their pelts. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she greeted Hu Ban with a smile. He said nothing, silently following her inside. The orcs sat upright, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on Su Chi. She cheerfully opened her backpack to reveal freshly stir-fried meat. Having refrained from using too much chili, considering the orc's frail condition, that Wu received a few bites, chewing thoughtfully before nodding vigorously. "Delicious, shall see Su Chi," arranging her items on the ground, chuckled and replied, "It's stir-fried in a stone pot. I can't eat raw meat, so I prepared this for everyone to try it out." Wu nodded, chewing the meat, lost in thought. The cubs cautiously approached, sniffing around Su Chi, aware that they were attempting to familiarize themselves with her. She extended her hand, revealing her wrist for their inspection. This was a promising sign. The cubs were inherently wary, a consequence of their environment, where being unguarded could lead to untimely demise. Their proximity indicated their willingness to accept her. Su-Chi smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, gently stroking one of the eagle cubs. Its gaze was indeed formidable for such a small creature, a testament to its predatory lineage. This was a raptor, one she had only seen on television before. And now she could cradle it in her arms. How remarkable it felt. That day, Su-Chi taught them about 2 more medicinal herbs, beginning with the more commonly used ones for treating external injuries. Given the frequent wounds sustained by the orcs surrounded her. Examining the herbs she showcased, Su-Chi began to tidy up her belongings in preparation for her departure, before she left. She turned back with a smile. Is anyone interested in joining me tomorrow to forage for herbs? Having spent too long in the cave, these orcs had been deprived of sunlight. Su-Chi worried about their mental well-being. Especially the cubs. The cubs hesitated. The outside world was fraught with danger, lacking parental protection, making them vulnerable to predation by wild beasts. Within this realm, orcs and beasts were adversaries. While orcs consumed beasts, the latter likewise preyed upon the young orcs. Su-Chi stood quietly at the cave entrance, waiting for the orcs to volunteer. After a lengthy pause, a small eagle orc flew to her backpack, whispering, "I want to go to Su-Chi," beamed her back to the sun, which crowned her in golden light. "Very well, little eagle cub, you are quite brave." Seeing this, the other cubs, emboldened, rushed toward her, leaping onto her legs. These orc cubs were not light. Their sizes were considerable, in an instant. Su-Chi was toppled backward, caught by Hu-Ban's sturdy form. Quickly regaining her footing, she thanked Hu-Ban before kneeling to comfort the cubs. Their courage was commendable, having lost their parents at a young age. They had remained confined to the cave, only occasionally playing nearby. Su-Chi resolved to take them outside for a change of scenery. "All right, young warriors, I will come to fetch you tomorrow at noon to search for herbs. The herbs we find will be shared equally, and the cub who gathers the most will receive a reward." The cubs erupted with excitement, bouncing and playfully pouncing on one another. Even the eagle cub flew a couple of laps above Su-Chi's head. In high spirits, Su-Chi returned with her backpack, eager to prepare dinner. There was still plenty of meat remaining, and Su-Chi decided to make jerky, which could be preserved longer. She had her own method for preparing jerky. First, she washed the leftover meat, slicing it along the grain into strips. For every pound of meat, she added 5 grams of salt, estimating as best as she could without a scale, relying on her memory of her caretaker's proportions to ensure accuracy. The salt needed to be sautéed before being sprinkled over the meat, followed by chili powder and other seasonings, which she massaged into the mixture for 10 minutes with her delicate hands. She took breaks while kneading for over 20 minutes, perspiring profusely. The remaining task was to marinate the meat. Lacking plastic wrap, she covered it with waterproof cloth, planning to take it out for air drying the following morning. Finally, Su-Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling quite fatigued. Just as she contemplated resting, she sensed a warm breath beside her. Paralyzed with stillness, she soon heard a deep lion's roar. Convinced she had not provoked Shirlai, she realized he was merely attempting to frighten her. Pouting, Su-Chi playfully swatted at Shirlai. "You childish fool." Shirlai stretched languidly, satisfied. Su-Chi's playful smacks felt more like tickles to him. After scaring her, he ambled back to settle down for sleep. Seated on her sleeping bag, Su-Chi soon found her annoyance dissipating. This childish lion knew she feared his roar, yet chose to tease her. She bore grudges, contemplating returning the scare tomorrow. After washing up, she nestled into her sleeping bag, concluding yet another day. Chapter 16. The bamboo grove with her backpack in tow, Su-Chi led a procession of cubs. With Hu-Ban silently trailing behind, he had chosen to accompany her of his own accord. After teaching the orcs in the communal cave, Su-Chi had promised to take the cubs outside. As she walked with the cubs, Hu-Ban remained a vigilant guardian by her side. After learning of Hu-Ban's past, Su-Chi refrained from commenting. He was protecting the child he once was. The cubs looked around in awe. It had been ages since they had ventured outside, and everything around them sparked their curiosity. Yet they clung closely to Su-Chi, fearful of straying too far. Seeing the hesitant and anxious expressions on their faces tugged at Su-Chi's heartstrings. In her world, these cubs would likely be in school, nurtured by their parents within the protective confines of an ivory tower, carefree and joyous. The world of beasts was undeniably harsh. Survival of the fittest ruled. And without parental protection, cubs faced a high risk of perishing. Their tribe had a communal cave, yet others might not be as fortunate. Suchi picked some fruit, sharing it with the cubs. The fruit, a type of sorghum berry, was sweet and tangy, resembling wild strawberries, possessing some medicinal properties as well. The cubs devoured it eagerly, leaving Suchi no time to intervene. As expected, it wasn't long before they clutched their mouths, eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Suchi with a sigh. Suchi provided them with water, exclaiming, "This fruit is sour. If you eat too much, your teeth will ache." Once they had sated their thirst, the cubs regained their appetite, once again stuffing their mouths, prompting Suchi to feel a pang of sympathy. The cubs had grown accustomed to erratic feeding, often gorging themselves whenever food was available. Gently stroking their heads, she forbade them from eating further. Too much could harm their health. Fortunately, the cubs did not exhibit possessiveness, allowing Suchi to retrieve the uneaten fruit from their mouths and place it back into her backpack. With a gentle tone, she encouraged, "Young warriors, should we not share our delicious finds with the others in the cave?" The cubs nodded without hesitation. Their survival was largely attributed to the elder orc residing in the cave, who possessed considerable experience in nurturing young ones and imparting hunting skills to them. Suchi smiled with satisfaction, encouraging them to pick fruits and place them in her backpack to bring back for the other orcs. The cubs were quite obedient, requiring little effort on her part. Lacking combat prowess and burdened with the cubs, she felt apprehensive about venturing deeper. Ban remained silent. Even when Suchi offered him fruits, he merely consumed them without uttering a word. Suchi decided to leave him be. With Ban around, she could explore further into the woods. She had nearly exhausted the previous direction and chose a new path for her adventure. Along the way, she encountered numerous herbs, which she eagerly introduced to the cubs and Ban. The cubs were animated, while Ban continued to remain reticent. Suchi had grown accustomed to this. The formidable tiger exuded an air of aloofness, yet displayed a gentle demeanor. The cubs eagerly scoured for herbs, while Suchi meandered nearby, collecting the medicinal plants she found into her backpack. The cubs were thrilled and quite clever, successfully locating a variety of herbs. Suchi crouched down and smiled at them, saying, "Remember the herbs you find. When we return to the cave, you may keep them for yourselves or trade them with me for snacks." The cubs were surprised at the prospect of exchanging for treats, bouncing around and calling out joyfully. Seated on the ground, Suchi tilted her head to observe them, realizing her fondness for the cubs. Unlike her indifference towards human children, who often misbehaved, these little creatures were fluffy and well-mannered, displaying a sensitivity that warmed her heart. Though Suchi was fatigued, the excited cubs encouraged her to rest. Surrounding her, as if to protect her, Ban lay quietly nearby, his head raised as he surveyed their surroundings, safeguarding them. After drinking some water and resting for a while, Suchi felt rejuvenated and continued onward. And indeed, a delightful surprise awaited her. She stumbled upon a bamboo grove. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The possibilities of what could be crafted from bamboo were endless. Various containers, reclining chairs, beds, bowls, and cups. Bamboo was well-renowned in their homeland, a symbol of Huagua, and seeing it evoked nostalgic memories of her past life. With her eyes misty, she leaped up and embraced a bamboo stalk, savoring the scent of her homeland. Turning around, she noticed Ban silently watching her from behind. With a radiant smile, she called out, "Ban, could you assist me with something?" Ban stepped forward, awaiting her instructions. Suchi gestured, indicating her desire for a few bamboo poles to take back for crafting. Ban revealed his claws, which were usually concealed. Tigers walked silently on their padded feet, an advantage for hunting. Suchi marveled at the sight of his sharp claws glistening in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Ban made a swift cut, causing a bamboo stalk to topple. Suchi erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Ban, truly a warrior. You are remarkable." The cubs chimed in with their high-pitched voices, "Brother Ban." "Amazing, a warrior." Ban shyly licked his nose, and with a single swipe, he felled several more stalks. Sensing Ban's intent to continue, Suchi quickly intervened, saying, "That's enough, Ban. We have sufficient that I'll remember the location. We can return another time." Ban retracted his claws, seemingly feeling they had become dirty, and sat down to clean them. With his golden eyes fixed on Su Chi, she felt a warmth creeping to her cheeks. Having been single for too long, even the majestic tiger appeared quite handsome, evoking an unsettling allure. Maintaining her composure, she shifted her gaze. There was an abundance of bamboo, too much for her to carry alone, and she would need Hu Ban's assistance. Before Su Chi could ask, Hu Ban transformed into human form. She quickly closed her eyes, removed her outer garment, and handed it to him, whispering shyly, "Please wrap this around your waist." Hu Ban said nothing as he accepted it and secured it at his waist, hoisting the bamboo. With a flushed face, Su Chi reflected on her earlier observation. Indeed, he was a true king among beasts. Leading the way, she was flanked by the cubs, who kept her encircled for protection. The dense forest was unsuitable for the eaglets to fly, so they perched on the backs of the leopard cubs, creating a whimsical scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. That Hu Ban deposited the bamboo at the cave entrance, where Shirlai awaited, having sensed the powerful presence and grown alert. Although they were both members of the hunting party, they were not well acquainted, as they were both kings in their own right and carried an air of pride. The two exchanged silent glances, their golden eyes locking in an intense stare. Su Chi sensed the tension in the air, fearing that Hu Ban's arrival had encroached upon Shirlai's territory, and hastily intervened. "Shirlai, this is Hu Ban. He helped me bring back bamboo and means no harm." Turning to Hu Ban, she added, "This is Shirlai. He is quite amiable, and I'm staying with him." Neither spoke, but suddenly Hu Ban transformed back into his beast form, dropping to all fours and assuming a defensive stance. Su Chi turned to see Shirlai, also adopting a similar posture. It seemed as though the kings of the forest and the plains were preparing for a showdown. Su Chi felt her heart race with fear. The cubs tucked their tails between their legs, trembling behind her. Suddenly, Shirlai let out a thunderous roar, not the playful kind she was accustomed to, but a genuine display of intimidation that echoed through the forest. Hu Ban responded with a fierce roar of his own. The jungle fell silent in response to the tiger's mighty call, and Su Chi instinctively transformed into her beast form, crouching low and whimpering. Her tail pressed firmly against her body as she anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Contemplating escape routes, as a clever Border Collie, she was adept at strategizing escape plans. Had it not been for the cluster of cubs behind her, she would have fled long ago. Chapter 17. The bamboo chair. The impending clash between Shirlai and Hu Ban was palpable, with both sides preparing for a standoff. Retreating would equate to defeat. Summoning her courage, Su Chi positioned herself between the two formidable beasts, whimpering softly and keeping her ears pinned back in a vigilant manner. Suddenly, Shirlai straightened, licking his nose before settling at the cave entrance. Hu Ban gradually relaxed as well, sitting down to groom his claws. Su Chi let out a sigh of relief, moving to Hu Ban's side and nudging his belly, urging, "Let's go back. Take the cubs with you. I will come find you shortly." Hu Ban remained still, and after a moment of nudging, Su Chi, panting from exhaustion, finally succeeded in prompting him to rise and flick his tail, leading the cubs away. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chi felt a wave of relief wash over her and hurried into the cave to change her clothes. Upon emerging, she found her outer garment beneath Shirlai's paws, who was nonchalantly using it to sharpen his claws. Su Chi shrieked and rushed over, attempting to retrieve her garment from under Shirlai's grip. He held firm, and despite her efforts, she could not pull it free. Watching helplessly as her clothing was reduced to tatters, furious, she leaped onto Shirlai, pounding on him while shouting in exasperation. In a fit of anger, she climbed onto his back, tugging at his mane and striking him. Shirlai remained motionless until her garment was thoroughly shredded. At that point, she no longer desired the now tattered piece that bore Hu Ban's scent. Standing up, Shirlai lifted her onto his back and carried her into the cave. The moment he stood, Su Chi was taken aback and nearly leaped off, but instead, he gently carried her around the cave a few times before setting her down on her sleeping bag. Su Chi was bewildered. When had Shirlai become so accommodating? Previously, even an accidental leap onto him had resulted in a lion's roar that had frightened her for a while. Lying on her sleeping bag, she gazed at the cave ceiling as Shirlai lay beside her, grooming his claws, still feeling indignant. She clutched at his mane, refusing to let go. Shirlai remained still, quietly observing the distant landscape beyond the cave entrance. Once Suchi had calmed down, Shirley stood up and watched as she tended to the pile of bamboo. Not long after, she called him over to help her cut bamboo tubes suitable for holding water. Shirley complied without hesitation, as Suchi felt a sense of satisfaction, emitting a soft huff as she reserved one for herself and one for Shirley, taking the bamboo tubes outside, as for the other bamboo creations. She needed to sketch some designs and plan how to construct them. Suchi was quite confident. She had seen a renowned craft blogger who excelled at creating bamboo items and recalled most of the steps, only needing to fill in some details. This blogger was world famous and had garnered a multitude of followers online, a woman of undeniable perfection, which Suchi begrudgingly acknowledged. Humming a tune, Suchi placed the bamboo tubes in her backpack. A dozen or so, quite heavy. She planned to give one to Wu as well, allowing the elder to store a few items or collect water, thus reducing the need for frequent trips to the river. Embracing 3 or 4 tubes, she ventured into the wolf clan's territory. Upon entering, she was immediately surrounded by the cubs, and with a smile, she began distributing the bamboo tubes. There were not enough for each cub, so they had to share, but even so, the cubs were thrilled. Wolf Wei, clutching a bamboo tube, could hardly see where he was going, wobbling as he walked, eager to show it to his mother. Other cubs also scurried off to find their mothers, fascinated by this novel object they had never encountered before. Slowly, Wolf Fong emerged, and although Suchi had prepared a tube for him, she decided to take one from her backpack and, with a smile, handed it to him, saying, "This is for you. You can use it to drink water or store other items. Tea was devised by my former kin." The wolf-toothed gaze fixated on Suchi as it opened its mouth to grasp the bamboo tube, which appeared diminutive within its jaws. The sight of the wolf-toothed creature instilled a sense of pressure in Suchi, prompting her to refrain from further conversation and turn away. Unbeknownst to her, the wolf-toothed sat in place, its gaze unwaveringly following her. Upon reaching the communal cave, the orcs were on the edge of their seats, anxious that Suchi might abandon them. With a light-hearted gait, Suchi entered, adhering to her customary routine of placing her backpack upon the ground and extracting its contents. A line of bamboo tubes was arranged for the orcs to select from. The younglings, now somewhat lively, hopped about to snatch their favored tubes. The quantity of bamboo tubes was insufficient, with an average of 3 to 4 individuals needing to share one. Nonetheless, this was a simple matter, as the orcs would grasp the concept at a glance. It was merely her small token of goodwill. Her genuine attentiveness to others and refusal to be perfunctory earned her the affection she received. For in her world, she was surrounded by many individuals with whom she shared heartfelt connections. Their fondness for her was not without reason. Her beauty was merely an embellishment. Suchi smiled as she introduced the medicinal herbs of the day to the orcs, the younglings' babyish voices echoing throughout the cave. "This is what I gathered today. I recognize this one sister taught us today." The pride of having pre-studied was palpable among the younglings, their voices rising in exuberance, adding a lively atmosphere to the cave. As Suchi gently presented the wild fruits she had carefully set aside, her tone warm. "Esteemed elders, these are the offerings from the little warriors. They're not plentiful, merely a taste, but we shall venture out again to gather more for you." The younglings puffed out their chests proudly, for these were their accomplishments, as Suchi placed the fruits into the bamboo tubes, allowing the younglings to distribute them one by one to the other orcs. The orcs, touched, stroked the heads of the younglings, tears welling in their eyes, astonished that someone still remembered them, the so-called useless ones. They gazed excitedly at Suchi, the miraculous female who had transformed their lives. The reverence in their eyes mirrored the blessings of the beast God. In the end, the younglings placed the wild fruits before the striped one, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you." The striped one remained silent, merely bowing his head to savor the sweet fruits. Suchi presented him with a specially decorated bamboo tube, unique and exquisite. The striped one tucked the tube behind him, protective of his singular treasure, unwilling to let it be discovered by others. With a sense of accomplishment, Suchi noted that bamboo was readily available just outside the cave, allowing her to sleep soundly that night. The following day, she retrieved her notebook, jotting and sketching until she completed her schematic. Today, she was set to undertake a significant task, crafting a bamboo chair. However, she could not accomplish this alone, as Lion Fierce had ruined one of her outer garments the day prior. Thus, she sought his assistance. Equipped with only a pen, she selected a stalk of bamboo, instructing Lion Fierce to cut it into appropriate shapes and to carve holes into it, much like assembling a puzzle. Concerned about stability, she wedged wooden strips within the framework using stones, establishing a solid base. The remaining task was to insert the bamboo strips, which proved challenging. Suchi, having watched videos, attempted to slice the bamboo with a small knife. The bamboo split into halves with ease. Yet refining the excess material was no simple feat. After laboring for half the day, she finally managed to fashion the strips, albeit with considerable waste. Once the bamboo strips were in place, her masterpiece was complete. Chapter 18. The Bamboo Basket. Suchi could hardly contain her excitement as she sat upon it, giving it a gentle shake. The it felt sturdy, with a joyful glance over her shoulder. She called out to Lion Fierce, who had been watching her intently as she meticulously crafted the chair. To him, it was indeed a marvel. He had seen bamboo countless times before, yet had never paid it much mind. Finding the dense thickets a hindrance to his hunting endeavors, Lion Fierce observed Suchi's delicate hands, pale and slender, so unlike those of the orcs, devoid of calluses. He had accidentally brushed against them once. They were soft and seemingly boneless. Previously, he had not favored such fragile females, believing they would perish without a protector. Yet, as he gazed upon Suchi, radiantly smiling in the sunlight, he found her quite dazzling. He circled the bamboo chair twice before suddenly pressing his paw upon it, causing it to creak under the strain. Startled, Suchi quickly grasped Lion Fierce's forepaw, exclaiming, "No, brother, are you not aware of your own weight?" Lion Fierce was a massive creature, weighing several hundred kilograms. Such a weight would surely collapse the chair. After a moment's pause, he withdrew his paw and simply lay beside Suchi unconsciously. He settled in close. Believing he aimed to mount the chair, she sighed in exasperation. "Brother, it's not that I am unwilling, but your size makes it rather unfeasible. You could manage if you transformed into your human form." Lion Fierce looked up and suddenly shifted into his human shape. Suchi shut her eyes, disapproving of the orc's habit of parading about in nude. She raised her voice. "Wrap yourself in beast skin before approaching. You cannot be so indecent." Lion Fierce strolled back to don the beast skin. When Suchi inadvertently glanced over, she noted the sway of his attire, realizing that he was on the verge of revealing too much. Once he returned, seated upon the bamboo chair, it creaked ominously once more. Suchi felt a twinge of fear. Having crafted the chair for the first time, she worried it might collapse under the weight. Fortunately, despite its creaking, the chair remained surprisingly robust. Suchi shifted slightly, as the chair was spacious enough, though still a bit cramped with Lion Fierce beside her. The warmth of his muscles pressed against her skin, which she found somewhat disconcerting. After adjusting her position, she felt it was still inadequate. This was her chair, and she should not be squeezed into discomfort. Thus, she playfully smacked Lion Fierce's arm, insisting, "Move over a bit. It's too cramped." She distinctly felt the muscles beneath her hand tense up suddenly, and with a hint of suspicion, she withdrew her hand. Was her single slap truly so powerful? Lion Fierce obediently shifted slightly, and Suchi felt a sense of satisfaction. Although it was not spacious, at least their skin was no longer in direct contact. Though she hailed from a modern background and was accustomed to an open environment, Suchi still struggled with physical proximity to the opposite sex. Leaning back, she noted that the temperature was becoming more pleasant as a gentle breeze wafted by, and basking in the sun felt delightful. Lion Fierce sat rigidly, his posture impeccably straight. Suchi stole a glance at him, wondering if he was not fatigued. Yet, she decided it was not her concern whether he was tired or not. Closing her eyes, she intended to rest a moment before heading out to collect meat. Wait, why was Lion Fierce still here? Had he not gone hunting? Suchi's curiosity led her to inquire, "Do you not hunt daily?" "We have 3 hunting teams in the tribe. When ours is not on duty, I hunt alone." Suchi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "It's a surprise to hear you speak so much." "I'm flattered." Lion Fierce raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Was this truly flattery? The two sat upon the bamboo chair until it was time to gather meat. Once the bamboo was located, Su-Chi could craft a steamer, allowing her to prepare the dried meat for consumption. Today, she returned with a sizable chunk of meat, far too much for her to consume alone, necessitating the preparation of jerky from the leftovers. In a simple yet delightful manner, she prepared a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, as per usual, setting aside a portion for Lion Fierce before proceeding to teach the orcs about medicinal herbs. By the time she returned, dusk had settled in. The remaining bamboo still lay at the cave entrance. She first set to work breaking it down, organizing the pieces on the ground, and once trimmed, she could begin weaving it. Su-Chi found great enjoyment in this cultural craft, often scrolling through short videos on her phone, watching artisans create handmade items, which she found quite therapeutic. Now, as she embarked on the task herself, she discovered it was rather intricate. Her skills paled in comparison to those of seasoned artisans, as she was merely an amateur enthusiast, unable to achieve perfection, yet still able to create functional pieces. Su-Chi crafted a steamer for cooking and a basket for carrying items into the forest. By the time she finished, night had fully enveloped the land, and as she cradled her bamboo basket, she nearly stumbled over Lion Fierce, who had stealthily approached from behind, unnoticed during her work. Struggling to rise, she complained, "Lion Fierce, do not linger behind me." I nearly tripped. Stretching his limbs, Lion Fierce stood, accompanying Su-Chi back into the cave. Upon entering, Su-Chi illuminated her flashlight, admiring her handiwork, which she deemed nothing short of perfect, fitting for the dried meat she had prepared. As Su-Chi fell in a slumber, Lion Fierce quietly approached her side. Lying beside her in silence, in the spring, the Beast God Festival would take place. If two loving orcs participated together, they would receive the blessings of the Beast God after undergoing the shaman's cleansing. Lion Fierce pondered the prospect of attending the festival with Su-Chi, vowing to hunt plentifully and protect her, for there was no one in the tribe who could treat her better than he. With closed eyes, he contemplated when he might pursue Su-Chi, determined to present her with the finest game as an offering. The next day, oblivious to his thoughts, Su-Chi proudly donned her bamboo basket and paraded through nearly half the tribe. Seated at the entrance of the wolf clan's cave, she lifted her head high, allowing the wolf cubs to bounce around and inspect the basket. With a playful hum, she smiled. "What do you think? Impressive, right? This is the only one of its kind here." Taking advantage of his larger size, Wolfway crawled inside, nestling within, exclaiming, "Sister, you are amazing." Su-Chi touched her nose, acknowledging the truth of his words. She hoisted the bamboo basket onto her back, inside which the wolf cubs were howling in terror. After a while, they adapted and began to realize the fun of it, raising their heads to howl. The wolf pack, steeped in tradition, soon erupted into a symphony of howls. Su-Chi was covered in goosebumps. As she set the wolf cub down, other cubs clamored to get in, and Su-Chi could only let them in one by one to enjoy the roller coaster ride. The wolf cubs were no lightweights, and Su-Chi quickly found herself exhausted. She lay on the bamboo basket, panting heavily, feeling as though she bore the unbearable weight of life itself. The wolf cubs surrounded her, eager to lick her, indulging in playful antics typical of their kind. Su-Chi was too weary to move, surrounded by a swarm of little demons. Suddenly, her gaze was lifted high as someone picked her up. Turning her head, she saw a stranger, a man she had never met before. Startled, she struggled violently, prompting the stranger to speak. "It's me." Su-Chi ceased her wriggling, allowing the stranger to place her back into the bamboo basket. Carrying her on his back to her surprise, it was indeed quite enjoyable. Su-Chi grinned widely, prompting a chorus of imitative howls from the wolf cubs. With a cold smirk, she mused that wolves and dogs were not the same. She had never heard of a wolf that could laugh. Her spirits lifted. She thought that a laughing dog was the finest companion. Chapter 19. The duel. Su-Chi relished the thrill of the roller coaster. And when she emerged from the bamboo basket, she was momentarily disoriented, colliding with the leg of the stranger. Looking up, she noted that he was a man of distinction, draped in animal furs. She plopped down onto the ground and smiled at him, her dog-like grin radiating warmth and charm. With sparkling, watery eyes fixed on him, her smile curved like that of a human. The stranger crouched down to stroke Su-Chi's head, a gesture reserved for younger members of the wolf clan. Treating her as a youngling, Suchi nuzzled against his hand, reveling in the soothing sensation of being petted. The stranger allowed her to indulge, feeling the softness of her fur, unlike the coarse hair of wolves. Suchi, a meteorite border collie, boasted a luxuriously soft coat that included a long, fluffy collar, and as he continued to stroke her, her smile deepened, eyes narrowing in bliss. Once she regained her composure, she straightened up, realizing she had lost some dignity. She leaped from the basket, retrieved her clothing, and patted her rear as if to prepare for departure. The stranger followed her a few steps, escorting her outside. Suchi walked with a jaunty step, the bamboo basket on her back, feeling immensely proud of herself for crafting such a challenging piece of woven art. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she spotted the hunting party returning, and what caught her attention was the black and white figure beside the tabby, a panda. With a swift leap, Suchi dashed forward, elated. The national treasure had arrived. Having seen pandas in a zoo, she found them adorably clumsy and round, appearing harmless, though they were, in fact, formidable creatures, known as iron-eating beasts in ancient times. Capable of defeating a jackal with a single swipe. Once, a panda named Huzi, at the tender age of 2, was besieged by 4 jackals and left near death. Rescued by a team, he returned to the wild at 7, only to encounter a jackal attacking his kin. Fueled by vengeance, Huzi crushed the lead jackal's spine with a single blow and pursued the pack for several miles as Suchi circled around the panda, marveling at the genuine article, yearning to pet him. However, she was aware of her limits. If she reached out, she might be the one to suffer a crushed spine. So, she merely bounced excitedly, her enthusiasm evident, as she would not have been this exhilarated in the presence of any other beast. This was a panda. The panda man set down his prey and sat to observe Suchi, scratching his head in confusion. But if it weren't their first meeting, he might have thought this female harbored a fondness for him. Suchi's tail wagged enthusiastically as she attempted to inch closer, only to be restrained by the tabby's paw. Rendered immobile, she gazed longingly at the panda, feeling as if the distance between them was insurmountable. Undeterred, she called out, "Are you a panda or an iron eater? How come I've never seen you before? You are so handsome. May I touch you?" The panda man took a couple of steps back. Taken aback by her exuberance, he scratched his head, uncertain how to respond. Suchi looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes, her blue irises making it hard for the panda to refuse. Just as he was about to agree, the tabby snatched Suchi away, frozen in place. Her gaze remained fixed on the panda. The tabby carried her away, observing as her eyes continued to seek the panda. "Enough. Stop looking. Show some restraint," he grumbled. Suchi widened her eyes, wishing to appear composed. But how could she? It was a panda. In their tribe, pandas were treasures coveted by all. Every member of the tribe longed for a glimpse of a panda. They were the true stars. The tabby fell silent, proceeding to grab Suchi by the nape, intending to carry her further away. She struggled, whining, "Don't carry me. It hurts." The tabby paused, recalling how the females used to carry him, which was not painful at all, but rather reassuring. To his surprise, Suchi disliked it. He quickly set her down, leaning over her to lick her neck. He groomed her with his barbed tongue. He carefully controlled his movements to avoid hurting her delicate skin. And for a moment, Suchi found the sensation quite pleasant, sighing in contentment. However, the tabby was soon interrupted as he was pounced upon by a lion, engaged in a fierce scuffle. Suchi jumped to her feet, bewildered. What is happening? Are they mortal enemies? She stood agog, watching as the lion and the tabby engaged in a brutal brawl, their powerful jaws clashing in a test of strength. Retreating a few steps, she pondered how to escape this chaos. She had no desire to be caught in the crossfire of their conflict. Their battle seemed evenly matched, and as they continued, Suchi stepped back further, resolved to leave no trace. Just as she turned to flee, the lion and the tabby ceased their fighting, recognizing that the prize they had been vying for was no longer present. They separated, each settling down to catch their breath. Seeing that the skirmish was over, Suchi trotted over to inspect their injuries. As the tribe's healer, she thought it would be prudent to escort them to the communal cave for treatment. Examining the lion and the tabby, she noticed their wounds were substantial, yet they seemed unconcerned. gazing at her with innocent expressions as if fighting was merely a customary affair. She urged them into the communal cave, where the two massive beasts blocked the entrance. The other inhabitants of the cave eyed them warily, forming small clusters. "Get in. Let them treat you," Suchi insisted, nudging them forward. The tabby complied readily, while the lion remained vigilant upon entering the unfamiliar space. His demeanor cool. With a swift paw, Suchi cleared the lion's gaze, instilling clarity within him. "You should not be so grumpy with the healer," she chided. Smiling, she called for the other inhabitants to prepare herbal remedies for their treatment. The lion and the tabby were the finest patients, as Suchi beamed, grateful for their little brawl. Upon hearing treatment, the other inhabitants relaxed and began to gather supplies that Suchi started a fire, allowing them to brew the medicine. Having been unable to find flint lately, the inhabitants relied solely on Suchi's presence to prepare the remedies. The lion and the tabby lounged on the ground, licking their paws clean after the scuffle. "You two are no longer cubs. Why are you fighting?" Suchi chided, pointing at them. The lion lazily lifted an eyelid, responding nonchalantly. It was merely a duel, Suchi scoffed, choosing not to press further, realizing that no one intervened during their earlier tussle. Perhaps it was customary in this place. Having been influenced by modern civilization, she instinctively felt that fighting was unacceptable, a crime in her eyes. The inhabitants approached with herbs, applying them to the wounds of both beasts. Watching as their bloody injuries were covered by a layer of green, Suchi winced, feeling the pain vicariously. "Does it hurt? Your wounds are quite severe," she inquired, her concern evident. "Not too bad," the tabby replied indifferently. "It hurts," the lion admitted, his tone surprisingly vulnerable. Taken aback, Suchi asked, "Is it truly painful? You seemed unfazed earlier." She gently blew on his wound, the warm breath providing a soothing sensation that momentarily alleviated the pain. The lion lowered his gaze, allowing her to continue. The tabby, showing his teeth, wrinkled his nose, clearly agitated by the situation. "What is this? A male beast should not indulge in such tenderness," he grumbled, watching Suchi lean over the lion. The tabby spoke up, "I also hurt." Quickly, she turned to blow on his injury as well. "Perhaps the medicine is taking effect. Bear with a thud." Suchi gently blew on her wound, murmuring, "Pain, pain, fly away." This was a ritual her parents performed whenever she was injured in her childhood. It was an essential part of soothing her, as nothing else seemed to calm her down. Over time, everyone who wished to comfort her adopted this tender tone, repeating the phrase "pain, pain, fly away." Now, Suchi understood that it was merely a fade, devoid of true efficacy, yet warmed her heart. Perhaps she could cast a bit of magic for them as well. The tiger-striped beast seemed satisfied, while the lion, Shirlai, bared his teeth. Chapter 20. The patient under Suchi's watchful gaze. The two ferocious beasts complied with their treatment, allowing the medicinal liquid to stain their fur in hues of green and red, rendering them a rather disheveled sight. The two feline creatures suppressed their instincts to lick their wounds. Their saliva possessed antiseptic properties, but the appearance of the medicinal concoction was unappealing, and it likely tasted just as bad. They decided it was better to sit still, hoping to earn a gentler expression from Suchi. Once they had finished their herbal remedy, Suchi led them back, as they had yet to collect their share of meat. Today, Shirlai and the tiger-striped beast were relying solely on this piece of meat. Both had sustained injuries and had been properly treated, so they were forbidden from engaging in vigorous activities or hunting. Suchi received a substantial chunk of meat and asked Shirlai to carry it for her. As they walked, Suchi idly mused that missing a meal for a day shouldn't matter much. After all, it was just one meal. Shirlai walked normally, showing no signs of severe injury. And Suchi felt confident that he could still catch prey if he tried. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurried to Shirlai's side, turning to him as she spoke. "Where do you go hunting?" With a mouthful of meat, Shirlai couldn't respond, so he reluctantly set the meat down. "The deepest part of the forest, that's where the most prey is, and they're larger, ensuring a full belly," he replied, though he also noted the dangers that lurked there. Suchi nodded, acknowledging that she had never ventured there herself. With her current courage, she only dared to explore the outskirts of the forest, occasionally venturing deeper when accompanied by a beast man for protection. With a charming smile, she asked Shirlai, Will you take me with you next time you hunt? She had thoroughly scoured the surrounding woods and found nothing new. She needed to explore the depths of the forest for potential discoveries. Shirley cast her a sidelong glance, cautioning, "It's very dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety." Suchi huffed defiantly. "I can hide. If I can't provoke trouble, I can certainly evade it." Shirley remained silent, picking up the meat and continuing forward. "Do you agree or not?" she pressed, running alongside him. "Shirley, you agree, right? I promise I won't wander off." Growing frustrated, she clutched his mane and whispered in his ear, "Shirley, I want to go." Shirley trudged on without replying. "But if you want to take me, I'll go by myself," she declared. Finally, he turned to look at her, his gaze lingering for a long moment before he replied, "Let me think about it." Suchi felt satisfied. Such a response often indicated consent. She bounced happily alongside Shirley, singing a little tune, no longer causing a ruckus. After placing their shared meat in the cave, Shirley finished his portion and stepped out. Suchi, meanwhile, had some bamboo left, and since she had a leisurely day ahead, she decided to weave the remaining bamboo into baskets for future use. The cave was dimly lit, so Suchi moved outside to weave. Engaging in bamboo weaving was a perfect way to pass the time. In the beast world, she had no phone or computer. Unlike the beastmen who had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, allowing them to endure the solitude day after day, Suchi found it difficult. She had previously enjoyed daily parties and, even when busy, could always arrange to meet friends or engage with online acquaintances. The loneliness of the beast world weighed heavily on her. She feared that without distractions, she might not be able to endure. She quietly wove the bamboo basket. Her fingers danced nimbly, slowly revealing the basket's form. The sunlight spilled onto the ground and bathed Suchi in its warm glow, outlining her silhouette in golden light. From a distance, Shirley returned, watching her intently, unmoving for quite some time. Indeed, it was a gift from the beast god. Shirley approached Suchi, lying down beside her to observe her weaving. "How remarkable," he mused, "this delicate creation from such petite hands." Soon, Suchi completed a large basket, placing it before Shirley with apparent nonchalance. "This is for you." Shirley licked his nose and pulled the basket closer. As Suchi began another basket, Shirley spoke up, "I will protect you along with Ubi and But." As Suchi paused, suddenly turning her head, wide-eyed, "You and Huban? Have you reconciled so soon?" Shirley remained silent. He couldn't very well admit that he alone couldn't ensure her safety. Suchi continued to chatter beside him, questioning whether he was incapable of protecting her by himself. Shirley licked his nose and abruptly pulled Suchi close, resting his head against her side. Deciding to stop questioning, Suchi knelt down, burying her face in Shirley's mane. Shirley was a particularly clean lion. He bathed in the river daily, and his mane was always neat. Suchi detected no unpleasant odors and found it quite fluffy, allowing her to comfortably nestle in, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shirley was enormous. Suchi could barely encircle him with her arms. Yet his presence provided an immense sense of security. She had once considered raising a large dog, as those guard dogs appeared formidable and protective. However, due to city regulations against pet ownership and her uncertainty about providing sufficient companionship, she ultimately abandoned the idea. If she couldn't offer a puppy enough attention, it was best not to adopt one. She feared the little creature might feel lonely. Shirley was larger than any guard dog, his muscles taut and sleek, appearing dangerous. Yet once familiar, he exuded an overwhelming sense of safety. For now, Suchi felt quite content and turned to lean against Shirley while weaving. Shirley rested his head beside her, his eyes fixed intently on her nimble hands. The injuries of Shirley and Huban scabbed over by the following day, not hindering the activities of the hunting party. Their bodies still bore remnants of the medicinal liquid, and the beastmen of the tribe observed their rapid recovery with great interest. In a tribe where little occurred, the skirmish between Shirley and Huban had long been the topic of gossip among the bored beastmen. It had been quite a fierce battle, leaving both beasts battered and bruised. Yet to everyone's surprise, they had healed so quickly. Beastmen possessed extraordinary recuperative abilities, and coupled with their low resistance to the medicine, It was no wonder their wounds healed so swiftly. Shirley and Huban resumed hunting as usual, bringing back an additional catch, which they contributed to the communal cave. This was only right. Having received treatment, they were obligated to give back. Suchi felt pleased. She had been contemplating reminding them if they forgot about this responsibility. But to her delight, both behaved honorably, each bringing back substantial prey. The beastmen in the communal cave enjoyed a hearty meal, with Shirley and Huban setting the example. The other beastmen soon grasped the importance of reciprocating when receiving treatment. Although Suchi was kind-hearted, she had her limits. It was unreasonable for the beastmen in the communal cave to toil for herbs and assist others without any compensation. Suchi aimed to teach them self-sufficiency, helping them regain their confidence. Chapter 21. The depths. Once Shirley and Huban's wounds had fully healed and their combat readiness was at its peak, they finally dared to take Suchi into the depths of the dense forest. Suchi had previously informed the shaman and the beastmen of the communal cave, letting them know that for the next few days, she would focus on teaching them about herbs, as she was embarking on an adventure. She had even sought out Xiongqi and the wolf cubs, instructing them not to look for her. Xiongqi, being considerate, gifted Suchi a large piece of meat before her departure, concerned she might go hungry. The wolf cubs were more reluctant, rolling on the ground and whining, trying to prevent her from leaving. With no choice, Suchi knelt to comfort them that I won't be gone forever. I might return to the tribe by tomorrow. Just have fun here. The wolf cubs tugged at Suchi's clothing, pulling her backward. You and Uncle Wolf Fong should become mates. Sister, you must agree. We'll always be together. Suchi was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment at their innocent misunderstanding. She couldn't take such childish remarks seriously. It was all in jest. She had no intention of seeking a partner in the beast world. As a university student, she often joked about having 8 male models a day, yet had never acted on it. Suchi had attended university in her home country, where she had undergone a month of military training, during which their instructor was a handsome senior who seemed keen to catch her attention. She had ignored him completely, rejecting any flirty advances, for none could compare to the esteemed Su de Xiao. In her world, she found no man worthy of her regard, let alone the beastmen of a different species. The cubs were on the verge of tears, and Suchi had no choice but to present them with a gift she had crafted from leftover materials, a small bamboo tray. She noticed the wolf cubs eating off the ground and deemed it unsanitary. So she made this for them, just enough for each cub. Suchi patted Wolfley's head, instructing, when you eat, place the meat in the tray, all right? Otherwise, you'll end up with dirt all over. The cubs cheered up, thrilled with the perfect-sized tray, and finally relented, allowing Suchi to leave. With a sigh of relief, she looked up to see Wolf Fong watching them from a distance. Suchi froze, realizing she hadn't prepared anything for him. How careless of her! She had forgotten that every time she entered the territory of the wolf tribe, she would inevitably encounter Wolf Fong. With an awkward smile, she greeted him. You've come? Wolf Fong approached swiftly, as if he had not spoken at all. Are you planning to venture deep into the forest? Suchi nodded. The wolf's hearing was exceptional. He likely overheard her conversation with the wolf cubs moments ago. After a brief silence, Wolf Fong slowly inquired, is there anyone to protect you? Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe will accompany me. Suchi replied. Wolf Fong was taken aback. They had just fought a duel a few days earlier. Indeed, it was quite a fierce battle, Suchi affirmed. Were you by their side at the time? She asked. Suchi nodded vigorously. Yes, I was right there with Tiger Stripe when Lion Blaze suddenly pounced on him to fight. Wolf Fong fell silent once more, sitting down on the ground, lost in thought. Suchi felt a twinge of curiosity about their situation. Did they harbor a grudge against each other? It seemed that every time she saw them together, they were engaged in a brawl. Wolf Fong grew even more reticent, and Suchi fancied she could detect a hint of coldness in his wolfish demeanor. Internally, Wolf Fong scoffed. Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe had previously been part of the same hunting team, cooperating harmoniously in their pursuits. What grudge could there be, other than a rivalry for the same female? But since Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe had not addressed it, Wolf Fong saw no reason to divulge anything to Suchi. He had no desire to play the role of a mediator. Noticing Wolf Fong's silence, Suchi assumed he was indifferent and began to prepare to leave. Wolf Fong watched her, unmoving. Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe were both suitable companions for Suchi. Yet he alone could not accompany her, as the Wolf King and leader of his pack. He had to remain with his kind, unable to protect Suchi as he wished, with her backpack slung over her shoulders. Suchi returned to the cave to organize her belongings. She was uncertain how many days the journey would entail, but Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe would undoubtedly have ample food. They were strong and could hunt quickly. Lacking hunting skills herself, Suchi had to bring her own provisions. Fortunately, she had taken the initiative to prepare jerky from the leftover meat each day, which would suffice, after packing enough provisions for 5 days. Along with a few changes of clothes and toiletries, Suchi refrained from overloading her backpack, as she still needed space for other items. Once she had finished, she sat obediently on a bamboo chair, awaiting the arrival of Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe. The atmosphere felt akin to that of a spring outing. The rosy hue blossomed on Suchi's fair cheeks, her lips curling into a smile. Her apple cheeks slightly puffed, and her bright eyes fixed on the cave entrance. As Lion Blaze entered, he felt an overwhelming urge to shoo Tiger Stripe away. Such a well-behaved Suchi deserved his undivided attention. Tiger Stripe, lost in his own thoughts, stood at the cave's entrance, quietly observing Suchi excitedly. Suchi sprang up, her backpack in tow, and began pushing Tiger Stripe, trying to usher him out. Let's go quickly. While the day is still young, Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe turned to follow her. Their pace was not swift, primarily because Suchi struggled to keep up, having trained less frequently. Realizing she was lagging behind, Suchi decided to place her backpack on Lion Blaze's back and transformed into her beast form. The speed of a shepherd dog was commendable. At full throttle, she could reach up to 60 kilometers per hour. Though she could not sustain such speed for long due to her size, they did not need to run continuously, as conserving energy was paramount. Fierce beasts, particularly felines, seldom ran unless hunting. They needed to conserve their stamina for the chase. Each time Suchi transformed, she felt an excess of energy, bounding around the two with joyful exuberance, occasionally leaping onto them. However, the Border Collie was astute and often sensed danger quicker than Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe, darting away long before any threat materialized. Eventually, she noticed that when she was near Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe, there were hardly any wild beasts around. Suchi then felt free to frolic, boldly challenging a wild bull from behind Lion Blaze. The wild bull, highly intolerant of provocation, charged at her after she yelped a few times, its horns glinting ominously. With a whimper, Suchi retreated, her tail tightly tucked. In the end, Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe feasted heartily. They had initially intended for Suchi to eat first. Bull meat was dense and a favored quarry among beastmen, yet Suchi refused to eat raw meat, finding the scent repulsive, and scampered away. The alliance between Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe was formidable, with little chance of failure. While playing, Suchi busily searched her surroundings, gathering a substantial amount of herbs, collecting over half of what she saw, leaving some behind for next year's harvest. She carefully carried the newly gathered herbs back to Lion Blaze's pack. Her proficiency with her paws was commendable, so she did not bother to shift back to her human form, as that would have been too cumbersome. While she was diligently digging for herbs, both males turned their backs, in their eyes. This was a posture of invitation, quite alluring. The two exchanged knowing glances, wary of each other, clearly not believing the other possessed the same level of restraint. When Suchi pranced over, proudly clutching her herbs, they finally turned around. Setting the herbs aside, she tilted her head in confusion. "Why are you two so quiet? It seems rather strange." Lion Blaze, charmed by the sight of the tilting little dog, approached and gently ruffled her ears, which twitched slightly before settling back. Unable to resist, Lion Blaze leaned in to lick her, only to be thwarted by Tiger Stripe. "Damn it," he muttered, "why the beast god? I shall not coexist peacefully with Tiger Stripe." Chapter 22. Potatoes. Suchi discovered a wealth of treasures. Autumn was indeed the season of harvest, with her most significant find being potatoes. At first glance, the potatoes appeared quite ordinary, their stems and leaves exposed on the surface, indistinguishable from any common plant. Yet, fortune smiled upon Suchi as she stumbled over a potato that, in her annoyance, She raised her paw and scratched at it fiercely. Upon doing so, she noticed a hint of yellow emerging from the ground. Startled, she leaped up and rushed to the two beasts resting nearby. Lion Blaze, Tiger Stripe, I found something amazing. The two beasts stood up and ambled over to her side, watching as she dug into the earth with fervor. The little dog displayed remarkable talent in excavating, her rear raised high as she exerted her front paws, soon unearthing several potatoes. 6 or 7 potatoes hung heavily beneath the roots, and Suchi's eyes sparkled with delight. Potatoes were easy to cultivate and yielded abundantly. Turning to Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe, she asked, "How do you spend the winter months?" Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe exchanged glances. In the cave, they replied. Winter in this region was referred to as the snow season. Once winter commenced, snow began to accumulate on the ground, becoming thicker and thicker, rendering it impossible for beastmen to hunt. Some beastmen, driven by hunger, ventured out to hunt, but the biting cold of winter drastically reduced food availability. One such beastman, in search of prey, gradually lost strength, collapsing and swiftly losing body heat, never to rise again. During winter, beastmen faced a high risk of death. Even large animals could fall victim. Lacking the habit of food storage, they relied on sporadic luck for survival, venturing out when hunger struck, hoping to catch something. Beastmen residing in communal caves experienced the highest mortality rates. Their painstakingly stored food often fell short, leading some to perish before winter's end. Young cubs with insufficient fur would often freeze to death during the harsh season. This was the brutal law of the jungle. Even powerful beastmen like Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe had suffered during previous winters when their fighting prowess was inadequate. They barely managed to endure due to their robust vitality. Suchi could infer the hardships faced by the beastmen during winter, and after a moment of silence, she felt a pang of compassion. Over time, she had integrated into the tribe. The tribe members treated her with kindness, and the females particularly cared for her, always encircling her during outings to protect her. This tribe was truly wonderful, and Suchi did not wish to see the beastmen emaciated. She lowered her gaze, searching for more potatoes. The more potatoes, the fewer casualties. Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe contemplated the upcoming winter months, falling into a somber silence. Despite their strength, they could not guarantee their own survival through the winter without prey, let alone ensure Suchi's being. Suchi unearthed several more plants in the vicinity. Using her paws to dig them all up, totaling over 30 potatoes, the IT was still insufficient. Far from enough. The tribe was large, with many beastmen. Planting potatoes now would not guarantee an adequate harvest before winter. Ideally, potatoes should be sown in spring or summer. Now, as summer waned, there was a chance of harvest before winter's arrival, but more needed to be found. Suddenly, she turned to Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe. You both should search as well. This plant is called potato, and it yields abundantly, ensuring that the tribe will have enough to eat. Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe locked gazes, clearly understanding the significance of her words. They decided to keep Tiger Stripe by Suchi's side, while Lion Blaze ventured farther afield to search. Suchi remained attentive, unwilling to overlook a single potato plant, for this was a life-saving food source. Indeed, she soon discovered several more plants, promptly digging them up and placing them in her backpack. Behind her came a low, resonant roar. Lion Blaze had returned, his mouth full of potato roots, appearing to carry a dozen or so plants, which he began to place gently on the ground. Suchi's eyes lit up, her tail wagging excitedly as she bounded over to clasp Lion Blaze's front paw. Lion Blaze, you're amazing. Suchi beamed with delight, and the exuberance of the puppy was truly infectious. Lion nudged Suchi affectionately with his head, as if to reward her. Suchi clutched a potato, meticulously biting off the stems and leaves, leaving only the fruit, which she stuffed into her bulging backpack. The pack appeared even larger than Suchi herself, and naturally, she could not carry it. With a sense of entitlement, she enlisted the help of the tabby cat to bear the load. The ancient idiom "tiger's back and bear's waist" was not merely a saying. The tabby's broad back was particularly impressive, especially when he bent down to drink, his muscles rippling in defined segments, evoking in Suchi a fleeting illusion of a muscular man. Without uttering a word, The tabby hoisted the backpack onto his back with Su Chi's assistance. Stepping back a few paces, she stifled a laugh as the tabby, laden with the backpack, appeared quite dignified. After harvesting the potatoes, Su Chi deemed it time to return, eager to till the soil and plant the potatoes. However, their pace slowed on the way back. The prize finds had already been secured, and the backpack was full, leaving Su Chi thoroughly satisfied. Reluctant to walk any further, she transformed into her humanoid form and allowed Shirlai to carry her back. As they ambled along, a gentle breeze caressed her, and she stroked Shirlai's mane while humming a cheerful tune. Indeed, it was a splendid day. Just as Shirlai and the tabby were making their way, Su Chi suddenly leaped down, reverting to her beast form, discarding her garments in the process, and swiftly dashed away. The two beasts were momentarily stunned. With Shirlai grasping Su Chi's clothes in his mouth, they hurried to catch up with her, as Su Chi was already in pursuit of a flock of sheep. Her upper body slightly crouched, her nose wrinkled, and she barked incessantly, herding the sheep into a tight group. The lead sheep approached cautiously, and though Su Chi felt no fear, she adopted an offensive posture, ready to engage. The competition between her and the lead sheep was fierce. If she triumphed, the entire flock would belong to her. A low, guttural warning emanated from her throat, causing the lead sheep to take a step back. Seizing the moment, Su Chi lunged forward, sinking her teeth into the lead sheep's face. The sheep retreated, disappearing into the throng. Unyielding, Su Chi continued to drive the flock, occasionally nipping at the heels of any disobedient strays to return them to the fold. Shirlai and the tabby watched in awe as Su Chi expertly herded the sizable flock of over 20 sheep, managing the chaos with remarkable finesse, ensuring not a single sheep strayed behind. The innate shepherding skills of the beast were evident. They understood route planning and had their own strategies for managing sheep, while subduing the lead sheep. The rest would naturally follow as Su Chi guided the flock back. She remained vigilant, leaping onto the sheep whenever they became stagnant, addressing any issues at the source. Noticing that the sheep grew restless whenever Shirlai and the tabby approached, she issued a warning growl, a deep sound resonating from her throat. Exchanging glances, Shirlai and the tabby instinctively retreated, maintaining a distance that allowed them to protect Su Chi without disturbing the flock. That it was clear to them that Su Chi's innate abilities had awakened. Her focus was solely on herding the sheep. Not a moment's complacency could be afforded. Even in the dead of night, she remained alert, rising at the slightest rustle to ensure her sheep were safe. A flock of prey attracted many predators in the forest, yet they had all been driven away by Shirlai and the tabby. Oblivious to the lurking dangers, Su Chi remained dedicated to her shepherding duties. Chapter 23. The flock Shirlai and the tabby silently trailed behind Su Chi. Drawing nearer would only frighten the sheep away. They persevered until reaching the tribe. Finally relaxing her guard, Su Chi turned her attention away from the flock and ran toward Shirlai and the tabby with a broad grin. Shirlai, tabby, look at the sheep I've herded. The tribe can sustain them through the winter. Shirlai and the tabby were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Su Chi's actions were for the benefit of the tribe. They had assumed her awakening instincts were merely for play. After a pause, the tabby spoke. Is there anything we can assist you with? Su Chi, licking her nose with excitement, replied, There's plenty to do. We need to build a sheep pen, chop down trees, plant the potatoes, and clear land. Bouncing energetically from one task to another, she alternated between conversing with them and herding the sheep. The beastmen began to gather slowly, witnessing Su Chi's personal bounty, which they could only admire from a distance. They were astonished that such a small beast woman could bring back so many live sheep. The shaman approached with a vacant expression. You hunted all these? Seated on the ground, Su Chi stuck her tongue out in affirmation. Yes, indeed. I've become quite the shepherd. It had demanded considerable effort to herd back so many sheep, leaving her utterly exhausted. The shaman nodded, saying nothing. These sheep were Su Chi's personal possession, and none had the right to claim them. As she noticed the flock beginning to scatter again, she stood up and urged them back together. Shaman, we need to chop trees to build a pen. We'll keep them until winter, fattening them up so the beastmen will have food. The shaman was taken aback, remaining silent for a while the surrounding beastmen stood in stunned silence. The tribe fell eerily quiet. Shirley and the tabby remained behind Su-Chi, fully aware of the reason for the beastman's silence. But Su-Chi, slightly puzzled, called out, "Shaman? Shaman! Did you hear me?" With a quiver in his voice, the shaman asked, "Are you saying the tribe's beastmen can eat these sheep?" Su-Chi responded matter-of-factly, "Not all of them. I need the wool for myself. I can't possibly eat all of them, so I thought the beastmen could have some during the winter, of course." She wasn't giving them all away. The wool was incredibly useful for making yarn and clothing. She couldn't manage so many sheep on her own. There were many tasks to attend to. The shaman's eyes glistened with emotion. "Su-Chi," he started but faltered. Su-Chi tilted her head, intrigued, as the flock began to disperse again, prompting her to hurry after them. "That we need to get the beastmen to chop down trees, to make wooden planks to stake into the ground for the pen." The shaman nodded vigorously, turning to instruct the female beastmen nearby to summon the tribe leader and gather the larger beastmen to chop trees. Quickly point one of the female beastmen, the shaman's granddaughter, was a petite and adorable spotted deer with sparkling eyes. Despite her small stature, she was quick on her feet and dashed off in no time. The beastmen did not leave. Instead, they gradually encircled Su-Chi. A pack of predators eyed the flock hungrily, causing the sheep to tremble and huddle together. This, in turn, alleviated some of the pressure on Su-Chi. She kept her gaze fixed on the flock until the beastmen arrived, carrying logs. Immediately, Su-Chi stood up, directing them to properly cut the wood. She guided the sheep to a suitable area, ideally spacious enough for the beastmen to stake the logs into the ground, then bind them with vines. Once the pen was completed, Su-Chi ushered the sheep inside. Feeling liberated, crouching on the ground, she gazed at the flock within the pen, exhaling a sigh of relief, her tone cheerful as she declared, "We'll need to arrange for the beastmen to cut grass for them, fattening them up so they can feast during the winter." The deep, unfamiliar voice laced with mirth interrupted her thoughts. "Is that so?" Turning to look behind her, Su-Chi was met by the imposing figure of an elephant. She craned her neck back, nearly tipping over, trying to take in the full sight, having heard tales of the tribe leader being an elephant. This was her first encounter. Su-Chi beamed up at him. "Leader, you've come." The leader's tranquil gaze swept over the penned sheep, a calm expression settling on his face. "Thank you, little C.H.I. Su-Chi tilted her head. "It's nothing." Suddenly remembering, she stood up. "I also found potatoes. The roots of this plant are edible and yield abundantly. If we plant them in the coming days, we should be able to harvest before winter." Without hesitation, the leader followed Su-Chi as she led him to her backpack, which contained a half bag of potatoes. Pulling one out, she gestured to him. "This plant can be quite delicious with a little preparation, stir-fried, boiled, or fried. It's all delightful." Though the leader was unfamiliar with the plant, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Concerned he might doubt her, Su-Chi dashed to a corner to change clothes and returned, starting a fire to roast one of the potatoes. She broke off a small piece to taste, ensuring it was safe before offering the remainder to the leader. The leader rolled the piece into his mouth with a flick of his trunk. The texture was soft and sticky, and the flavor was aromatic, revealing the plant's unique fragrance upon savoring. That if Su-Chi's claims held true, and the yield was indeed substantial, the mortality rate among the beastmen during winter would surely decrease significantly. In a serious tone, the leader inquired, "How do we cultivate this?" "We must first clear the land, removing weeds, collecting stones, and finally tilling the soil." The leader pondered deeply, then slowly spoke, "Are there many other things we can plant?" Su-Chi nodded without hesitation. "Potatoes will fill our bellies, but to create delicious meals, we need other plants too." She guided the leader to the entrance of Shirley's cave, where she had planted peppers, ginger, and other herbs. The leader observed the plants for a moment before quietly asking, "Can the tribe also cultivate these?" Su-Chi scratched her head. "Of course, but it's difficult to cook without fire. I'm searching for flint." "Then let us mobilize the entire tribe to search it." Su-Chi was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Even though she had come from a privileged background, she had never considered issuing orders to others, believing it disrespectful. However, in this situation, it seemed to be a different matter altogether. Pulling out a piece of flint, she presented it to the leader. The flint was a very hard stone, which, when struck, produced sharp edges similar to shells, usually black or gray. and was commonly found in nature. The leader examined the flint for a moment before letting out a resonant trumpet. The it was a sound beyond description, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. Reminiscent of a train whistle, powerful and clear. The beastmen heard it and set down their tasks, emerging from their caves to gather in the center. The leader raised the flint high with his trunk, proclaiming, "Warriors, behold this stone. It is a tool that will allow us to survive. Look closely and strive to find this stone." Upon concluding, he passed the flint down, ensuring that every orc could clearly see it. One by one, the orcs related, while Su Chi stood upon the high ground, observing the small stone as it traversed through their hands. A truly awe-inspiring sight. The it was no wonder that this tribe thrived so well. The orcs were united and sincere, genuinely laboring for their survival. With many orcs present, they transformed into human forms for convenience. For the first time, Su Chi perceived the purity of nudity. The orcs' bodies, bathed in sunlight, seemed to radiate boundless vitality, vibrant and fervent. The flint was passed slowly, and Su Chi felt as if she were viewing these orcs from the perspective of a deity. Ah, the charming orcs! Eventually, the flint reached Su Chi's hands, which she grasped tightly. The orcs dispersed, returning to their beastly forms, running and roaring as they exited the tribe. A wild beauty indeed. Chapter 24. Flint. The orcs, endowed with great strength, especially those with keen eyesight and robust physiques, combined their might to become even more formidable. Su Chi was in discussion with the chieftain and the shaman regarding the management of the sheepfold and farmland when Lang Yo approached. Carrying a stone, he gazed intently at Su Chi but did not draw nearer. Instead, he gently placed the stone on the ground and retreated a few steps. Su Chi paid him no mind, hastening forward to examine the stone. Its shell-like fracture, hardness, and gray hue indicated that it was indeed flint. She produced a saw blade and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, struck the flint, producing a shower of sparks. Roars erupted from below. Lions, tigers, leopards, and even the chieftain raised his voice in celebration. This was the orcs' way of rejoicing that in the distance. Birds from the forest took flight into the sky, startled by the commotion. Su Chi stood, mesmerized. It was a profoundly stirring scene, one that would surely captivate many if captured in a documentary. The allure of wild beasts is immense. In reality, many are fascinated by big cats, following prides of lions and various other wild animals daily. Su Chi, having adored watching the animal kingdom since childhood, always felt that the creatures possessed a wild beauty, even if their eyes were filled with coldness. They remained utterly enchanting. She smiled as she observed the rejoicing orcs below, pondering if there truly existed a beast deity who would be reluctant to see these earnest orcs perish. The orcs had never used flint before. Su Chi demonstrated for them. First, she prepared dry grass and twigs, laying the grass upon the ground. Speaking as she demonstrated, she gathered the grass into a bundle and then struck the flint together until sparks flew forth. Igniting the dry grass, flint could spark upon striking another piece of flint, albeit not as violently as when it reacts with iron. The dry grass began to smoke, producing a few sparks. Su Chi covered it with more dry grass, breathing gently into it. Black smoke curled upwards, the pungent odor overwhelming, especially for the sensitive orcs, making it even more unbearable. Yet not a single orc uttered a word. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, fixated on Su Chi's hands. Eager to memorize her actions, Su Chi's heart raced, her head slightly dizzy, blood surging, and her cheeks flushed. Success! The flames leapt to life, dancing and licking the surrounding air. She took 2 potatoes, applying pig fat on both sides and roasting them over the fire. As they cooked, the sizzling oil made a delightful sound, and the potatoes transformed into soft, golden morsels, even developing a crispy layer on the surface. Once the potatoes were adequately roasted, Su Chi placed them into a bamboo plate, cutting them into small pieces. She sprinkled chili powder, cumin, and other seasonings, the aroma wafting through the air, distributing the potatoes among the surrounding orcs. Each received only a small piece. The orcs eagerly devoured them, first savoring the crispy skin, which crackled with each bite. The combination of the potatoes' fragrance and the seasonings was exquisite. Even as the heat made them wince, they did not spit it out. Instead, they relished it, though the potatoes were too soft, melting away with the slightest bite, sliding down their throats and warming their bellies. With a sigh of warmth, the orcs exhaled. Alas, it was too little. One bite was gone in an instant. The orcs gazed at the remaining potatoes in Su-Chi's bamboo plate. Only a few pieces were left, and she did not distribute any further. These were reserved for Shirley and Huban, who had assisted her greatly. Such small potatoes could scarcely convey her gratitude. Surveying her surroundings, Su-Chi noticed the two at the outer edge. Her eyes brightened as she waved at them. Shirley, Huban, come and have some potatoes. The two paused, exchanging glances before slowly approaching Su-Chi, their hearts fluttering with excitement at being treated specially. The plate still held a few potatoes, intentionally saved for them. Without hesitation, Shirley and Huban devoured the potatoes, savoring every bite, taking their time to swallow. Lanya and the other tribesmen observed from a distance, grinning after a while. Su-Chi stood by, continuing her discussion with the chieftain that I believe it is better to have the smaller orcs take care of the sheep. The physical demands of shepherding and farming are not too great, and they can manage it well. Su-Chi had long observed that although the smaller orcs had their own caves, their contributions were limited. Due to their size, they could not hunt and relied on the hunting team for sustenance. The hunting team bore a significant burden, composed entirely of ferocious beasts, representing the apex of the food chain. However, with the tribe's large population, many small orcs existed. Although the hunting team was proficient in capturing prey, the food supply was insufficient, even for the team members themselves, necessitating another hunt afterward. It would be more practical for the smaller orcs to oversee the sheep and farmland, allowing them a larger share of food, effectively providing for them through work. The chieftain pondered for a moment, finding the proposal reasonable, and promptly called for volunteers. Small orcs, you may sign up for shepherding and farming. When winter arrives, you shall receive extra provisions. Sign up enthusiastically. The chieftain's voice boomed, echoing throughout every corner of the tribe. Soon, orcs began to step forward to volunteer. Among them were some rabbits, sheep, and small deer. Su-Chi noticed the shaman's granddaughter, anxiously gazing at her. The small deer had bright, soulful eyes, truly a forest spirit. Su-Chi felt a twinge of desire, but maintained her composure. Focusing on the task at hand, to her astonishment, a panda stealthily squatted behind the smaller orcs, clearly wanting to volunteer as well. Su-Chi approached, observing the panda for a moment before slowly speaking. Are you a small animal? Sitting on the ground, the panda scratched its head. I just want a less demanding job. Su-Chi stifled an eye roll. Indeed, it was a panda, quite lazy, preferring to remain idle. It would be a disservice to have in the hunting team. She shooed the panda away. With such a large physique and formidable combat prowess, it was far better suited for the hunting team. In the end, the rabbit, small deer, and roe deer were designated for shepherding. Su-Chi assigned the sheep orcs to tend to the farmland, which was acceptable, as she merely wished to avoid witnessing the absurd sight of sheep being herded. 2 other orcs were also tasked with farming. Once the potatoes were planted, they merely needed regular watering. The orcs primarily guarded against theft or trampling by animals, occasionally catching pests. Su-Chi felt satisfied. Although the smaller orcs were indeed diminutive, they were still larger than her. Even the rabbits were like steel rabbits. Su-Chi was astonished to discover that the rabbits had sharp teeth and remarkable biting power. A bite would undoubtedly be painful. The musculature of these rabbits was even more pronounced than hers. She still lacked defined abs. If the rabbits were a bit larger, they could probably join the hunting team. Su-Chi widened her eyes, realizing that all orcs in this world, regardless of size, possessed muscles. With a serious expression, she resolved that one day, she too would develop defined abs. She touched her soft belly, contemplating how she had gained weight since arriving in this world. Chapter 25. Fish Soup. Life in the beast world gradually fell into a rhythm, and the potatoes had successfully sprouted, ready for planting. Su-Chi personally supervised, watching the orcs dig holes to bury the potato chunks. The task was complete. Now, all that remained was to water them. Bouncing with joy, Su-Chi returned, excited at the prospect of having potatoes to eat soon. With a bit of luck, perhaps she might even discover sweet potatoes. However, Su-Chi's greatest desire was to locate wheat and rice. for these two staples could be transformed into essential foods. The thought of steaming buns and fluffy white rice made Suchi's mouth water. These once insipid staples now tantalized her senses. She informed the chieftain that, aside from sheep, cattle, and pigs could also be raised. Recently, the tribe had been busy constructing enclosures for cows and pigs. And regardless of their size, the orcs were all seeking out these animals, hoping to rear as many as possible to ensure a more comfortable winter, devoid of death, as Suchi understood the necessity of this. Yet the forest, too, required the presence of cattle and pigs. Otherwise, the delicate balance of the food chain might be disrupted, prompting the orcs to cease their endeavors. The tribe had come to regard Suchi as their most precious asset, believing her to be a divine gift from the beast god, sent to alleviate their suffering. Thus, after driving back a dozen or so cattle and pigs, the tribe halted their efforts, intent on preserving that elusive balance of life. After imparting her knowledge to the orcs, Suchi returned to the cave under the protective watch of Huban, who seemed to regard her as fragile, following her closely as if to shield her from harm. Suchi longed to assure him that, as a university student, she was indeed delicate yet resilient, possessing a vigorous spirit that allowed her to thrive. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, accepting the companionship, being weary. She welcomed the added comfort of a mount. Curiously, the large predators like Shirlai and Huban, typically averse to having others atop them, now seemed to invite her presence. Shirlai, who had once intimidated her with his lioness roar upon their first meeting, now appeared quite eager for her to ride him. Orcs were indeed peculiar creatures. Seated upon Huban's back, Suchi playfully stroked his ears. Huban, once the potatoes sprout, shall I prepare some fries for you? The tribe had ventured into the forest several times, gathering every potato they could find, and now several plots of land yielded enough potatoes to sustain the entire tribe. With a smile, Suchi mused about making mashed potatoes. Wolf-tooth potatoes and potato wedges. Huban listened quietly, his gaze softening. Since he could remember, he had lived in a communal cave, where the orcs treated him kindly, but they never engaged in such casual conversation with him. The atmosphere in the communal cave was often oppressive. They could go an entire day without speaking, yet the orcs were good-hearted, with disabled warriors teaching him the art of hunting, instructing him on when to pounce on prey, and how to wait for the opportune moment. That warrior had once been a valiant hunter, only to be forced to withdraw from the hunting party after being gored in the leg by a horned beast. The wound was too severe, leaving him with a limp. Yet whenever he reminisced about his time in the hunting party, his dark eyes would shimmer with light, and Huban still recalled his words about the exhilarating sensation of chasing prey, akin to flying. Thus, Huban also joined the hunting party. The hunting party bore numerous responsibilities, their survival intertwined with that of the tribe. Yet the orcs often complained, willingly sacrificing themselves for the tribe's sake. For dying in battle was considered their honor. After imparting his teachings, that warrior chose to fast, becoming a gaunt figure in the corner of the cave, awaiting death, unwilling to live as a mere shell sustained by the tribe's provisions. Suchi playfully dangled her feet above him. Humming a tune he had never heard, Huban pondered that if Suchi had arrived sooner, perhaps that warrior would not have perished. There were indeed many ways to contribute to the tribe. Huban, do you enjoy fish? Suchi suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Surely all big cats relish fish, right? Well, truthfully, I'm craving fish soup. Although Suchi did not particularly fancy fish meat, she adored fish soup and felt a strong desire for it. Why not catch some fish now, so she could enjoy the soup later? Huban paused for a moment before turning his paws toward the riverbank. They seldom consumed fish, finding it too pungent, with only bears relishing it enough to catch regularly, leaving the river teeming with plump fish, seemingly too heavy to swim. Suchi preferred not to wade into the water, as she believed girls shouldn't be exposed to cold water. So she directed Huban to dive in. Get that one. It looks massive, a bit to the left. Suchi focused intently on Huban's claws. Yes, that's the one. Huban struck with precision. Retrieving the fish, which had been stunned and lay motionless on the shore, he spat in disdain. Stinky, Suchi placed the fish into a bamboo basket, awaiting Huban's assent. You're amazing. Huban, with just one swipe. The fish was out cold. Huban felt a sense of pride. Though he maintained a stoic expression, he lay down, waiting for Suchi to climb aboard before rising slowly. Is that so? Will today's fish soup include my share? Suchi waved her small hand out, of course. As they approached Shirlai's cave, Huban set Suchi down, wary that Shirlai might not welcome him, but he needed to negotiate with Shirlai. Standing at the cave entrance, Shirlai bared his teeth at Hubi and Suchi. Witnessing this, playfully slapped Shirlai. What's this? Are you not allowing guests? If you continue like this, I might just cook at Huban's place. Reluctantly, Shirlai retracted his fangs and stepped aside, allowing Huban to enter. Suchi stroked her chin thoughtfully. She had significantly contributed to the tribe and believed she deserved her own cave. Living continuously with Shirlai was not ideal. After all, there were distinctions between males and females. Suchi resolved to broach this matter with Shirlai when the time was right. She ignited a fire, preheating a stone pot, as she would soon require boiling water. Suchi filled a kettle with water and set it to boil. The fish indeed had a strong odor, and Suchi was reluctant to handle it herself, opting to delegate the task to Huban. She had noticed that Huban seemed to comply with her every request, and she couldn't help but feel a bit spoiled, wanting to take advantage of his willingness to assist her. Huban adeptly cleaned the fish, removing its entrails and scales with meticulous care. Unable to resist, Suchi reached out to gently pat Huban's head. What a good kitty, so beautiful and obedient. It's no wonder so many wish to be your caretakers. She added a spoonful of lard to the stone pot, then tossed the fish into sear until golden brown on both sides. Pouring out excess oil before adding chopped ginger, garlic, and scallions to mitigate the fishy scent, followed by the previously boiled hot water. Adding more firewood, Suchi knew this fish soup required a vigorous boil. About 10 minutes later, the broth turned a creamy white, appearing quite appetizing. Taking a spoonful, Suchi found the soup fragrant and devoid of any fishiness. Even before adding any seasonings, she fished out the ginger, garlic, and scallions, then incorporated the freshly cleaned greens along with shiitake mushrooms and black fungus, sprinkling in salt and pepper. Considering the ravenous appetites of the two orcs, Suchi tossed in a handful of jerky. Initially tough, the jerky softened slightly after simmering, soaking up the fish broth, while the red meat paired beautifully with the creamy soup, enhancing its appeal. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the orcs into a restless state. However, they felt too shy to approach for food, merely inhaling the fragrance while munching on raw meat. The usual savory meat now seemed utterly bland. Suchi retrieved 2 stone bowls, which she had asked Shirlai to craft. Having foreseen the dilemma of sharing a bowl, primarily, she wished to avoid the hassle of cleaning the pot every time they dined. These bowls were rather oversized, nearly the size of her face, but perfectly suited for the 2 colossal beasts. As she filled them, they could hardly be called bowls. They resembled basins instead. The 2 immediately began to slurp eagerly. All felines consumed their meals by licking, while Suchi cradled her bowl, savoring the creamy fish soup and its delightful flavors. She noted that although Huban was drinking the soup, his eyes were fixed on her, sparkling with golden light. His licking motions made Suchi blush. Goodness, even a tiger can appear elegant. Shirlai, less contemplative, simply relished the delicious fish soup, savoring its salty goodness, occasionally encountering a mushroom that added a delightful chewiness to the broth. Even the greens he usually despised absorbed the flavors of the soup, transforming into something delectable. His favorite, however, was the jerky. Having simmered for a few minutes, it became slightly tender on the outside while still retaining a chewy texture within, and its spiciness made it utterly delicious. After finishing their soup, the trio sprawled on the ground, thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Huban, licking his nose, contemplated how to negotiate cohabitation with Suchi while dealing with Shirlai. Chapter 26. Affection. That very day, Suchi approached Shirlai, expressing her desire to move out. As she tended to some herbs, brushing off the dirt, she slowly began, I feel like I'm quite the inconvenience to you. Nonsense. How could Suchi, the esteemed young lady, be a bother? She merely wished to spare Shirlai any embarrassment, subtly framing it as his issue. Moreover, there are distinctions between male and female. You are male, and I am female. This arrangement may not be suitable. Shirlai felt his heart skip a beat. A dull ache settling in. He remained silent, rising slowly and walking toward Su Chi, each movement instinctual. His mind was a blank slate, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Su Chi found herself enveloped in shadow. Her hands froze mid-action as she looked up, startled to see Shirley standing there. Very close to her, his towering presence obscured his expression. An instinctive sense of danger washed over her. She smiled on the surface while instinctively stepping back. "What's wrong? Is it not enough space I'm giving you?" Su Chi's observations had accumulated within Shirley's cave, significantly reducing his personal space. Shirley, typically languid and seemingly indifferent, had never before imposed such pressure on her. This was a sensation she had never encountered. Her body felt weak, and her heart raced. Something was amiss with Shirley. Gradually, Su Chi rose to her feet, abandoning the herbs, striving to regain her composure. She smiled at Shirley, saying, "I just remembered something I left in the communal cave. I'll go retrieve." Su Chi aimed for the spot beside Shirley, intending to rush past him. In that fleeting moment of brushing against him, she found her collar grasped firmly, despite her efforts to run forward. Her strength was no match for Shirley's, rendering her attempts futile and only resulting in a painful constriction around her neck. Defeated, Su Chi sank onto the ground, allowing Shirley's claws to press down on her legs, preventing any chance of escape. "What are you doing?" Su Chi asked helplessly, her voice low after a brief pause. "It's a bit frightening." Shirley, cautious not to exert too much pressure, recognized the fragility of the female beneath his grasp, more delicate than the Zhuangchuan flower of their tribe. The Zhuangchuan flower blooms solely in spring, carpeting the land. During the Beast God Festival, those who present it to their beloved are accepted and may become partners. Shirley longed to gift Su Chi the Zhuangchuan flower at the festival, to hand it to her in front of countless beastmen. Yet now, Su Chi expressed a desire to part ways. Despite having shared so many days together and developing a mutual fondness for one another, he even brought her unfamiliar plants daily. She was now telling him she intended to leave. Shirley sought a reason. He did not want Su Chi to depart. Thus, the proud lion lowered his head, adopting a tone of humble pleading. "Could you not leave? I bear no disdain for you. I merely wish for you to stay with me." After a moment's pause, he recalled that today, Huban had visited. He had not wished to let Huban enter. Could it be that Su Chi was upset? After a brief silence, he asked, "Do you want Huban to come over? Or do you wish for him to stay with us?" Su Chi was taken aback. "What does that have to do with you?" Shirley pondered deeply, realizing that the only variable today had been Huban. He bared his teeth in irritation. This damn male. Suppressing the rage within, he attempted to speak gently. "If you want him here, let him make a cave nearby. You can see him whenever you wish." Internally cursing, Shirley felt he had sacrificed too much. His territorial instincts had driven him to avoid close quarters with others. And now he found he had neighbors. "No, I wish to live independently. I will ask the chief for a cave that I'll go with you." Su Chi retorted, annoyed, slapping Shirley. "I want to live alone. What is your intention in insisting on living together with a female?" Shirley remained silent. Su Chi hesitated, then ventured. "Do you like me?" Shirley nudged Su Chi's hand, the answer evident. Su Chi clicked her tongue, scratching her head. "Stop liking me. I do not wish to be in a relationship." Even in hunger, she would not entertain the idea of romance with the head lion. For even if he could transform into a human, he remained fundamentally different from her. Moreover, their civilizations diverged. Any union would necessitate considerable adjustment, and differing values could lead to numerous obstacles, leaving their future uncertain. Su Chi felt content without romance. She had her own pursuits, and love was merely a seasoning for life, not a necessity. She did not lack affection from others. So whether or not to engage in a relationship was inconsequential. Shirley had anticipated her response, having noticed Su Chi's previous reactions were entirely normal, devoid of any ambiguity. Unwilling to relent, he boldly declared, "Huban likes you too." Su Chi fell silent, marveling at her ability to captivate two colossal beasts with her charisma, earning a touch of admiration for herself. It was no wonder Huban was so obedient. He was a cunning strategist, attempting to ensnare her gradually, yet Shirley had overturned his plans. Shirley remained undeterred. As long as he could be near Su Chi, he believed that eventually she would come to love him. You are defenseless alone. It is perilous. Your food may be taken, and spring poses even greater dangers. Not all beastmen are benevolent. The world harbors malicious individuals. You have simply been fortunate to encounter only kind souls. Worthy of your trust that in spring, beastmen became especially agitated. Mature beastmen entered their mating season, their tempers flaring. Failed courtship could lead to aggressive advances. There was a chance of being fatally retaliated against by a female. For their combat prowess was not inferior to that of males, and they were fully capable of dispatching unwelcome advances. Such retaliatory actions were not punished within their tribe, as the male was deemed at fault, while the female acted in self-defense. But Su Chi was different. Her combat ability was truly lacking. She possessed an astute mind and ample knowledge, yet in the face of absolute strength, retaliation was a daunting task. Su Chi contemplated Sure Lai's words. They held merit. Although she had ample food, should a beastman harbor ill intentions, she would find herself in a perilous situation. Furrowing her brow, she began weighing the pros and cons. Living with Sure Lai might not be so bad. His cave was spacious and quiet, albeit somewhat remote. She still trusted him. Even when they were not well acquainted, he had protected her, rescuing her from fire's edge. Sure Lai did not disturb Su Chi, allowing her the space to make her own decision. During the few minutes of her contemplation, Sure Lai's heart raced, reminiscent of the excitement and anxiety he felt during his first hunt. After a few moments, Su Chi finally spoke. Then I shall trouble you. Sure Lai exhaled in relief. It is no trouble. Su Chi returned to her previous task, continuing to process herbs. Today, she had uncovered a startling secret, and she needed time to digest it. Chapter 27. Shearing sheep. Ever since discovering Hu Ban's feelings, Su Chi regarded him with a peculiar gaze, reluctant to mount his back. That Hu Ban, of course, noticed the change. Why had Su Chi suddenly become so distant? He held back his irritation until the afternoon, when he escorted Su Chi back to the cave, unable to contain himself any longer. Shall we go catch some fish? Su Chi remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. Hu Ban licked his nose, his golden eyes fixed on her. What is wrong? Your mood seems off today. Su Chi decided to be straightforward. I heard Sure Lai say, you like me to. Hu Ban halted, his nose licking, cursing Sure Lai under his breath for revealing his feelings. The gradual plan of warming her up had now been disrupted. Su Chi was no longer willing to sit on his back. Baring his teeth, Hu Ban muttered, perhaps I should have a word with Sure L. Su Chi slapped him lightly. What is going on? You want to fight? The expressions of wild beasts were easily readable, typically expressionless. Once they bared their teeth, it signaled a desire for confrontation. Hu Ban quickly composed himself. Nothing, let's head back. Su Chi huffed, intending to walk back alone. Hu Ban nudged her with his head, lifting her onto his back. Once he felt her secure, he took off running. Hold on tight. Su Chi gasped, gripping Hu Ban's ears. Are you insane? Why must he insist on carrying her? It was hardly a matter of honor. Yet, it was rather comfortable. She nestled against his back, giving a little nuzzle. Was this akin to a pair of felines falling for a little dog? Su Chi couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Hu Ban to inquire. What is so funny? She tugged at his fur. None of your concern. I'm just amused. Hu Ban snorted with laughter. In the next moment, Su Chi felt an even rougher ride as the tiger deliberately jostled her. As if to tease, had the veil of gentleness been lifted? Su Chi plucked a tuft of fur from Hu Ban, realizing that autumn was upon them. His coat was gradually thickening. Beneath the surface orange fur lay a dense layer of fine white fluff. Perfect for warmth. Remembering she only possessed summer attire, Su Chi suddenly recognized the urgency of making clothes. It was early autumn, and she needed to finish her garments while the weather was still mild. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to live in her beast form, which at least provided a layer of thick fur. Grasping Hu Ban's ear, she leaned close to his ear. Later, accompany me to shear sheep. I must make clothes, or else you shall watch me freeze to death. Hu Ban abruptly halted, his cold voice resonating beneath him. Why the beast god? Do not utter such ominous words. Touch the ground and silently recite that what you just said does not count. Su Chi laughed until she could barely breathe. She did not believe in the beast god. She believed in marks. Such matters struck her as humorous. particularly given Hu Ban's solemn tone. Hu Ban raised his voice slightly. Hurry, with a sigh. Su Chi dismounted, complying with his request. Hu Ban, finally satisfied, strolled leisurely to her side. Come on, I'll carry you back. Su Chi rolled her eyes. Oh, please, weren't you just trying to scare me? Hu Ban leaned closer, attempting to lift her onto his back again, but Su Chi saw through his antics. She quickly retreated. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Hu Ban could only lick his nose. Trailing behind her, Su Chi walked slowly, taking quite some time to reach the cave. She instructed Hu Ban to wait outside while she dashed back to fetch her knife and bamboo basket. Shirlai blocked the entrance, his voice low and tinged with an air of grievance. Do not go out with him. Can't I keep you company? Su Chi pushed him aside. What are you thinking? We're merely going to shear sheep. If you wish to come, then come along. Lion Lai has indeed caught up, both colossal beasts baring their teeth, with war imminent. Su Chi stood directly between them, thinking, let them fight. She would be swept into it regardless. Lion Lai and Hubba could only lick their noses, feeling quite unfortunate. Su Chi, unaccompanied, walked over as it was not far and she would arrive shortly. The young beastmen had taken excellent care of the sheep, which were plump and fluffy. After greeting them, Su Chi directed Lion Lai and Hubba to stand behind her and began capturing the sheep. The lion and tiger stood by, while the sheep trembled, too frightened to move. And Su Chi quickly caught one that without razors or scissors, she could only use a dagger to scrape away bit by bit, which was a slow process, mindful not to harm the sheep. Suddenly, Su Chi had an idea and turned to Lion Lai and Hubba, asking, can you shear sheep? With your claws. She recalled that the beastman's claws could even scratch through stone, so surely shearing wool would be effortless. Lion Lai and Hubba exchanged glances, eager to impress Su Chi, each seizing a sheep and deftly shearing the wool. Their speed was indeed much faster, and soon a complete fleece was laid before them. Seeing this, Su Chi abandoned her own attempts and rushed over to chat with the beastmen. She was quite curious about the muscle rabbits, and to her surprise, this one was female, with muscles clearly defined. Feeling a twinge of envy, she engaged in conversation with the rabbit beastman and the deer beastman. How do you all stay so fit? You look so healthy. The rabbit beastman replied softly, I go hunting every day. Rabbits run fast, and to catch them I must run even faster. Su Chi was taken aback. You eat rabbit meat? The rabbit responded nonchalantly. Of course, rabbit meat is the tastiest. I can eat 5 and still feel satisfied. With a substantial appetite, she found the portion of meat insufficient and had to hunt again. But only small animals like field mice or hedgehogs. But rabbit meat is the best. The rabbit beastman grinned, revealing sharp teeth that glinted coldly. Su Chi swallowed hard and turned to the deer, saying, I have to run every day to help my grandfather gather herbs. The shaman also knew some medicinal plants, but not many. Su Chi nodded, resolute. She would run every day from now on. The group enjoyed a lively conversation, as girls often do, and the deer antler quietly remarked, those two beastmen seem to like you. Su Chi nodded. It was too obvious. They were even competing to see who could shear faster. Such childish antics. After all, only in such circumstances would males be so fervently enthusiastic. The deer's tone grew slightly excited. I've noticed it for a while. Their gazes towards you are incredibly intense. Su Chi was startled. She hadn't perceived it, as animals always lacked expression, their eyes appearing cold. As long as you're around, they keep staring at you. Turning her head, Su Chi indeed met 2 pairs of golden eyes. Both beasts had golden irises, albeit with subtle differences. Lion Li's was a darker shade of gold, while Hubba's had a lighter, almost gilded hue, with pupils that seemed not entirely black. The 2 colossal creatures immediately immersed themselves in the task of shearing wool, with just a few sheep left to shear before Su Chi would accompany them home. Chapter 28. Processing the wool. Once they had piled the wool into a mound, Su Chi did not look back, completely disregarding them. Helpless, the 2 licked their noses and lay behind her, guarding her. The deer antler nudged his chin towards Su Chi, who turned to see a sight, waiting to return to the cave. Su Chi playfully scolded, You 2 are quite ambitious. After bidding farewell to the other deer, she followed Lion Lai and Hubba back. The wool was too abundant to fit into a single bamboo basket, necessitating multiple trips to maximize efficiency. Suchi had a ride on their backs, which was faster. The two childish beasts began to argue over who would carry her, insisting that Suchi ride them. She gave each a light smack, deciding to ride Lion Lai there and Hubba on the way back. Suchi had never encountered such persistent suitors. The boys who pursued her previously came from well-off families, and when she expressed disinterest, they quickly gave up. Some were tenacious, but merely offered flowers, which Suchi would never accept. Yet these two colossal beasts were utterly relentless, perhaps influenced by the local customs. The more powerful the beastmen, the more likely they were to be accepted by females. With abilities nearly equal, they could only strive to please her in hopes of being accepted in the beast world. Beastmen were quite determined. If they did not succeed, they would continue to pursue until they eventually did. Not only did males chase females, but females also had the right to court, relying on the perseverance of the beastmen. Suchi felt somewhat unaccustomed to this, but it was likely the custom of the beast world, and she said nothing to deter their advances. How could she refuse their pursuit? The abundance of wool was staggering. It took several trips to transport it all, enough to make numerous garments. Suchi resolved to make herself a complete outfit, and each of the two males a pair of undergarments, revealing their chests daily as if afraid others might not notice. She found it particularly displeasing when they transformed into human forms without attire. The wool had impurities, so Suchi had to painstakingly pick them out piece by piece. The wool was quite dirty, and after a long while, she had only managed to clean a small amount by nightfall. Lion Lai approached, nudging Suchi gently, urging her to rest, as it was late and not good for her eyes. Complying, Suchi set the wool aside, washed up, rubbed her eyes, and nestled into her sleeping bag. "Good night," she whispered, quickly drifting off. Lion Lai paused, watching her small head peeking from the sleeping bag, his voice warm and deep. "Good night, my dear." After thoroughly cleaning the impurities, Suchi washed the wool multiple times, even boiling it several times to ensure it was pristine. Lacking a brushing board, she could only use a comb to groom it bit by bit. This was quite labor-intensive, and Suchi had not ventured out to gather herbs in the mornings lately. She only made one trip to the communal cave in the afternoons, spending the rest of her time on the hammock combing the wool. Hubba, missing Suchi dearly, ran to Lion Lai's cave, choosing to stay outside, simply accompanying her. Watching her was enough. After several days of grooming, Suchi finally finished with the wool, exhaling deeply. With winter still a ways off, she decided to take a day to play. It had been a long time since she had seen the wolf cubs, and with some jerky in hand, she set off to play with them. The wolf cubs hesitated for a moment upon catching her scent, but soon bounded towards her in excitement. They had grown a bit, almost toppling her over. Suchi quickly pulled out the jerky. Tossing pieces to each of them. As she watched the wolf cubs munching happily, Suchi felt warmth in her heart, petting each one in turn, ensuring everyone received attention, rubbing their bellies. Her supply of jerky was accumulating, far more than she could consume, as she had brought plenty to share with the wolf cubs and their parents. Observing the wolf cubs scamper off, she glanced around, feeling something odd. Wolf Fong was absent this time. He had always appeared. Suchi nodded, burying her face in Xiongqi's embrace. Here, the orcs would not mourn for their departed companions for too long. Their eyes were filled with visions of a fresh start. If it weren't for Xiong still being young, it was likely that Xiongqi would soon find a new mate. After all, Xiongqi was handsome, possessed formidable combat prowess, and most importantly, exuded a calm demeanor that inspired absolute trust. Suchi believed that women should not be bound by notions of chastity or vows of fidelity to deceased partners. Such constraints merely served to shackle women. The females here were quite strong. In fact, they seemed to lead a better life than women in her own world. Her world was plagued by feudal ideologies that could turn women into mere mummies. Life here was quite agreeable. The females possessed strength rivaling that of the males and harbored powerful inner fortitude. Suchi found herself increasingly drawn to this place. By the time Suchi returned, the sky had darkened slightly. With a bamboo basket slung over her back, she approached the cave entrance and was surprised to find Hu Ban still waiting there. Puzzled, she wondered why Hu Ban had not gone home. Hu Ban stood up and nuzzled against Suchi, circling her a few times, seemingly content. "I'm back," she said. Su Chi was taken aback. Had this creature waited so long just to see her? She chuckled softly, amused by his eagerness. Chapter 29. Woolen shorts. Su Chi said about spinning yarn, a task requiring specialized tools. Without a spinning wheel, at the very least, she needed a small spindle. She had Shirley make one for her. Utilizing free labor, spinning yarn required dexterity, as it was easy to break. After snapping several strands, she finally managed to create a complete length. Rolling it into a ball, unable to suppress her laughter, it was hardly enough to knit even a pair of shorts for two. With a chuckle, Su Chi called Shirley over, who was leisurely circling around her. Ignoring him, she grabbed a large bundle of wool, intending to knit herself 2 sets of clothing. Otherwise, the upcoming winter would be quite unbearable. She hooked the spindle's hook, tugged it back a bit, twisted, released, and continued the process. The yarn gradually lengthened, and she coiled it into a ball beside her. 1 pair of shorts was complete. Su Chi patiently spent several days in the cave, finishing the yarn. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, she gazed at the pristine white wool, contemplating whether to knit the shorts first. She decided against making men's underwear, as it felt inappropriate. Instead, she aimed for 5-point shorts, a common loose style for men that looked quite fashionable. Though she had never knitted a sweater before, the instructions in her book guided her thoroughly, and she followed them to the letter. Initially clumsy, she gradually became proficient, her speed increasing. The shorts were relatively easy to knit, and before long, the finished product was ready to Su Chi shook it out, examining it closely. It had been crafted to the right dimensions, so she had no doubts. Not looking back, she called out to Shirley, and mere moments later, she felt warmth behind her. Transform into human form and try it on, she instructed. Shirley complied, extending his hand to receive the shorts. Su Chi briefly explained how to wear them without turning around, waiting for Shirley to change. The rustling sounds behind her gradually ceased. "Are you ready?" Su Chi inquired. "Ready," came his response. Turning around, she found him clad in the shorts, which managed to cover him decently. He now resembled an ordinary model, albeit one with a notably tall and imposing stature. Su Chi admired him openly for a moment. His physique was indeed model-like, surpassing many real models, who often had to sacrifice their health for better-fitting clothes. Shirley, in contrast, was muscular, exuding an aura that made him seem formidable at first glance, yet his proportions were quite appealing. From the perspective of a typical woman, Su Chi found him rather alluring. With his golden hair and eyes, he appeared anything but warm, his gaze seemingly aloof, yet now he peered down at her with lowered eyes. Had she not known his nature, she might have thought he truly looked down on her. Su Chi scanned Shirley's form, and after a moment, smiled. "It suits you well that I it comfortable?" Shirley remained still, his rugged features unchanged, very comfortable. Unlike bee skins that merely wrap around, this is fully encompassing and quite loose, allowing for easy movement. Emotion stirred in Shirley's golden eyes, and his chest heaved slightly as he struggled to contain the tumult within. Yet, his gaze remained deep, fixed on Su Chi. She nodded, sending him away. There was still time to prepare a pair for Huban. Otherwise, that large cat would surely sulk. With a smirk, Su Chi resumed her knitting. Having not ventured out for quite some time, she seized the opportunity before winter set in to explore the depths of the dense forest once more, knowing that anything discovered would be a boon for the tribe. Huban waited for Su Chi at the communal cave, absorbing the knowledge she imparted, and with each lesson, he grew increasingly aware of Su Chi's allure. Falling in love with her was an inescapable fate. She was meant to be cherished. After teaching the orcs, Su Chi returned with her bamboo basket, followed silently by Huban. Just another ordinary day, until Su Chi handed him an item. "This is for you. Observe how Shirley wears it and learn for yourself." Huban was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Shirley standing beside Su Chi in his human form, an uncommon sight indeed. He looked quite fitting. Shirley smacked his lips, transforming into his human shape, and donned the shorts. Deliberately strolling over to Su Chi indeed, Shirley appeared far more compatible with Su Chi in human form. Huban thought, feeling a sense of closeness as he donned attire similar to hers. Previously, Huban had felt a disconnection, as if Su Chi existed in a world apart, always smiling and behaving differently from them. Both Shirley and Hu Ban silently yearned to bridge that gap with Su Chi. Not in a physical sense, but on a deeper, emotional level. Surrounded by the two, Su Chi felt a bit overwhelmed and let out an exasperated sigh. The two attuned her mood, instinctively retreated a few paces. Su Chi affectionately ruffled their hair. Go play. The two, in their rare human forms, ventured around the tribe, prompting curious orcs to inquire about their attire. They playfully brushed their hands over the fabric, casually remarking. Su Chi knitted these. It took quite a while. The orcs nodded, gazing enviously. They must be quite comfortable, Shirley scoffed. Isn't that obvious? His tone was haughty, yet a hint of pride seeped through Hu Ban, usually reticent, surprisingly chimed in. They're incredibly soft, far more comfortable than beast skins. The two strode away, heads held high, basking in the admiration of the orcs. Today was exhilarating, even more so than successfully hunting an antelope after they left. The orcs exchanged a few words before dispersing, and Langya approached slowly. With an acute sense of smell, wolves are among the most sensitive creatures in the world. Consequently, Langya could easily detect Su Chi's scent throughout the tribe, varying in intensity. However, today, Su Chi's scent lingered on Shirley and Hu Ban. Langya remained silent, standing still for a moment before turning to leave, his tail drooping behind him, his mood evidently sour, as Su Chi was already focused on knitting her own garments. Aiming for something denser and thicker for added warmth. It took Shirley and Hu Ban a considerable time to return, and Su Chi allowed them to frolic beside her, undisturbed. It was only when they persistently blocked her view that she finally looked up, playfully swatting each of them. Behave. Continuing her knitting, she spoke. Let us venture into the depths of the dense forest a few more times to see if we can find anything else. The two paused, exchanging glances. All right, when? Shirley inquired slowly. The day after tomorrow. I'll head out once I finish preparing. Shirley and Hu Ban bowed their heads in contemplation, knowing they too needed to make preparations. They needed to eat well the next day and ensure ample rest to guarantee they could protect Su Chi effectively. The trio fell silent. Su Chi remained engrossed in her knitting. She cared for her appearance, even in this beastly world, and was contemplating ways to craft a flower to sew onto her garments. In her mind, she envisioned delicate little blooms, not too large, perhaps a few tiny ones, which would add a lovely touch. Chapter 30. The tiger skin bed. Before departing, Su Chi visited Xiong Chi, briefly explaining her plans before taking her leave. She also needed to inform the wolf cubs so they wouldn't wait for her in vain. These little pups were incredibly clingy, wishing for her to remain in their territory forever. Su Chi fed them jerky, showering each with affection. This had become a daily ritual. She delighted in watching the cubs whine and playfully nuzzle her despite their considerable size, capable of knocking her over with a full-force bump. As she stroked the soft bellies of the wolf cubs, she marveled at the beauty of the beastly world, filled with fluffiness and warmth, where one could pet without fear of being bitten. After spending a good time with them, they finally allowed her to leave. Dusting herself off and shouldering the bamboo basket, she turned it apart when she suddenly spotted the giant wolf standing not far away. Taken aback, Su Chi hesitated but ultimately chose to greet him. Nodding in acknowledgement towards Langya, she turned to leave, only to find him leaping in front of her. Her ears perked up instinctively, a reflex she could not control. Fluffy and slightly trembling, they tilted back. After a moment of silence, Su Chi, seeing Langya had yet to speak, smiled and asked, Langya, is there something you need? Wolf Fong hesitated for a moment, his claws scraping against the ground, leaving deep, indelible marks on the surface. Su Chi discreetly glanced over, swallowing hard. The adult wolf's appearance was quite menacing. Its pupils were slightly smaller than those of ordinary animals, rendering it even more fearsome, especially given Wolf Fong's considerable size. Just as Su Chi contemplated whether to retreat a few steps to avoid being cornered, Wolf Fong finally spoke. You are to head into the forest. He stated matter factly. Su Chi nodded earnestly, acknowledging that they would set off the next day. Will Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe accompany you? Su Chi nodded again. Can they ensure your safety? Su Chi sensed a hint of prejudice in Wolf Fong's tone regarding Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe, and slightly furrowed her brow. They are quite capable. They accompanied me last time, and we encountered no danger. Wolf Fong, perceptive to the slightest hint of hostility from Su Chi, flicked his tail anxiously and dug a small hole in the earth with his claws. After a moment of silence, he clarified, "That is not my intention. I merely meant to ask if you would have me accompany as if justifying himself." He continued, "The presence of an additional companion provides greater assurance." Su Chi pondered this. Wolf Fong was also a warrior of the tribe, his strength comparable to that of Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe. Having him along would undoubtedly enhance their safety. Yet, she hesitated, saying, "Your kin need you more." Wolf Fong flattened his ears against his head, insisting, "It is only for a few days. They are capable of hunting for themselves." With her concerns alleviated, Su Chi nodded resolutely. "Very well. Come to Lion Fierce's cave tomorrow morning." She turned to leave, unaware that Wolf Fong's tail was wagging vigorously behind her. Wolf Fong licked his nose, conceding, "Just this once, I shall indulge." The cave of Lion Fierce was eerily quiet. The two colossal beasts unusually at peace, resting at a distance from one another to conserve their strength. Any matter connected to Su Chi could not be treated with the slightest negligence. They must ensure their combat readiness remained at its peak. Upon hearing Su Chi's arrival, both giants perked up, their ears twitching before they lifted their heads in unison. Awake, they seemed to convey, as Su Chi settled onto her sleeping bag. Feeling somewhat guilty for neglecting to consult them first, clearing her throat, she spoke softly. "Tomorrow, Wolf Fong will also be coming along." Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe exchanged a glance of surprise, remaining silent. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Su Chi scratched her head. "Having an extra person means more security. I happened to encounter Wolf Fong while visiting the wolf cubs today. He expressed his desire to join, and I agreed." Noticing their continued silence, she hesitated. "Do you harbor a grudge against him?" Lion Fierce licked his nose, a hint of wariness creeping in as he became sensitive to the presence of a potential rival. "When did you meet?" Su Chi pondered for a moment. "About a month ago. Wolf Fong even crafted my pot, though we have not met often." Lion Fierce huffed, seemingly displeased with the timing of Wolf Fong's intentions that a coward. He muttered. Tiger Stripe stretched lazily, declaring, "Then let us all go together. Nothing is more important than Su Chi's safety." Su Chi rubbed her nose, feeling inexplicably guilty. A gesture of goodwill, she offered each of them a generous piece of dried meat. Hoping to soothe their spirits, the following day, Wolf Fong arrived early, remaining outside without making a sound, patiently waiting. This place was imbued with Su Chi's scent. After a while, Su Chi bounded out, a bamboo basket on her back and a backpack slung over Lion Fierce. Looking rather mismatched, the backpack was empty, containing only the shorts belonging to Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe. The shorts were crafted by Su Chi as practice, yet the two giants cherished them dearly, taking them wherever they went, wrapped in beast skin and tied around their waists, ready to don them in human form. Having learned to value their modesty from Su Chi, the two were now cautious about exposing their bodies to females. As they observed the bear Wolf Fong, they chuckled. "You're the only one without shorts." Lion Fierce circled around Wolf Fong, fully aware of the wolf's acute sense of smell, which was even more sensitive than his having sent a polite rejection card. It seemed sufficient, and fortunately, the orc was rather simple-minded, not pondering too deeply. Chuban indulged in a brief massage from Su Chi, yet his heart ached for her. Before long, he rose, stretched lazily, moved about for a while, then lay beside Su Chi, attentively guarding her. Lang Yu observed from the side, his gaze complex, pondering unknown thoughts. He vaguely felt that he should not have come. His obsession had not diminished, but rather intensified. As a day passed, he watched helplessly as Su Chi laughed and frolicked with the other two orcs, managing to exchange only a few words with her. That a dull pain throbbed in his heart as he lay nearby, silently observing he should not have come. Initially, he could suppress his feelings, but now, looking at Su Chi, he yearned to leap forward and gently nip at her face, a playful gesture of affection typical among the wolf tribe. Shirlai and Huban occasionally transformed into their human forms, donning shorts that Su Chi had woven. Lang Yu refrained from changing, having observed Su Chi for so long. He understood that transforming required covering the body, and he had neither animal hide nor shorts. Thus, he could only watch the three in human form playfully engage with one another. Indeed, the human forms were more compatible, with Suchi Langya's claws had once again dug a pit. TSK. It should have been directed at Shirlai. Langya fixated on Shirlai, who was having his mane tugged by Suchi. After Suchi finished her ablutions, she set out to explore. Flanked by several colossal beasts, their ears occasionally twitching to catch surrounding sounds. Their formidable strength ensured that no animal would dare approach them recklessly, allowing only Suchi's light footsteps to be heard. Her steps were graceful and rhythmic, sometimes accompanied by the crunch of brittle twigs underfoot, which inexplicably reassured the three beasts. Suchi's gaze remained fixed on the ground, while she found little in the way of food. She collected an abundance of herbs, perfectly suited to replenish the medicinal supplies for the orcs residing in the communal cave. Recently, life in the cave had noticeably improved, with injured orcs frequently visiting for treatment, offering rewards in return. They had also gained knowledge of various medicinal herbs, leading to enhanced health for both the cubs and the orcs. As Suchi took a few steps forward, she was captivated by an inconspicuous plant on the ground. Its upright stem and palmate leaves reminiscent of ginseng. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she crouched down, carefully beginning to excavate. Ginseng must not be damaged. Any slight injury would lead to a loss of its medicinal properties. Her family was wealthy, extraordinarily so, and such potent herbs were certainly part of their stock, of which Suchi had some understanding. As the sun climbed higher, beads of glistening sweat began to form on her forehead. The task of unearthing ginseng was one that no one else could undertake. She feared that the orcs, with their clumsy hands, might sever the root. After an entire hour of diligent digging, the ginseng was finally unearthed in its entirety, its plump root appearing exceedingly charming in Suchi's eyes. Such a sizable specimen must certainly be of considerable age. Suchi beamed, carefully placing the ginseng into the side pocket of her backpack. Then turning to explain its uses to the three orcs who patiently awaited her. The orcs listened intently, and it wasn't long before they comprehended. Ginseng, an extraordinary tonic, a divine herb. In truth, it wasn't as miraculous as folklore suggested. The cinematic and literary world had mythologized ginseng, leading Suchi to believe that possessing it would cure all ailments. She hummed a cheerful tune, skipping joyfully between the three colossal beasts, clearly in high spirits. Ginseng could be processed into slices, which were quite useful. In ancient times, women would suck on a slice during childbirth to bolster their strength. While Suchi did not require such fortification, the three orcs beside her often sustained injuries and might occasionally benefit from ginseng slices. Suchi sought the ginseng not for herself, but out of a curious desire to experience a narrative akin to that of a novel as heroine. Her excitement grew, her eyes darting about, contemplating whether she might also discover a lingji mushroom, another mythical herb from stories. Despite not having purchased any at home, her curiosity was piqued, after searching for quite some time without success. And as noon approached, Suchi set down her bamboo basket and began to nibble on some dried meat, sharing a few pieces with her three guardians, although it was insufficient to satiate her hunger. It served to fill the gaps. The orcs relished the texture of the dried meat, akin to a chewy treat. Observing their enjoyment filled Suchi with delight. Their appreciation for her culinary skills was a testament to the fruits of her labor in preparing the dried meat. After resting for a brief period, they resumed their journey. They could not afford to halt until they reached the center. Suchi, having not transformed into her beast form, moved at a slower pace. It was not that she refrained from changing. Rather, she was acutely aware of the nature of her beast form. Overflowing with energy and brimming with mischievous thoughts, she feared that she would lose focus on foraging for food. Moreover, her small beast form would find itself awkwardly sandwiched between the three towering beasts. Eventually, feeling fatigued, Suchi decided to sit atop Huban's back, relinquishing the burden of the bamboo basket to Langya. Langya was quite pleased, feeling a sense of trust from Suchi. Previously, she had been rather formal with him, allowing him to participate in nothing, which left him feeling somewhat aggrieved, despite his strength not being inferior. At least in comparison to Shirlai and the others, Suchi had consistently refrained from assigning him tasks. With a grin, Langya clutched the bamboo basket, feeling no shame. even if his combat prowess were compromised. He was elated to be in such close proximity to Su Chi on the third day. They ventured deep into the heart of the forest, a perilous area where Su Chi could occasionally hear rustling sounds nearby, likely indicating lurking beasts observing their presence. Had they been weaker, the beasts would have undoubtedly pounced without hesitation to devour them. Fortunately, their formidable strength deterred most, with the three colossal beasts standing guard, leaving few animals foolish enough to approach. As Su Chi noticed a shadow flit by her side, unable to discern what it was, the nearby beast showed little reaction, suggesting it was not a threat. She scratched her head, pondering what had just passed. Shirley yawned and casually remarked, "Wild chicken." Wild chickens were not particularly sought after as prey. At least, the three colossal beasts had no fondness for them. Small in size, lacking in meat, and possibly infested with feathers, they offered little culinary delight. Frankly, when this group of beasts was well fed, they wouldn't even spare a glance at prey passing before them. There was no need. They sought merely to obtain sustenance, not to indulge in mindless slaughter. But if they were to kill all their prey at once, they would soon find themselves devoid of food. This was a stark contrast to contemporary humans, who had their fair share of individuals who mistreat animals. Su Chi's eyes brightened suddenly. Eggs were indeed a precious find. She sprang to her feet, circling the area where the wild chicken had appeared, and eventually stumbled upon a nest. Wild chicken eggs were about half the size of ordinary chicken eggs, yet there were plenty, at least a dozen. Su Chi's mouth watered at the sight. It had been ages since she had enjoyed eggs. As a child, her parents had insisted she consume one daily for nourishment, which had led to an aversion. She grew weary of them and required coaxing to eat. Now, she recognized eggs as a treasure. While bland on their own, they could be transformed into myriad dishes. The beast world lacked diverse ingredients, and Su Chi often found herself racking her brains to prepare meals. She longed for rice, for steamed buns, especially those made by the diligent Andy, which were delightfully chewy and substantial. Periodically, she would plead with the Andy to prepare them for her, savoring them alongside her dishes. As Su Chi swallowed hard. Regrettably, she had not brought a stone pot. Otherwise, she would have prepared every conceivable egg dish today. Carefully, she extracted the eggs, placing them into the compartment of her backpack. Not feeling hungry at the moment, she decided to wait until she was truly famished. Only then would the eggs taste their best. Cheerfully, Su Chi hoisted her backpack back on Shirley's back, furrowing her brow and earnestly instructing, "Shirley, you must protect those eggs well. I plan to eat them tonight." Shirley, licking his nose, understood without needing her to repeat it, given Su Chi's evident care for the eggs. He knew that today, even his life was secondary to their safety. As Su Chi wandered about, she spotted a beehive in the trees, swallowing hard. Confronting bees was a perilous endeavor, no matter how strong one was. One could not emerge unscathed, at the very least, covered in welts. As Su Chi felt a twinge of dread, and despite her cravings, she dared not approach in an effort to stave off any ill intentions. She quickened her pace, only slowing down once the beehive was out of sight. As Su Chi huffed softly. Generally, the honey she consumed was of the finest quality. She looked down on lesser brands. She mused that if she hadn't found herself in the beast world, she wouldn't have cared to even glance at such a substantial beehive. Swallowing again, Su Chi felt slightly stifled and grasped Huban's fur to climb onto him. Huban promptly crouched down, having to lower his stature for Su Chi to mount comfortably. She buried her face in his neck, rubbing against him for a moment before resuming her observation of the surrounding flora. Fortunately, they had made significant discoveries. Langya had found sweet potatoes. This wasn't entirely accurate. He had known of this plant's existence, but had never paid it much mind until now. Suddenly recalling potatoes, which bore a similar unremarkable appearance and analogous roots, he wondered if they were edible. Hesitantly, Langya unearthed the sweet potato and presented it to Su Chi. He then gazed at her, his beloved female. As her eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing her lips, even revealing a hint of her rosy tongue. Everything unfolded before Langya like a slow-motion scene, as he fixated on the blush blossoming on Su Chi's face. Akin to spring flowers, that a melodious voice rang in his ears. "Langya, you found it. Sweet potato." Suchi promptly leaped off the striped beast and dove into the embrace of Wolf Fong, wrapping her arms around his neck. Although Wolf Fong was quite tall, he instinctively bent down, allowing Suchi to hold him more comfortably. What a delightful sensation, both fragrant and soft. Unfortunately, Suchi soon released him and turned to inspect the sweet potatoes. Wolf Fong, licking his nose, shamelessly nudged his head closer to Suchi, pretending to observe the sweet potatoes while secretly inhaling her scent with his remarkable sense of smell. How could she be so fragrant? Lion Fierce ambled over, pushing Wolf Fong aside to occupy the space next to Suchi, without the slightest pretense, his golden eyes fixed intently on her. Suchi confirmed that these were indeed sweet potatoes. Placing them in her backpack, then lowered her head to search the surrounding area for more. A few beastmen were also nearby searching, but unfortunately, this area was sparse, yielding barely half a backpack's worth. However, it mattered little. The four of them wouldn't find much, so it was better to return early and let the tribe's beastmen assist. The strength of the crowd is formidable, especially when it consists of a group with keen eyesight and enhanced olfactory senses. Without hesitation, Suchi made her way back, not wasting a moment. The planting season for sweet potatoes is September and October, and it might be a tad late to plant now, but sweet potatoes are hardy. Who knows, they might just survive. A few massive beasts journeyed day and night, carrying Suchi back, completing the return in half the usual time, pausing only to hunt a few times along the way. Upon returning to the tribe, Suchi sought out the chieftain, pointing at the sweet potatoes for him to see. The chieftain held a strong trust in Suchi and without further ado, rallied the beastmen to search. Suchi and Lion Fierce remained still, too exhausted. Merely being carried back had left Suchi weary, let alone the other three males. Once back in the cave, Suchi immediately leapt onto the hammock, swaying gently as she drifted off to sleep. She paid no mind to the others, only wishing for a restful slumber. When she awoke, she was startled to find the other three massive beasts encircling her as they slept. In her memory, it was a miracle they hadn't fought. How could they coexist peacefully? Scratching her head, Suchi pondered whether their days of fighting side by side over the past 4 or 5 days had fostered a profound camaraderie. She sighed. Indeed, the beast world is quite simple. Chapter 33. Roasted sweet potatoes. The beastmen quickly gathered the sweet potatoes, and there were quite a few, enough to sustain them through the harsh winter without needing to plant. Suchi insisted that the beastmen clear some land for planting, and once prepared, they sowed the seeds. There was still plenty left, and Suchi had the chieftain distribute several to each individual, demonstrating how to roast them. Roasting sweet potatoes is a simple task. When Suchi was young, her parents had taken her to the countryside, and although she didn't remember much, she recalled a certain aunt roasting sweet potatoes that were incredibly sweet. They were ordinary sweet potatoes with white flesh, a strong fibrous texture, and both starchy and sweet. Suchi fell in love with the taste from the very first bite, although not as soft and sweet as honey sweet potatoes. They possessed their own unique charm. The ant pulled the sweet potatoes from the fire, their skins charred and hard, staining little Suchi's fingers. Little Suchi, who was quite particular about cleanliness, said nothing and allowed the ant to break the sweet potatoes open and place them in her hands. After just one bite, she was hooked. Seeing her enjoyment, the ant chuckled and shoved a few more sweet potatoes into the embers, taking advantage of the residual heat to roast a few more. Later, Suchi tried roasted sweet potatoes from street vendors or slightly upscale shops, but none could compare to that taste. The sweet potatoes unearthed by the beastmen included both white-fleshed and red-fleshed varieties, and everyone received a FEW. Suchi happened to pick white-fleshed ones and roasted them over the fire until they were tender, using a stick to retrieve them. Steaming hot, she hesitated to touch them, watching intently until they cooled enough for her to handle. They were still a bit hot. Suchi endured the heat, quickly breaking them open to reveal the steaming white core. She blew on it a few times before hastily taking a bite. The taste transported her back to her childhood, but it was somewhat dry, requiring careful chewing to swallow, but it was extraordinarily fragrant. Suchi savored it in small bites, exhaling breathy puffs of air. She selected a few more to cool down, saving them for the other three beastmen. The three of them sat dumbfounded, refusing to eat until the potatoes were properly prepared. Suu-Chi tossed the charred sweet potatoes in front of them. Lion Fierce and the striped beast transformed into their human forms, donned the shorts they carried, and mimicked Suu-Chi's manner of eating. Only Wolf Fong remained seated, clumsily pawing at the sweet potato. The skin was charred, and he needed to remove it before he could eat. His claws weren't dexterous enough, Suu-Chi sighed, breaking the sweet potato apart and personally feeding it to Wolf Fong. I'll make you a pair of shorts too at some point. It would be inconvenient if you can't transform. Wolf Fong blinked, staring at Suu-Chi, then suddenly licked her hand. Suu-Chi laughed, playfully slapping him, leaving a smudged handprint on his fur. That tickles. Your tongue is dirty. Don't lick me. Suu-Chi chuckled uncontrollably. Wolf Fong's tongue was soft and devoid of barbs, indeed ticklish, reminiscent of a puppy's licks. Wolf Fong obediently ate the sweet potato, while the other two beastmen watched intently. Lion Fierce and the striped beast devoured the sweet potatoes voraciously, cursing, if we had known we could be fed by Suu-Chi in beast form, we would have transformed into our human forms to eat sweet potatoes without hesitation. Roasted sweet potatoes were undeniably delicious, and every household among the beastmen had lit fires, roasting meat while burying sweet potatoes beneath the flames. Once cooked, they retrieved the sweet potatoes without fear of burns, peeling off the skins and devouring them. The beastmen's eyes sparkled with delight as they feasted heartily, but sadly, the supply of sweet potatoes was limited, and they were not particularly large, quickly vanishing. The beastmen lay in their caves, gazing outside, beginning to anticipate the sweet potato harvest. This winter, with mutton, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? After finishing her sweet potato, Suu-Chi began knitting a sweater, planning to make Wolf Fong a pair of shorts as well. The sizes of Lion Fierce, the striped beast, and Wolf Fong were quite similar. In her world, wolves were far inferior in size to tigers and lions, often relying on numbers to prevail. In fact, most male lions were also smaller than male tigers, yet the beast world operated under its own biological hierarchy, with each animal thriving in its own manner. At the very least, Suu-Chi had never encountered a rabbit with sharp teeth. The thought of rabbits preying on one another was too shocking. It lingered in her mind long after, evoking a feeling akin to witnessing a cannibalistic tribe. With plenty of wool yarn at her disposal, making a pair of shorts required little material, and by evening, Suu-Chi had completed them. Suu-Chi always believed that gifts should be given promptly. She couldn't keep secrets, and whenever she bought gifts for friends, she would give them out the same day, eager to see their surprised reactions upon receiving them. Thus, before nightfall, Suu-Chi stealthily made her way to the wolf tribe's territory, bringing along a bag of jerky, which the wolf cubs adored. To her surprise, Wolf Fong was already waiting outside the cave, the cubs sitting obediently behind him under his imposing presence, all lined up cutely. Suu-Chi couldn't help but chuckle, running over to hand the shorts to Wolf Fong, teasing, "Now you two have a pair of shorts. You don't envy Lion Fierce and the striped beast anymore, do you?" Wolf Fong clutched the shorts, looking rather awkward, gazing at Suu-Chi without uttering a word. His keen sense of smell had detected Suu-Chi's scent long before, prompting him to wait here. The cubs also emerged from the cave, clearly having caught wind of Suu-Chi's presence, gradually approaching, bouncing about in anticipation of playing with her. With just a glance, Wolf Fong silenced the cubs. The leader was usually kind to them, but there was still a hierarchy. They inherently understood to heed the leader's commands. Thus, what Suu-Chi had just witnessed transpired. The cubs sat upright and proud on the ground. Suu-Chi affectionately petted each one, causing them to leap and frolic around her. As Suu-Chi stuffed a handful of jerky into one wolf's mouth, grinning as she watched them munch away. Wolf Fong quietly placed the shorts on the ground, looking at Suu-Chi with a hint of anticipation. Suu-Chi then offered him a handful as well. The sight of a group of wolves sprawled on the ground chewing jerky was quite amusing and heartwarming. If only she had a phone, Suu-Chi would undoubtedly snap a picture without hesitation. Alas, she did not. As dusk approached, Suu-Chi waved goodbye to them and headed back. Wolf Fong remained seated, motionless, watching as Suu-Chi disappeared from view. Wolf Fong licked his nose, realizing he was even more dependent on Suu-Chi now. Chapter 34. So Suu-Chi spent a week knitting herself several woolen sweaters and pants, intentionally making them quite thick. So much so that she resembled a large white baboon. There was simply no fashion involved, Wearing the sweater and pants obscured all her bodily curves. Suchi had never looked so unappealing. Gazing into the mirror, she was grateful for her good looks. Now, she was the most attractive white baboon around. Holding the mirror, she approached Lion Fierce, who was resting with his eyes closed, and nudged him awake. What do you think of this outfit? Suchi knew her woolen attire was unattractive, but she didn't want others to voice that opinion, so Lion Fierce's only acceptable response was that it looked good. Lion Fierce opened his eyes and stared for a moment, surprisingly earnest as he replied, "It looks good, very soft." Suchi paused, realizing that the aesthetic standards of the beast world differed from those of her own. Did they prefer abundant fur? She scratched her head. Her own body hair was sparse, and her delicate snow-white skin was quite alluring in her world, but in the beast world, it was not as appealing. "You look good." Lionly's gaze was fixed intently on Suchi, his eyes shimmering with a hint of fervor. Suchi chuckled softly, feeling delighted. Indeed, the young lady looked exquisite in anything she wore, even in a snug and bulky sweater and pants. However, Suchi had no intention of wearing it outside. It would only be donned within the confines of the cave, as she planned to hibernate through the winter. Her supply of soap was dwindling, and she intended to craft some using soap berries and lard. She had come across soap berries on her journey, where several trees stood together, their branches laden with fruit. She gathered many wrinkled, dark purple berries that had fallen to the ground. Soap berries proved to be quite useful. Their outer skin could be used for cleaning, and when rubbed, they produced a lather. The inner seeds could even be strung together to create bracelets. How delightful it was, carefree and worry-free. Seizing the opportunity, Suchi enlisted Berkey to assist her in the endeavor. After all, this was Lionly's cave, and given his strong territorial instincts, Suchi felt it inappropriate to invite Berkey inside. They would work on the task outside the cave. The ingredients for traditional soap were rather simple: lard, soap berries, and wood ash. Wood ash could be used to make lye, a testament to ancient wisdom. By placing the ash in a bag and boiling it in water, one could obtain a weak alkaline solution. Suchi collected the wood ash, and lacking a proper bag, she resorted to using a piece of clothing that Lionly had torn. Annoyed at the memory, she couldn't help but feel angered. Lionly had recklessly ripped her clothing, and without needles or thread, she had been reluctant to discard it, leaving it to accumulate in the cave. The more she thought about it, the more irate she became. Unable to contain herself, she picked up a twig and hurled it at Lionly, hitting her mark. Lionly, unfazed, merely stood up, shook his head, and ambled over to lie beside Suchi, refusing to leave regardless of her attempts to shoo him away. Suchi, however, found it hard to resist his presence and commanded him to fetch a stone pot, as they would soon need to boil the lye and soap berries, and using their cooking pot would not suffice. Lionly obliged and departed to procure the pot. Meanwhile, Suchi and Berkey set to work extracting the seeds from the soap berries, placing them in a pile while discarding the skins. Just as they finished, Lionly returned, carrying the stone pot in his mouth. Suchi finally bestowed him with a warm smile, warning him that should he dare to tear her clothing again, he would be ignored. Lionly cast a glance at the remnants of her torn clothing nearby. Licking his nose, the fabric bore the scent of Hubin, mingling with Suchi's essence. It was a prize he had claimed. He settled beside Suchi, narrowing his eyes, resolved that should such a situation arise again, he would indeed tear more clothing. For Suchi's sharp tongue belied her tender heart. She was exceedingly kind to them, and there was no way she could truly ignore him. Suchi kindled a fire, placed the stone pot over it, and commenced boiling the lye. Ignoring Lionly, who lay behind her, she threw herself into Berkey's embrace, seeking comfort in a snug position, even wrapping her arms around his paw. It felt delightful, akin to being enveloped by a large, dark bear. Berkey was solid and bore the scent of sunlight, providing Suchi with immense comfort, nearly lulling her to sleep. Fortunately, she recalled the task at hand. Once the lye was ready, she would pour it into a bamboo tube to cool before retrieving more water to boil the soap berries. She boiled them until a frothy layer formed, then extinguished the fire. After allowing it to cool, she would mix the ingredients in precise proportions. Suchi's book contained the instructions, but lacking a measuring cup, she could only estimate. After mixing, vigorous stirring was required for an extended period, which she confidently delegated to Lionly, while she and Berkey retreated to chat. They conversed freely about various topics, and Suchi eventually declared her resolve never to have children. After all, she was still a child herself. Had she not traversed worlds, she would still be in university. Moreover, childbirth was excruciating and fraught with risks. Having been raised in pampered comfort, she saw no reason to endure such pain. In summary, Suchi vowed never to bear children. Berkey remained silent, for in the beast world, reproduction was seen as instinctual. Yet he understood that Suchi was different. She was remarkable, unique, and her thoughts should not be constrained. Berkey merely nodded, acknowledging that childbirth was indeed painful and that Suchi's decision was for the best. Suchi, upon realizing the pain involved, couldn't fathom enduring it. Lionel's ears perked up. He held no particular desire for children, but if Suchi chose not to have them, he would care for her for a lifetime. He would hunt plentifully in advance, providing her with dried meat, ensuring that even when he grew old and weak, she would have sustenance. Once Lionel had stirred the soap mixture into a creamy consistency. Suchi called for him to stop. It was sufficient. A full pot brimming with potential for numerous bars of soap. Suchi's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile radiant, revealing her pearly white teeth, making her even more enchanting. She poured the soap mixture into the bamboo tube, allowing it to set for a few days. Task accomplished. Suchi clapped her hands, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Truly, she was a remarkable young lady, capable of achieving anything. She placed the bamboo tube in a shaded area and invited Berkey to accompany her for some leisure time. Life in the beast world was rather pleasant. Free from pressures, no assignments from professors, and no need to pen essays. This was the most delightful aspect. After all, even a young lady was not exempt from completing assignments and earning volunteer hours. Suchi, carrying her small bamboo basket, hopped onto Berkey's back. It felt somewhat peculiar. The beastmen here seemed to enjoy carrying her. Suchi had always perceived this as a somewhat derogatory gesture, considering they were formidable creatures and it made little sense for a non-aggressive little dog to be carried. Yet, it appeared that once the beastmen accepted her, they thought little of it, knowing that Suchi was delicate, and most were willing to bear her, allowing her to feel at ease. Suchi was adept at accepting others' kindness and felt no guilt in doing so. She believed it was her due. Chapter 35. Honey from a distance, Suchi spotted a persimmon tree, its branches laden with vibrant orange-yellow fruit, sagging heavily under their weight. Suchi swallowed hard, already pondering how to retrieve them. The persimmon tree was not particularly tall. She wondered if she might be able to knock some down using a branch. While she was lost in thought, Berkey had already begun to climb the tree. Black bears are skilled climbers, and Berkey excelled at it, enabling them to gather more nuts. In no time, he descended with several persimmons, being mindful not to pick those that had been pecked by birds. Carefully selecting a few of the finest specimens, the orange persimmons were already soft, and Suchi cradled them in her hands, beaming with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her pristine, even teeth glinted in the light, and her smile conveyed a certain youthful innocence. Berkey watched her with admiration, contemplating her beauty as Suchi playfully remarked, "Persimmons are delightful, Berkey." Berkey paused for a moment, then echoed her sentiment. "May all things be as you wish." Suchi placed some persimmons into her bamboo basket for future enjoyment and settled comfortably on Berkey's back, nibbling on the fruit in small bites. By the time they descended, the persimmons had vanished, leaving Suchi with orange-red fruit pulp smeared around her mouth, even adorning the tip of her nose, which only added to her charm. Berkey noted that Suchi had cleaned her mouth but left the orange-red smudge on her nose untouched. Refraining from mentioning it was rather endearing, reminiscent of a playful deer. Suchi then scurried off to gather herbs, bouncing lightly through the forest, embodying a sense of buoyancy. Berkey, hearing a buzzing sound, perked up his ears and followed the noise. After a few steps, concerned for Suchi's safety from potential bee stings, he sought a place for her to hide. When bees became agitated, they could sting anyone, and Berkey found a suitable spot, a small burrow, covered with leaves, where bees would not notice her. Suchi merely had to enjoy the sweet honey while Berkey ensured her safety. Confident that Suchi would remain hidden, he followed the sound of the bees. They would gather near their hive. Upon locating it, Berkey ascended the tree with ease, using her paws to shield her face while carefully descending with the honeycomb in her mouth. Her thick fur protected her from the bees' stings, as long as she safeguarded her face. Even if stung, it was of little consequence. The pain would only last a few days. Berkey swatted away the bees buzzing around her, focused on bringing honey back to Suchi, knowing she would surely love this sweet treat. When she returned to the burrow, she placed the honeycomb down and brushed aside the leaves. Suchi sat obediently, hugging her knees, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Berkey with admiration. Berkey licked the honey off her lips, her heart softened at the sight. Suchi deserved the finest things in life. Berkey pulled Suchi out, watching her dance excitedly around the honeycomb, eager yet hesitant to touch it. Her face glowed like a peach blossom, the rosy hue of her cheeks enhancing her cuteness. Berkey realized that since meeting Suchi, he had developed a profound appreciation for her beauty. Delicate females could be charming too. Berkey, you're amazing. Just the other day, I spotted a beehive and was craving honey. Were you hurt? Did they sting you? Suchi leaned closer, scrutinizing Berkey's face out of course. She had been stung a few times, painful and hot. An unavoidable consequence. However, Berkey chose not to disclose this. All that mattered was Suchi's happiness. In a gentle tone, she replied, I wasn't stung. You should taste the honey first. It's the sweetest thing in the world. Suchi dipped her finger into the honeycomb and tasted it, savoring its sweetness. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as she placed the honeycomb into the bamboo basket. Today, her bounty of persimmons had already brought her joy. But the unexpected addition of honey was a delightful surprise. Perched upon Xiongqi's back, who ambled leisurely, she relished the honey while admiring the lush green scenery surrounding her. In this beastly world, she would never have to worry about myopia. Upon their return to the cave, 3 beastmen stood in a triangular formation at the entrance. Recently, Langya and Huban had been visiting frequently. While Huban was understandable, as he had been pursuing her, seeking opportunities to draw closer to her each day, Langya's intentions were less clear. A vague premonition stirred within Suchi, though she dared not confirm it. The eldest miss certainly possessed an allure that captivated everyone, yet she was not so vain as to believe all males would be enamored by her. However, Langya's infatuation was rather glaring. The giant wolf, initially engaged in a standoff with the other 2 males, became mesmerized upon seeing her, his gaze fixated as though she were the very embodiment of Venus. Suchi found the scene amusing. The 3 males resembled a perfect triangle. She crossed her arms, curious to see what their next move would be. Before long, Huban approached with a sheepish grin, helping her remove the bamboo basket. Only then did Suchi accompany Xiongqi. Shirlai maintained his usual languid demeanor, his golden eyes fixed upon her. Yuchi hid briefly in the small cave, resembling a little kitten, with a hint of orange-red persimmon juice glistening on her nose. Shirlai circled around her, his gaze deep and intent, even attempting to nuzzle against her, only to be halted by Suchi's admonition, "No, you must understand the strength you possess," with a sulky expression. Shirlai retreated as Suchi turned her attention to Langya in the distance. He appeared somewhat forlorn, hesitating to approach. With a sigh, she beckoned him over, resembling a playful puppy. The oppressive feeling she once felt in his presence had dissipated. He was merely a giant dog. After all, as Langya ambled over slowly, Suchi offered him a persimmon, plucked by Xiongqi, and quite sweet. Langya regarded her with a slow, deliberate manner before gently taking the fruit into his mouth. Inadvertently brushing against her hand, the Suchi ignored him. Distributing the persimmons one by one, the honey, however, was off limits. It was a reward for Xiongqi's diligent efforts, and only he had the right to share it. To her surprise, Xiongqi had reserved all the honey for her, not taking a single piece for himself, nor leaving any for Xiongda. This was reasonable. Xiongda was growing up and learning to hunt, no longer requiring Xiongqi to provide all the spoils. Perhaps in a few years, Xiongqi would encourage Xiongda to venture out on his own. Furrowing her brow, Suchi exclaimed, "Xiongqi, you cannot keep all of this for me." Xiongqi, seated on the ground, pushed the honeycomb closer to her, asserting, "You like it." His tone was resolute. With a resigned sigh, Suchi accepted, adding, "I will share some soap with you. Do not refuse, for I also intend to knit you a woolen dress." Xiongqi nodded helplessly, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Embracing the honey, Su Qi felt a sweetness bloom in her heart. She had not anticipated finding such a wonderful friend in this beastly realm, far surpassing her previous companions. Had they not grown up together, Su Qi mused, she might never have formed such a close bond with Xiongqi. She had always believed their relationship was solid, only to discover it was merely superficial. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thoughts. She was now in the beast world, and dwelling on the past served no purpose. Finding a bamboo tube, she stored the honey for later use, as honey water was beneficial for the body. Upon entering the cave, Shirlai followed her, his tail swaying, while the two colossal beasts outside could not enter. Venturing into another beast's territory was tantamount to provocation, and a confrontation could erupt at any moment, something neither of them desired, as it might incite her anger. Chapter 36. The spaghetti strap dress. Su Qi began to knit a dress for Xiongqi, whose physique was both splendid and robust. Thus, she resolved to craft a spaghetti strap dress that would cling snugly, perfectly complementing Xiongqi's form. Loose garments would only serve to make her appear bulky. Su Qi also wished to fashion a matching dress for herself. She had never had a friend with whom to wear matching outfits in her previous life. Yet here in the beast world, she found one. She even took Xiongqi's measurements and spent 2 entire days weaving on a hammock, surrounded by 3 giant beasts basking lazily in the autumn sun, content to lounge about. With her head bowed, she counted down the final stitches, third to last, second to last, and finally, the last. Finished. Su Qi leaped off the hammock, eager to show Xiongqi her creation. She clutched the dress, selecting her mount for the day. Having just returned from a hunt, Shirlai was unavailable, and Huban had already been used the day before. Thus, it was decided. Langya would be her steed. Tugging at Langya's ear, her voice soft and playful, she asked, "Langya, will you take me to see Xiongqi?" Langya's ears perked up, and once Su Qi climbed on his back and settled in, he rose without hesitation. As the leader of the wolf clan, he considered himself the most mature among them. He flaunted his maturity before Shirlai and Huban, thinking, today, I am the one escorting Su Qi, aren't they envious? Wagging his tail, Langya enjoyed Su Qi's presence upon his back. Had she not been so delicate, he would have loved to gnaw lovingly at her, as was the wolf clan's affectionate way, intense and fierce. The more ferociously, the deeper the love. Yet, he had not yet successfully pursued her, relegated to merely watching her from afar while hastily organizing his clan to secure more time with her. His kin depended on him. As the Wolf King, it was his duty to devise strategies and allocate roles, ensuring each wolf was appropriately placed within their hunting team. Thus, his moments with Su Qi were fleeting, often amounting to less than an afternoon. Langya bared his teeth in frustration, noting that the other 2 males were able to spend an entire day with her, particularly Shirlai. Regretting that he had not been the first to encounter Su Qi, he lamented that he could have introduced her to the wolf clan, where her beast form resembled theirs, allowing her to integrate swiftly. He would have pursued her openly, without reservation. Langya soon delivered Su Qi to Xiongqi's dwelling, remaining outside the cave to ensure her safe return. Unbeknownst to Su Qi, Langya's thoughts were elsewhere. She was eager to show Xiongqi the dress. Inside the cave, Xiongqi sat, appearing rather silly. Yet this female bear was remarkably composed. Su Qi mused that Xiongqi ought to be called Xiongda. Her childhood favorite character from cartoon about bears had been Xiongda, known for his cleverness and strong sense of responsibility. Su Qi requested Xiongqi to transform into her human form, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of embarrassment as she gazed upon her figure. Almost feeling lightheaded, once Xiongqi donned the dress, Su Qi could not contain her delight, spinning around her in awe. "Xiongqi, you look absolutely stunning. My heavens, you must accompany me for a stroll today." Su Qi grasped Xiongqi's hand, linking arms in the quintessential feminine fashion for a shopping excursion. Xiongqi followed, feeling somewhat uneasy. She typically wore only animal hides, and this spaghetti strap dress felt rather constricting. Limiting her stride, together, they made their way to the riverbank, where reflections danced upon the water. Though the image was not entirely clear, Xiongqi was nonetheless pleased. She twirled twice, the hem of her dress fluttering like blooming spring flowers. Looking at Su Chi, she spoke earnestly. "It looks wonderful." Su Chi beamed with satisfaction, her smile blossoming like a flower, and Xiong Chi felt a dizzying sense of euphoria. She thought to herself, "I would gather every honeycomb in the forest just to present them to Su Chi, should she desire." With her arm linked through Xiong Chi's, Su Chi led her through the tribe, a natural instinct to showcase their newfound attire, parading before everyone for admiration. Langya trailed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. Initially intending to escort Su Chi home, he found himself obliged to accompany the two friends on their shopping spree. Every male understood that in the pursuit of their beloved females, one must possess ample patience and a nurturing heart, treating them as the most delicate flowers of the forest, even if they were capable of slaying a powerful horned beast. Thus, Langya followed patiently, accompanying them through every nook and cranny of the tribe, watching as they joyfully displayed their beauty to the onlookers. The spaghetti-strap dress truly accentuated Xiong Chi's healthy physique, and Su Chi noticed several single male beastmen gazing in awe. With a playful pat on Xiong Chi's shoulder, she exclaimed, "You are so captivating, little bear." Xiong Chi nodded in agreement. Of course, Su Chi was utterly smitten with her. She adored this confidence that seemed to proclaim to the world, "Indeed, you are unworthy of my presence." The two were practically beside themselves with excitement, to the point where even Xiong Chi's ears perked up. When Su Chi reached out to touch them, Xiong Chi obligingly lowered her head, allowing Su Chi to gently rub her ears. Standing a head taller than Su Chi, who was considered rather short, only the rabbit beastmen could possibly be shorter than her. They continued their outing until darkness enveloped the sky, as Su Chi promised many of the females that she would weave them garments next year as well. Though certainly not for free, the females would trade their catches for her services, as Su Chi felt quite pleased, realizing she could thrive even in this beastly world. After parting ways with Xiong Chi, Langya, perceptive as ever, settled beside Su Chi, patiently awaiting the opportunity to escort her home. Climbing onto his back, she grasped his fur around the neck, resting against him. Once the emotional tide receded, she found herself somewhat fatigued. Langya's muscles were taut, and he moved with a deliberate slowness, ensuring Su Chi would not feel any jarring bumps. She soon dozed off on his back as he arrived at the cave. Unsure of how to proceed without disturbing her, it was clear he could not lower her without assistance, so he relied on Shirlai. Shirlai transformed into human form, donned a pair of shorts, and cautiously approached Langya. He felt a twinge of irritation. Why should Su Chi be allowed to sleep on Langya's back? Yet, neither of them expressed their feelings with utmost care. Shirlai wrapped his arms around Su Chi, lifting her gently from Langya's back. As he moved her, Su Chi stirred slightly, prompting Shirlai to pat her back and massage her neck to soothe her. Once she settled back into slumber, Shirlai breathed a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to Langya, whose golden eyes seemed to shimmer in the darkness, a smirk playing on his lips as he provocatively regarded Langya. Neither spoke as Langya sat in the shadows, nearly blending into the night. It wasn't until Shirlai grew concerned that Su Chi might be cold that he slowly turned and entered the cave. Langya lingered outside for a while, remaining until silence fell within before he finally departed. Chapter 37. Tears. Su Chi awoke early, finding herself with nothing pressing to occupy her time. She had crafted numerous bamboo baskets and completed her clothing, even weaving herself a blanket as the weather gradually turned cooler. She relished lying in her hammock, wrapped in the blanket while reading. With her supply of wool exhausted, she could no longer shear sheep for the time being. After all, the tribe's sheep needed to survive the winter. The chief had even arranged for a cave to be hewn for them, and now the sheep were fatter than Su Chi herself. Occasionally, Su Chi would transform into her beast form to graze alongside Lu Rong and the others, during which the talents of the shepherd dogs truly shone, as the three of them could deftly maneuver the sheep. Ultimately, Su Chi would lean against the lead sheep, engaging in conversation with Lu Rong and the others as the lead sheep, unable to voice its displeasure, carried her while grazing. Determined to check on the tribe's livestock and the growth of sweet potatoes and potatoes, vital food sources for the beastmen this year, Su Chi was pleased to find that the animals were faring better than usual. Free from the constant fear of predators, eating and sleeping in a blissful cycle, and putting on considerable weight. Particularly, the wild boars were astonishingly large. Their den was the most spacious, housing over 20 pigs, necessitating the watchful eyes of several strapping beastmen. The wild boars had not exercised for quite some time, indulging in ample food, causing their muscles to gradually diminish, replaced by layers of fat. This fat was a crucial energy source for the beastmen. The more they had, the more secure their sustenance. Suchi nodded with satisfaction, knowing it would last the beastmen for a while, although she suspected it might not be enough to sate them completely. Suchi also yearned to teach the beastmen how to make jerky, but regrettably, there was insufficient salt. She had brought a fair amount with her, but it had dwindled to a mere remnant. The local geography offered little hope for salt lakes, and salt wells were non-existent. It seemed the only available source of salt was through sea salt. Inquiring with Shirley if he had ever seen the ocean, she learned he had not. Having been born in this forest, his farthest venture was merely to the center of it. Suchi was at a loss for words. The disparity between her experiences and those of the beastmen was profound. She had traveled to the sea, the Gobi, the desert, and rivers, while Shirley and the others remained confined within this forest. Burdened with her thoughts, she refrained from voicing them. Instead, she sought out the chief, who was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable beastman in the tribe. He confirmed that there indeed lay an ocean to the far east, but it was exceedingly distant, at least a month's journey round trip. Suchi buried this desire deep within her heart. She longed to visit the ocean and bring home salt, yet she could not undertake such a journey alone. Companionship was essential, but who could accompany her? She felt unworthy of asking anyone to protect her, not even Shirley and the others. While they were undoubtedly strong, danger lurked on the road ahead. Suchi contemplated whether she should partake in beast blood. The beastmen did not consume salt, but their bodies required it, obtaining it solely from the blood of beasts. After a moment's reflection, she grimaced at the thought of the foul, pungent blood, realizing only the beastmen could tolerate it. Shirley had yet to return, and as Suchi expressed her craving for eggs, he was likely off hunting for wild chicken eggs. Sure enough, after inspecting the livestock and farmland, she waited a considerable time before Shirley finally returned. Struggling to maneuver in his beast form, he had transformed back into his human shape, one hand grasping a wild chicken, the other holding a bamboo tube filled with eggs. He appeared as relaxed as ever. With high cheekbones accentuating his fierce, brooding features, he casually dropped the wild chicken and handed the bamboo tube to Suchi, speaking in a nonchalant tone about having stumbled upon the wild chicken while in the bamboo forest. With a smile, Suchi accepted the offering, teasing, "So, you brought back both chicken and eggs?" Shirley scratched his head and settled beside her at an agreeable distance, close enough to be intimate, yet not so close as to make her uncomfortable. "I'll need to head out again shortly. If there's anything you wish to do, have Huban accompany you," he mentioned. Suchi's movement slowed as she contemplated. "Shirley, would you like to accompany me to the seaside?" Shirley regarded her intently. "You wish to go to the seaside?" Suchi nodded, her expression solemn. "Yes, only the ocean holds salt, and without it, I may not survive." After a moment of silence, he inquired, "When?" "In a few days. I must return before winter sets in. I also need salt for making jerky." "Bring Huban along," he advised, and Suchi nodded. She felt selfish for pursuing her own desires, pushing the other two beastmen into a perilous situation. Leveraging their affection for her, Shirley left to summon Huban, as they surely had matters to discuss, their preparations exceeding her own. Maintaining a facade of normalcy, Suchi retrieved the wild chicken eggs, kindled a fire, and filled a stone pot with water. Yet her eyes grew increasingly red-rimmed. She felt lost, reminiscing about her previous carefree days, where she had no burdens to bear. Now, she found herself weighing the affections of several beastmen. Feeling as though she were a villain in their eyes, she whisked the egg mixture, adding a spoonful of salt and 1.5 times the amount of warm water. She lamented, "See, everything requires salt. Without it, I might perish, gradually growing weaker until I fade away." Yet within her heart, a painful void lingered as she exploited Shirley's and the others' love to fulfill her own needs, an act she had once deemed reprehensible. The egg custard steamed swiftly, and as Su Chi removed the bowl from the pot, she burned her hand slightly. Tears finally spilled forth, cascading down her cheeks in large droplets. She wiped her face, reaching for the custard, savoring it in small bites. She had long desired egg custard, and this attempt proved successful. Smooth and flavorful, devoid of air pockets. Yet a bittersweet taste lingered in her mouth as Shirley, Huban, and Lanya entered. They were alarmed to see her red-eyed and weeping. The three formidable beasts rushed to her side, their expressions filled with concern. With great caution, Huban nudged Su Chi, his soft fur soaking up her tears. "What's the matter, darling? Why are you crying?" Unable to contain herself, Su Chi's sobs intensified. Her cries were soundless, marked by a furrowed brow, a red nose, and tear-filled eyes, piercing the hearts of the three males like daggers. Shirley licked his lips. "Darling, you haven't done anything wrong. Please don't cry, you'll only grow thirsty." Su Chi nodded, wiping her tears, choking out. "I am sorry." Shirley's tail thumped against the ground. "There's no need for apologies. This is our decision. You needn't feel guilty that we would never use this against you. Just focus on resting well. Let us continue eating. Don't cry anymore," he urged. Su Chi shook her head. "I don't want to eat." Tears fell, and she had no intention of consuming the tear-infused egg custard. Chapter 38. Departure. Wolf Fong remained silent. He, too, desired to accompany Su Chi to the seaside. It was quite difficult, as he had an entire wolf clan to manage. He had encountered Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe on his way back from a hunt, which led him to follow them. This implied that they had not originally intended to invite him. This was understandable, for he bore other responsibilities. He could not abandon his kin. Wolf Fong was nearly infuriated, though his mature demeanor concealed it. However, accompanying Su Chi to the beach required careful deliberation. As the group observed Su Chi's emotional state stabilize, they finally felt relieved. Tiger Stripe, in his clumsiness, consumed the egg custard that Su Chi had rejected. Swallowing it in one gulp, it was delicious, remarkably smooth, going down as effortlessly as water. Tiger Stripe yawned, stating in the coming days, "We must quickly adjust and inform the clan leader that we cannot hunt during this period." Su Chi nodded. She had cried too vigorously earlier and had yet to recover, her skin now flushed, resembling a ripe peach. Wolf Fong sat on the ground, gazing at Su Chi. "I will go with you. Give me 3 days. I will arrange matters for the wolf clan." Su Chi frowned, not intending to include Wolf Fong, as his responsibilities were too great. "You need not go. The wolf clan requires you." Wolf Fong's tail flicked irritably, slapping the ground with a sharp sound. "Listen, Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe cannot protect you adequately. Adding me offers assurance." He paused, softening his tone. "I have a deputy and a successor. They can manage the tribe. The wolf clan can function without me, but the wolf clan had long been prepared for the sacrifice of their leader. The previous old wolf king had met his demise in his prime. Gored by a horned beast, his entrails spilling forth, dying within minutes. His mate had followed him in death, leading to Wolf Fong's ascension as the acting leader. The wolf clan had no shortage of candidates for leadership. Wolf Fong's concern lay in how to challenge the acting leader upon his return to reclaim his position as Wolf King. Wolf Fong scratched the ground, slowly speaking, "Su Chi, you will help me heal, won't you?" Su Chi was taken aback. "Of course." Wolf Fong rose, stating, "I will return to make arrangements." After discussing the matter with the clan leader, Su Chi received a prompt agreement after a brief moment of contemplation. "We should return ahead of schedule, before winter arrives. Everyone can hunt more, and the surplus meat can be dried for preservation throughout the winter." The clan leader nodded, advising caution. Su Chi smiled and waved as she departed. Seizing the moment, Tiger Stripe moved closer, claiming it was to foster a sense of unity, knowing he could not be driven away. Lion Fierce had no choice but to let Tiger Stripe stay. On the 3rd day, Wolf Fong arrived, having made all necessary arrangements. The 3 colossal beasts crowded into Lion Fierce's cave, making it feel rather confined. Their days were filled with hunting and resting, striving to eat their fill and conserve energy. With little to do, Su Chi leaned against them during the day, weaving. With her supply of wool dwindling, she crafted a small coat for herself and shorts and vest for the 3 beast men. The remaining yarn was just enough for a small Su Chi knitted around, plump little sheep, secretly shearing wool from the thickest sheep, ensuring it would not suffer from the loss. Thus, she created the little sheep toy, even dyeing it with spinach, using green yarn to give it facial features. She cherished it dearly, holding it close, and placed it in a bamboo basket a day in advance, preparing to take it to the sea. On the day of departure, numerous beastmen emerged to bid them farewell, creating a striking scene. Whether in beast form or human form, they followed silently behind, embodying the sentiment that sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Su Chi turned, waving as she mounted Wolf Fong. None of them looked back. They were among the first to procure salt. Henceforth, the beastmen would cherish it, recognizing its value. Perhaps, after them, others would venture to obtain salt. As someone must always be the first to brave the unknown, Su Chi lay against Wolf Fong, swinging her legs, engrossed in a book about an all-terrain beast vehicle. Despite its ferocity, it possessed no significant flaws. At noon, they paused, leaving Lion Fierce by Su Chi's side while the other two ventured out to hunt. Su Chi perched on Tiger Stripe, playfully requesting, "Could you bring me some fish? I long for fish soup." The males perked up, and Wolf Fong cleared his throat. Of course. "You can rest here," Su Chi pouted, feeling restless. She wanted to run, but knew she must wait for the others to finish resting before accompanying her, as venturing alone might render her prey for other formidable beasts. Bored, Su Chi tugged at Lion Fierce's mane, braiding it for amusement. His mane was coarse and unruly, a symbol of his strength. This wildness exuded a fierce dignity, creating an imposing presence even in stillness. With some yarn remaining, Su Chi tied a small braid, and by the time Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripe returned from their hunt, Lion Fierce's mane was adorned with numerous little braids. Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripe exchanged glances, unable to suppress smiles, with Tiger Stripe bursting into laughter. "Lion Fierce, you should see yourself. Truly adorable." Lion Fierce emitted a low growl, a warning rumble. Su Chi affectionately stroked his mane. Shooting Tiger Stripe glared, "Don't you dare speak like that. It looks wonderful." As she spoke, Su Chi cradled Lion Fierce's head, studying him closely. The majestic lion bore a serious expression, his sharp eyes softened only by the playful braids. Su Chi burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lion Fierce focused intently on Su Chi's lips, slowly rising without disturbing her, content to nuzzle her cheek. Su Chi, smiling, embraced Lion Fierce's neck. "How adorable!" Tiger Stripe, baring his teeth, approached Su Chi cautiously, gently tugging at her clothing, carefully moderating his strength as he pulled her aside. Wolf Fong, licking his nose with a stoic expression, muttered, "What of a mane? It's laughable. Nothing compares to wolf fur. The gray wolf is the most beautiful." Su Chi playfully swatted Tiger Stripe, her gesture lighthearted. "That you're so petty." With a huff, she headed to prepare fish soup, intending to roast some meat for the beastmen, as grilled meat offered a superior taste. Chapter 39. Chasing Tails. Su Chi simmered a large pot of fish soup, consuming only a small bowl herself, satisfied with dried meat. The remainder was offered to the males. Since acquiring shorts, they had taken to transforming into human form, believing it more befitting when alongside Su Chi reveled in the sight of them, convinced that fitted vests accentuated their physiques. The males boasted impressive builds, robust and muscular. She even thought their chests surpassed her own, stretching the fabric tightly. They possessed a classic V-shaped physique, broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs, complemented by sun-kissed skin. Su Chi envisioned them as potential models. As she savored the fish soup, she admired the males, who lounged with abandon, their shorts riding up, creating noticeable creases. Su Chi's cheeks flushed as her gaze wandered over them. Their appearances varied. Lion Fierce bore a fierce countenance, his brows furrowed, with chiseled features and high cheekbones. Tiger Stripe, by contrast, possessed an elegant allure, his features harmonious and delicate, resembling a striking youth whose gender was difficult to discern. Wolf Fong exuded righteousness, his demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned leader. With sharp brows and deep-set eyes, Su Chi particularly adored his gaze, which seemed to hold her alone within its depths. Her eyes nearly glazed over from the sight of them. These three would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers in the modern world. "Have you seen enough?" little infatuated one. Su Chi's ears burned, but I suppose it's all right. They're quite fit. Very pleasing. She distributed a piece of dried meat to each of them, eliciting cheerful laughter as they ate. Wolf Fong grinned, teasingly asking, "Another piece?" Su Chi bared her teeth in a playful snarl. "Ate as much as you desire, for I have plenty of dried meat. Once we procure the salt, I shall prepare a feast for you." Wolf Fong chuckled, gently tucking a few unruly strands of Su Chi's hair behind her ear. "Very well. I shall await." As Su Chi's ears flushed a deeper shade of crimson, a sensation of warmth enveloping her. She hastily grasped the hand of Langya, whose tall male stature rendered his hands proportionately larger. It took both of Su Chi's hands to encircle one of his. She could hardly fathom the discomfort that such a hand could inflict upon her cheek. Langya's gaze was profound and darkening. His hand shifted slightly, squeezing Su Chi's hand before retracting it with deliberate control. Small and soft indeed. As the midday sun cast its warmth, the group reclined to rest. Su Chi, disinclined to lie directly on the ground, insisted on resting upon someone else. Only daring to close her eyes once assured of the absence of insects, Chu Ban lay on the ground, allowing Su Chi to rest her head upon his soft belly, which served as the most comfortable bed for her. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the group as they enjoyed a serene silence. It was a delightful moment. Su Chi propped her feet up, her arms cradling her head. In truth, she felt content to continue this way. After a refreshing rest, the group resumed their journey. Su Chi transformed in her beast form, bounding playfully for a few steps. Her beastly shape was always lively, darting around the feet of the colossal creatures, making them hesitant to move, fearful of inadvertently stepping on the small pup. Su Chi's tail wagged with fervor. "Lionly, look how much faster I run than you." Lionly could only respond with a resigned hum. In truth, had it not been for the little pup frolicking about their feet, they could have run much swifter. With a joyful smile, Su Chi, known for her sweet demeanor as a meteor shepherd, opened her mouth wide, her ears twitching, her azure eyes sparkling with innocence. Yet, beneath that fade lay a hint of mischief. Nursing a grudge, she had not forgotten the incident of Lion carrying her by the neck for quite some time. Su Chi scampered back to Langya, exclaiming, "Langya, why are you so much bigger than I am?" Langya mirrored her playful tone. "I eat more. Little Chi must strive to eat well too." Unsatisfied with this response, she darted behind Huban, chasing after his long tail to Huban's side. A tiger's tail was not to be trifled with, for it was essential for maintaining balance. Should it be injured, his speed would be compromised. As Huban raised his tail, it only piqued Su Chi's interest further, prompting her to leap about, intent on nipping at it playfully. Huban could only come to a halt, permitting Su Chi to frolic with his tail. She seized hold of it, her front paws pressing it to her chest, her mouth playfully nibbling at the tip. The tail was quite sensitive, and Huban felt Su Chi's tongue dancing about as he lay quietly on the ground, attempting to steady himself. After a lengthy bout of play, Su Chi stood up, her round, adorable eyes surveying them. "Let us run, my comrades." The males affectionately nudged the little pup before setting off. Despite her small stature, even as a shepherd dog, Su Chi's speed soon waned. Within a couple of hours, she lay panting on the ground, tongue lolling, her eyes clouded with fatigue. She donned her clothes, playfully whining about her weariness, and requested Huban to carry her. The males regarded Su Chi with a blend of affection and indulgence in their eyes. Perhaps it was true that love can make one blind. Her somewhat spoiled demeanor appeared charming in their sight, and they were eager to fulfill her every whim. "All right, little pup, hop on. We must be on our way." Su Chi then leaped onto Huban's back, clutching his neck fur, and settled down to rest. Why was it that others traversed with spacious comforts, whereas she had none? If only she could bring her bamboo chair and hammock along. It seemed she alone lacked a golden touch. Su Chi stroked the fur beneath her. Huban's coat, appearing orange, concealed a dense layer of white fluff beneath, growing thicker and softer as autumn approached. She contemplated crafting several combs, intending to groom the males, so that come spring, she could weave the shed fur into yarn, crafting garments for them from their very own pelage. Lion Lee might find himself at a disadvantage. as he could only use his mane. Here, the lions had adapted to the harsh winter, their fur having grown long and thick, yet still insufficient for spinning yarn, as Suchi buried her face in Huban's fur. The males were quite fastidious, bathing daily, and now that they had soap, they indulged in its use with fervor, leaving their coats clean and imbued with the scent of sunshine. Amidst the gentle swaying, Suchi found herself in a rocking chair-like comfort and unknowingly drifted into slumber. The males slowed their pace, allowing their weary companion a more restful respite. Chapter 40. The meadow the beastmen had traversed rapidly for over a week. Finally reaching the forest's edge, the landscape opened up to reveal a vast plain, sprawling and lush with verdant grasses. The gust of wind swept through, causing the grass to sway like waves. And one spoke. Suchi, accustomed to various sights, quickly acclimated. The other three colossal beasts, however, stood in awe. The forest possessed its own beauty, yet the meadow exuded a distinct charm, with the undulating grass capable of rendering them spellbound. They realized that their previous dwelling had been rather meager. The forest was not the entirety of the world, for there existed countless captivating locales, as Suchi had already transformed into her beast form, darting out into the open, exclaiming with glee, stirring the males from their reverie. Their beloved female danced across the meadow like a sprite, the sunlight casting a radiant glow upon her. Ban murmured, "Beast god, is she not a blazing spring flower?" Lion Li and Langya remained silent, gradually ambling over to join Suchi in her frolic, occasionally teasing her, provoking her to leap excitedly, wagging her tail as she bounded towards them. Ban chuckled, joining in the chase. They raced across the meadow, colliding and shouting joyfully. A group of youthful spirits seemed liberated. Though referred to as a plain, it featured gentle slopes. Upon spotting one, Suchi could not resist imploring the males for a piece of bark. The forest harbored plenty of dead trees, and they pried a sizable piece from an aging trunk, laying it down for Suchi to decide her next move. Unexpectedly, Suchi clutched the bark in her mouth and charged up the slope. Alarmed, Ban swiftly grasped her, pulling her aside. Too perilous, she mustn't Suchi whimpered. There were no entertainment options here, and it had been ages since she had played. With her round, pleading eyes, she gazed at them, invoking the beast god's mercy. No one could refuse her. Langya shook his head in resignation, tearing a vine and threading it through the bark, securing it as a makeshift safety harness. Still, that was not enough. The males were resolute in ensuring Suchi's safety. After careful deliberation, they unanimously decided that someone must accompany her for her to play safely. The group transformed into their human forms. Suchi perched at the front, Lion Li behind her, gripping the vine, enveloping Suchi in his embrace as Suchi held on a Lion Li's arm, urging the others to give them a push. The bark slid down swiftly. Akin to a roller coaster, Suchi tilted her head back, exclaiming with delight, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Initially maintaining a serious demeanor, Lion Li gradually succumbed to laughter as they descended, revealing a youthful charm upon his otherwise stern countenance. Upon reaching the base of the slope, Suchi leaned against Lion Li, calming her racing heart, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. From her angle, she could only see the defined line of his jaw. "Was that enjoyable?" Lion Li grinned, amusement evident in his expression. "Indeed, it was fun." Suchi sprang up, requesting Lion Li to carry the bark again, eager to experience the thrill once more. Thus, Langya and Ban took turns accompanying her. And at last, smiles befitting their age graced the faces of the males that, in truth, they were still young. Had it not been for the harsh demands of survival, they might have laughed even more freely. Many weaker beastmen would remain eternally youthful in the beast realm. Eventually, Suchi grew weary, settling at the base of the slope, watching as the males queued for their turns on the makeshift roller coaster. They appeared tireless, sliding down the slope, hoisting the bark back up for the next turn, playing for an extended period, seemingly compensating for the childhood they had missed. Suchi rested her hands on the ground, smiling as she observed them. Was this the essence of men remaining youthful at heart until death? She reclined on the ground, the grass soft beneath her. Were it the modern world, she would have snapped numerous photos, selecting the finest to share on social media, the cutest to send to her parents, preserving the rest in an album as eternal memories. Yet, even now, it was not without its charm. The sun radiated warmth. And as Suu-Chi closed her eyes, she felt the grass beside her yield under the weight of Langya and Lion-Li lying close, while Hu Ban's head rested against hers. Silence enveloped them for a time, before Suu-Chi cheerfully inquired, "Are we done playing?" The males nodded, reluctant to rise, for the softness of the grass was inviting, the breeze refreshing, and the air scented with verdant earth. Lion-Li spoke slowly. "This place is quite pleasant. There are many wonderful places in the world, each with its unique allure." Suu-Chi replied softly. "The desert is scorching, dry, and barren, stretching endlessly, yet evokes a profound sense of awe within your soul. Spending a day in the desert brings to mind all of life's experiences, as if subjected to a divine trial. The vastness of the ocean is truly awe-inspiring, with its cerulean waters and azure skies, accompanied by the melodious whispers of the waves and the cries of seagulls. The mountains, as a poet once remarked, inspire solemn contemplation, for indeed, there are countless breathtaking places in this world. The rivers flow incessantly, their murmurs echoing softly, yet only a few lend a serious ear. They recline upon the ground, gazing at the blue sky and the clouds, which resemble tufts of wool. They do not inquire about the nature of a poet. Previously, they felt a great distance from the rivers, but now, as they listened to a myriad of unfamiliar words, the rivers seem closer than ever, as if within reach. How delightful it is! Chapter 41. A minor reprimand. They should be nearing the seaside. The beast folk possess an exceptional sense of direction, rarely straying from their path. Hence their pace has slowed somewhat, primarily due to the breathtaking scenery. The sky is a brilliant blue, with large white clouds drifting lazily, while the grass sways gently, giving form to the wind. As Suu-Chi hops joyfully, her tail wagging behind her, occasionally leaping to pounce on the legs of the nearby giants. In her entirety, she is but a small pup, dwarfed by their towering limbs. The movement of their legs ignites her instincts, and she stealthily lags behind, her body slightly crouched in a posture of ambush. The keen-eyed giants feign ignorance, merely slowing their pace. Suu-Chi fixates on the leg of the nearest wolf, cautiously advancing, waiting for the perfect moment to spring forth and nip at the wolf's hind leg. The wolf halts, yielding to Suu-Chi's force, allowing her to tug at its leg. Lowering its gaze, the wolf, with its typically expressionless countenance, reveals a flicker of affection in its eyes, its voice deep and coaxing. "Darling, we must continue our journey. Release your grip." As Suu-Chi slowly opens her mouth and then leaps at the wolf's tail, suspending herself momentarily before tumbling back down. "Wolf, my teeth ache terribly. I fear they may fall out," she whines. Lion-Li chuckles. "If you're not in pain, who is? Those 2 rows of tiny teeth are bearing your entire weight. Surely it must hurt that if you delay releasing your grip any longer, you might truly lose them." Lion-Li lays down, gesturing with his head. "Come here. We've been running for a while now. Soon you shall tire." As Suu-Chi wags her tail and leaps on a Lion-Li's back. Her round, sparkling eyes dart about. "Lion-Li, I feel like Simba. Perhaps I should have a monkey lift me up. Then I would be the Lion King." Lion-Li chuckles. "Is that so? The Lion King, little pup." Suu-Chi stands tall, placing her front paws atop Lion-Li's head, exuding an air of authority, and emits a sound that, while not quite a howl, echoes the playful tone she often uses with them. Tiger Stripes, walking alongside, lets out a roar that nearly sends Suu-Chi tumbling off Lion-Li's back. Suu-Chi freezes, trembling slightly, too afraid to move. Lion-Li, burdened with her weight, remains still, while the wolf bares its teeth and crouches, prepared to retaliate against Tiger Stripes. "Is that all you can do?" Tiger Stripes shuts his mouth and approaches Suu-Chi, nudging her gently with his nose. After a while, Suu-Chi regains her composure, feeling a thrill coursing through her. Her tail still wagging, she wishes for Tiger Stripes to roar once more, but is met with a firm refusal. Remaining on Lion-Li's back, she feels a sense of danger. As the king of beasts, tigers possess a formidable aura that intimidates other creatures. Even with her familiarity with Tiger Stripes, she feels a twinge of fear. "Very well, you claim to like me, yet you cannot even fulfill this small request." Suu-Chi huffs, stamping her paws in frustration. Hey, do you remember that you are still standing on my back? Lion Lee's voice rumbled from beneath her. Su Chi stomps her paws twice more. Come on, Tiger Stripes, let out another roar. It would be exhilarating. Tiger Stripes shakes his head but obliges, letting out another roar. His roar reverberates with a subsonic quality, capable of inducing terror in smaller creatures. Yet, it seems to have little effect on the two larger beasts, only startling Su Chi and some nearby animals. Su Chi shudders, her heart racing, and suddenly slips from Lion Lee's back. In that fleeting moment, her heart nearly ceases, envisioning the worst. Death, in that instant, seems far from graceful. Thankfully, Wolf catches her mid-fall, and she lands softly on his belly. Wolf lets out a muffled grunt. The belly is a vulnerable spot for all predators. And although Su Chi is light, the impact is still quite jarring as Su Chi quickly scrambles off, nudging Wolf's belly with her head and cautiously asking, "Are you all right, Wolf?" Wolf takes a moment to recover before slowly rising. "I'm fine." Su Chi eyes him warily, unconvinced. "However, darling, you must accept the punishment." Feeling a sense of impending danger, Su Chi retreats a step, seeking refuge behind Lion Lee. Yet, Lion Lee shifts aside, unwilling to shield her, if she does not endure some form of reprimand. Future dangers may arise. Merely recalling how close Su Chi came to falling makes Lion Lee's heart ache. Su Chi is adept at reading their emotions. Wolf fixes his gaze on her. "Darling, you must not place yourself in peril. Understand, this minor reprimand is necessary. Otherwise, you won't remember the lesson." Reluctantly, Su Chi inches closer to Wolf, curling up slightly, her round eyes darting about but avoiding his gaze, revealing her guilt. Wolf raises a paw, gently pressing it on Su Chi's back with just enough force to subdue her. "Be still. Otherwise, I may inadvertently harm you." Wolf's voice remains calm and soothing, almost coaxing, as if he wishes for Su Chi to accept her punishment. As Su Chi whines softly, her big eyes gazing up at him with a semblance of innocence. Wolf remains unmoved, baring his teeth slightly to ensure she understands his intent, and then suddenly opens his mouth wide, playfully nipping at Su Chi's neck. As Su Chi shivers in fright, only to discover that it is not painful at all. Wolf is merely playing, intending to teach her a lesson without causing harm. Indeed, they could never bring themselves to hurt her. As Su Chi shakes off her fear and regains her energy, "Wolf, you nearly scared me to death." She pounces to nip at Wolf's neck, but upon standing upright, she finds she cannot reach him, so she settles for his front leg instead. "I mean it. From now on, avoid anything dangerous, or I cannot guarantee you won't feel pain next time." Wolf's gaze sharpens, fixated intently on Su Chi. He is serious as Su Chi twitches her ears. All right. Although she still feels a bit defiant, having endured the previous reprimand, her bravery has increased. She lifts her head and declares loudly, "You are such a miser." Wolf nearly laughs in exasperation, pressing his paw down on Su Chi, this time genuinely nipping at her. He controls his strength well, simply holding her skin gently without drawing blood. Though it is still somewhat painful, as Su Chi whines, initially struggling, but soon realizes her efforts are futile, and her movements gradually cease, waiting for Wolf to relent. Wolf only holds on for a moment, observing Su Chi's compliance before gradually releasing her. The instant he loosens his grip, the obedient Su Chi springs up, nipping at the edge of Wolf's mouth. Wolf's muzzle is longer than a dog's, and given his size compared to Su Chi, she cannot quite grasp it. Nonetheless, she persists in her efforts, unaware of the significance of her actions. In the Wolf clan, such gestures are the most passionate of kisses between lovers, prompting Wolf to remain still, silently savoring the moment. Chapter 42. Flat-headed brother. As Su Chi gradually relaxes her grip, Wolf stirs slightly, still lost in the bliss of the previous encounter. Su Chi, not harboring any resentment, acknowledges her fault. However, the little lady has plans for a subtle reprisal, so she huffs and nudges Wolf before turning away. She then pivots to confront Lion Lee. "Lion Lee, were you hiding just now?" Lion Lee lies still, allowing the irate pup to bounce off him. "Not I. Tiger Stripes didn't help you either." As Su Chi hops around, exclaiming, "And you, Tiger Stripes." She turns to bump into Tiger Stripes, though it causes no real harm. It is quite amusing. Yuchi relishes the sensation of bouncing off, feeling lightheaded as if she has collided with a soft wall, but it does not hurt. The group waits until Suchi has had her fill of play before continuing their journey. Suchi settles on Wolf's back, claiming it is to teach him a lesson about the weight of life. Wolf says nothing, carrying the small pup with ease as they progress steadily. The gentle sway lulls Suchi into a nap. And when she awakens, it is already evening, still perched atop Wolf, while the other two males have seemingly vanished, likely off hunting. Seizing the opportunity, Suchi nips at Wolf's nape, playfully grinding her teeth, mumbling, "Naughty creature." Wolf chuckles softly, "Is that so? Come down, darling. I will run a few laps with you. You've been inactive all afternoon." Suchi leapt down from the back of Langya, bounding away like a spirited colt. Shirley and Huban had not yet returned from their hunt, reluctant to venture too far, preferring to frolic nearby. Today, their return was notably delayed. Huban's two loud calls had frightened away their prey, and they had to travel quite a distance before finally locating it. They returned with a deer, which they had already feasted upon, leaving this one for Langya and Suchi. However, had no taste for it and opted instead for dried meat. Shirley and Huban gathered around her, watching as Langya devoured his meal. The sight of a beast consuming flesh was undeniably gruesome. Langya's sharp teeth glinted coldly in the darkness as he tore into large chunks of meat. Once he had finished the deer, his mouth was stained crimson with blood. Suchi chuckled and remarked, "Langya, you look as if you've applied lipstick. Blood, after all, was the finest adornment for these wild creatures." Langya, oblivious to the concept of lipstick, merely licked the fur around his mouth. The eyes of these three colossal beasts glowed eerily in the night, casting an unsettling aura. Suchi nestled into Huban's embrace, ready to drift off to sleep. "Good night," she murmured, in response. Three voices echoed back with their own good nights, and Suchi smiled, quickly succumbing to sweet slumber. At the break of dawn, the group set out once more. Suchi required 3 meals a day, while the three males thrived on just one hearty meal, content to stave off hunger for the entire day. Huban's advantages in the grasslands were not particularly pronounced. His bright fur stood out, and he was averse to hunting in the open plains where obstacles were scarce, significantly increasing their failure rate. However, after several days, they had gleaned some valuable insights. Unlike the forest, the plains were too flat and devoid of cover, necessitating a strategy of lying low, observing from a distance, and waiting for the opportune moment to pounce on their prey. They coordinated remarkably well, and with familiarity, hunting became simpler. Occasionally, they would even cater to Suchi's preferences, catching her a rabbit to roast. As they ventured further, the air grew increasingly humid, signaling that they were drawing closer to their destination. Along the way, the males would occasionally accompany her in a light jog to help expend some of her energy. Otherwise, being carried on their backs all day would surely take a toll on her health. Suchi relished running, though only in her beast form. It was exhilarating, while in her human form, she only felt fatigue and breathlessness as she ran, tongue lolling and mouth agape. The three males trailed leisurely behind her, maintaining a comfortable distance. Just as she was enjoying her sprint, her foot inadvertently landed on something soft yet firm, pricking her foot somewhat. At first, she thought she had stepped on a hedgehog and quickly halted, peering back with caution. Her horror, it was a honey badger. Suchi rarely cursed, but this time she couldn't hold back. Of all creatures to annoy, it had to be the honey badger, renowned for its formidable defense and fierce temperament. They were creatures that faced death with indifference and settled grievances on the spot. Even lions seldom dared to engage a honey badger, for these creatures, largely unafraid of death, would boldly confront the king of the beasts. With their tough skin, even a lion's fangs found it difficult to penetrate, which made them nearly untouchable by other animals. And now, she had inadvertently provoked one with her tail tucked. Suchi locked eyes with the honey badger. Frozen in place, the badger stood there, seemingly dazed, and, as Suchi took a cautious step back, it charged at her. Shirley, Langya, Huban, anyone, save me! Suchi screamed as she bolted away, the three beastmen hurriedly converging around her for protection. Feeling a modicum of safety, her tail remained tucked as she trembled. The honey badger was already upon them, preparing to circumvent Shirley to attack Su Chi, but Shirlai, swiftly, snatched it up in his jaws. He tossed it aside with great force, but the creature quickly regained its bearings and charged back towards Su Chi. Terrified, she backed away, pressing tightly against Huban, wishing to burrow beneath his belly. "Huban, I'm scared." Huban enveloped her beneath him, ensuring the honey badger had no chance to attack. He had never encountered such a creature before. Why is it so unafraid of death? Shirlai seized the honey badger once more, his fangs closing around it. Yet astonishingly, they did not pierce its skin. Shirlai was taken aback, applying more force until he finally broke through. Yet the honey badger seemed impervious to pain, struggling fiercely to reach Su Chi, causing her to shudder. With a quiver in her voice, she pleaded, "Brother, honey badger, I apologize. I didn't mean to step on you." Killing a honey badger was no easy feat. Despite Shirlai's considerable strength, he had barely managed to breach its skin. But this pain appeared to have only enraged the honey badger further, inciting it to madness. Impatient, Shirlai instructed Su Chi to mount Huban's back. In the next instant, he hurled the honey badger away with great force. Seizing the moment before it could recover, he dashed away with the other two males. They moved swiftly, leaving the honey badger far behind, and it was only after they had put considerable distance between themselves and the creature that Su Chi exhaled in relief. "That was quite the encounter," she said, trembling slightly as she clung to Huban. "That was so frightening. I almost thought I was going to be taught a lesson." Huban snorted in response. "Do you think we are mere decorations?" He paused, adding, "Though it's rare to encounter such fearless creatures." Su Chi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it has been awarded the title of the most fearless animal in the Guinness World Records for several consecutive years. Unafraid of anything, treating venomous snakes as if they were mere snacks. After running a considerable distance to ensure the honey badger would not pursue them, they finally stopped." Shirlai chuckled. "I haven't been so flustered in a while." Su Chi slid down from Huban's back and exclaimed, "I absolutely detest honey badgers. What more do I need to do?" After apologizing, Langya licked his nose, as if he could comprehend her words. Su Chi playfully bit Langya's ear, eliciting a hint of regret from him for not having bitten her back. She clamped down on a small piece of his flesh, shaking her head to inflict more discomfort. Langya simply watched her, unfazed. With a huff, Su Chi finally released her hold. "Consider this a lesson that I it," Langya replied, seemingly pleased. Having had enough of running for the day, Su Chi settled on Huban's back, content to rest. "You know, this isn't so bad," she mused aloud. "What do you mean?" Shirlai inquired. "We all get along quite well, and I'm genuinely happy." Su Chi replied buoyantly, "I initially thought it would be dangerous, but it's turned out rather pleasant. The scenery here is splendid. I had no idea." "Yes," Su Chi rambled on. The three males listened intently, the atmosphere growing increasingly congenial, leaving no room for dissent, even as they walked alongside what could be considered rivals. Suddenly, Su Chi stood up and declared, "Let us four live our best lives. Food is of utmost importance." Langya frowned. "Don't stand up so abruptly. You might fall and hurt yourself." Resigned, Su Chi crouched back down, clinging tightly to Huban's neck. All right, she murmured softly. "You're just like a nagging mother." Langya, "I can't hear you." "Darling," Langya retorted. In a playful gesture, Su Chi bit Huban's shoulder, deliberately wanting him to hear. Huban was momentarily taken aback. "Why bite me when Langya has offended you, little Chi?" "I can't reach Langya," Su Chi exclaimed, still animatedly speaking when the three males suddenly halted, their ears perked up. Shirlai and Langya positioned themselves to shield Huban, ensuring Su Chi remained safe atop him. "More beastmen are approaching," Langya murmured, lowering his body and pinning his ears back in a defensive stance. Shirlai and Huban dug their claws into the ground, preparing to spring into action if necessary. Even Su Chi tightened her grip around Huban, fearful of being flung off if they took off running. The males remained still, waiting for the approaching beastmen, assessing whether they were friend or foe. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, several beastmen appeared on the horizon, led by a large moose. Su Chi had to look up to see it clearly, even while seated on Huban's back. "Wow, that moose looks rather fierce, with antlers of considerable size, that I wonder how heavy they are," she pondered. It seemed they were warriors from the grassland tribe. Viewing them as potential invaders, Su-Chi remained motionless atop Huban, fearful that any movement might provoke a conflict. Lang Yi stepped forward. We mean no harm. We are merely passing through to attend to some matters at the seaside. The hyena also advanced, questioning, what business could you possibly have at the seaside? You must be from the neighboring tribe. Here to steal our prey? Su-Chi cautiously poked her head out. We are from the forest tribe, here to retrieve something from the seaside, but what it is remains our private matter. The hyena pressed. What private matter? I know of nothing that can be retrieved from the seaside. Su-Chi felt a surge of frustration, wanting to retort, but fearing it would cause trouble for Sure Lai and the others. She withdrew, choosing silence instead. This group appeared relentless, and although they were outnumbered, it seemed that apart from the moose, none bore any significant threat. Sure Lai bared his teeth and took a step toward the hyena, causing it to retreat, seeking refuge within the crowd. What a coward, he muttered. Lang Yi fixed his gaze on the moose, stating, Our chieftain is Xiang He. We have private matters to attend to at the seaside. He paused, his eyes sharp, before adding slowly, As for what those private matters entail, it is classified information. They are far from being weaklings. Their strength is formidable. Should one wish to confront them, they must carefully assess the potential losses they might incur. The moose gazed at him for a considerable time before stepping back. Welcoming, Lion ambled forward lazily, deliberately bumping into the hyena as he passed, causing it to stumble. The hyena bared its teeth, poised to retaliate. But upon meeting Lion's icy, disdainful gaze, it hesitated, sensing an expectation of confrontation, a desire for a brawl that shimmered with bloodlust in their eyes. It tucked its tail and retreated a few steps. After being jostled a few more times by the tabby and wolf tooth, the hyena, pained, could only continue to retreat, finally daring to emerge once the group had moved away. The moose cast a sidelong glance at it, remarking coolly, Coward. The hyena, tail tucked, refrained from speaking. Once the group of beastmen was out of sight, Su-Chi regained her vitality, sliding down the tabby's tail like a little fangirl, circling around Wolf Tooth excitedly. Wolf Tooth, you were so cool just now. She coughed lightly, mimicking Wolf Tooth's tone, no comment. This phrase sounded quite impressive when spoken by Wolf Tooth, but coming from Su-Chi's delicate voice, it had a tone of playful affection. Lion chuckled softly. Is that so? No comment. Little pup? Su-Chi flicked her tail, feeling quite impressive herself, lowering her voice to imitate Wolf Tooth's deep timbre. No comment, cough. No comment. Su-Chi clung to Lion, exclaiming, Lion, you should try saying it too. I think it sounds so cool. Lion, unwilling and slightly annoyed by her persistence, lowered his voice and leaned close to Su-Chi's ear, whispering, no comment. As Su-Chi's ears twitched with delight, finding it ticklish, she bounced around, exclaiming, your tone is so fierce, so cool. Tabby, it's your turn. The tabby, shaking his tail, felt a bit embarrassed, but upon seeing Su-Chi's sparkling eyes, he whispered, no comment. As Su-Chi nudged him playfully, we should call ourselves the No Comment Squad. Come on. Talking like this is incredibly cool. With her tail flicking, she struggled to keep pace with the strides of the males. When it became a bit challenging, the tabby wrapped his tail around her and lifted her onto his back. Thank you, Su-Chi sighed in relief, feeling exhausted after the day's event. As dusk approached, Lion and Wolf Tooth prepared to hunt, their shadows elongated by the setting. Su-Chi stared blankly, already aware of the exceptional prowess of these males. Having spent considerable time in the beast realm, she had yet to find a way home. However, as her involvement deepened, so too did her sense of belonging to Su-Chi realized she needed to seriously contemplate her feelings for these males. She playfully tugged at the tabby's ear, feeling it twitch in response. Tabby, I want to see them hunt. Are you sure? He asked. Su-Chi's voice was light. You'll protect me, right? The tabby chuckled, of course, that he stood up, ensuring she held on tight. Once he confirmed she was steady, the tabby sprinted forward, the cool breeze tousling Su-Chi's hair back. In no time, they caught up with the others. Chapter 44. The Sea Lion. Wolf Tooth, Su-Chi called out loudly. They turned back, spotting her under the sunset. The orange light outlined her figure, casting a celestial glow that seemed almost otherworldly. Lion and Wolf Tooth were momentarily entranced. Rushing to her side, yearning to touch her, Is this real? Su-Chi smiled. I can't wait to see you hunt. I bet it will be so impressive that Lion's voice was husky. You might be frightened that Su-Chi playfully hit him. I won't be. I've adapted long ago. Then let S proceed. The group ambled forward. There were plenty of prey on the plains, and soon they spotted a herd of antelopes. Their speed was remarkable, and to succeed in hunting, they would need to wait for the perfect moment. The tabby crouched at a calculated distance, blending into the grass. His vibrant fur made it easy for prey to spot him. He needed to remain concealed to avoid disrupting Lion and the others. Lion and Wolf Tooth also lay in wait. Anticipating the optimal time, Su-Chi remained still, aware that the prey was clever. Even the slightest disturbance could alert them. She would not interfere with their hunt. The opportunity was rare and required precision. Minutes later, Lion and Wolf Tooth zeroed in on target, darting forward like bullets. The startled antelope scattered, but the chosen prey was swiftly pursued. Su-Chi watched nearby. Adrenaline coursing through her veins, her heart racing, breaths quickening, a flush rising to her cheeks. She observed as Lion and Wolf Tooth raced ahead, their muscles taut and then relaxed, their jaws opening and closing as they captured their prey. Incredible! No wonder so many are captivated by the animal kingdom. The predators possess an innate grace in their hunting, blood bursting forth to stain their coats with allure. Lion and Wolf Tooth returned, each carrying a piece of the kill, eager to share the first bite with Su-Chi this time. She did not refuse, slicing off a piece from each of their catches, intending to roast it later. The tabby joined them, and Lion and Wolf Tooth had not hunted for him. In the eyes of the antelopes, beasts were a common sight. Seeing one of their companions taken, the remaining antelopes resumed grazing lazily. The tabby sought a more distant spot to hunt, needing to keep his vibrant coat hidden. Fortunately, his hunting experience was extensive. No beastman emerging from the communal cave could survive without a skill. The tabby had grown strong through sheer capability. Minutes later, the tabby returned with his own prey, dropping the antelope at Su-Chi's feet, also offering her the first bite. Su-Chi smiled. Thank you. She cut a piece of meat, skewering on a branch to roast. The venison sizzled over the fire, the fat dripping down, and with a sprinkle of seasoning, it became fragrant by the time Su-Chi finished roasting the venison. The males had almost finished their meal. A vulture circled overhead, waiting for scraps of the untouched antelope carcass. Su-Chi lifted her branch, placing a piece of meat in a bowls for each of the males. Warriors, this is your bounty, she said with a smile. She took a bite herself. You all are amazing. Before I even realized it, you had already succeeded. No male could resist the praise of their beloved female. And neither could Lion and the others. They coughed a few times, feeling a long-lost thrill. Su-Chi did not finish all her food, leaving the remainder for the males. After cleaning up, she transformed into her beast form and nestled into Lion's embrace. Today, she decided to favor Lion. The poor short-haired Lion King rarely received affection, but Su-Chi resolved to spread the love evenly. Thus, she lay on the soft grass, her own thick fur providing comfort. Now that autumn had officially set in, the nights on the plains grew colder, prompting Su-Chi to snuggle into Lion's warmth. She found a cozy position, warmed up, and slowly drifted into slumber. The dangers of the night loomed. As many predators roamed after dark, the males often spotted gleaming eyes nearby. Yet they kept this from Su-Chi, knowing it would frighten her into sleeplessness. They took turns keeping watch against the lurking beasts, confident that no animal would dare approach them. Their sizes were formidable. Oblivious to the night's perils, Su-Chi slept soundly, waking lazily with the dawn. She always hesitated to rise, and Lion and the others indulged her. As they were nearing their destination, as she slept, Su-Chi appeared incredibly adorable, trusting them entirely, sprawled on her back with her rosy belly rising and falling. They found it hard to rouse her. Lion and the others felt that since meeting Su-Chi, their aesthetic sensibilities had gravitated toward her. Previously, they had never considered being attracted to such a delicate female, small in stature, lacking hunting prowess, tender, and seemingly fragile. Yet in truth, Su-Chi's strength did not reside in her physical form, but rather in her spirit. Why was she always so optimistic, as if nothing could defeat her? She could achieve her goals through various means. The thought of Su-Chi softened their hearts. Thus, they simply watched her, silently waiting for her to awaken. When Suchi finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of 3 massive heads peering down at her. She furrowed her brow. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Watching me so early in the morning, the tabby nudged her playfully. Wanting to groom her, he retracted his barbs, yet Suchi still felt a tightness in her scalp, as if her very essence was being drawn out by the tabby. She could even hear the sound of his tongue brushing over her head. The tongues of beasts were weapons in their own right. Though the barbs could retract and extend, when fully extended, they could strip away a layer of skin. A shiver ran down Suchi's spine, and unable to contain herself, she wriggled free, inadvertently poking her claws into the tabby's mouth. Losing control of her strength, she accidentally jabbed his throat, causing him to gag slightly. "Haftaha! Tabby, you are so adorable, like a great feline." The tabby cat gazed at her with a tender affection, ceasing its grooming to await her to finish her ablutions and meal before embarking on their journey. The air grew increasingly humid, and Suchi estimated that they would reach the seaside today. Indeed, by midday, several males heard the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing. They exchanged glances, quickening their pace, and at last beheld the vast ocean. The sea is often described as boundless and embracing. Life is as expansive as the sea and as varied as the mountains and rivers, with the ebb and flow of the tide. The white foamy waves crashed against the shore, an ineffable beauty. The males stood in awe, listening to the sound of the waves and gazing at the deep blue surface of the water, a sight beyond their imagination. Previously, if someone had told them that the sea was vast, they might have only envisioned a great river. But now they understood what the ocean truly was: limitless and unfathomable. Chapter 45. Salt production. Suchi slid down from the tabby cat and nearly dashed forward as soon as her feet touched the ground. The ocean here was a deeper blue, free from debris and untainted by the pollution of the Sakura Nation, suffused instead with the essence of the S.E.S. Yuchi frolicked in the water like a joyous puppy, beckoning her companions to join in the merriment. Lion Li and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. The water was slightly chilly but bearable. As they ventured deeper, they felt a buoyant sensation. The seawater was relatively clear, revealing tiny fish that were truly minuscule, no larger than Suchi's pinky finger. Animals possess an innate ability to swim, and even Suchi instinctively employed a dog paddle, swimming with delight, just as she was about to swim over to the males when Lion Li called out to her. "Stay back, it's too deep here. You might choke on water." Frowning, Suchi, undeterred, insisted on swimming over to give it a try. Wolf Fong interjected with a calm tone, "Darling, do not engage in perilous endeavors, I in a huff." Suchi barked in annoyance, swimming back to shore, ignoring them as she began to gather seashells. The shoreline was scattered with small shells, most of which were dull gray, while a few were quite lovely and oddly shaped. Suchi collected the beautiful shells, washing them clean with fresh water before placing them in the side pocket of her backpack, intending to use them as decorative items later. She lay down on the beach, basking in the warm sun, perfect for a brief nap. When she awoke, several males had gathered around her, and it was already evening. The sand beneath her was cool. Startled by the chill, Suchi climbed onto the tabby cat, anticipating the salt production at dawn. However, the wind was quite cold, so she nestled against the tabby's warmth, as lying on the beach or burrowing into the tabby's embrace would leave her belly cold. "So annoying, it's a bit too chilly. I can't sleep," she lamented. Slipping off the tabby, she burrowed completely underneath its belly, resting her head on its paw, finally feeling comfortable enough to drift off to sleep. The next morning, after completing her morning routine, Suchi set about researching how to produce salt. Most sea salt is derived through solar evaporation, but they evidently lacked the time and could only rely on boiling it themselves. With several males by her side, this provided her with considerable convenience. 1 stone pot was insufficient, as it was too inefficient. At least 5 were necessary to enhance productivity. Thus, Suchi kept the tabby cat nearby, while sending Lion Li and Wolf Fong to gather stone pots. Finding suitable stones on the grassland was somewhat challenging, but there were enough to work with. Once Lion Li and Wolf Fong returned with the stone pots, they could commence their task. Typically, 30 kilograms of seawater yields only a small handful of salt. But through accumulation, Suchi aimed to produce 2 large bags to take back. They were merely exploring the depths. Sufficient salt for the winter would suffice, as others would come to collect it later. Su-Chi kindled fires in the pots, pouring seawater into each. Fortunately, the seawater was clear enough, eliminating the need for an additional filtration step. Once the seawater had boiled down to 1/10 of its original volume, she filtered it through clothing to obtain brine. However, at this point, the stone pots were coated in a white substance that was not salt and could be harmful if ingested. After cleaning the 5 stone pots, she poured in the brine and boiled it until it reached a paste-like consistency. Filtering this white paste yielded brine suitable for seasoning tofu, while the remaining white solid, when sautéed for a while, would become salt. The males squatted nearby, observing this miraculous scene. They gazed at Su-Chi's profile, captivated by her seriousness. The earnestness she exhibited was truly enchanting. Just as women are drawn to ambitious men, so too are men enamored by women with aspirations. Least Lion Li and the others felt their hearts race at the sight of Su-Chi diligently attending to her task. Turning to them with a smile, she wiped the sweat from her brow, while the males remained unbothered by the heat. With sparkling eyes and a vibrant demeanor, she cheerily announced, "Now we have 5 portions of salt, which might take a week to prepare for our return." The males voiced no objections. They were more than willing to heed Su-Chi's words, even if it meant delaying their return by a month. As long as she was with them, Su-Chi packed the salt into her backpack, which was lined to prevent any leakage. Once the backpack was filled, they would return to the tribe. The 5 portions of salt were still insufficient to cover the bottom, so it seemed they would need to boil seawater day and night. Luckily, boiling seawater was not difficult at all. During the day, Su-Chi would cook while the males rested, and at night, the males would take over, allowing her to rest. After 2 days of tireless work, the backpack was half full, progressing faster than they had anticipated. That evening, as Su-Chi prepared to wash up and rest, she unexpectedly discovered that the males had yet to go hunting. Approaching the tabby cat, she patted its head and asked, "What's going on? Are you all working on an empty stomach today?" The tabby's ears perked up. "There are beastmen approaching." Su-Chi froze for a moment, quickly hiding behind the tabby. "Is it those same ones from before?" She wondered, noticing there were even more this time. Her first instinct was to secure the freshly made salt in her backpack, ensuring the zipper was tightly closed. She knew that this group was not composed of benevolent individuals. They were likely aware of Lion Li and the others' hunting patterns and had come specifically during their most vulnerable time, as Lion Li and the others had gone a day without food. Before long, the group of beastmen arrived, still led by the reindeer. Su-Chi let out a disapproving click of her tongue, feeling that their moral decay tarnished her perception of reindeer. Aware that she could offer little assistance in this situation, she obediently sat down, striving not to complicate matters for the males. Wolf Fong's gaze was icy, his tone dangerous as he inquired, "What do you mean by this?" The reindeer chuckled. "We mean no harm. It's just that you have lingered too long near our tribe while concealing your dealings. I am merely curious. After all, who knows whether you may pose a threat to us?" Damn it, how despicable, Su-Chi thought, gritting her teeth. However, the opposing side boasted over 20 beastmen, while they had only 3. Noticing that Lion Li and the tabby cat were already on edge, preparing for a confrontation, Su-Chi immediately stepped forward, intending to mediate. There was no need for violence. Even if Lion Li and the others could overpower them, they would surely sustain injuries. She had brought some herbs, but they would not save lives. Lion Li and the others could die, and that was not something she wished to witness. Not one of them could come to harm. Chapter 46. Hostages. Su-Chi walked forward with a smile. "Hey, there's absolutely no need to be so extreme that we plan to leave the day after tomorrow. We only came here to produce salt." The reindeer swiftly retorted, "What is salt? Why do you need it? Why should I tell you?" Su-Chi replied, eyeing the dense crowd of beastmen, placing her hands on the restless Lion Li's head. Lion Li had always been a symbol of strength. He had never endured such humiliation. The feeling of being constrained was unbearable, and he longed to hold off these intruders, allowing Wolf Fong and the tabby to escort Su-Chi to safety. Suppressing her emotions, Su-Chi spoke slowly. "We use salt for cooking." The hyena stepped forward, voice laced with skepticism. "Cooking? What is there to eat?" "There's nothing by the sea." Maintaining her gentle tone, Su-Chi clarified. "We use it to season meat, which helps replenish energy. Without salt, one would feel weak." The hyena loudly protested. Dear Ming, she's lying. We've never eaten salt, nor have we ever felt weak. Dear Ming, the reindeer, leaned in and muttered, Be quiet. I don't need your explanations. He turned to Su Chi. What is your take on this? Why should I explain what you've never encountered? Su Chi inhaled deeply. You consume meat and drink blood, right? Those contain salt. Occasionally, you lick stones, don't you? They also contain salt. We merely produce it to make consumption easier. After Su Chi finished speaking, both parties fell into silence. With Deer Song scrutinizing them without indicating any intention to leave, that he glanced at the hyena, who understood and stepped forward. Can you give us some? Finally, Lion Li could no longer contain himself, stepping to the forefront to confront the reindeer directly. Unless you wish to die. Wolf Fong and the tabby cat silently moved forward, positioning themselves to shield Su Chi. Deer Ming glared at Lion Li, his antlers swaying slightly. This is our tribe's territory. You hunt our game, utilize our seawater, yet you refuse to share the fruits of your labor. With Su Chi safely behind Lion Li, she felt a surge of confidence. If you call for them, will they respond? Deer Ming's tone was slow. Or do you wish to duel? He appeared to be entirely convinced that they would not dare to duel, leisurely awaiting their presentation of the salt with both hands. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, and Su Chi was just about to open her backpack to hand over the salt to them. As for their misfortune, the salt they had labored over for 2 days was now wasted. However, it was fortunate that the coastline was so long. They could simply relocate to another spot and begin the process anew, albeit with a few additional days required. Yes, she lowered her head to unzip her bag. A hyena behind her fixated on her noticeably prominent backside, bursting into laughter. And then there was that female, quite the fierce one. Su Chi's heart sank. Indeed, in the next moment, several males surged forward. A day without food had not diminished their strength, especially since Su Chi had been feeding them leftover meals 3 times a day. In the blink of an eye, the wolf-toothed and striped tiger had sunk their teeth into Lu Ming's neck, blood gushing forth, while Sea Lai bit down on the hyena, closing his jaws with a crack, snapping the hyena's slender neck. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving Su Chi scarcely time to turn her head. Lu Ming desperately thrashed his neck, attempting to shake off the 2 massive beasts clinging to him, only to exacerbate his wounds. He should count himself lucky that he was large enough. The wolf-toothed and striped tiger could not fully encircle his neck. Nonetheless, he was surely gently lulled Su Chi to sleep once more, daring not to release her from his embrace. Thus he settled on the ground, prepared to watch over her throughout the night, fearing that she might awaken alone and be frightened. They had also gathered several more pots of stone, tirelessly boiling seawater. At this pace, they should be able to depart by noon the following day. Su Chi slept soundly this time, devoid of dreams, only awakening when the sun reached its zenith. She sat up from Shirlai's arms, still drowsy. His voice reached her ears. Awake? Su Chi startled, for it was her first experience sleeping beside a male in human form. The sensation of skin against skin felt peculiar, causing her ears to flush red. She hastily climbed out of his embrace. Shirlai remained still, having endured the weight of Su Chi upon him all night. His legs numb. After a moment, he slowly pushed himself up from the ground, feeling as if ants were crawling through his legs, a sensation both painful and oddly refreshing. Lazily lifting his eyelids, he noticed that Su Chi had already scampered off to freshen up. A smile crept across his lips. Little white-eyed wolf, Su Chi, munching on jerky, approached the wolf named Wolf Fong, affectionately rubbing his belly, before moving to the tabby cat, stroking his neck and legs, silently gazing at him with her sparkling eyes. Unable to resist, the tabby nudged her. Did you dream of me getting bitten on the neck? Su Chi pouted. Yes, quite a large bite. The tabby seized Su Chi with his front paw. At least you dreamed of me. Soon, I'll take you to hunt deer. We shall depart by noon. Several beastmen lurked nearby, not too conspicuously, yet they sensed their presence. They had no intention of alarming Su Chi, as the little pup was easily frightened. They would take the deer and leave by noon. The deer, blindfolded, lay on the ground. Having been fed some meat in the morning and given medicine, he would not perish just why Su Chi still harbored some concern. Sitting beside the deer and contemplating his escape, had she known to bring her nylon rope, a contraption that could not be easily escaped from, things might have been different as Yuchi cast her gaze downward, contemplating the future. Previously, she believed she could survive solely through her skills, yet it appeared she would require some strength as well. She did not wish to experience the same helplessness as yesterday. Hiding behind the males, she resolved to find a way to grow stronger. Her physique was innate, and she could not grow larger. In human form, her strength was slight, thus her combat prowess could only be enhanced through weaponry. The first weapon that sprang to her mind was the ancient and invaluable bow and arrow. Chapter 48. Pearl she prepared to return to the tribe to discuss with the males, as crafting bows and arrows necessitated their assistance. The tribe housed numerous smaller beastmen, and if successful, they could also partake in hunting as Yuchi observed the deer, motionless, and reached out to check for breath, still alive. She then inspected her backpack, which was nearly full, the fine, white salt piling up like snow. This substantial quantity of salt would suffice for the tribe for quite some time, in conjunction with the livestock they possessed. Before her departure, she informed the chieftain to arrange for the beastmen to gather grass in preparation for the winter provisions. There were ample potatoes and sweet potato leaves. This winter, the beastmen should be well fed. The day was splendid, with the sun casting a warm glow upon them as Suchi planned to boil salt. The males urged her back. She did not insist, retreating to the sea to play, her swimming resembling that of a dog paddling, albeit at a leisurely pace. Wolf Fong, while boiling salt, kept a vigilant watch on Suchi, fearing she might accidentally swallow water, as Suchi, however, was not so foolish. She swam to the rocks, where she stood and enjoyed the sea breeze. Casually scanning her surroundings, she noticed some sea creatures below, likely washed ashore by the waves, trapped in this spot. She leaped down, intending to investigate, when Wolf Fong's voice called out from a distance, "Suchi, did you fall?" Turning back, Suchi shouted, "I did not. I came down to play." Wolf Fong, the kind of person who seemed fatherly, appeared quite mature, likely the eldest among their group. After all, in the wolf clan there were many young ones, so he was quite adept at caring for others. However, she did not wish to be treated as a mere cub. She was, after all, an adult female, as Yuchi immersed herself in rummaging through the sea creatures. Before long, the tabby leaped onto the rocks, presumably sent by Wolf Fong, to keep an eye on her. Suchi rolled her eyes but chose to ignore him. After a while of searching, she found quite a few items, yet none could be taken back. They were too heavy and would only burden the males. She instructed the tabby to catch her a crab, intending to cook it for lunch, which would be delicious without any additional seasoning. Lying on the ground, she awaited the sun to dry her fur. Inadvertently spotting a few clams squeezed into a corner, AS is well known. Pearl oysters can yield pearls. Excitement surged within her as she leaped down, carefully retrieving and inspecting them. They were flat with a rounded front and a slightly protruding back. She bounced around, suspecting these were indeed pearl oysters. Gathering several, she ceased her play, transforming into her human form, donning her clothes, and preparing to unveil her treasure. These oysters were quite large and appeared mature. Using a small knife, she pried open a seam, revealing over 20 lustrous pearls within. She let out a squeal, hugging the tabby and shaking him excitedly. Just as the tabby was about to return the embrace, Suchi released him. There were still a few pearl oysters left, likely capable of yielding more. Ultimately, she uncovered a substantial collection of pearls, enough of high quality for 2 necklaces that Suchi had already planned. One for Xiongqi and one for herself. Once she set the pearls aside, the salt was nearly finished as well that a full backpack weighed heavily. Shirley hoisted it onto his back, and she even abandoned the crab. Once they gathered their things, they prepared to leave, also taking along the deer, an essential tool. The beastman had remarkable healing abilities, and his wounds had mostly scabbed over. He should be able to travel. Suchi sat upon the tabby, swinging her legs, curiously regarding the deer's antlers. Did such a heavy burden not weigh him down? The antlers seemed to possess considerable collectible and aesthetic value. They had not walked far when that same group of beastmen encircled them once more, this time led by an older, large-bodied ape beastman who glared at them with hostility. Suchi shuddered in fear, anxious about another potential conflict. Nervously, she clutched a tuft of fur on the tabby's neck, inadvertently pulling a small handful. Feeling guilty, she cast a few furtive glances before unhesitatingly discarding the fur and continuing to tug. After all, with winter approaching, the animals would grow thick fur. Losing a tuft would not matter. The ape beastman stepped forward, his gaze dark and intent, as if wishing to slay them with his eyes. "Leave my child," Wolf Fong replied nonchalantly. "Once we have departed and are certain you will not follow, we shall let him go." The ape's tone grew more agitated. "Winter is nearly upon us. He will freeze to death." Shirley languidly remarked, "Or perhaps we should leave him here, and you can take us captive and kill us instead." The ape's tone weakened. "I promise I will not pursue you. Just spare my child." The deer was the only child of him and his mate, who was also aging. He could not bear to imagine losing this sole offspring and the sorrow it would bring to his mate. Wolf Fong's tone remained indifferent. "Swear to the beast God in the beast world." Swearing to the beast god is the highest form of promise. Perhaps there truly was a beast god here, and those who violated their oaths would face retribution. Dying an untimely death, the ape beastman's voice quivered. "By the beast god, I swear the beastmen of the tribe will not pursue you." He paused. "You must also vow to release the deer, at least allowing him to return alive." Wolf Fong scoffed. "By the beast god, we will release the deer on the day we leave the grasslands." He did not state whether the deer would return alive. The ape beastman's expression dimmed. He seemed to lose hope, motioning for the beastmen to part and create a path, watching helplessly as his son departed. Once they had moved far enough away, Su Chi finally dared to speak. "Then once he follow us, will they?" Wolf Fong chuckled. "What are you worried about, dear? Just sleep. Do you want to come down and run a bit?" Su Chi declined, fiddling with the pearls in her pocket. Already envisioning how to craft her necklace, she recalled the bow and arrow and tentatively asked, "When we return, can you make something for me?" Shirley casually replied, "Sure. What do you need?" Su Chi spoke slowly yet clearly. "A bow and arrow." She was resolute in her desires, wishing to grow stronger, at least to protect herself, and occasionally safeguard those she loved. She did not want to helplessly watch her loved ones suffer injuries any longer. "What do you need that for?" "It's a type of weapon with considerable offensive capability." The males paused, surprised. "Is it dangerous?" "Moderately so." Wolf Fong halted. "Dear, we can protect you well." Su Chi furrowed her brow, speaking earnestly, "I know. But I also wish to grow stronger. I want to protect you all." The males fell silent, seemingly unprepared for such a response. "What if you encounter many enemies? What if you are in grave danger? And I am powerless to assist? I would rather perish alongside you." She appealed to their emotions, reasoning that the bow and arrow was a ranged weapon, allowing her to attack from a distance, thus not overly perilous. "All right," Wolf Fong finally conceded. Su Chi's eyes lit up. "Really? Will you make it for me?" Wolf Fong chuckled helplessly. "Dear, as long as you teach me, I will make it for you." Su Chi called out and embraced the neck of the tabby cat, her excitement quickly transforming into future plans. The orcs in the communal cave had mastered all the herbal knowledge, and livestock and farmland were well tended. It appeared she had little left to occupy her time, that it was the perfect opportunity to practice archery. She swayed her head, humming a tune, already envisioning herself as a formidable queen at the very least. She ought to gather a harem. Liu Ming remained silent throughout the journey, accustomed to his own arrogance. This was the first time he had encountered setback, and whether he would survive was still uncertain. He was losing a considerable amount of blood. Though it had been staunched, he had not eaten and his body remained weak, barely able to keep pace with the males. He was gradually falling behind. And the other males certainly would not show him any leniency. The pampered moose made an effort to quicken his steps, yet he still lagged. Just as despair filled his eyes, Su Chi spoke up. "You all haven't rested at all yesterday. How about we take a break before continuing our journey?" The males exchanged glances, and with an unspoken agreement, they halted their steps, preparing to rest after dividing their tasks. They were indeed quite fatigued, yet the males were accustomed to concealing their weariness from Su Chi, leaving the wolf tooth to keep watch over Liu Ming. The other two males laid down to sleep. Liu Ming let out a sigh of relief, quickly dropping to the ground, eager to recover his strength to keep up with the group. Su Chi took some jerky and placed it in front of him. "Eat, don't starve yourself." Liu Ming said nothing, eagerly devouring the food. It was the most delicious meat he had ever tasted. Chapter 49. Farewell to the flat-headed brother, Su Qi observed Lu Ming, her gaze devoid of warmth. Her act of feeding him was not out of compassion. She was not so benevolent, merely wishing to prevent his demise. Had she known it would come to this, she would have acted differently if he had not harbored malicious intentions, relying on their numbers to attempt to seize their salt, and if it weren't for the swiftness and strength of Shirlai and the others. They could have been the ones captured. Su Qi decided to withhold further food, knowing that a full belly would make it easier for him to escape. She found herself wanting to strike Lu Ming, but it seemed contrary to the upbringing she had received, so she silently moved to sit beside Wolf Tooth. Wolf Tooth rested his head on her lap, quietly relishing their time alone together, blissfully ignoring the resting Shirlai and Tabby. With one hand propped on the ground and the other absent-mindedly stroking Wolf Tooth's fur, she noted that while a wolf's coat was not particularly soft, at least not as soft as her own, it was still somewhat pleasant to touch. She gazed up at the sky, a brilliant blue adorned with white clouds, more beautiful than the sky of her world. On Kati night, the stars would twinkle, and on lucky evenings, one might even glimpse the Milky Way. She focused on the fluffy white clouds, yearning for cotton candy and the comfort of soft cotton. After just a few hours of rest, the males resumed their journey. Su Qi sat atop Wolf Tooth, swinging her feet, thinking that soon they would harvest potatoes and sweet potatoes that I'll make you fries. How about potato towers? Mashed potatoes are delicious too, and we still have some honey left. Fried sweet potato fries with honey will surely be delightful. Her voice grew a bit louder as she called out, Shirlai, could you help me chop down a few trees? Just some dead ones will do. I need firewood to keep warm during the winter. Shirlai casually replied, Sure, darling, you can have whatever you wish. All right, I also need bamboo and meat. I want to make jerky and have some eggs. She paused, feeling a bit bashful that I'll let you know if I think of anything else. Shirlai chuckled softly, his voice low and magnetic, laced with a hint of mischief. Anything you desire, my dear. Su Qi giggled. You're so nice that I wonder who it was that used to avoid me. Her eyes widened at the mention. Bringing it up made her restless. A Border Collie specialty is holding grudges, and after a morning of sparring with one, she could expect a dismantled home by evening. And you still dare to bring it up? Who told you to bite my neck? It hurt. You know, you were indifferent to me first, and I went out of my way to please you by cooking for you. Su Qi rolled her eyes, recalling how she had learned to do so while watching Zhan Juan as a child, thinking it looked cool. After being scolded by her parents, she realized how unattractive it was and never did it again. Little Su Qi was quite the beauty, and while her peers were still learning to jump rope, she had already mastered the art of fashioning her outfits. 2 rooms in her house had been converted into her wardrobe. Yet even that space felt insufficient. Now, she felt a bit out of control. With a straightforward man like Shirlai, there was little chance of him pursuing her back then. Only now did his attitude improve, showing genuine care for her. Otherwise, Su Qi would have been disinclined to engage with him. With many suitors vying for her affection, the young lady lacked nothing in her life, especially love. Shirlai, with a hint of playfulness. Admit it, I was wrong. Darling, go ahead and hit me a couple of times. Su Qi indeed struck him twice, using considerable force, reddening her hands. The lion beneath her spoke leisurely. Does it hurt, sweetheart? It does, but I won't say it. Tabby interjected. Darling, come stay with me. My cave is larger than Shirlai's, and I have dancing rabbits. Su Qi's eyes widened. Really? Shirlai scoffed. Do you believe him? Tabby clicked his tongue, baring his teeth, already itching for a fight. Wolf Tooth calmly stated, The wolf cubs of our clan miss you dearly. Wolf Tooth was victorious in that moment. Su Qi felt a pang of longing for her tribe. She wondered how Wolf Wei and the others were faring. They must be approaching their adolescence soon. She missed Xiong Qi and Baolon. They had promised to gather fruit together in the forest. Noticing Su Qi's dejected mood, Shirlai and Tabby shot Wolf Tooth a glare, as if to say that if he couldn't keep quiet, he should refrain from speaking altogether. Wolf Tooth felt somewhat at a loss. We will see them again in a week. I promised. Su Qi's eyes sparkled. Really? Indeed? Su Qi wiggled her feet, eager to jump down. And are you in? Yes, as soon as her feet touched the ground. She had not yet transformed into beast form when she spotted a small white racing towards them. It moved quite swiftly. Su Qi squinted, watching as the dot grew closer, revealing a white back and an awkward gait. The flat-headed brother. she exclaimed, leaping on a Shirley, nearly bouncing with urgency. Run, run. The honey badger is coming for revenge. Shirley remained still, rising to prepare to fling the honey badger aside before making a run for it. He had considered killing the creature, but the honey badger had an exceptionally high health bar, making it difficult to even break its skin. In just a moment, the honey badger was upon them, leaping and attempting to bite Suchi. Suchi screamed and pulled her feet up, nearly standing atop Shirley. Wolf Tooth grew anxious, raising his voice slightly. Suchi, don't stand there. Get down. It can't reach you. Suchi trembled and crouched down, curling up against Shirley's back, creating an oddly pitiable yet humorous scene. Wolf Tooth seized the honey badger, and to be honest, the creature seemed quite innocent. It had been minding its own business when the little dog had stepped on it, and now it sought revenge, only to be thrown away by Shirley. The flat-headed brother, undeterred, returned, daring to provoke the towering Shirley. Wolf Tooth flung it away, landing it at Lu Ming's feet. The flat-headed brother yapped, ready to pounce. But in the next moment, Lu Ming stepped on it. Silence filled the air as everyone processed the scene, and no one spoke, nor did anyone move. They all fixated on the honey badger beneath Lu Ming's foot. What a squished sight. Suchi slowly covered her mouth. I didn't expect it to end this way. Blood and flesh were a gruesome sight. Lu Ming lifted his foot, revealing the entirety of the honey badger. Suchi could hardly bear to look. She raised her hand to shield her eyes. Wolf Tooth, could you dig a hole and bury it? After all, it was my fault first. Wolf Tooth silently began to dig a hole beside them. Placing the honey badger inside and covering it with earth. Suchi slid down from Shirley's back, using a twig to mark a grave, placing a piece of jerky at its headstone. She bowed her head in prayer, wishing that the afterlife held no moose. Silently, she climbed back onto Shirley's back, and the group continued their journey in silence. After a while, Suchi's voice trembled as she asked, "Will it come back to find me?" Wolf Tooth remained silent for 2 seconds before reassuring her, "If it seeks anyone, it will be Lu Ming." Suchi visibly relaxed. Lu Ming. Chapter 50. Returning to the forest, setting aside the minor incident with the honey badger. The journey proceeded quite smoothly. After all, the 3 males were quite formidable, and very few beasts dared to provoke them. The prairie tribe remained unusually docile since Lu Ming, a creature of their kind, was in their midst. Suchi found herself with ample leisure time, occasionally hopping down to run about. But for the most part, she stayed on the backs of the males. Sometimes, when she grew weary, she would change positions and take a quick nap. She felt as if she were becoming quite lazy and regretted not shearing a bit more wool. At least she could have spun it into yarn. Giving her something to do on the road, in her idleness, she pulled out some jerky, tearing off small pieces to eat. She had just finished her meal, not particularly hungry, merely seeking to occupy herself. After consuming a couple of pieces, Suchi's hand wandered back in her pocket, just brushing the edge of the jerky when Wolf Tooth's warning voice reached her. Suchi, you can't eat anymore. Suchi raised an eyebrow provocatively and tore off a generous chunk of jerky, stuffing it into her mouth. Her petite lips were filled to capacity, making it somewhat laborious to chew, yet she continued to cast a challenging glance at Wolf Fong. Suchi was well aware that Wolf Fong would not retaliate against her. Amused, Wolf Fong instructed Suchi to come down on her own. However, Suchi paid him no heed, shaking her head as she focused on chewing the jerky, which was a bit tough and difficult to bite through. The others watched in amusement as the young girl's tender cheeks moved rhythmically, which was quite an entertaining sight. Wolf Fong sighed, cautioning her that overeating could lead to discomfort, and advised her to save the jerky for later. Suchi turned her head defiantly, ignoring him as she reached for another piece of meat. With a click of his tongue, Wolf Fong grasped the fabric at her waist and gently tugged, bringing her down without causing her any pain or tearing her clothes, as he was well aware of how much Suchi cherished her attire. Startled, Suchi fell against Wolf Fong, feeling neither pain nor injury, though it was rather frightening. She playfully smacked him, the sound muffled, but Wolf Fong remained unbothered, suggesting she walk around a bit to aid digestion. Suchi shot him an irritated glare, shoving the remaining jerky into his mouth before turning on her heel to walk away. The little girl, clearly miffed, took purposeful strides, her ponytail swaying adorably. The other males followed her leisurely. Indeed, Su Chi was beginning to feel a bit uncomfortable. She had not been particularly hungry to begin with, and consuming several pieces of jerky now left her feeling somewhat bloated. The young lady, embarrassed to show her discomfort, pressed on for a few more steps before Wolf Fong pulled her back. Transforming into his human form, he observed her suddenly flushed face, quickly donned a pair of shorts, and swept her into his arms, rubbing her belly. Her abdomen was soft and devoid of muscle, providing a pleasant sensation beneath his hands. After a few gentle kneads, Su Chi noticeably relaxed, just as Wolf Fong intended to withdraw his hand. The young girl whimpered. Grasping his wrist, he chuckled softly, realizing she desired more of his soothing touch. Liu Ming stood nearby, somewhat fatigued, observing the peculiar dynamics among the group. There existed an unusual bond between Su Chi and the three males, akin to that of lovers yet resembling friendships. Meanwhile, Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe clearly harbored affections for Su Chi, remaining indifferent even when she was close to Wolf Fong, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. Yet, this was no concern of his. They were nearing the forest's edge, and he would soon be able to return. Su Chi and her companions were not mistreating him. At the very least, he would not starve, as the males would leave him the remnants of their meals, though it was not much. With winter still nearly a month away, he had ample time to return to his tribe and recuperate. His feelings towards these individuals were quite complex, especially regarding Su Chi. This female possessed an alluring quality. She appeared fragile, yet evoked a sense of intrigue. He cast a subtle glance at her, taking in her fair face, delicate neck, and her curvaceous form, which incited strange feelings within him. While he pondered this, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. The instinctive caution of a beast man jolted him back to reality. He glanced up to see Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe glaring at him intently, with Tiger Stripe taking a step forward, lowering his head slightly, an unmistakable posture of aggression. Even Wolf Fong, who was engrossed in tending to Su Chi's belly, shot him a furtive yet menacing glance. Remaining in their line of sight would prove perilous. Liu Ming cautiously took a step back, having regained some strength. Perhaps he could escape. Tiger Stripe lunged forward a few paces, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Leaving him no time to react, he found himself surrounded, forced to abandon any plans of escape. Kneeling, he bowed his head to the ground, exposing his neck in a gesture of submission. Su Chi was beyond his reach. Lion Blaze and Tiger Stripe scrutinized him for a moment. Finally, Tiger Stripe plopped down lazily, licking his nose, his ears twitching. Wolf Fong also diverted his gaze, resuming his attention on the precious girl in his arms. They were indeed a pampered lot. Oblivious to the underlying tensions, Su Chi nestled comfortably in Wolf Fong's embrace, squinting her eyes in delight as she requested him to rub her legs. Although they had only walked a few steps, she was clearly asserting her authority over him, complaining about the need to walk and scolding him. Wolf Fong, fully aware of her antics, bore a smile as he cautiously massaged her calves, which were soft and devoid of muscle. He spoke gently. "My dear, am I correct in saying you ought to consume less jerky? Will you indulge in this manner again?" Dazed from the massage, Su Chi nodded absent-mindedly, wishing to have her other leg attended to. Wolf Fong, a mature male, possessed exceptional skills in massage. Her calves felt warm and relaxed, as if her muscles were being tenderly stretched, as Su Chi nestled deeper into his embrace. Her tone sweetly teasing. "Will you still massage me once we return to the tribe?" The young girl was acutely aware of her charms, her voice lilting as she expressed her desire for such services upon their return. Wolf Fong chuckled softly, assuring her, "I will gladly massage you for a lifetime." Suddenly, Su Chi sprang up, feeling rejuvenated, and tugged at Lion Blaze's mane, momentarily forgetting Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong waited patiently for her settle, playfully pinching her foot, calling her a little white-eyed wolf. Su Chi, not pleased, turned her back on him, tugging at Lion Blaze's mane and insisting they hasten their pace. She was eager to return to her tribe, hoping for a swift journey. The path was uneventful, and they soon reached the forest's edge, where sparse trees came into view. Without pausing, they entered the woods, leaving Lu Song behind at the grassland's boundary, who watched them for a considerable time. Lion Blaze and the others showed no concern for Lu Song's safety. While he appeared alone, A dozen beastmen discreetly followed at a distance, remaining well-behaved and ensuring Su Chi's peace of mind. Once within the forest, Su Chi visibly relaxed. This was her familiar environment, and she flailed her feet, eager to hop down. Lion Blaze bent down to allow her to slide off. There was no need to rush now, and they followed Su Chi at a leisurely pace. The ground appeared to have recently been drenched, with clusters of mushrooms sprouting beneath the trees. Su Chi was tempted, but refrained from picking any. Aware of the potential dangers of consuming poisonous varieties, which could induce hallucinations or worse, death, that in the beast world there were no gastric lavage tools, and fearing for her life, Su Chi dared not touch them. Chapter 51. Return to the tribe. Having just returned to the familiar forest, Tiger Stripe sought out wild chickens and eggs for Su Chi, allowing her to savor the taste of home. Su Chi cherished the eggs, cradling them in her arms, eagerly anticipating frying them for dinner. As for the wild chicken, they roasted it on the spot. Indeed, it was a free-range chicken, having run through the mountains. Its legs well-muscled from constant activity. By the time the males had prepared the chicken, Su Chi had already kindled a fire and was ready to roast the meat. Holding a stick, she daydreamed, occasionally flipping the chicken over, squatting on the ground, the firelight flickering in her eyes. She mused, should we host a bonfire party, perhaps to celebrate the harvest? Once we return, we will gather potatoes and sweet potatoes. And we can also slaughter livestock. We have a tradition of killing the yearly pig. Shall we do that as well? The tribe leader should agree, right? Her eyes sparkled, her lips curled in a smile, radiating satisfaction. That I believe that could be arranged, Tiger Stripe replied, his heart warmed by her enthusiasm. Thus, we must hasten our return so I can prepare delicious meals for you all, she declared, her gaze fixed on the fire. It had been a while since she had seen the wolf cubs and Xiong-Chi. She wondered how they were faring. Surely, the beastmen residing in the communal cave were doing well, considering they could exchange herbs for meat. Her chatter continued, while the males listened quietly, well aware that Su Chi longed for home. After finishing the roasted chicken, Su Chi cleaned up and fell asleep. The males exchanged glances. She was sprawled across Tiger Stripe's back, sleeping soundly. They could hear her gentle breaths, each one as light as a feather, brushing against their hearts. Let us go, Wolf Fong whispered, and they set off, aiming to reach the tribe by nightfall, so Su Chi could be in better spirits. During the first half of the night, they walked quietly, resting in the latter half. Beastmen possessed remarkable endurance. A few sleepless nights were no burden for them, allowing them to reach the tribe in merely 3 or 4 days. Oblivious to all, Su Chi, unfamiliar with the route, awoke in high spirits, munching on jerky, gathering herbs, running about, and then sleeping again. On the 4th day, they arrived at the tribe. Upon seeing the cave and the beastmen gathered outside, Su Chi was so overjoyed she nearly leaped with excitement. Wow, how did we return so early this time? Wolf Fong wagged his tail, suggesting, perhaps it is due to our increased pace. Su Chi did not respond, as the wolf cubs had already bounded toward her, their tails wagging excitedly. They appeared to have grown a bit, and Su Chi quickly slid off Tiger Stripe to embrace their furry forms. She was knocked to the ground by the exuberant wolf cubs who surrounded her, yipping and yowling, unsure of what to say. Su Chi wrapped her arms around each, declaring, once we harvest sweet potatoes, I will bake you a cake. The wolf cubs howled in response, their voices sweet and high-pitched, prompting Su Chi to affectionately ruffle their fur. Wolf Fong could not contain himself either, letting out a deep, resonant howl that rang with authority. Effectively startling Su Chi, she turned to glare at Wolf Fong, exclaiming, don't howl. It's frightening, especially since wolves are the ancestors of dogs. If she were a bit bolder, her tail might even scare them away. Wolf Fong awkwardly fell silent, nudging Su Chi's head as he said, you may continue to play, but do avoid dangerous areas. They needed to deliver salt to the clan leader, after which they would rest. Likely able to sleep for an entire day. If all went well, Wolf Fong would return to face the challenge from the Wolf King's reserves. Su Chi casually nodded, not sparing them a glance. As she was busy playing with the wolf cubs, once we harvest the sweet potatoes and potatoes, I can prepare an abundance of delicious dishes, fries, stews, noodles, and tarts, so many. The wolf cub spun around in excitement. With her hands on her hips and chin held high, Su-Chi felt incredibly capable. Indeed, the cubs provided immense emotional value. Just as she was about to seek out the clan leader, Xiong-Chi sauntered over. The bear, a prominent figure in its own right, must have sensed her presence, much like the wolf cubs, and had come specifically to escort her to, "I'll take you there, hop on," Xiong-Chi said. Su-Chi beamed, clambering onto Xiong-Chi's back, squeezing her tightly as she exclaimed, "I've been riding on your back for a month now." Xiong-Chi walked leisurely, taking her characteristic bear-like steps, each footfall deliberate, as Su-Chi shared her observations from the journey. The grasslands are beautiful, though there are fewer trees. It takes quite a while to find suitable firewood. We encountered a grassland tribe, and the situation was perilously dangerous. They attempted to steal our salt. But thankfully, Lion Lai and the others were swift, capturing the chief's child. Otherwise, we would have had to engage in a fierce battle. Xiong-Chi listened intently, occasionally responding, but frowned only when the grassland tribe was mentioned. For they were far too arrogant. Su-Chi nodded in agreement. Yes, that Lu Song was the one leading the charge against us for our salt. I believe he's been spoiled, thinking himself invincible, only to be taught a lesson by Wolf Fong and the others that I reckon he will take quite some time to recover. Su-Chi chuckled mischievously. Xiong-Chi sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Were you injured? Su-Chi shook her head. Of course not, but I did step on a honey badger once. You probably haven't seen such a creature that it holds grudges and chased me down. You weren't bitten, were you? Xiong-Chi recalled Su-Chi mentioning her fear of pain. No, you won't believe what happened to it in the end. Xiong-Chi, intrigued, asked, what happened? Lu Song stomped it flat. Wow, I never would have guessed that. Su-Chi flashed her bright smile. Right? I even erected a monument for it, the fallen honey badger. As they spoke, they arrived at the clan leader's cave, where the shaman and the leader were already waiting outside. Su-Chi paused, quickly dismounting and running up to them. Why are you standing outside? You should sit. The clan leader chuckled. It's nothing. I heard from Wolf Fong about your adventures. You needn't worry about the grassland tribe. Please come inside. Su-Chi took Xiong-Chi's hand and entered. She was quite familiar with the clan leader and the shaman, knowing them to be kind and entertaining. Thus, she settled into Xiong-Chi's embrace. Listening to their conversation, can this salt be used to preserve meat? Su-Chi became serious at this topic. Indeed, it can be used to make jerky, like the kind I usually eat, which can be preserved until the end of winter. The clan leader smiled. Would you be so kind as to teach the tribe how to do this? Of course. We gather salt specifically to make jerky. She paused, suddenly recalling something. By the way, we should encourage the beastmen to hunt more. Any type of meat can be turned into jerky. The hunting team alone might not suffice. The clan leader nodded. Very well. After arranging to teach the beastmen how to make jerky the following day, Su-Chi relaxed, leaning closer to Xiong-Chi and wrapping her arms around the bears. Clan leader, shaman, can we have a bonfire party? The clan leader, appearing quite serious, inquired. What is a bonfire party? It's where everyone gathers around a fire, sitting together, enjoying roasted meat, and even dancing to celebrate the year's harvest. The clan leader and shaman burst into laughter. Of course. Will you help us organize it? Su-Chi nodded eagerly. We should be able to harvest potatoes and sweet potatoes by then. Let's slaughter a few sheep and pigs so everyone can feast well for the winter. The clan leader and shaman exchanged glances. Feast well indeed. Chapter 52. The sheep do not listen. Su-Chi further discussed the bonfire party with the clan leader. But noticing the waning daylight, she bade farewell to the leader and shaman. Taking her leave with Xiong-Qiu, Su-Chi felt a surge of excitement for the upcoming bonfire party. In truth, she enjoyed any activity, be it New Year celebrations, sports events from her youth, or various volunteer activities in college. She relished the festive spirit of togetherness. Regardless of the nature of the event, I need to weave another skirt to wear during the bonfire party. And we can dance together. She was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes. I'll roast a whole sheep, and you'll be the first to taste it. Xiong-Chi's gaze softened. Su-Chi paused, hesitating slightly. But I can't dance, Su-Chi reassured her. It doesn't matter. We just need to hold hands and move a bit. It's all about the atmosphere. Xiong-Chi nodded, though somewhat perplexed. All right, you'll stand beside me then. Su-Chi nodded vigorously. Yes. Xiong-Chi escorted her back to the cave before heading home. As there was a young bear cub waiting to be fed, Su-Chi fondly touched the hammock, then entered the cave to admire the bamboo chair. The chair was no longer bare. She had woven a wool cushion for it, even covering the backrest with wool. Now the bamboo chair was a supreme version, a golden bamboo chair, the first of its kind in the beast world, soft, spacious, and incredibly comfortable. Settling into the chair, she began contemplating her next steps. She needed more wool to make herself a skirt, which meant she had to go gather wool again. As she pondered discussing this with Lion Lai, she turned to see him sound asleep, undisturbed even as she rocked the chair. Su-Chi frowned slightly, wondering about Lion Lai's fatigue. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. While at the clan leader's home, she had taken out the other items from her backpack, filling her pockets with them, mostly pearls and a pouch of shells. She intended to craft 2 necklaces from the pearls and shells, one for Xiongqi and one for herself. However, she was unsure how to drill holes in them. Su-Chi clicked her tongue, deciding it was of no concern. The night had fallen, and after washing up, she hurried to bed. Cocooned in her sleeping bag, she nestled in comfortably, relishing the warmth. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Su-Chi and Lion Lai arose together. As Su-Chi washed up, she casually remarked, "You slept quite soundly yesterday. Lion Lai, I didn't expect your sleep quality to be so good." Lion Lai paused mid-stretch. "What do you want for lunch? I'll bring you something after hunting." Su-Chi smiled at him, her mouth still foamy from brushing her teeth. After spitting out the foam, she clearly replied, "Eggs." Lion Lai nodded, acknowledging her request. "Understood. Just wait." With that, he stepped outside, ready to join the hunting team. Su-Chi lay in the bamboo chair for a while, realizing that even the fluffiest males couldn't compare to the comfort of her chair. Soft, and with a backrest. She felt as if she could meld into it. With many tasks ahead of her, she reminded herself that true heroes never indulge in idleness. Su-Chi rose resolutely from the chair, determined to gather wool. With all the males off hunting, the pantry was nearly bare after such a long absence. Su-Chi had no choice but to handle it herself. The sheep had a separate cave, and after greeting the beast man, tending to them, she ventured inside. A disastrous defeat awaited her. Without a fierce predator to keep them in check, the sheep paid her no mind, particularly the lead sheep, which seemed to hold a grudge after she had sheared its wool last time. It attempted to butt her several times. Fuming, Su-Chi grasped the lead sheep's horns, staring it down. "Don't forget who the defeated one was last time." The lead sheep showed no fear, even calling for its companions to assist in toppling her. These sheep were quite plump, and their forceful pushes sent Su-Chi staggering. She quickly fled outside, fearing that if she were toppled, she might be crushed by the herd. Grinding her teeth, she thought back to how terrified they had been of her before. They had behaved obediently during her last visit, but after just 1 month without guidance, they truly believed themselves to be in charge. Fuming, she stepped outside. The beastman on guard was from the wolf tribe, a young male. Noticing Su-Chi's frustration, he gazed at her with curiosity. "Is this the beloved female of the leader? Why is she so angry? Are the sheep not fat enough?" Su-Chi caught his eye and brightened. Clearing her throat, "Hello, what is your name?" The wolf youth continued to look at her with interest. "Wolfwing Wolfwing. I'm Su-Chi." Wolfwing's ears perked up. "I know you. The leader is pursuing you." Su-Chi's ears flushed red. "Could you do me a favor?" Wolfwing stood, his size imposing, causing Su-Chi to take a couple of steps back. "Could you go inside and scare those sheep, so they won't move around?" Wolfwing followed Su-Chi inside, and for a moment, the flock of sheep stood still, frozen in place. Su-Chi snorted softly, seizing a sheep to begin shearing its wool. One of her subordinates, a sheep larva, attempted to struggle free, but a sharp slap from Su-Chi quickly silenced it. Unlike the previous occasion, this particular sheep was not as docile. Last time, the presence of several formidable beasts instilled a palpable fear in the flock, rendering them immobile. However, this time, emboldened by the absence of such guardians, they dared to resist. Yet, one could understand their audacity, for the orc stationed here was merely a subadult, inexperienced in the art of hunting, and thus lacking the intimidation factor of figures like Lion Lai. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Su-Chi, who trimmed a bit from each ram, but refrained from shearing the ewes. After all, it was not only she who needed wool for warmth. The ewes required it as well. They were crucial for next year's breeding. As for the rams, well, those that dared to confront her would find themselves reduced to a mere couple for breeding. while the rest would meet their end. With a fierce determination, Suchi harvested the wool, gathering a substantial amount into her embrace. She expressed her gratitude to Wolf Wing and departed. When the bonfire feast commenced, she intended to roast the sheep and indulge in a hearty meal. Upon reaching the cave, she noticed that Lion Lai had yet to return. As was her routine, she meticulously cleaned the debris from the wool and rekindled the fire, preparing to boil it at high temperatures to cleanse it thoroughly. Lion Lai returned, cradling a collection of wild chicken eggs as Suchi promptly approached him, accepting the eggs and placing them in a bamboo basket. Lion Lai chuckled with resignation, remarking, "You welcome the chicken eggs, but not me." Suchi quickly turned back, a smile lighting her face as she rushed to his side, playfully patting his arm. "You're amazing. Did you manage to hunt something significant today?" Lion Lai, with a lazy grin, replied, "It was all right, just a few wild bulls." Suchi applauded him, exclaiming, "Wow, wild bulls are enormous. You truly are incredible." Lion Lai raised an eyebrow at her, laughing, "Any more flattery, and it might go to my head." Suchi pouted, feeling a sense of injustice as she recounted her grievances about the unruly sheep, lamenting that without their oversight, the flock had become insubordinate. "Did they even push you?" Lion Lai inquired. Suchi nodded vigorously. Yes, I almost fell," though in truth, her balance was quite commendable. Lion Lai acknowledged her concerns. "All right, we'll deal with them shortly." Suchi paused. "Wait, we need them for the bonfire feast. We must survive the winter. Just scare them off for now." Lion Lai smirked. "All right, come here and give my shoulders a rub. I'm feeling a bit weary." With a roll of her eyes, Suchi reminded herself that he was contributing to the tribe and obliged. However, her small hands proved insufficient against his solid muscles, and soon her patience waned as she resorted to pounding his shoulders in circles. Lion Lai teased her. "What's wrong? Lacking strength today?" Frustrated, she summoned all her might and delivered a punch. But her hand ached as it met his tough exterior. Lion Lai, momentarily surprised, turned to inspect her hand with a hint of concern. "Does it hurt?" he asked, blowing gently on her hand. Suchi shot him a glare. "Go away." Lion Lai, like a playful rogue, continued to massage her hand. "A little rub will make it feel better." Chapter 53. The Promise of Spring. After allowing him to knead her hand a few times, Suchi withdrew it, retorting, "You complain about my lack of strength, yet you never complain about your own." She playfully slapped Lion Lai, the sound echoing sharply as her palm met his skin. Embarrassed for a fleeting moment, she asked, "It doesn't hurt, does it?" Lion Lai, grinning at her, replied, "Not at all, but does your hand hurt?" "No," she affirmed, standing to resume her task of boiling the wool. "Oh, you remember promising to make me a bamboo bow?" "I just checked, and the method seems quite simple. Since you hunted a few bulls today, I'd like some tendons." Lion Lai nodded in agreement. "Sure, the tendons are located along the back. The orcs typically don't consume them, so they are perfect for you to." Suchi, eager to curry favor, resumed her shoulder rubs, adding, "Once the bow is crafted, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you, perhaps spicy stir-fried meat." Lion Lai relished her attentiveness. Teasing, "Is it just for me?" "Of course, just for you," she confirmed, and Lion Lai, satisfied, pulled her closer. "Stop working so hard. You'll just end up complaining of fatigue. Sit and rest." Suchi shot him a skeptical look. "When have you ever seen me cry?" Lion Lai chuckled mischievously. "Remember the time when Lu Song brought his group over and someone was sobbing in my embrace?" Infuriated, Suchi distanced herself from him, refusing to respond as he followed, attempting to coax her back into conversation. Frustrated, Suchi simmered in silence as she boiled the wool. Once it was finished, Lion Lai sauntered over, lazily presenting her with several tendons, placing them before her. Instantly, the previously pouting girl transformed, her face lighting up with joy. Lion Lai, captivated by her radiant smile, couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch her long, curled eyelashes. The delicate brush of his fingers made him regret his impulsive action, and he quickly retracted his hand. Neither spoke as Suchi's smile faded. Lion Lai berated himself inwardly for his foolishness. He must have startled her. Suchi lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering as she replayed his earlier gesture in her mind. Such a rugged individual, yet his touch had been surprisingly gentle, brief, and fleeting. She couldn't help but glance at Lion Lai, meeting his gaze that sparkled like golden waves. Lion Lai, momentarily mesmerized, broke the silence with a grin. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you planning to give me an answer today? Su Chi understood his implication, hesitated, and slowly replied, I'll wait until spring. Lion Lai's eyes widened in surprise before he erupted into laughter. All right then, when the snow melts, if you still haven't given me an answer, I might just lose my patience. Su Chi shot him another glare. You rogue. She diverted her attention to the fire. The last batch of wool nearing completion as she hugged her knees, lost in thought. Lion Lai and his companions had treated her exceptionally well, and even her father could find no fault in them. To put it shamelessly, she found herself smitten, especially with 3 handsome men vying for her affection. Having spent so much time with them, she was acutely aware of their feelings and could feel their love. In her previous life, she had never encountered such captivating individuals. Yet here in the beast world, she found herself drawn to 3 of them. She wished to have only one of them, but the choice was daunting. To take them all or to forsake them all? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she punched Lion Lai and stood up, stuffing some jerky into her small bamboo basket. Turning her back and marching off, she intended to find Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong was currently within the wolf tribe's territory. He had anticipated correctly. The interim Wolf King had exercised control over the wolf tribe for a month, relishing the authority to command the pack. His ambitions growing ever larger. Just as Wolf Fong was recuperating, the interim Wolf King challenged him, and the victor would claim the title of Wolf King. Wolf Fong had long prepared for this encounter. The interim Wolf King was a younger subordinate, barely of age, yet already displaying remarkable prowess. The 2 titanic beasts stood nearly equal in size, their eyes glinting with ferocity. The interim king, known as Wolf Chuan, clung tightly to the ground, his gaze fixated on his elder. Many of his combat techniques were taught to him by this very Wolf King, yet the inherent ambition of the Orc tribe drove him to challenge his mentor. Without hesitation, he lunged, attempting to bite Wolf Fong's neck, but Wolf Fong effortlessly dodged. As an experienced predecessor and the reigning Wolf King, he had led the tribe long enough to possess skills far surpassing those of the young challenger. Easily deflecting Wolf Chuan's initial assaults and identifying his weaknesses, with a calculated strike, he pinned Wolf Chuan to the ground, whispering, Never expose your back to your opponent. Defeated, Wolf Chuan gritted his teeth, rising without a word, turning to leave. This was merely the first challenge. The wolf tribes of the beast world were far more lenient than those in Su Chi's realm. A defeated wolf would not be relegated to the lowest rank. And life would continue as usual. Orcs thrived on challenges. On the path to becoming Wolf King, one must endure hundreds of trials, with only one succeeding. This was the rite of passage for each Wolf King. Wolf Fong licked his nose, nursing a few minor wounds inflicted by the overzealous young challenger. He bore no resentment towards the youth. This was a necessary journey, and the path to becoming Wolf King would be fraught with trials and tribulations. His nose twitched as he suddenly turned his head, spotting the girl he had been thinking about, standing not far away. As soon as he stood, she rushed towards him, her face etched with concern. Wolf Fong, you're hurt. Let me see how bad it is. Wolf Fong brushed it off. It's just a minor injury. Did you confine me? Su Chi examined the wound, relieved to see it was not severe. With minimal bleeding that would soon cease, there's someone in your tribe named Wolf Wing? Wolf Fong's ears perked up, his demeanor remaining unruffled as he replied, Yes, there is a subadult named Wolf Wing. Why do you ask? He helped me a bit, so I wanted to thank him, she said, presenting him with a small basket containing some dried meat. Could you pass this on to him? Wolf Fong accepted the basket, filled with a dozen pieces of jerky, maintaining his composure. There any for me? Su Chi regarded him with an expression that clearly stated, What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, just save some for Wolf Wing. Don T eat it all. She turned to leave but paused, glancing back. Just leave the basket in your den for now. Come back with me, and I'll apply some medicine to your wounds. Wolf Fong was taken aback, and following Su Chi's words, a gigantic wolf trailed behind him, struggling to keep pace. I never expected you could still be challenged. I thought members of the Wolf clan dared not defy your wishes. He remarked with a chuckle. Such occurrences are not uncommon. It's quite normal. Without challenges to the Wolf King, how can there be a renewal of power? Su Chi cast him a curious glance. Are you quite aged? Wolf Fong grew serious. I am in the prime of my life. He elaborated further. I was to wait a considerable time before ascending to the throne of the Wolf King, but the old king perished unexpectedly. And the Wolf Queen followed suit in mourning. Thus I ascended by default. Then you have missed several challenges, haven't you? Wolf Fong offered a wry smile. Indeed, for I did not challenge for my position. Others assumed my strength was lacking and sought to challenge me in droves. He paused, a hint of arrogance creeping into his tone. But I have bested them all. He chose not to mention the injuries he had sustained during those encounters. Deeming it unnecessary for Su Chi to know of the relentless assaults he endured, Su Chi grinned. You are quite formidable, Wolf King. Wolf Fong feigned modesty. Oh, it's nothing exceptional. Chapter 54. Applying medicine as Su Chi led Wolf Fong back. She found Lion Lai busily carrying out the washed wool. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chi noted, You are quite diligent. The wool, having absorbed water, was heavy and required wringing out before being laid out to dry. A laborious task. Lion Lai completed his task with admirable efficiency, thus sparing Su Chi the burden. T must be said, Lion Lai's physical labor exuded a certain charm. However, the wool was not particularly heavy for him. His muscles remained unstrained, and he did not break a sweat. Su Chi envisioned Lion Lai shouldering heavy loads and swallowed hard. Such thoughts were only natural. Hastily, Su Chi pulled Wolf Fong into the cave, urging him to lie down. His beastly form was immense, and there were parts of him Su Chi could barely reach on her tiptoes, particularly the wound on his back. She retrieved the medical kit, finding only a limited supply of medicine remaining. These modern remedies were invaluable in the beast world. Using them sparingly was crucial, while she didn't mind using them on several male comrades for quicker healing. She felt a pang of regret. Turning back with the kit in hand, she found Wolf Fong obediently lying on the ground, a substantial figure indeed. Su Chi clicked her tongue, circling him a few times. Upon inspection, she noted that Wolf Fong's injuries were minimal, primarily concentrated on his back. After all, it was Wolf Chuan's skill that Wolf Fong had imparted, and he knew well to strike when prey exposed its back. Though Wolf Fong was quick to evade, he had still sustained several claw marks. Su Chi first attended to the other wounds, but her gaze fell upon the one on his back, a source of concern. It was rather difficult to reach. Noticing the girl hesitating, Wolf Fong felt a sudden weight on his back. He froze for a moment, realizing she had mounted him. This was a departure from the norm as Su Chi positioned herself on his waist. Wolf Fong remained momentarily stunned. Did this girl truly ride upon the waists of other males? Such an act was not taken lightly, as Su Chi was earnestly applying medicine to Wolf Fong, but when she reached for a spot near his shoulder that was out of reach, she inadvertently rubbed against his waist, inching forward. Wolf Fong gasped and Su Chi paused. Did that hurt? Wolf Fong maintained his composure. It's manageable. Just apply a bit more. There are quite a few wounds on my back. All right. Su Chi continued to inch forward, tending to the injury near his shoulder blade. This wound appeared severe, likely inflicted by a heavy blow from Wolf Chuan. Blood had stained the fur around his shoulder red. And Su Chi felt a twinge of sympathy. She sprinkled some powder medicine on the area and blew gently, asking, Does it hurt? Wolf Fong, either enduring the pain or in a state of shock, trembled slightly. Not all. Su Chi raised an eyebrow. If it doesn't hurt, that's good. Supporting herself against his back, she exerted a little effort and jumped down. Turning to Wolf Fong, she smiled. You can get up now. Wolf Fong remained motionless, a bit sore. I'll take my time. Su Chi tilted her head. Weren't you just saying it didn't hurt? Is the medicine starting to take effect? She dismissed further contemplation, as she had a busy day ahead, needing to teach the beastmen how to prepare jerky. Nodding, she picked up the bamboo basket and stepped outside. Take care and lie still. Don't let your wounds reopen, she instructed before departing. Lion Lai was still hard at work outside, evenly spreading the wool on the bamboo mat Su Chi had woven previously, allowing it to dry more efficiently. Seeing Lion Lai so earnest, Su Chi approached quietly from behind, intending to surprise him. Just as she was about to leap and shout, Lion Lai turned around. Su Chi leaped into his arms. Lion Lai smirked, raising an eyebrow. Quite forward of you to... Su Chi blushed, struggling to extricate herself, shooting him a glare before scampering away. Lion Lai stood in place. watching her retreating figure until she vanished from sight before turning to enter the cave. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Wolf Fong, who, as a male, could sense the restlessness of other males. Raising an eyebrow, Lion Lai observed, "You seem lively." Wolf Fong offered a wry smile, lying still. Lion Lai turned to leave. "Don't soil my space." Su Chi, carrying the bamboo basket filled with herbs, was on her way to the public cave to deliver supplies to the beastmen. They had transformed into the tribe's healers. Even the shaman had stepped aside to allow them to take charge. The shaman was not displeased. With fewer injured beastmen to disturb him, he enjoyed a measure of tranquility. His responsibilities extended beyond merely tending to the tribe's health. He also oversaw rituals, a matter of great significance for the tribe's vitality throughout the year. Currently, injured beastmen sought treatment in the public cave, where plentiful supplies expedited their recovery, often allowing them to scab over within a day or two, not significantly impacting their subsequent hunting capabilities. Tiger Stripe was present in the public cave, licking the blood from his claws, his gaze lost in thought. Upon noticing Su Chi's approach, he was unperturbed, having already caught her scent. It must be said, tigers are truly favored by the heavens, endowed with innate strength and striking beauty. Su Chi found herself particularly enamored with tigers, believing them to be the most handsome of all creatures, especially the particularly beautiful Tiger Stripe, a testament to the creator's favoritism. Unable to resist, she dashed forward and leaped on a Tiger Stripe's chest. The longer fur on his chest enveloped her in a warm embrace. Su Chi wrapped her arms around him, unable to encompass his entirety, but feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her eyes sparkling, appearing especially round and adorable due to her upward gaze. Tiger Stripe nudged her head with his chin. "I came to check on them." Emerging from Tiger Stripe's embrace, Su Chi entered the public cave with her bamboo basket. The Biashi exchanged a few words with the orcs in the public cave before stepping outside with the tabby. The tabby wished for Su Chi to sit on him, but she did not comply. "Transform into your human form, and let us depart together," he suggested. The tabby obediently complied, retrieving his shorts from a hide pouch tied around his neck. As Su Chi turned around, the tabby shifted into his human form and donned the shorts. He truly conformed to Su Chi's aesthetic preferences, with his exquisitely defined features, particularly his light golden eyes, which captivated her. She smiled as she cupped his face, playfully nudging it closer to hers. The tabby's lips were quite appealing. His upper lip was slightly thin while his lower lip was full, now pouting slightly due to her gentle pressure. Su Chi scrutinized the handsome visage before her, her gaze sweeping over his features until she felt his face drawing nearer, and the sensation of his lips brushing against hers took her by surprise. Stunned, she thought, "Is my first kiss truly slipping away?" She noticed that the tabby's eyelashes were unexpectedly golden, fluttering like delicate butterflies, clearly betraying his nervousness. Seeing him so anxious calmed her. After all, she had to choose between the three males, and with the tabby being so striking and treating her so well, she felt no loss. Instead, she felt mischievous and decided to tease him. She extended her tongue and lightly licked him. As anticipated, the tabby recoiled sharply, and upon seeing the tip of her tongue still protruding, realized what had just transpired. His face flushed a deep crimson, and Su Chi thought he might just burst into flames. The tabby stared down for what felt like an eternity before uttering his first words. "Can we do that again?" Su Chi chuckled. "It depends on your performance. I have informed Lion Lai that I shall choose one among you." The tabby's pupils dilated with urgency as he asked, "Which one will you choose?" Su Chi tilted her head in contemplation. "I am unsure. You all possess admirable qualities, making it quite a challenge." She acknowledged her slightly wicked delight in witnessing the tabby's flustered demeanor. "However, your previous performance was rather lackluster." "I felt nothing at all." The tabby frowned. "Let us try again." Su Chi pouted. "Why should I listen to you?" The tabby, now desperate, pleaded, "Just once more. I did not perform well earlier." Finally, she relented with a nod. "Very well." The tabby towered over her, needing to bend slightly to accommodate her to facilitate matters. He lifted Su Chi into his arms, elevating her above him. Gazing at his beloved female, the tabby slowly leaned in. Initially, he hesitated, savoring the moment, but then, Inspired by Suchi's earlier actions, he pried her lips open. Unable to resist, he intensified the kiss, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, which elicited a muffled whimper from her. As their lips parted, he remained close, murmuring, "Does it hurt?" Suchi instinctively attempted to draw back, but the tabby held her in place with one hand, fixated on her, as if this moment was far from over. The tabby's lung capacity was impressive, while Suchi felt breathless, sensing the air becoming increasingly scarce. She frantically patted his back in a plea for release. Reluctantly, he released her, both of their lips slightly swollen. Especially Suchi's, which was already delicate and now painfully tender. She shot him a glare that hurt. The tabby, still visibly aroused, rasped, "I apologize. I shall be more mindful next time." As Suchi raised her voice slightly. "There won't be a next time." The tabby was taken aback, urgency creeping into his voice. "I will fetch you eggs, fish, whatever you desire." "There will be a next time." Suchi rolled her eyes and inhaled deeply as she walked ahead. The tabby followed, closely behind. "My dear, please strike me once. Let me share in your pain, will you?" Suchi obliged him with a light slap. "I'll let it slide this time, but I have to teach others how to make jerky later." "How can I face them like this?" The tabby observed her closely. "It's not very noticeable." Suchi huffed as she strode forward. "How can it not be? You're blind if you can't see how swollen my lips are." She hurried, eager to prepare the materials for teaching the orcs how to make jerky. Upon arrival, she found only a few orcs present and sighed in relief, promptly attending to the meat, considering the orcs' penchant for hearty portions. She cut the meat into sizable chunks, smaller pieces being reserved for her own consumption. The chieftain raised his nose and let out a commanding call that echoed through the area, quickly drawing in the orcs, who possessed keen hearing. Soon, the place was bustling with activity. Suchi began her demonstration, having already cut the meat, focusing now on the salt content. She raised her voice. "Remember the salt content. For such a large piece of meat, only a small handful of salt is required." Given that the orcs were unfamiliar with modern measurement units, she placed the salt in her palm for them to gauge visually as they mixed the salt into the meat. She noted that if they had chili or cumin, those could be added for enhanced flavor. An orc inquired, "What are chili and cumin?" Suchi held up her spices. "You must have seen chili and cumin before. They grow in the forest. You can pick them and grind them into powder with stones to add to the mixture." The orcs nodded in understanding, realizing that was chili. They were aware that brightly colored fruits tended to be more dangerous. Some had tried chili before and knew it didn't fill the belly, but could cause considerable discomfort. Suchi produced her own homemade jerky and distributed pieces to nearby orcs. They hesitated at first, gripping the small, hard, grayish pieces that had chili added. Skeptical, they dared to taste it, and their eyes widened in delight at the surprisingly pleasant flavor. The texture was slightly dry, yet the chili stimulated their salivation, allowing them to savor the unique meat fibers with each chewed as they continued to indulge. The orcs crammed the remaining pieces into their mouths, their eyes fixated on the jerky in Suchi's hands. Clearly unsatisfied, Suchi beamed. "In a few days, you'll be able to make this yourself. It's quite simple. Just let the seasoned meat sit for about half a morning and then hang it in a breezy spot to dry for 2 days." The orcs listened intently, nodding along. Feeling gratified by their enthusiasm, Suchi cleared her throat and continued, "You've already learned to make fire and can craft stone pots. When the time comes, fill the pot with water. Balance some branches inside and steam the dried meat above it." She recalled something important, her tone becoming serious. "You should take advantage of the time before winter arrives to hunt more, turning any excess game into jerky for the cold months ahead." The orcs nodded vigorously, treating Suchi's words as sacred wisdom, with some eager ones rushing out to hunt immediately. After her instructions, Ingzai arrived, reminding her of their agreement to weave bamboo baskets. Noting the scarcity of bamboo at home, Suchi turned to the tabby. "Please help me cut down a few stalks of bamboo, one solid piece for crafting a bow, and the rest could be random." Having recently enjoyed the fruits of their labor, the tabby was eager to please Suchi and promptly dashed off to gather the bamboo. In truth, weaving the baskets wasn't too difficult, but Ingzai only had claws to work with. Suchi sighed, having forgotten that Ingzai was not yet of age to transform. She worried, if some individuals struggled with their hands, could Ingzai manage with claws? Ultimately, Ingzai proved her wrong, showcasing his ability, albeit with a slightly clumsy approach. Suchi watched with amusement as Ingzai meticulously inserted the bamboo strips into the frame, using his beak, resembling a comical little chick. With enough bamboo baskets at home already, Suchi propped her chin on her hand, observing Ingzai weave, seizing the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Ingzai, during my time away, did you miss me? Ingzai paused, placing down a bamboo strip. I did. After a moment, she asked, have you learned all about the herbs? I have, he replied, resuming his work. He then inquired, do you prefer me or the tabby? Ingzai paused again. I like you both, but he seemed a bit exasperated and decided to set aside, weaving to focus on chatting, with Suchi feeling slightly bored. She urged him to hurry up with the basket while she reclined on a bamboo chair. The cotton stuffing was still fluffy and soft, prompting a sigh of contentment from Suchi. This was the indulgence one deserved as an adult. After a while, she glanced at Ingzai, who was making swift progress, completing over half of the basket in no time. Your little beak is remarkably nimble. You're almost igniting sparks here, she teased. Ingzai, you'll be quite the catch. You should find a wonderful female. Ingzai paused, adopting a serious expression. I want to find someone like Suchi Suchi chuckled. Then you must become quite formidable. Ingzai nodded earnestly, and once the basket was complete, he approached Suchi. Suchi Jia, this is for you. Suchi gratefully accepted the basket, cradling it in her arms. Thank you, Ingzai. It's beautifully made. The young eagle is rather shy, likely unaccustomed to compliments, and whimsically hops about, as if to hide away. Suchi, invigorated, cannot help but shower praises, exclaiming how handsome the eagle is, foretelling a future of great prowess and impressive stature, declaring the eagle to be truly well-behaved. Over surprise, the eagle, overwhelmed by shyness, takes flight and disappears into the sky. Suchi stands in stunned silence, hastily making her way to the cave entrance to catch a glimpse, but the eagle has already vanished without a trace. With a soft click of her tongue, she turns back into the cave, where she finds Shirlai languidly sprawled out. She approaches him and sits by his side, inquiring, when did you return? I didn't even notice. Shirlai lifts his eyelids, remarking, what happened to your lips? They carry quite the scent of the tabby. Suchi instinctively touches her lips, still slightly sore from the tabby's affectionate peck. She dismisses it nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a kiss from the tabby. Shirlai's tone shifts to one of ambiguity. Have you made your choice? Not yet, she replies. Rising to his feet, Shirlai retorts, then why did you kiss him? Darling, Suchi, under his imposing gaze, finds herself looking up at him, frowning slightly. This is my freedom. What tone is that? Speaking to her in such a manner while expecting a pleasant response. Shirlai flicks his tail. Then how about giving me a kiss as well? Suchi bristles. Why should I? Shirlai lowers himself again, nuzzling her gently. Darling, I apologize. My tone was inappropriate. I was jealous, fearing you might not choose me. Gradually, Suchi's frown softens, but I don't wish to kiss you right now. My lips hurt. Shirlai seizes the glimmer of hope, transforming into his human form, enveloping Suchi in his embrace. I will be gentle. Just once. Suchi furrows her brow, pouting. The tabby said the same thing, just once, gently. Shirlai's voice drops to a husky whisper, very lightly. Before he can finish his thought, he succumbs to temptation, capturing Suchi's lips with his own, tracing their shape with his tongue. After a moment, he holds her chin, gently parting her lips, just a fraction. Suchi furrows her brow, feeling a ticklish sensation on her palate, struggling to breathe as her lung capacity is limited. Soon, she finds it difficult to hold on. She pushes against Shirlai's chest, and he finally retreats after giving her one last gentle nibble. Suchi hurriedly stands, having sensed something amiss. You should calm down first. Shirlai drapes a pelt over himself, still able to smile. It will take a while. Go play for now. With a blush, Suchi scurries away. As evening falls, she chooses to lie on the hammock. Shirlai remains idle, propped on one hand, absently touching his lips, patiently waiting for the moment to pass. When the sensation finally subsides and darkness envelopes the sky, Suchi has yet to return. Shirlai dons a pair of shorts and steps outside. Discovering that the young girl has fallen asleep on the hammock, he approaches, standing quietly beside her, watching her for a while. Eventually, he raises a hand to gently touch her eyelashes. Careful not to apply too much pressure, his fingertip glides slowly over her delicate cheek, finally resting on her slightly swollen lips. Sue Chi's lips have certainly endured a trial today, reddened and slightly puffy from the friction. Shirley cannot bring himself to awaken her. Instead, he lifts her gently and places her inside the sleeping bag. The moonlight streams through the cave entrance, illuminating Sue Chi, rendering her an ethereal figure. Shirley gazes at her lips, a smile breaking across his face. Lamenting that she has been drawn into the human realm, he leans down slowly, placing a kiss upon her forehead, devoid of desire. Merely an expression of his affection. Sleep well, my dear. Chapter 57. The bamboo bough and the harvest. With a solid bamboo now in hand, Sue Chi sketches the shape onto the bamboo with a pencil, instructing Shirley to carve it with his claws. She opts for the simplest design, primarily due to the scarcity of materials. A single piece of bamboo and a cow tendon suffice for its creation. Shirley expertly controls his strength, and after Sue Chi secures the tendon, she tests it, finding it quite elastic. She crafts several bamboo arrows, embedding feathers with resin at the back, sharpening the tips, and roasting them over a fire until a primitive bamboo arrow is complete. Having watched her fair share of dramas, she is able to mimic the posture for shooting. With her feet shoulder-width apart and her torso upright, she raises her hand, nocks an arrow, and draws back. The moment she releases, the bamboo arrow flies forth, striking a tree some dozen meters away. However, the bowstring grazes her arm, leaving a thin cut on her delicate skin. Startled by the sting, Sue Chi winces, and Shirley rushes over, grasping her shoulder and leading her into the cave. With reddened eyes, Sue Chi winces in pain, the sensation sharp and burning. Shirley retrieves her small first aid kit, settling onto the ground and inviting Sue Chi to sit on his lap. His heart aches for her, holding her arm and leaning in to blow gently on the wound. The metallic scent of blood fills the air, and for the first time, Shirley finds the odor of blood revolting. It is Sue Chi's blood. A few tears escape Sue Chi's eyes, causing Shirley to gasp in concern. I don't understand your medicine. Does it hurt you to apply it? Sue Chi's voice quivers as she replies, It hurts. It really hurts. She resolutely endures the pain to disinfect, apply ointment, and finally wrap her arm in bandages. Shirley lifts her arm, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on the wound, hesitating before asking, Will you continue practicing? Sue Chi sniffs, Yes, I must become stronger. Shirley does not deter her, well aware of her determination. She is resolute in her training. However, with her injury, it is clear that she cannot proceed. He embraces her, their size difference evident as she sits in his arms, small and delicate. Let us wait until your injury heals before practicing again. Darling, as Sue Chi rubs her eyes, I want to check on the arrows I shot earlier. Shirley lifts her effortlessly, carrying her outside. Sue Chi's frown transforms into a smile. It's not like I hurt my leg. Shirley candidly admits, I just want to hold you. Sue Chi blushes and falls silent. Shirley brings her to the tree, and Sue Chi leans forward to inspect, finding the arrow embedded in the trunk. Unable to pull it free, a glimmer of excitement lights up her face, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, yet her smile radiates brightly. The power is quite impressive. It should be able to pierce a skull. Shirley, too, is taken aback. This is evidently a formidable weapon, capable of long-range attacks while keeping the hunter at a safe distance. That he feels an urge to try it out. Noticing his eagerness, Sue Chi extricates herself from his embrace, standing tall before offering him the bow. Want to give it a try? Shirley accepts the bamboo bow. Though it feels heavy for Sue Chi, it is remarkably light for him, concerned he might damage it. Sue Chi quickly warns him to be gentle. Shirley nocks an arrow and aims at a distant tree. With a gentle release of his fingers, the arrow soars forth, and he feels the bowstring graze his arm without inflicting any harm. The bamboo arrow embeds itself into the tree, its tail quivering slightly. Sue Chi and Shirley approach to examine the result, astonished to find that a third of the arrow has penetrated the trunk. Sue Chi feels quite satisfied with her bamboo bow. She stows it away, contemplating resuming her practice once her injury heals, aspiring to become a master archer. However, she realizes the bamboo's hardness is insufficient. Perhaps she can affix sharp stones with resin for better results. Without hesitation, she instructs Shirley to carve some stones for her, and after adhering them with resin, she urges him to shoot once more. The arrow penetrates deeply, and indeed, the results are even more impressive. For a moment, Su-Chi forgets the pain in her arm as she eagerly accepts the bow from Shirley, preparing to shoot once more. However, he halts her, unless you wish to be injured again. With winter approaching, the air grows noticeably colder. Even the rugged, sturdy beastmen struggle against the chill. Most remain in their beast forms, occasionally shifting to human form while cloaked in animal hides. They are not overly concerned. Thanks to Su-Chi, food is plentiful this year, and they have even learned to make fire, bringing warmth to their lives on the day the beastmen complete their jerky. They unanimously select the finest pieces and sneakily deliver them to the entrance of Su-Chi's cave. This gesture leaves Su-Chi both amused and exasperated, as the beastmen evidently lack an understanding of her appetite. The jerky piles up like a small mountain, and she doubts she could consume it all within an entire winter. This group of beastmen is undeniably endearing, with their simple-mindedness and innocence touching her heart. Su-Chi informs the chieftain that it is time to harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Thus, on this day, the entire tribe of beastmen gathers. Each takes responsibility for a small plot of land. The chieftain and the shaman initially intended for Su-Chi to supervise from the sidelines, but she declines. Eager not to miss out on this communal activity, she insists on participating. The chieftain and shaman concede, assigning her a small plot, which she finishes quickly, setting aside the unearthed sweet potatoes. This year's harvest is promising. Beneath the lush green leaves, 5 or 6 hefty sweet potatoes lie nestled, their purplish skins still clinging to remnants of soil. Su-Chi beams as she gathers the sweet potatoes into a pile, specifically instructing the chieftain that the leaves should not be discarded, as they can be stir-fried. If the beastmen find them unpalatable, they may be fed to livestock. Sitting on the ground, she glances around, observing the other beastmen laboring diligently. Their robust hands, transformed into claws, effortlessly unearth the sweet potatoes as Su-Chi rises to assist, but is promptly declined. The nearby beastman, who has not revealed his beast form, resembling a cheetah, glances at Su-Chi and firmly states, "You've already done your share. Take a rest." Su-Chi was momentarily taken aback, with only a small patch of land and a mere handful of sweet potatoes. The labor was hardly taxing, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. After inquiring around, the nearby orcs urged her to take a break, leaving her no choice but to carry the sweet potatoes away. Even the chief and the shaman, 2 elderly figures, were busy tending to the fields. Sitting idly beside them, Su-Chi observed the wolf Fong, who had been assigned an entire plot of arable land. Diligently leading his fellow orc kin in their toil, as she approached, she was halted by Wolf Fong's voice, warning her not to come any closer due to the dirt. Frowning slightly, she took a few steps toward him and knelt down to assist in the digging. Lacking claws and with delicate hands, she utilized her military-grade shovel, which was quite sharp and made the task effortless. Thus, she quietly immersed herself in her work. Wolf Fong watched her in silence for a while. Choosing not to intervene, in truth, they all recognized that while Su-Chi might appear delicate, she was not willful. She was committed to completing her tasks and disliked being underestimated. Who would dare to underestimate her? They merely wished to spare her the burden. Wolf Fong quickened his pace, hoping to lessen her workload. As Su-Chi's digging slowed, she caught a glimpse of Wolf Fong's face, so close that she couldn't resist the impulse to plant a quick kiss on his lips, only to retreat immediately. Laughing, she recalled that both Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe had kissed her not long ago. It wouldn't be fair to favor one over the others. Wolf Fong was momentarily stunned, instinctively licking his lips before regaining his composure as he looked down at her with a tender smile. "Am I the last?" Su-Chi lifted her chin defiantly. "You don't understand the need to seize the moment." With his hands soiled, Wolf Fong couldn't reciprocate her gesture. He smirked. "All right, just wait." The other orcs continued their tasks as if nothing had occurred, moving swiftly, and soon enough, piles of sweet potatoes began to accumulate. They even took joy in harvesting the sweet potatoes. Prior to Su-Chi's arrival, the orcs had a hunt during winter, but the forest was blanketed in snow, causing most animals to hide. This made their search arduous, as the cold numbed their muscles, limiting their endurance in the snow. Yet for the sake of sustenance, they endured, lying in the thick snow, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce on their prey. They were left frozen, their speed diminished, and the success rate of their hunts was dismally low. Them. Winter represented death, leaving them hungry and causing comrades to freeze to death. However, this year was different. They had prepared ample jerky and were blessed with well-fed livestock, promising a bountiful winter. Chapter 58. I adore all three of you despite the laborious work. The orcs felt an underlying happiness. Their physical prowess was astonishing, allowing them to finish harvesting the sweet potatoes in less than a morning, leaving an impressive sight behind. The chief stepped forward to supervise the distribution of the harvest while announcing the bonfire feast scheduled for that evening. Su-Chi stood nearby, acknowledging the abundance of the harvest, which had excited both the chief and the orcs, who listened attentively as he spoke at length. After a while, feeling fatigued, Su-Chi leaned against Wolfang, only to be lifted into his arms in a gentle tone. Wolfang asked, "Are you tired?" "A bit," she yawned, the warm autumn sun enveloping her, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Wolfang tightened his embrace and adjusted his hold for her comfort, softly suggesting, "Why don't you take a nap? We'll bring your share to you." This was precisely what Su-Chi desired. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, she rested her head on Wolfang's shoulder and soon drifted off. However, it wasn't the same as sleeping on a bed, and she found herself restless, her brow furrowed. Wolfang remained still, striving to provide her the most stable support possible. The chief, oblivious to their interaction, continued his lengthy monologue, largely praising Su-Chi, practically attributing all the credit to her. Unfortunately, Su-Chi was fast asleep and missed it all, likely feeling shy had she been awake to hear it. Once the chief finally concluded and the orcs finished distributing the harvest, Su-Chi and her companions received a generous share. Lion Fierce, along with two other males, were key members of the hunting team, tirelessly securing food for the tribe, while Su-Chi had discovered these crops, significantly elevating the tribe's productivity. Still in slumber, Su-Chi sank deeper into sleep. Wolfang decided not to disturb her, planning to wait until she woke before retrieving their share, knowing it wouldn't go anywhere. Eagle Cub had exhibited remarkable initiative, teaching a group of orcs within a mere fortnight. Now everyone was carrying bamboo baskets. Even those who learned had bartered for a few. With their bamboo baskets filled with sweet potatoes, the orcs found the task manageable, their spirits buoyant, anticipating a prosperous winter. The bamboo baskets proved convenient, especially with the large quantities of potatoes and sweet potatoes that required a means of transport. This year's harvest was abundant, with only enough seed retained for planting. Allowing everyone a generous portion, the tribe bustled back and forth in joy, smiles adorning their faces as they watched the crops pile up at home. How could they not smile? Wolfang held Su-Chi in his arms. Seated in one place while the orc kin took their share back, Su-Chi's portion was collected by Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe. Su-Chi enjoyed a pleasant slumber, awakening after more than an hour to find herself gazing at Wolfang's profile. Rubbing against his neck, she asked Wolfang, "Are you tired?" With a smile, he caressed her face. "Not at all. Did you sleep well?" Stretching, she replied, "I slept wonderfully. Please, let me down." Still cradling her, Wolfang wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer without giving her a chance to respond. Fluidly, he cupped her chin and leaned in to kiss her. Being older, he was mindful and gentle, merely brushing against her lips, a fleeting taste. He clearly cherished Su-Chi's delicate features, placing tender kisses upon her. Devoid of desire, his affection was one of tender. He was reminded of the pain in his heart. They had privately agreed to fully adhere to Su-Chi's wishes, competing fairly. Regardless of whom Su-Chi chose, they would not interfere. Yet, he felt a sense of unwillingness, for he had known Su-Chi first. Su-Chi had braided a few small plaits in Shirlai's mane, her entire being nestled against his majestic fur. Shirlai, who prided himself on cleanliness, bathed daily and recently began using her soap, enveloping himself in a fragrant essence of soapberry. After some playful nudging, Su-Chi finally lifted her gaze to meet Shirlai's eyes. Upon seeing his face, she was momentarily taken aback. Although beasts are often expressionless, Shirley's eyes were filled with profound sorrow, even despair. Su Chi gently cupped Shirley's face. After all, the lion's visage was quite substantial. In his beastly form, he was immensely larger than in human guise. It felt as though she was holding a great orb. She gazed into his deep golden eyes, seeking to discern the emotions swirling within. A sense of urgency washed over Su Chi. What was the matter? Were they unhappy? Today was a day of abundance, and she had intended to prepare a feast for them. How about a whole roasted lamb for dinner? Shirley's voice emerged, laced with despair. Su Chi, have you made your choice? Is it Langya? When together with Langya, Su Chi's demeanor was shy, her gaze towards him fervent, whereas with Shirley, she often exhibited a blend of shyness and irritation. Su Chi was momentarily stunned. Did I not say I would provide you with an answer come spring? Shirley lowered his eyes, emotions carefully concealed. You do favor Langya, do you not? Su Chi instinctively replied, I cherish all three of you. Chapter 59. The bonfire feast. Shirley was taken aback, and Su Chi felt a tinge of embarrassment. In the modern world, she would undoubtedly be the queen of the sea, with Shirley and the others akin to fish in her pond, though her affections were genuine. After a long pause, Shirley inquired, Do you wish to be with the three of us? With unabashed candor, Su Chi responded, Indeed. Should you disagree, I am quite content with our current arrangement. After a moment of silence, Shirley mused, Let me ponder this. Su Chi felt a flutter of anxiety. Such matters would likely make headlines in the modern world, rendering them the subject of ridicule. Yet, this was the realm of beasts, where their emotions held paramount importance. They should not be bound by societal constraints even here. However, she understood the complexity of the situation, as each of these males was exceptional, unique in their own right. Had she not arrived, they would have undoubtedly found admirable partners. The thought weighed heavily on Su Chi, and she felt a pang of melancholy. If their affections did not flourish, and Shirley and the others found favor with a female, she would be left with no recourse. She too possessed a sense of possessiveness. Sharing a partner with other males was particularly challenging for Langya, as their kind practiced monogamy. They faced life's tribulations hand in hand, and if one partner fell, the rest would struggle to survive. After contemplating for a time, Shirley departed, leaving Su Chi alone in the cave for a bit before she settled onto a bamboo chair. Leaning against the backrest, she thought to herself, What's the worst that could happen? I could simply part ways. Can I not survive without a male? After a lengthy internal debate, her eyes became misty. It wasn't that she couldn't live without a male, but the thought of being apart from those she cherished was heart-wrenching. After lying down for a while, she was soon called to prepare for the bonfire feast. A celebration of abundance required ample food, and it was a time for joy and merriment. The clan leader and the shaman awaited Su Chi's arrival, alongside a few beastmen to hunt for sheep. Su Chi decided to roast an entire lamb. Knowing the appetites of the beastmen, she estimated that 4 or 5 would barely suffice. Thus, she planned to roast a couple of pigs as well. That should be sufficient, right? The entrails of the lamb and pigs could also be stir-fried, but regrettably, there were no staple foods. Otherwise, everyone could eat to their heart's content. The preparations would take considerable time. So after lunch, Su Chi began her work, with the males absent. Xiong Chi assisted her in handling the ingredients. Roasting a whole lamb requires 2 critical aspects, the marinade and the cooking time. Once the lamb was processed, only its body remained, the tender meat exposed. Su Chi had grown accustomed to this. She was no longer the pampered young lady sheltered by her parents, and had become quite adept at handling such ingredients. Initially, she had been apprehensive about the texture of meat, cold, soft, and slippery, often evoking unpleasant thoughts. Yet now, she had adapted and could prepare seasonings without batting an eye. She had prepared sweet potato starch in advance. It was a simple process, merely blending raw sweet potatoes into a paste and filtering the mixture, allowing the starch to settle. This was made from sweet potatoes she had saved for this very purpose, knowing she would need starch, thus preparing an ample supply, without hesitation. Combining the starch with eggs and salted water, she added pepper, cumin, chili powder, and other spices, mixing them thoroughly to create a coating for the lamb. Salt was rubbed into the lamb's belly, and the marinade was applied as if giving the lamb a spa treatment. All that remained was to roast it. This task was quite exhausting, but thankfully, Xiongqi was there to lend a hand. Unfamiliar with processing pigs, she followed the same procedure as with the lamb. Finally, several lambs and pigs were placed over the fire, while Su Qi moved on to other tasks. After preparing the lamb's hooves, which would be a delicacy, she made spicy lamb hooves and even used the lamb's head for soup. As for the entrails, they were far too odorous. She washed them several times with starch before they were deemed clean enough to stir-fry. Once all the arrangements were complete, nightfall descended. The darkness was welcome, adding to the ambience. A bonfire blazed in the center of the open space. Familiar beastmen gathered, inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting through the air as they swallowed in anticipation. Su Qi did not keep them waiting, distributing the dishes into bamboo tubes, one for each person. As for the roasted lamb and pigs, they would have to fend for themselves after completing her tasks. She casually seated herself before the bonfire, lost in thought as she gazed into the flames. The beastmen had already begun to jostle for the meat, yet her mind was elsewhere, pondering the absence of Lai and the others. Why had they not arrived? Su Qi felt somewhat distracted, poking at the fire, her appetite waning. Selfishly, she had reserved a lamb hoof for each of her close companions, as they were more substantial. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly joined by someone at her side. Looking up to remind him of his company, her gaze met Lai's chiseled features, softened by the firelight. Su Qi felt a twinge of grievance. Her lips slightly pursed that you've come. Lai chuckled softly. I came to enjoy the meal you prepared. Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripe followed closely behind, with Tiger Stripe quick-wittedly seizing the opportunity to sit beside Su Qi. Leaving Wolf Fong to settle next to him at last, Su Qi broke into a smile, distributing lamb hooves and meat to them as the chef. Her contributions were the most significant, and she generously allocated a sizable portion of meat. The roasted meat fell off the bone with the slightest tug, its tender, pure essence complemented by a slightly chewy connective tissue that stood up well to chewing. The seasoning was salty and spicy, stimulating the palate and eliciting an abundance of saliva. The sauce she painstakingly crafted truly worked wonders, neutralizing the oil's fishiness and leaving a fragrant taste in its wake. The orcs had to snatch their fair share to indulge in more meat. But fortunately, there was plenty prepared to satisfy their appetites. Su Qi, with her delicate demeanor, enjoyed her meal, favoring the soup and occasionally savoring a bite of lamb. Lion Flame devoured his food in hearty mouthfuls. For a whole roasted lamb was the ultimate satisfaction for the orcs' appetite. They relished eating with gusto, and Su Qi's deliberately bold flavors resonated with their preferences. Not only the roasted lamb, but also the dishes she stir-fried and the soup she boiled were entirely consumed. Leaving no remnants, the orcs sat on the ground, patting their round bellies, with some even gnawing on bones. After feasting, everyone gathered around the bonfire, holding hands and dancing. Su Qi dashed over to Xiongqi, for they had previously agreed not to forget their friends in the face of attraction. Lion Flame and his companions did not join in, instead watching with amusement as Su Qi's face lit up with joy. The firelight cast a warm glow on her cheeks, rendering her somewhat charmingly bashful. Su Qi laughed heartily, uninhibited by the constraints of her usual decorum, her laughter ringing out freely and loudly. When she laughed, her charm was undeniable, and even a few males found themselves involuntarily smiling. Su Qi cherished this atmosphere. It felt as if the entire tribe was one big family. A few male bird orcs even began to perform courtship dances for the females they fancied. Birds are the most skilled in courting. Males don vibrant plumage, and the more exquisite the feathers, the more appealing they are to females. Observing the courting displays, Su Qi's expression brightened, clearly pleased with the sight. Today, it seemed, would usher in several new pairs of mates. Everyone watched with gleeful anticipation until a peacock orc gradually fanned out his tail feathers. Under the moonlight and firelight, his plumage shimmered as if aglow. How splendid it looked! The female he courted appeared equally satisfied. The bonfire gathering was a first-time event, and coupled with the bountiful harvest, the orcs felt their adrenaline surge, easily finding attraction in one another. Su Qi glanced back at Lion Flame and his companions, their eyes meeting at that moment. She flashed them a smile, And unsurprisingly, the three males were momentarily entranced, as Chi huffed softly, acknowledging that they were indeed creatures of sight. Fixated solely on appearances, she returned her attention to the dance, with Xiongqi seated beside her. Initially, she and Xiongqi had agreed to don skirts together, so she had changed into one for the bonfire gathering. Her bare arms and calves exposed to the evening breeze, causing goosebumps to rise. She inched closer to Xiongqi, who, in his human form, radiated warmth, providing her with comfort, stretching her feet toward the bonfire. She felt the chill, for wearing a skirt meant abandoning her trousers, leaving her feeling rather cold. She rubbed her hands together when, before long, she was swept off her feet by Lion Flame. Startled, she struggled momentarily before recognizing him. "What are you doing? That was quite a fright," she exclaimed. Lion Flame chuckled mischievously. "Is it cold?" He touched her exposed arm, which felt cool to the touch. "Yes, but skirts are so lovely. Do you think I look good?" she asked. Lion Flame grinned. "You look splendid, especially when you were dancing just now." Wolf Fong went back to fetch a piece of bee skin for you, which you can drape over yourself before returning. Suchi pouted, but eventually acquiesced. Lion Flame held her gently, being careful not to touch her bare skin, and released her only when Wolf Fong returned with the bee skin to go play and drape it on. He urged, as Yuchi nodded, and soon scampered off. Today, everyone was having a splendid time. Even the orcs from the communal cave had joined in, and she wanted to chat with them for a while. Suchi felt the beast skin in her hands. It was likely the finest hide Wolf Fong possessed. Fiery red and luxurious to the touch, IT complemented her attire beautifully. Most orcs donned rough hides. Merely functional, as they had tough skin and flesh, rendering any garment suitable. However, those hides felt abrasive against Suchi's skin. She couldn't tell what animal they came from, but their short, coarse fur was prickly. This particular piece was different. It was clearly well-treated, large in size, and showed signs of careful stitching. She wondered when Wolf Fong had prepared it, as it even bore the scent of soap devoid of any bloodiness. Instead exuding a pleasant fragrance, Su-Chi was quite fond of it. Draping it over herself, she twirled playfully. The fiery red hide and the red glow of the fire made her appear more enchanting than peach blossoms. As she walked, her skirt billowed, each step graceful, and several orcs gazed on in astonishment. This fox is a rare sight. Gathering such a large hide is no easy feat, yet it suits little Chi perfectly. They murmured, as Chi stroked the hide draped over her, smiling. "It's chilly today," and Wolf Fong insisted, "I wear something warm." That a few orcs exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laced with innuendo, and they were curious about the significance of such a precious gift from Wolf Fong. Seeing Su-Chi's cheeks had flushed slightly, they teased her lightly before allowing her to leave. As she walked, her fingers caressed the hide, reveling in its smooth texture, feeling as though it was a precious treasure. Having been in this realm for so long, she had yet to encounter even the most common yellow-haired fox, let alone a red fox. Her gaze softened as she looked down at the fiery hide, which seemed to radiate warmth. Deciding not to seek out others for conversation, she turned and scampered back to Wolf Fong, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wolf Fong was taken aback, but embraced her warmly. His voice gentle. "Aren't you off to play? Why are you back so soon?" Su-Chi reached up to touch Wolf Fong's face, grinning. "Now I don't feel like playing anymore. You just gave me such a rare beast hide." Wolf Fong then understood her sudden return. He chuckled, playfully tapping her pert nose. "The fox was hunted by the three of us together. As long as you like it, that's what matters." Indeed, Su-Chi adored it. She had already donned it, and being in this beastly world, she felt no animosity toward their hunting. After all, she had consumed her fair share of rabbits. Su-Chi beamed brightly. "I absolutely love it." She planted a kiss on Wolf Fong's cheek, only to turn and find the other two males watching intently. Standing, she bestowed a kiss on each of them. Feeling slightly bashful, she realized how greedy and lustful she appeared, her cheeks reddening even further under the fiery hide. The males, however, said nothing. Having spent the afternoon together, they had not been idling about. After all, it was just the four of them, as long as they did not lose Su-Chi. They were content to do anything. Today, their presence here was laden with meaning, requiring no further explanation. Su-Chi was acutely aware of this. her shyness dissipating quickly to in this beastly world, dwelling on trivial matters seemed futile. It was Su Chi scratched her head, feeling a twinge of self-disdain for having gone to bed without freshening up the previous night. Hastily, she rose to attend to her morning routine. The toothpaste was nearly depleted, and after a struggle, she managed to squeeze out a small amount. A frown crossed her face as she contemplated the need to carve out time to create more toothpaste. Upon finishing her grooming, she turned around to find 3 males sprawled on the ground, fixedly gazing at her as if she were their prey. Unfazed, she noted that the pupils of wild beasts are often small and round, giving them a fierce appearance. In contrast, her own eyes were large, sparkling, and lively, embodying an enchanting charm. With unperturbed composure, Su Chi stepped over the tail of the tabby and resolved to start a fire for cooking. There were some sweet potato starch remnants from yesterday, left untouched by the beastmen who had brought them back, presumably by Lion Lai and Wolf Fong. She contemplated the bamboo tubes filled with starch. An idea struck her. Today, she would prepare minci, a common dish made by mixing sweet potato starch with water in equal parts, pouring it into a pot, adding a pinch of salt, and then twice the amount of water, letting it simmer over low heat. The males leisurely approached her, lying beside her as she cooked, silent yet surprisingly docile. Had she not been preoccupied with her culinary endeavors, she might have been tempted to pat each of their heads. Once the starch mixture thickened, she removed it to cool. Finally, she had the opportunity to frolic with the males, leaning back without a hint of fear of falling. As expected, Tabby caught her, displaying the swift reflexes characteristic of felines. Wolf Fong, with a frown, questioned what would happen if she fell to Su Chi. With a playful glint in her eye, replied, "But you are here, aren't you?" Wolf Fong fell silent, and Su Chi, with a smirk, mused to herself. Having never been in a romantic relationship, yet having watched enough dramas and read novels, she found it effortless to act coy in front of someone she liked. They had essentially solidified their relationship. And once the spring festival arrived, they could become mates, provided Su Chi accepted their blazing spring flowers. Chatting animatedly with them, Su Chi outlined her recent plans. Winter was approaching, and since they did not hibernate, they needed to find activities to engage in. She had resolved to exercise diligently throughout the winter, as her bow skills were still lacking. As the starch cooled, Su Chi poured oil into the stone pot, placed a mixture for frying, and once both sides were slightly hardened, she removed it and cut it into small pieces on a stone slab. The males observed her every move. She was serious when cooking, her hands deftly slicing and stirring and seasoning, and before long, the dish was ready to serve. This dish was well known, and Su Chi believed it paired perfectly with steamed buns, although currently, there were none made from white flour. And the sweet potato buns were too coarse for her liking, leaving her to enjoy the dish with roasted potatoes instead. She served the minci, using her own chopsticks while they utilized her fork and spoon. The fame of minci was well-deserved, owing to its simplicity in preparation and delightful flavor. The outer layer was slightly crispy, while the inside was chewy and had a satisfying texture, as Su Chi had seasoned it generously, resulting in a savory and spicy taste that was utterly mouth-watering, and accompanied with roasted potatoes, it was quite filling. After 2 potatoes, she felt satiated, leaving the remainder for the males. Turning to prepare meat for them, she realized from the previous day's feast of roasted lamb that the males had thoroughly enjoyed it, even if their expressions remained stoic. Consuming roasted lamb at every meal seemed excessive, so she opted to roast the game they had brought back. As long as there was seasoning, it would be delicious regardless of how it was cooked. Leaning her chin on her hand, she watched them devour the meat. Beastmen, of course, could not eat gracefully, devouring their food heartily. Su Chi did not find it crude. Rather, it only heightened her appetite, prompting her to indulge in a few more pieces of minci. Naturally, the pots and bowls would not be handed over to Su Chi for washing. She finished her meal and dashed outside to practice archery, her arms wrapped in thick cloth to avoid injury from the bowstring. Her skin was delicate, and the last time she had hurt herself. It had taken days to heal. Only when the scabs had fallen off did Lion Lai permit her to continue practicing. Apprehensively, she examined her arms, fearing any scars would remain. Fortunately, there were none, with her legs apart and standing tall. She drew back the bow, ensuring her drawing hand was aligned with her center of gravity. Her strength was still limited, and although the arrow struck the tree trunk, it did not penetrate deeply. Suchi approached and yanked it out with effort. Sighing, she lamented, wondering when she would grow stronger. How could she build her arm strength? She only knew yoga, and aside from lifting dumbbells, she couldn't think of other methods. Kicking a stone by her feet, she returned with her bamboo bow. She had made up her mind. She would lift stones to build her arm strength. The males had already hunted before Suchi awoke, and now they lounged lazily on the ground. Suchi lay atop Tabby, remaining silent. Tabby slowly opened his eyes, inquiring what was amiss. Frowning, Suchi complained, "I am too weak. Do you have any exercise methods?" Wolf Fong replied nonchalantly, "Hunt more. Beastmen never grew fat. Even the boar beastmen were only sturdy, without much excess FAT." Suchi shot him an incredulous glare. That sounds like nonsense. She certainly could not go hunting. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Wolf Fong, too, was at a loss for suggestions. They had never actively exercised, spending most of their time hunting or resting, leaving no one to explain how their muscles had developed. Climbing onto Tabby's back, she declared resolutely, "I will train. From now on, I will lift stones for half an hour every day. I will also do yoga and run." The males had no objections, even if they felt capable of protecting Suchi. They prioritized her wishes. Since she wanted to grow stronger, they would support her. With a pout, Suchi asked, "Could you carve the stones for me? They should be narrow in the middle and thick at both ends. I want to lift them every day." Tabby, being pinned down, remained still, while the other two males, being action-oriented, promptly fetched stones and shaped them according to Suchi's specifications. Jumping down, she attempted to lift the stone, which felt as if it were glued to the ground, refusing to budge. Undeterred, she added another hand, and though she managed to lift it, 2 seconds later, she could no longer hold it, and it crashed to the ground. With wide eyes, she took a moment before speaking, "Make it a bit smaller, perhaps half the size." The males chuckled and reduced the stone further, understanding that she usually needed both hands to lift a stone pot. So attempting to lift such a large stone was clearly beyond her capabilities. Suchi glared at the stone as it diminished in size, ultimately becoming roughly the size of their palms. She reached for it. Now it was just right, easily lifted with one hand and sustainable for a while. Fearing that she might embarrass herself by failing to hold it for long, she stealthily retreated to a corner to sneakily lift the stone. Yet within mere minutes, she found it too heavy to manage, her stubbornness compelling her to attempt a few more lifts, nearly causing a mishap. The male swiftly stood up and confiscated the stone. Wolf Fong, his expression darkened, glared at Suchi's trembling hands and sternly declared, "From now on, this stone will remain with us. We will regulate your training time." Suchi nodded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had startled herself, realizing that if a stone fell on her leg, it could easily break it. She certainly did not wish to become lame. Chapter 62. Toothpaste with the stone confiscated and her bow not shooting far. Suchi began contemplating the issue of toothpaste that in the beast world, there were no dentists. Although sweet treats were scarce, one still needed to take good care of their teeth, as the agony of a toothache could be excruciating. Fearing for the health of her small, white teeth, she resolved to create a new batch of toothpaste before her current supply ran out. The beastmen addressed their oral hygiene issues with an unfamiliar plant, which Suchi had never seen before. It was a brownish-green herb that they chewed for several minutes before spitting it out, purportedly effective in caring for their teeth. This plant must certainly provide dental protection, as evidenced by Lion Lai and the others, whose teeth remained white and healthy after prolonged use. However, Suchi was reluctant to use it. Not only was it bitter, but she also found it difficult to get accustomed to, always feeling as if her mouth was not adequately clean. She had the raw materials for toothpaste, bamboo salt, pearls, and the like, all of which she had gathered recently. It was a pity to use such beautiful pearls. She had envisioned crafting matching pearl necklaces with Xiongqi. Initially, she had intended to create necklaces, but they could not be drilled through. As time passed and life became busier, she gradually forgot about the pearls. Now, they would serve perfectly for making toothpaste. First, she would roast the bamboo salt, placing sea salt into a bamboo tube, covering it with red clay for its sterilizing and antibacterial properties. She prepared to grab the bamboo tube. She realized her hands were shaking uncontrollably, causing her to tremble at the prospect of injuring herself while lifting stones. Noticing Su Chi's stillness, Wolf Fong approached her, seeing the girl nearly frozen in fear while clutching the bamboo tube. With a resigned sigh, he took the tube from her hands and pulled her into his embrace, reassuring her. "What are you afraid of? It's natural for your hands to tremble after exertion. When I was young, my legs would shake after pouncing on prey. Excessive exertion inevitably leads to trembling. It is not merely the case with Langia, but rather a commonality amongst all beastmen. They must master the art of hunting. Yet their prey will not simply stand idly by. They will flee, and with remarkable swiftness. Novice hunters among the beastmen must exert every ounce of their strength to pursue, for they cannot afford to falter. The parental figures will not nurture them indefinitely. Often, they must learn to hunt shortly after reaching maturity, in their youth. Beastmen lack the physical stamina and speed, so it is entirely normal for their legs to quiver after a chase." Su Chi nodded in understanding. She too had been momentarily startled, but now that the shock had subsided, it was of little concern. However, she yearned to create toothpaste, a task beyond her solitary capabilities. Thus she enlisted the aid of the 3 able-bodied males in her household. Nestled comfortably in a bamboo chair, she animatedly assigned tasks to each of them. Shirlai was to pound pearls, Langia was to produce bamboo salt, and Huban would grind the necessary herbs into powder. The males, eager to please her, set to work with remarkable agility, completing their tasks in under an hour. Finally, with a flourish of her small hand, Su Chi directed them to mix the plant ash to create a lye solution, which, when combined and stirred, resulted in the toothpaste. Though it appeared dark and unassuming, its efficacy was profound. Mint served to freshen breath, honeysuckle aided in detoxification and reducing swelling, and pearls were added for their whitening properties. As Su Chi could not use it all herself, she instructed the males to craft their own toothbrushes. Given their strength, they found it effortless to fashion them from bones and wild boar bristles. The delicate work was beyond their capabilities, so Su Chi, with trembling hands, affixed the bristles for them. The 3 males emerged with rudimentary toothbrushes, which were indeed quite necessary for the beastmen, whose hunting depended on their formidable fangs and sharp claws. Should these fangs fail to be properly maintained, the beastmen would suffer greatly, unable to consume meat, let alone sustain their strength, standing before them. Hands on her hips, Su Chi decreed that they must brush their teeth twice daily with the toothpaste, and that they were forbidden from eating after brushing at night, lest they be unable to kiss. That very evening, the males diligently followed her instructions. Yet when they awoke the next day, Su Chi's lips were swollen. They understood that her intentions were for their benefit. This toothpaste was indeed a treasure, leaving their mouths feeling far fresher than usual, particularly for Huban, who had grown up in a communal cave filled with elderly beastmen, many of whom suffered from poor dental health, some even missing numerous teeth, rendering them unable to chew properly. This was a significant improvement. Having prepared a substantial batch of toothpaste, nearly a full basin, it was likely that the 4 of them would not exhaust it for years. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Huban approached Su Chi with a request. Could some be sent to the communal cave? His place of origin, Su Chi was taken aback but readily agreed, deciding to allocate a generous portion for the cave, intending to deliver it shortly. It was then that she grasped the hardships faced by the beastmen. Even in the wild, aging creatures do not fare well. Setting aside the question of their longevity, most wild animals either perish from hunger or in territorial disputes. However, Su Chi was determined to assist in any way she could. And after finishing her breakfast, she promptly set off, the toothpaste packed in bamboo tubes, enlisting Huban to carry it back. As Su Chi conversed with the elder beastmen, Huban set down the provisions and departed. The hunting party needed to secure additional game before the onset of winter, and with snowfall imminent, their efforts were all the more pressing. Despite the current abundance of food, the hunters sought to ensure a better life for their tribe. Huban did not seek to claim credit. The toothpaste was Su Chi's creation, and he merely delivered the goods, feeling no need for further discussion. Yet, Su Chi was not one to remain silent. As several elder beastmen grasped her hands, she smiled and engaged with them. Just made yesterday. Huban thought it beneficial and wished for you all to use it to safeguard your teeth. She explained, eliciting tears from the elder beastmen, who, after a prolonged silence, managed to utter a heartfelt thank you. Suchi shook her head, dismissing their gratitude. That it is a simple process. Once I return to the chief, everyone will be able to make it themselves. Noticing that the beastmen were on the verge of tears again, she cheerfully shifted the topic. I adore cubs. In a few days, let the little ones come to me, and I shall prepare some new treats for us all to sample. The beastmen finally regained their composure, nodding in agreement, and the young ones were practically bouncing with excitement, especially a small eagle, who, despite appearing rather composed, now flitted excitedly above their heads, unafraid of any collisions. After chatting with them for a while, Suchi took her leave, sharing the method for crafting toothbrushes, which was also quite straightforward. There were some disabled beastmen within the cave. Though they had limps, their claws remained sharp. As she made her way to the chief, she relayed her findings. This was indeed an important matter. The chief stroked his beard thoughtfully. While the toothpaste was simple to make, the lack of pearls was a significant consideration. Suchi had no intention of relinquishing all her pearls. Whether or not the toothpaste contained them was inconsequential, as it was merely a matter of aesthetics. She cherished those pearls and intended to keep them for herself, leaving the remainder for the chief to manage. Before departing, she also reminded him to ensure the livestock were well cared for, so that fresh meat could be obtained during winter. Upon her return, she found that the males had yet to arrive. The hunting party had recently intensified their efforts. Suchi planned to prepare a new dish, specifically cake. Lacking cream, she could only make a cake base akin to a chiffon cake, which served as an irresistible trap for the little ones. No child could resist it, herself included, with the wolf cubs and those from the communal cave. There were over a dozen mouths to feed, necessitating the creation of several larger cakes, so they could share some among themselves as well. Feeling somewhat restless, Suchi decided to start with sweet potato starch. After cutting the sweet potatoes into chunks, she realized she could not mash them alone and would have to wait for the males to return. Settling into a hammock, she perused her books, which were her foundation. She could not produce anything without them, having learned to knit and weave bamboo baskets solely from their pages. Unfortunately, the beast world still suffered from a dearth of resources. Although she had acquired knowledge of smelting iron, she lacked the materials and facilities to put it into practice. Even if presented with a trove of iron ore, she would be at a loss. Sighing, Suchi lamented the constraints of her current existence. Yet she remained hopeful for the future, certain that one day she would be able to create. The weather was pleasant that day, with a moderate warmth that rendered her almost luminescent under the gentle sunlight. This was certainly the impression held by the males returning from their hunt. They did not approach her immediately, instead placing their quarry on the ground before washing themselves in the nearby stream to rid themselves of the scent of blood. Mindful not to offend Suchi when she saw them, a smile broke across her face. Seated in her hammock with a book in hand, she appeared demure. They approached quietly, each taking their place beside her. This was the essence of a fulfilling life. Returning from a hunt to behold the beloved female, the exhaustion and toil of the day dissipating in her presence, Shirley, closest to her, leaned in as she read, playfully tugging at his mane, twisting it into a knot before unwinding it slowly. After finishing a few pages, Suchi closed the book and sent them off to mash the sweet potato chunks. The cake required a considerable amount of sweet potato starch, and she had cut quite a few pieces. Despite having washed their hands, Suchi remained concerned. How could she serve food to the children that still bore the scent of blood? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she was suddenly struck with the alarming realization that the little ones might actually prefer the taste of blood in their cake. Pouting, she commanded Shirley and the others to wash their hands properly, insisting they use soap and ensure they were fragrant before returning. The males complied, heading off to cleanse themselves. Soap was a wonderful invention, yet they could not use it before a hunt, lest their prey catch wind of it. After their successful hunt, however, they could indulge freely. Once they finished washing, they set about mashing the sweet potato chunks, though it was less mashing and more pounding. Suchi, feeling a bit mischievous, found herself watching the muscular movements of the males, their taut muscles and prominent veins. With such handsome figures before her, she felt a stirring within, and while they were preoccupied with their task, she took the opportunity to sneak a playful squeeze of their biceps. Alas, they were not perspiring, which would have only added to their allure. Sighing in disappointment, she continued her work, though Shirley, unable to maintain his endurance, soon tossed aside the stone and pulled Su Chi into his embrace. He playfully pinched her cheek and followed the contours of her face downward, pausing just above her curves as Su Chi gasped in surprise, attempting to wriggle free, but Shirley held her firmly. His tone was laced with amusement. "Is it permissible for a male to touch so freely? Will I ever be allowed to do so again?" Su Chi kicked him lightly, remaining silent, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The progress in their relationship felt overwhelming. Despite their closeness, she was still adjusting to the new dynamics. Fortunately, Shirley did not tease her for long, gently lowering her back onto the bamboo chair and draping a red fox pelt over her shoulders. With his attentive care, Su Chi's frustration dissipated, and she nestled deeper into the warmth of the pelt, appearing utterly adorable. Shirley affectionately stroked her cheek before returning to his task of mashing sweet potatoes. As she observed them, Su Chi reflected on the beauty of her current life. Despite her status as the young lady of the Su family, she doubted she could find men as remarkable as Shirley and his companions in the modern world. Human nature was fickle, and should she misjudge someone, encountering another unworthy suitor would spell trouble. She pondered the cubs that would come after her cakes were finished, lost in thought until she suddenly spoke. "What will our cubs be like in the future? Surely they won't be like cats, with multiple males in a single litter. Will they be like puppies, or perhaps little lions, tigers, or wolves? She is truly capable, just like anyone else, and is endearing in her own right." The males were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless for quite some time. They had only recently been with Su Chi and had yet to entertain such thoughts. However, once the idea crossed their minds, it became incessantly consuming. Whether it be females or males, any beast form would suffice. As long as it was born of Su Chi, they would spare no effort in protecting it. In the future, upon returning from their hunts, they envisioned entering their abode to find Su Chi cradling their offspring, eagerly awaiting them with a smile. It was Wolf Fong who first regained his composure, gazing at Su Chi's radiant face and thoughtfully remarked, "Darling, there is no rush regarding this matter. Our beast forms are too large. It poses a significant danger to you." As Su Chi's smile gradually faded. Indeed, the disparity in size could complicate childbirth, especially considering her own physique was not as robust as that of the beastmen. Childbirth is inherently perilous, akin to traversing the gates of the afterlife, especially in a setting devoid of advanced medical equipment, where such size discrepancies could prove fatal. If they were to truly conceive their child, the ordeal could very well be a matter of life and death. The group fell silent, and Lion Fierce began to pound the sweet potatoes, as if attempting to crush stones. "You wish for offspring." Su Chi finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "It was not entirely selfish. When a pregnant woman faces danger, regardless of her husband's sentiments, regulations dictate that the mother's survival takes precedence. The maternal body is of greater importance than the infant, having been pampered for so many years. Surrounded by loving parents and friends, she did not wish to lose her life over this." The males ceased their actions, responding in unison. "You are the most important in their world, unlike the present one." There was little obsession with legacy. Their primary desire was to safeguard what they currently possessed. As Su Chi stretched lazily and declared, "Then let us not have children. We shall adopt a cub," in a one-voiced dissent. In the vastness of the world, Su Chi was paramount. With an optimistic demeanor, she reclined once more, for she held no particular fixation on childbirth. As modern, independent women, there was no need to endure life-threatening situations for the sake of children. She preferred to go with the flow. However, with the silence hanging in the air, she began to feel a tad bored, wrapping herself in a pelt and flitting about like a butterfly before them, the soft fur brushing against their skin, evoking a slight tickle. Once the sweet potatoes were thoroughly mashed, the filtered water settled into starch. Su Chi was quite pleased and ceased her antics, rewarding each of them with a piece of jerky. It was then that the males remembered the prey still lay outside. Once they dragged the catch back, Su Chi forbade them from consuming it raw and promptly roasted it for them. Of course, it was not acceptable to solely indulge in their affections. Mutual effort was essential for lasting bonds. She loved them, and thus did not perceive the task of roasting meat as burdensome. Witnessing their joy as they ate brought her happiness. Chapter 64. A false Su Chi wished to create a complete cake, but alas, there was no whipped cream, and she lacked the skills to make one. The starch was nearly ready, and she stood up, preparing to go milk the cows, accompanied by Lion Fierce and the others. The temperament of the buffalo was infamously volatile, unlike the docile domestic cattle of the modern world. Both sexes bore sharp horns, and a mere nudge could prove fatal. Therefore, she brought along Lion Fierce and the others for reinforcement. Each of them, as apex predators, was a formidable presence at the top of the food chain, capable of subduing the beasts. Thus, Su Chi strode confidently into the fray, closely encircled by Lion Fierce and his companions. Several massive beasts surrounded her, intently watching the wild buffalo nearby, as Su Chi appeared rather composed. Had they been sheep, they might have trembled in fear, but buffalo are buffalo, well-fed in content. They were brimming with bravado, pawing the ground and preparing to charge, after Tiger Stripe delivered a swift blow. The buffalo stood stunned. The striking power of a tiger of normal size can reach up to a ton, let alone Tiger Stripe, who was nearly double that size. The buffalo could not maintain its footing, gradually sinking to its knees until it finally laid down. That a display of dominance ensued. As the remaining buffalo hesitated to move, Su Chi chuckled softly, taking a bamboo tube to collect the milk. She approached a cow nursing its calf and began to milk it directly, the little calf standing behind its mother, unable to voice its discontent. Su Chi moderated her strength, ensuring the cow did not feel pain. And after filling several tubes, she ceased her efforts. This was indeed pure milk, devoid of any additives. Though the weather was chilly, it would spoil within 3 days if not consumed. She enjoyed milk, had it not been for the cake. She might not have considered milking the cows herself. However, the freshly drawn milk still retained a slight gamey taste and required processing. Having accomplished her goal, Su Chi cradled the bamboo tube and prepared to leave, only to catch sight of the buffalo still lying on the ground. She hesitated, pondering aloud. Tiger Stripe, that slap you dealt seemed quite forceful. Will it survive? It will survive. It is not so fragile that it will likely recover in 3 days. Tiger Stripe replied nonchalantly. The buffalo's tough skin and resilient flesh often resulted in injuries for beastmen, but they were notoriously difficult to kill. That Su Chi expressed her disappointment. Very well, we can wait until the winter hunting team resumes before consuming it. As it was cumbersome for the beastmen to carry things in their beast forms, they transformed into their human forms, taking the bamboo tubes from Su Chi's hands to carry them leisurely. Su Chi felt relieved. The males typically strode with long strides and did not bother to slow down, but with the bamboo tubes filled with milk, they had to adopt a more leisurely pace. Intrigued, Su Chi dashed ahead, walking backward to admire the males in this amusing state. With a grin, her eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she teased. "Oh, you all look so delicate. It seems you walk even more gracefully than I do." Wolf Fong chuckled helplessly, advising her, "Do be careful not to walk backward. You might trip." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Chi stumbled over a stone, but fortunately, the thick layer of autumn leaves cushioned her fall, sparing her from severe pain. Though she did hit a few rocks, even with the leaves cushioning her, she felt a sharp sting, and her eyes immediately welled with tears. Wolf Fong casually handed the bamboo tube to Tiger Stripe and rushed over to scoop Su Chi into his arms. He playfully smacked her backside, eliciting a yelp from her, as she was already tender there. Wolf Fong paused, surprised. "Did you hurt your bottom?" With a quivering voice, Su Chi replied, "There are stones on the ground." Lion Fierce approached from behind, teasing, "You're the one who insisted on walking backward. Now look at you." Su Chi rolled her eyes and chose not to respond. Wolf Fong lifted her, cradling her in a manner akin to carrying a child, attempting to let her sit on his arm, but before he could manage it, she let out another cry. Reluctantly, Wolf Fong shifted his hold to a princess carried. Su Chi's cheeks flushed. This was her first experience being carried in such a manner. It was not particularly comfortable and left her feeling somewhat insecure. She wrapped her arms around Wolf Fong's neck, who raised an eyebrow and tightened his embrace. Will you dare to do that again? You always seem to find trouble and end up hurt, he chided. Su-Chi pouted, remaining silent, merely expressing her discomfort. Wolf Fong turned to Lion Fierce and the others, informing them that he would carry Su-Chi ahead. Tiger Stripe, holding 4 bamboo tubes, gestured to Lion Fierce. You take one. Lion Fierce said nothing, reaching over to take one from Tiger Stripe's hands. Thus, they divided the load, each carrying 3 bamboo tubes as they walked leisurely. Inwardly, they cursed. Wolf Fong always seemed to benefit, and they plotted to seize an opportunity to carry Su-Chi as well. Upon returning to the cave, Su-Chi lay sprawled on her sleeping bag. Utterly unwilling to move, Wolf Fong insisted on examining her injury, prompting her to bolt upright, wide-eyed with alarm. How can you just look at that wound? Wolf Fong sighed. I merely wish to check for bruising. Su-Chi clutched her waistband tightly, burying her face in the sleeping bag and refusing to look up. She felt Wolf Fong's warm, dry hand cover hers, not forcing her to let go, just resting gently against her. Without a word, Wolf Fong used his other hand to smooth out Su-Chi's disheveled hair from their earlier escapades. Her ears turned crimson, and slowly, she relaxed her grip. Wolf Fong smiled, complimenting her for being good, and gently tugged her pants down slightly. Indeed, there were some bruises. Once he finished inspecting, he pulled her pants back up. Lacking knowledge of medicine, he could only describe the bruises to Su-Chi in vague terms. There are several spots, a bit purple, as Su-Chi nodded, her face burning with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. Wolf Fong chuckled softly, playfully brushing his fingers against her earlobe. Lift your head, don't hide. Su-Chi inclined her head slightly. Reluctant to move, Su-Chi remained motionless, while Wolf Fong was at a loss for what to do. Lion Fierce Cave was spacious, and Su-Chi preferred cleanliness, insisting on tidying up daily. Noticing Su-Chi's disinclination to speak, Wolf Fong moved to organize their belongings nearby. Their collection of items had grown increasingly abundant. The bamboo baskets were neatly arranged, filled with various items Su-Chi had discovered. Disarray was inevitable if one were not careful. When Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe returned at a leisurely pace, they encountered the scene of the two in silence. They casually placed the bamboo tubes at a flatter spot near the cave entrance and hastened to join them. With a teasing tone, Lion Fierce inquired, "Is it truly unbearable?" Tiger Stripe, wanting to see her injury, reached out but hesitated, ultimately refraining from touching her. Seeing Su-Chi's lack of response, Lion Fierce ceased his laughter. Frowning, "Let me see the injury." Su-Chi quickly lifted her head. "No, Wolf Fong has already looked." Lion Fierce hand paused, and upon noticing Su-Chi's flushed cheeks, he smirked. "I thought you were in pain, but it seems you were merely embarrassed." Su-Chi remained silent, her posterior truly aching. Feeling quite aggrieved, it seemed that she was destined to endure daily injuries. Just a few days ago, she had managed to secure a prize, only to find herself falling again today. Chapter 65. Rubbing away the bruise after a considerable time, Su-Chi finally managed to rise slowly. The pain was even more intense than when she had received injections in her childhood. She ambled over to retrieve the medicine box, extracting the safflower oil, yet hesitated for a long time. Turning her head, she glanced back, and after a moment's deliberation, gritted her teeth and chose the most obedient one. "Hu Ban, assist me with the application of the ointment," she requested. She then lay down on her sleeping bag, turning her back to Hu Ban, her long hair cascading around her like a water snake. Hu Ban immediately stood up, taking the safflower oil in hand. "How do I apply it?" Su-Chi's voice came after a pause. "Rub it on the bruise until it warms up and disperses." Hu Ban felt a bit parched, his throat bobbing slightly as he took a moment to comprehend, quickly unscrewing the lid of the safflower oil. However, the cap was a screw type, and despite his efforts, he could not open it. Aware of the preciousness of Su-Chi's medicine, he refrained from squeezing the bottle too hard and handed it back to her, instead as Su-Chi reached to take it. She noticed Hu Ban's hand trembling slightly, causing her own tension to dissipate. Hu Ban was even more nervous than she was. After Su-Chi twisted off the cap, she handed the bottle back to him and propped her chin on her hands, waiting for the process to begin. Despite her mental preparation, When Hu Ban's hand touched her skin, she flinched momentarily. It felt so foreign. She was still quite young, only just 20, and a hint of fear lingered. His unfamiliar hands rubbed her bruised skin, causing both pain and warmth, a rather peculiar sensation. Fortunately, Hu Ban was also anxious, quickly withdrawing his hand after the bruise had been soothed, his fingers trembling even more noticeably. The warmth lingered on her skin, infused with the scent of safflower oil, and only when the sensation subsided did she slowly rise. It still felt a bit strange, but it was bearable. The freshly milked cow's milk awaited her, and she intended to heat it to eliminate any bacteria. Just enough to fill a bamboo tube. She estimated that some would evaporate during the heating process. For making cake, such an amount was excessive. So she added white sugar to the milk. The warm, sweetened milk was like a balm for the soul. After taking a sip, her eyes sparkled, and she licked her lips, tasting the sweetness. Just as she was about to take another sip, she heard a series of noises nearby. Clutching the bamboo tube, she turned to see Shirlai. His face darkened, appearing somewhat agitated. Noticing Su Chi's glance, Shirlai realized he had achieved his goal and strode over to her side. He was quite proud, unable to hide his feelings, and bluntly asked, "Why did you let Hu Ban apply the ointment instead of me? Do you dislike me the most?" Su Chi took another sip of her milk, responding, "Hu Ban is more reliable. You tend to get hands-on." Shirlai wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for a counterpoint. Perhaps he would indeed enjoy it if given the chance. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Next time, let me do it." Glancing at him again, Su Chi could tell he was genuinely a bit upset. His expression darkened, and with his naturally fierce appearance, he looked even more intimidating. Yet, Su Chi felt no fear. Shirlai had never been truly threatening towards her. After all, he looked that way. She couldn't expect him not to frown. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Shirlai's cheek. And he, taken aback, tasted the lingering milk flavor on his lips. He let out a wicked chuckle, wrapping his arm around her waist, leaning in to capture her lips, deepening the kiss slowly. Su Chi struggled to catch her breath, tugging at his ear to pull away. Shirlai, unabashed, grinned and planted another kiss on her cheek, leaving a sweet taste behind. Rolling her eyes, Su Chi remarked, "How can it not be sweet? You added white sugar." She had only a few bags of sugar and needed to be frugal with it. She still had to produce more sugar. After all, life ought to have a hint of sweetness. However, she would need to reserve half of it for cake, and they didn't indulge in it often, so it could last until summer tea that time. She'd find out if there were any sugar cane available. Su Chi sipped the sweet milk, appearing quite demure, while Shirlai couldn't help but nuzzle his hand against her cheek. He wondered how it was possible for her to be so much smoother than him, with such fair skin and softness. Ignoring him, Su Chi raised the bamboo tube toward Shirlai, her dark, bright eyes locking onto his. "Will you drink?" Shirlai took a sip from where Su Chi had drunk, wrinkling his brow at the odd taste, nowhere near as delightful as from her lips. After that sip, he set it down, while Su Chi approached Langya and Hu Ban, both of whom were not fond of milk either. That's to be expected. Milk is a matter of personal taste, she thought, downing a mouthful herself. Delicious. After finishing the milk in the bamboo tube, she turned her attention to preparing the ingredients for the cake. Just yesterday, she had reassured herself that it was fine not to have cream. But now she couldn't help but crave it. How could a cake be complete without cream? The reality was that she lacked the necessary ingredients. Milk and sugar whipped together would not yield cream. Merely a hint of froth. If only there was something that could solidify the whipped milk. Seated on a bamboo chair, Su Chi drifted into thought. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Hu Ban washing his hands with soap. The strong scent of safflower oil lingered on him, persisting even after several washes, prompting him to scrub again. A light bulb went off in Su Chi's mind. The soap was made from lard, which could easily solidify. Without a second thought, she dashed over and planted a kiss on Hu Ban's cheek, exclaiming, "Hu Ban, you are a genius." Hu Ban blinked in surprise for a few moments before accepting the compliment nonchalantly, even turning to present his other cheek for another kiss, which Su Chi happily obliged. With Hu Ban satisfied, he resumed washing his hands. Su Chi then stood up, deciding not to let Hu Ban continue washing, and instead pulled him up to command the males to go hunt. "We must procure a pig. I need the pig skin." Shirlai scratched his head, uncertain of Su Chi's intentions, but he followed her orders without question. Langya and Hu Ban trailed closely behind, and before they departed, Langya turned back to say, "Be careful not to get hurt again." Su Chi placed her hands on her hips, scoffing, "How could I possibly get hurt in a cave?" With the collaboration of the males, injuries were rare, and they quickly returned home with a wild boar. The pungent scent of the boar filled the air as they processed it by the river, separating the skin from the meat. The meat would be used for jerky, while the skin was intended for Su Chi, with the enthusiasm of a child, bounced around, instructing them to place the pig skin on a stone slab so she could begin her work. First, she blanched the pig skin in water, skimming off any impurities, scraping away the fat to leave only a thin layer. She then sliced it into strips and boiled it in water. This process would take some time. So Su Chi left it to cook on its own, scampering off to play with the males. Though her posterior still throbbed, she transformed in her beast form, finding she could tolerate the pain a little better. In her smaller beast form, she bounced around playfully, pouncing on Shirlai and the others. The males exchanged glances and, unable to resist, shifted into their beast forms to join her. Beastly play consisted of pouncing and biting. An instinct honed from their youth, practicing hunting in a playful manner, they controlled their strength, ensuring Su Chi remained unharmed, and she managed to tackle several of them with ease as Su Chi grinned widely. Tackling one after another, and those who were caught would tumble to the ground, making her appear as a formidable creature. How clever was the little one, recognizing that Shirlai and the others were indulging her. Unable to contain their amusement, they pounced back. Chapter 66. The cubs quarrel as Su Chi played with them. She felt as though she had mastered the art of hunting, her pouncing and biting resembling a true huntress, eliciting bright smiles from her. The sight of a puppy laughing was incredibly heartwarming, and the males observed as her eyebrows twitched, curious about her thoughts. Hu Ban extended his paw to pull Su Chi closer, his large paw nearly the size of her waist. Su Chi willingly lay down, exposing her soft belly to the group with a bright smile, her tail wagging rapidly. Hu Ban's gaze softened as he lowered his head to groom her fur. The roughness of a tiger's tongue, lined with barbs, felt akin to a comb against her skin. Painful yet oddly pleasant, Su Chi let out soft sounds of approval, clearly enjoying the attention. Shirlai nudged her with his nose, playfully provoking her. With every nudge, Su Chi rolled over, crawling forward a few steps before inadvertently kicking Shirlai in the face. Shirlai, unfazed, chuckled as he reached out to tease her further. He controlled his strength, making it feel more like a tickle, and Su Chi erupted into laughter. Believing she enjoyed his playful antics, Shirlai continued to engage her, but when he gently pawed at her, she playfully bit his foreleg. Her laughter was infectious, and her bites felt harmless, akin to a playful tussle. Shirlai's expression darkened slightly, yet he leaned down and gently nibbled her back, his touch as gentle as a massage. Su Chi had promised him. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned down. Shirlai was indeed mischievous, pinching and kneading until he had reddened her skin before finally relenting. At least the medicine had been applied. Satisfied, Shirlai tucked Su Chi into the sleeping bag and returned to his slumber. It took Su Chi a while to fall asleep. The day's events had been overwhelming, and she needed time to recuperate. The following morning, Su Chi retrieved the sweet potato starch, preparing to bake a cake once Shirlai and the others returned from their hunt. With modern machinery, cake making is not particularly difficult. But currently, she lacked even a whisk, relying solely on her hands. The process of preparing the cake batter was straightforward. She separated the egg whites from the yolks, added sugar and vinegar to the egg whites, and entrusted Shirlai with beating them until fluffy. Shirlai, restless after his mischief from the previous day, was now tasked with laborious work. The vinegar was precious. She possessed only a small bottle, hardly larger than her palm, and she hesitated to use it, saving it to eliminate any fishy taste for the cake. Mixing the yolks with milk and starch was a simple task that required little effort, so she handled it herself. Once achieving a smooth consistency, she gradually folded in the whipped egg whites before steaming the mixture. With the arrival of numerous young ones, she needed to make 4 cakes. Thankfully, her home boasted multiple stone pots, though it was poor Shirlai who tirelessly whipped the egg whites, his hands growing fatigued, only to receive a half-hearted kiss from Su Chi in return. Shirlai, amused yet exasperated, insisted on several more kisses before relinquishing her. Suchi wiped her mouth and pointed at him. Noticing his helpless expression, and with a huff, she turned away. Only Lai enjoyed teasing her. As the cake batter steamed, it was the perfect moment to whip the cream. Combining milk with sugar and gelatin, she stirred until it transformed into a delightful cream. Suchi tasted it, finding it comparable to the cream from the modern world. Pleasantly sweet and exquisitely smooth. This cream was whipped by Langya, and Suchi scooped a bit to feed him, beaming, "I sent it's sweet." Langya, grinning, confirmed its sweetness. Suchi then fed him another bite before taking the cream away. Replacing it with freshly whipped milk, she realized there was still not enough cream. Timing her actions perfectly, she instructed Hu Ban to summon the young ones, confident that there were no traffickers around. The cubs were raised freely, and their parents would not fret about their wandering. The beastmen were swift on their feet, and soon the cubs arrived, chattering excitedly, eager for Suchi's affection. Among them, the wolf cubs clamored around her, having grown up under the protective care of the entire wolf clan. Unafraid of making mistakes, their spirits bold. The cubs from the communal cave were more timid, hesitating at the entrance, unsure whether to venture inside. Even so, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clearly wishing to be petted by Suchi, she waved cheerily, beckoning them over. "Come along, these are the little ones from the wolf clan. You can play together while the cake is still baking." The young ones exchanged glances, not quite recognizing each other, and fell silent for a moment. Eventually, Lang Wei, the leader among them, rallied the others to play, and they began to tumble and frolic together, which was their form of amusement. Suchi felt reassured, happy to let the wolf cubs guide the more reserved cubs from the communal cave. They needed to be more sociable and could become friends, playing together frequently in the future. When the cake batter was ready, she divided it and began to spread the cream, only to be interrupted by a commotion among the cubs. Turning to investigate, she found Lang Wei looking furious, baring his teeth, exclaiming, "He can fly!" Suchi was taken aback. How could an eagle not fly? How was she to respond? The eagle cub was equally indignant. "I can fly, so what if you can't catch me?" Eagles and wolves were natural enemies. One would never expect an eagle to stand still and allow a wolf to pounce. Suchi quickly grasped the situation. Lang Wei wanted to play with the eagle cub, but the latter was taking to the skies, denying Lang Wei the chance to pounce. Lang Wei likely thought this little companion disliked him. Children's disputes should be resolved by themselves, yet adults could lend a hand to prevent the two from escalating into a fight. Unfortunately, Lai stood nearby, apathetically suggesting, "Let them fight it out. The winner is right." That was how he had been raised. Suchi felt a surge of frustration, shooting Lai an incredulous glare before hurriedly pulling the two cubs apart. "Lang Wei, do you like the eagle cub?" "No lies now." Lang Wei hesitated, initially wanting to deny any fondness, but the eagle cub was quite endearing, calm, and clever. After a moment, he admitted, "I do." Satisfied, Suchi nodded and turned to the eagle cub. "Do you like Lang Wei?" The eagle cub, obedient and honest, replied, "I do." He understood that Lang Wei had accepted them earlier. Suchi smiled brightly. "That is wonderful. Lang Wei, the eagle cub can fly because he plays differently. They soar high to peck at others. And you, eagle cub, pouncing and biting is how the wolf clan plays. Look how much fun they're having. It's not meant to bully you." She observed the two cubs, their expressions perplexed, knowing they were absorbing her words. Gently, she continued, "Lang Wei, you say the eagle cub can fly, but you can run. The eagle cub cannot run." Lang Wei glanced at the eagle cub's short legs, realizing he indeed could not run. "Eagle cub, see? Lang Wei cannot fly either." The eagle cub raised his head, declaring, "Here, besides me, no one has wings." With a clap of her hands, Suchi declared, "All right, you two, hug it out." Both in their beast forms, Lang Wei and the eagle cub bumped against each other. Considering it, Suchi beamed. "Now a kiss." The eagle cub pecked at Lang Wei's mouth, who winced and bared his teeth. Yet he remembered Suchi's words about the eagle cub's pecking being playful, holding back tears and forgiving him. The pair reconciled, playfully exchanging pounces and pecks, truly enjoying themselves. Chapter 67. The first snow. Suchi returned to the task of preparing the cake, spreading the cream with ease, and adorning it with seasonal berries, adding a delightful touch. Despite lacking experience with children, she understood the importance of equitable distribution to avoid disputes with a knife in hand. She meticulously divided the cake into equal portions, ensuring that each piece was similar in size. Even the berries atop were evenly placed. Now, no one could argue over the portions. Without plates, they were placed upon a stone slab, and the cubs, lacking human forms, could only eat using their mouths. Upon tasting a slice, their eyes lit up, and they devoured the cake with fervor, eagerly eyeing the remaining portions, eager to finish and claim another. Suchi also savored her bowl of cake, pleased with her creation. The sponge was soft and tender, the cream sweet, and the berries provided a refreshing contrast, leaving her quite content. The cubs had finished their first round and clamored for more. Suchi was about to set down her bowl to cut another cake, when Shirley swiftly sliced it for her. Suchi was momentarily taken aback, not processing the action before Shirley placed the cake on the stone slab. In an instant, the cubs erupted into chaos, clamoring for the largest pieces. That it was understandable. Who wouldn't want the biggest slice? Especially since the beastmen were straightforward and genuine. They acted on impulse. Suchi rolled her eyes at Shirley. It was pandemonium, and she couldn't intervene, so she let them be, knowing they were just cubs and wouldn't harm each other. Retreating to a corner, Suchi observed the fray, struggling to distinguish one cub from another. She caught sight of Shirley, who was still smiling, realizing his intentions had been deliberate. Annoyed, Suchi dabbed a bit of cream on her finger and approached Shirley, smearing it across his face as he turned. Shirley was momentarily stunned, then looked at Suchi, who smiled up at him with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Shirley didn't miss the sparkle of cunning in her gaze. He casually wiped the cream off his face, and before Suchi, licked his tongue to clean it. How to describe it? It was rather seductive, particularly given Shirley's rugged yet somewhat alluring appearance. A bit of cream still clung to his face, contrasting against his dark skin. Suchi's eyes lingered, her heart whispering a thought about the allure of food and desire. With the cubs engrossed in their cake battle, no one paid her any mind, so she rose to her tiptoes and kissed him. The sweetness of cream lingered on her lips. Shirley raised an eyebrow, about to pull Suchi closer. But she skillfully evaded him, grinning mischievously. Shirley, you mustn't lead the cubs astray. With that, she dashed away, carrying her small bowl towards Langya, who sat quietly. After exchanging a smile with him, she resumed her cake feast, while Langya remained close, saying nothing. The cubs had settled their dispute. Langwei, as the leader, had claimed the largest piece and was relishing it. Suchi watched them with a smile, content to see them all so joyful. Leaning against Langya, she inadvertently glanced outside the cave, where snowflakes began to fall, creating a white blanket over the ground. Her eyes brightened at the sight of the first snow of the beast world. Slowly, she stepped outside, extending her hand to catch a flake. The snowflakes were quite large, and she could discern their shapes before they melted. Moments later, a few of the males stepped outside as well. Huban, ever observant, silently draped a bright red beast hide over Suchi. Together, they gazed upward at the snowfall. The males couldn't quite understand what was so captivating, but watching Suchi reach out for the descending snowflakes, her eyes sparkling and her lips curved in a smile, was indeed a sight to behold. This moment would be unforgettable. The first snow of the year, with his beloved standing there, wrapped in the vibrant hide they had hunted throughout the forest. All for the purpose of surprising her in winter. It was truly worth it. Suchi smiled back at him, and he thought, if only to stand together in the snow, may we grow old together. She gazed at the three males, momentarily stunned. This line of poetry is quite straightforward, yet she felt compelled to elaborate further. In our local dialect, if one can share a snowfall with a loved one, it signifies a bond that will last into old age. Silence enveloped the group as they all looked up, wishing for the snow to fall a little more, to blanket their heads and signify a shared journey into the twilight of life. Eventually, the little ones finished their meal, chattering excitedly as they emerged, unperturbed by the snow, frolicking around in delight. Suchi and Shirley exchanged knowing smiles. To share a snowfall together was a fulfillment of this life. They lingered for a moment longer, until the beast skin wrapped around Suchi had gathered a layer of white. It was then that Wolfang gently pulled Suchi back, chuckling helplessly as he brushed the snow off her, reminding her that even in the pursuit of growing old together, one must not succumb to the chill, for that would bring discomfort later. Suchi beamed, her eyes still sparkling with excitement at the snowfall. Wolfang playfully pinched the tip of her nose, observing that it had grown cold and flushed, suggesting they warm themselves by the fire. Suchi nodded, her steps light and buoyant as she made her way to the hearth, where she casually tossed a few sweet potatoes into the flames. There's nothing quite like roasted sweet potatoes on a snowy day. Meanwhile, Wolfang attended to the raucous younglings, expertly slicing the cake. A mature man knows not to jest with children. He cut the cake with precision, ensuring each piece was nearly identical. The little ones had already devoured 2 slices, but this time they approached their portions with a touch of decorum, nibbling daintily, which was rather endearing. Once the younglings finished, only 1 piece of cake remained. With the snowfall intensifying, Suchi, concerned for the little one's safety, dispatched all the males to escort them home, cake in tow. The younglings bid farewell with reluctance, aware that once the snow piled up, encounters would become rare. Their eyes brimmed with tears as they followed Shirlai. From a distance, Suchi could still hear Shirlai's voice. "Why cry? It's not like you'll never see each other again, that I'll keep you updated." Taken aback, Suchi then heard the younglings' cries grow louder. With a sigh, she turned and retreated to the cave. In the future, she resolved she would not allow Shirlai to take the younglings. They were not mere toys. Sitting at the cave entrance, she watched the snowflakes increase in size. That it was a pity her parents were not by her side. The scenery was breathtaking, and with the snowfall, the new year approached, though she wondered how her parents were faring. Wiping away her tears, she raised her head to stifle her emotions. She must not cry. It would only worry Shirlai and the others. After a while, she composed herself, and amidst the growing curtain of snow, several massive beasts charged toward her. In such heavy snowfall, their thin garments would surely leave them cold if they did not transform. Suchi chuckled softly, watching them shake off the snow as they approached. Just as she was about to step closer, Wolfang called out, "Wait, don't come over yet. You're wet," with a smile. Suchi retreated to warm herself by the fire. Having them around was indeed comforting. Even in the beast world, there was a sense of support. Waving cheerfully at them, she announced that the sweet potatoes were ready and encouraged them to come and enjoy. Chapter 68. Playing in the snow, the sweet potatoes were dug out with sticks, dark and steaming. Their skins hard, yet the insides soft, sticky, and sweet. Suchi refrained from touching them as they were still hot, waiting for Shirlai and the others to peel them for her. Accustomed to being cherished, she found herself in the company of Shirlai and the others, indulged daily, and had no desire to handle the charred sweet potatoes herself. She patiently awaited the males to prepare them, leaving only the sweet flesh for her to savor. And on a snowy day, roasted sweet potatoes were the perfect treat, and she drizzled the last of their honey over them, relishing each bite. The males, however, were less discerning. Had the outer skins not turned to ash, they would have consumed them whole. As they devoured several sweet potatoes, Suchi continued to nibble delicately, watching as the males finished their portions. She felt a sense of urgency and hastily chewed her last few bites. Placing her bowl down, her eyes sparkled with eagerness. She beseeched them, "Shall we go play in the snow?" Who could refuse such a request? After washing their hands, the males bundled Suchi up warmly, dressing her not only in a sweater and thermal pants, but also wrapping her in a layer of bee skin. The cave was warmer, with a fire still crackling, but once they stepped outside, the cold air would hit them unexpectedly. While the males could withstand it, the little lady might fall ill. Wolfang, observing his beloved nearly swathed like a ball, was still not satisfied. He fetched a piece of what appeared to be rabbit fur and wrapped it snugly around her head. Content, he ensured that every part of her was covered except for her face, which could not be concealed. Finally, they allowed Suchi to step outside. She paid no mind, fully aware that her constitution was much weaker than that of the average beastman. While Shirlai and the others could manage with a few layers of beast skin, she required much more. Thus, she waddled out like a penguin, a comical sight that only emphasized her adorable face. Tiger stripes followed closely behind her, as the snow continued to accumulate, forming a layer thick enough to pose a slipping hazard. Bending down slowly, Suchi formed a snowball in her hands, her eyes darting around playfully, searching for a suitable target. Ultimately, she decided on Shirlai, who was a fair distance away. Calling out his name caught his attention, and as he turned to look, she unleashed her snowball, honed by her practice with the bamboo bough over the past few days, striking him squarely in the face. The snowball, loosely packed, shattered upon impact, most of it cascading to the ground, while a small portion clung to Shirlai's face, and he wiped his face with a hand, shaking off the melted snow. With a wicked grin, he advanced toward Suchi, who stifled a laugh and turned to flee. Just as she gained some speed, her feet slipped, sending her sprawling. Fortunately, her thick layers protected her from injury, but as she watched Shirlai approach, she pushed against the ground in a frantic attempt to rise. However, clad in such heavy clothing, she struggled to get up, helplessly observing as Shirlai drew nearer, pulling her into his embrace and playfully swatting her backside, as Suchi's cheeks flushed crimson, like a fish wriggling. She squirmed to escape his hold, but Shirlai's grip was firm, securing her waist. "What's this? Throwing snow at me, my dear." With a sudden slap, her hand landed on the animal hide without making a sound, leaving Suchi unhurt yet deeply embarrassed. Her parents had never struck her in such a manner. Lionlai laughed and playfully hit her again before letting her go, prompting Suchi to hurriedly scamper away, rolling over to Wolf Fong's side. There, she urged Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripes to bombard Lionlai with snowballs. The two, of course, complied, gripping the snow tightly and forming solid spheres to hurl at Lionlai. Not to be outdone, Lionlai retaliated, engaging both opponents with equal fervor, surprisingly holding his ground, as Suchi stealthily hid nearby, cheering for Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripes one moment, then rallying for Lionlai the next. In mere minutes, several male onlookers were drawn to the commotion, tossing a few loose snowballs her way, as Suchi called out with her little voice, laughing as she darted about, returning fire with her own snowballs. As she frolicked, sweat began to bead on her brow, causing the rabbit fur wrapped around her head to slip off, which she accidentally stepped on a few times. The little girl was utterly lost in her joy, laughing so hard her stomach ached, chasing after Lionlai, who had tossed a few snowballs her way, ultimately colliding into his embrace. Lionlai caught the girl who had thrown herself at him, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She was indeed drenched, her hair clinging to her skin, her delicate complexion flushed with a rosy hue, her bright eyes sparkling, and the corners of her mouth curving like honey. He leaned down to peck her cheek before gently pushing her toward the cave. Having worked up a sweat and with the snow still falling, he warned her that a gust of wind might lead to illness. Obediently, Suchi settled before the fire to warm herself, peeling off the dripping animal hide that was soaked through with melted snow. Wolf Fong and Tiger Stripes soon joined her, Tiger Stripes clutching the piece of rabbit fur that Suchi had dropped. The group gathered around the fire in companionable silence, the atmosphere surprisingly pleasant. Extending her hands toward the flames, she waited until they warmed before drawing her feet closer to the heat. Outside, the wind picked up, howling like white noise, lulling Suchi into drowsiness. She fought to stay awake long enough to wash up, then burrowed into her sleeping bag. Dressed too warmly, comfort eluded her. Suchi furrowed her brow, tossing and turning several times before ultimately Tran for the tabby was the first to react, nuzzling against Suchi's nose. The sensitive noses of the puppy and the tiger seemed to share a kiss. Suchi gazed into the tabby's golden eyes, which were not purely black but tinged with a hint of gold. While other creatures might perceive it as fierce, Suchi found it strikingly beautiful. This topic soon passed, leaving the males with a warm feeling in their hearts. Truth be told, until the spring festival, as long as Suchi did not accept their blazing spring flowers, unease would linger within them. They could sense, albeit vaguely, that Suchi belonged to a different world, a fleeting presence. But now, with Suchi's words promising to stay with them for a lifetime, their worries melted away. The wind rustled through the bamboo mat, and Suchi cast a glance around the cave, grateful for their little home. The group continued their conversation, discussing how to expand the cave, considering it currently housed 3 colossal beasts and a small puppy. Although Wolftooth occasionally returned to the wolf clan, He spent most of his time here. The reserve Wolf King displayed commendable management skills, demonstrating considerable strength. Wolf Tooth was beginning to entertain the notion of having Wolf Chuan oversee the clan in his absence. Though each return necessitated facing a challenge, as noon approached, Su Chi prepared a pot of hot soup, essentially a broth with dried meat, which warmed her thoroughly. She stuck out her tongue to cool off while watching the males devour the jerky. "What did you eat during the winter?" she inquired. The tabby swallowed the meat and replied, "Hunting, we eat meat." Su Chi's eyes widened in surprise. In this weather, the tabby lowered its gaze, appearing somewhat pitiful. Su Chi's heart ached instantly. She longed to embrace the tabby, patting its back to comfort it, assuring, "With me around, you shall never go hungry." How tragic it was to venture out hunting in the snow. The tabby buried its head into the crook of Su Chi's neck, rubbing against her tender skin. Lion Fierce rolled his eyes, remarking that this was a lesson learned from Su Chi the tiger. Outwardly honest, was adept at feigning vulnerability, and a single word from him evoked pity from Su Chi. Chapter 70. The Snowman After the Snowfall. The beastmen refrained from venturing outside. The snow lay thick, and in such weather, one would freeze almost instantly while hunting. The communal cave was alive with several fires, and a corner was piled high with firewood, as Su Chi had specifically instructed them to cut down trees, preferably those that were already dead, to use as firewood during winter. Xiongfeng, an elder beastman of the communal cave, had lost his entire family. Some perished from starvation in winter, while others met their end during hunts. Leaving him alone in his old age, without anyone to care for him, he moved into the communal cave. With a weary gaze, he looked toward the cave entrance and sighed. Noting the heavy snowfall this year, he wondered how many beastmen would succumb to the frigid winter. Nearby, a disabled leopard beastman stretched lazily by the fire, basking in the warmth of the cave. Over the years, several had perished from the cold. Xiongfeng continued to stare at the entrance in silence. The communal cave distributed food in the evenings, ensuring a decent night's rest without the fear of dying in their sleep. Xiongfeng received a share of dried meat, enough to fill him halfway, and carefully tucked away the remaining jerky for the next day. Each winter unfolded similarly. They would store the meat brought back by the hunting parties, which often turned to stone in the cold, allowing them to sustain themselves for a while. Once their reserves dwindled, they would have to venture out hunting again, often returning with only a single rabbit. More frequently, they would not return at all. Hence, Xiongfeng, drawing from past experiences, conserved the meat to extend their survival. The inhabitants of the communal cave followed suit, collectively setting aside some jerky. Having eaten to a satisfactory extent, he thought it enough. They had become proficient in using the toothpaste given by Su Chi, meticulously brushing every corner before donning their furs and preparing for sleep. Although it was not yet dark, there was little to occupy their time. With no patients to tend to, they opted for slumber. In dreams, they relived their youth, chasing prey with ease. Before they could drift off, visitors arrived. Members of the hunting party, carrying a wild buffalo. An elder beastman trembled as he spoke. "Did you really go hunting in this snow? It's too dangerous. We cannot allow our young ones to take such risks. They're the pillars of our tribe." The tabby stood at the front, leading a few beastmen as they brought the buffalo into the cave. It was the buffalo they had hunted over the past few days. The tribe raised plenty of livestock, ensuring they had enough food, with fresh meat provided every few days. Having lived in the communal cave, the tabby no longer needed to ration the jerky. With several more deliveries pending, he said little and turned to leave. After a moment, the cave came alive as they began to butcher the buffalo. Employing their long unutilized sharp claws, the buffalo's hide parted under their claws, revealing its crimson flesh. They were reminded of their youthful days spent hunting buffalo, tearing through their skin and feasting heartily. Xiongfeng seemed to reclaim that primal instinct, burying himself into the buffalo's flesh. The other beastmen found their own spots, relishing the long-awaited feast. Today, they dined abundantly. The male warriors of the hunting party trudged through the snow to deliver the meat, while Su Chi awaited their return at home. She had resolved to incorporate exercise into her routine, lifting 2 of the smallest stones she could find. Although they may have appeared insignificant, they were surprisingly heavy. Initially, she managed with ease, but as her arms grew sore, she realized it was time to set the stones aside. Overexertion would only lead to pain. Winter indeed dragged on, and with the males out, Su-Chi busied herself by boiling snow for water. After preparing the water, Lion Fierce and the others had yet to return. Su-Chi draped a fur by the fire to warm it. Her favorite fire-red fur enveloped her, making her feel like a lively red fox amidst the snow. Finally, Lion Fierce and the others returned, and Su-Chi promptly stood to greet them, offering the warmed as they transformed into their human forms and donned the furs. They basked in the comforting warmth before entering the cave, where the chill from their earlier venture was swiftly dispelled as Su-Chi sought out her most affectionate tabby, requesting a massage for her sore arms. "I exercised for quite a while. My arms are so sore. Please, tabby, help me." With an air of entitlement, she made her request. The tabby settled beside the fire, inviting Su-Chi to sit on his lap as he gently massaged the young lady's arms. That he was cautious, not wanting to apply too much pressure, fearing he might break her. Su-Chi nestled closer, expressing her boredom that it was indeed a predicament. Only Su-Chi was unable to venture outside, as the heavy snowfall could easily bury her. Wolftooth tossed a few more logs into the fire, remarking, "Even if you plead with the tabby, it won't matter. He won't let you outside." Su-Chi huffed in response, merely venting her frustrations. In such weather, aside from sitting by the fire, any other venture would be utterly freezing. Having sat idle for the day, she soon grew restless and wriggled out of the tabby's embrace, instead perching on Lion Fierce's lap. Lion Fierce raised an eyebrow, playfully swatting her on the backside, observing the flesh jiggle. Su-Chi pouted in discontent, covering her rear with one hand while playfully striking Lion Fierce's chin with the other. Lion Fierce, unfazed, simply chuckled, amused by her antics. He decided to lift Su-Chi, allowing her to sit on his lap, facing him. This was perhaps the closest they had been, with Lion Fierce resting his head on Su-Chi's shoulder. Feeling the warmth of her presence, with a hint of pride, he glanced at Wolftooth and the tabby. Wolftooth, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. "Shao-Chi, would you like to play in the snow?" Su-Chi abruptly disentangled herself from Lion Fierce's embrace and leaped onto Wolftooth's lap, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, let's play." Wolf Fong moved a pile of snow to the entrance of the cave, quite a distance from the fire, where it would take a while to melt. Unable to venture outside, Su-Chi, undeterred, sat at the cave mouth and leisurely began to build a snowman. She crafted a large and a small snowball for the body and head, used twigs for arms and pebbles for facial features, resulting in a quintessential snowman. Initially, she had intended to create a ferocious beast, but that proved too challenging, and the thought of harming one was unthinkable. Thus, she settled for this endearing snowman. That Su-Chi's snowman remained for quite some time, and occasionally, passers-by would add a bit of snow to it. Over the days, the snowman surprisingly grew a little larger. Since the onset of winter, Su-Chi had taken to snuggling with the males. Their body heat made it quite comfortable to nestle in their embrace. The most affectionate of them was Lion Fierce, whose hands and lips seemed perpetually busy whenever she sat on his lap. He relished kissing Su-Chi, though animals did not inherently possess a fixation on kissing. It was simply his preference. He would never close his eyes, instead fixating on the tremulous lashes and slightly furrowed brow of Su-Chi. Even in the absence of kisses, he delighted in touching her, particularly her hands, which he would lovingly explore. Su-Chi had grown accustomed to his attentions, allowing him to indulge, as it was undeniably pleasant for her. There was no harm in it. Today, fresh snow had fallen, layering over the untouched ground. The swirling snowflakes were kept at bay by a bamboo mat, while Su-Chi sat atop Lion Fierce, warming herself by the fire, where sweet potatoes and potatoes roasted. Delicate kisses brushed against her ear, and when Lion Fierce looked up, her ear and neck were adorned with a few rosy blushes. Feeling a tickle, Su-Chi reached up to scratch, only to have her hand captured by Lion Fierce. Su-Chi believed Lion Fierce to be somewhat of a hand enthusiast, as he often nibbled and caressed her hands. And in a moment of distraction, he would gently take her fingers into his mouth. She occasionally felt a twinge of fear, for his sharp teeth were indeed menacing, and it seemed that with a mere exertion of force, he could easily bite through her fingers. Yet, she had become accustomed to it. Their relationship had developed quite naturally, Su-Chi bathed in wooden tubs crafted by the males. She was incapable of constructing such tubs herself, as she could not ensure a watertight seal. The tub was fashioned from tree trunks, hollowed out with care and finely polished, serving as Su-Chi's bathing vessel. There was no doubt in her mind that she cherished them, which was why she lingered in the tub after bathing, as the males were mindful of her and refrained from approaching her without her consent. Until she had finished bathing, they turned their backs to her. And Su-Chi knew they would not steal glances. With a playful splash, she tossed water towards Wolf Fong, who flinched slightly, tilting his head in confusion, unsure of her intentions, as Su-Chi continued to play with the water. Hesitating, when Wolf Fong received no response, he turned away again, and as the water grew cooler, Su-Chi finally resolved to call him over. Leaning over the edge of the tub, damp strands of hair clung to her face, cascading into the water like seaweed. Wolf Fong, come here. Su-Chi's voice was soft, yet to Wolf Fong it sounded thunderous. Unsure if he had misheard, he remained still as Su-Chi called again, Wolf Fong, the water is getting cold. In truth, it was still warm, but if he delayed any longer, it would indeed cool. Finally convinced, Wolf Fong slowly turned and approached her, his expression inscrutable, towering in stature, backlit by the fire, casting a shadow over him. Su-Chi recoiled slightly, prompting Wolf Fong to halt, only advancing when she leaned back over the tub. He seemed to understand that his height might intimidate her, so he knelt beside the tub. Even then, he was still slightly taller, gazing down at Su-Chi. After a moment, he reached out to brush the damp hair from her face, as Su-Chi grasped his hand, which was large and somewhat rough, and gently pressed it against her cheek, slowly rubbing against it. Wolf Fong's eyes darkened immediately as Su-Chi placed a tender kiss in his palm. He regarded her for a long moment before enveloping her in his arms. Su-Chi's choice of Wolf Fong was well-founded. He was the most mature among them, and his age brought certain advantages. He exercised restraint, treating Su-Chi with the tenderness of an elder caring for a younger sibling, genuinely wishing to shield her from any harm. Thus, he was patient and deliberate in his movements, attuned to Su-Chi's feelings. Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe had retired for the night, though it seemed they had not truly fallen asleep, as their eyes glimmered like lanterns in the dark. The following day, Su-Chi awoke around noon. Wolf Fong was gentle, yet his size was somewhat imposing, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. The males appeared to be in a standoff, and when she finally roused, it was as if nothing had transpired. Each was engrossed in their own affairs, as Su-Chi lay on her sleeping bag, swinging her legs while watching them. Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe were visibly displeased, particularly Lion Fierce, whose scowl was evident as he clattered about, nearly damaging her bamboo basket. Stretching lazily, Su-Chi felt discomfort in her back, but hunger soon overtook her. Lion Fierce, carry me over. I'm hungry. Lion Fierce set down what he was holding without hesitation and came over. Although his expression remained dark, his movements were gentle, carefully cradling her waist. Lacking the motivation to cook, Su-Chi nibbled on dried meat and later prepared herself a bowl of herbal medicine to prevent pregnancy. She had chosen milder herbs, but frequent consumption would surely take a toll on her health, as Su-Chi sighed, wondering if there was a way to achieve a balance. After taking a sip, she grimaced at the bitterness, quickly downing the rest in one go, her face contorting from the unpleasant taste. Regrettably, there was no sweet treat in sight, so Su-Chi turned her gaze to Lion Fierce, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she leaned in to kiss him. Initially, Lion Fierce complied, wrapping his arms around her waist, but soon he too was overcome by the bitterness, frowning as he kissed her back, as Su-Chi waited until the flavor faded before releasing Lion Fierce. Smiling as she asked, "Was it bitter?" Lion Fierce replied nonchalantly, "Sweet." Su-Chi rolled her eyes at his stubbornness, recalling how he had grimaced moments earlier. Her eyes gleamed as she slowly inched closer to him, asking, "Are you upset?" Lion Fierce paused for a couple of seconds, then smirked slightly. As Su-Chi shook her head and animatedly analyzed, "You two, one gets easily agitated, the other is too shy. Opportunities are for those who are prepared." Lion Fierce's expression darkened further, while Tiger Stripe hung his head in silence, as Su-Chi felt a sense of mischief, quickly adding, "Are you two discussing it? I was just scared of the pain the first time." Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe seemed aware of her intention, and thus remained silent, as if they had already anticipated this scenario. Last night had been chilly, and Wolf Fong had draped the vibrant red fur over Su Chi. Before he could sit down, he was called away by Lion Fierce and Tiger Stripe. Su Chi pouted, wondering why they couldn't let her in on the conversation, and had to step outside the cave. The snow lay thick and cold outside, adding more firewood to the blaze. Su Chi turned to see Wolf Fong returning with visible injuries on his face. She averted her gaze, choosing not to speak. Was this their way of handling things? It was undeniably wild. They had evidently decided on a sequence, and Su Chi rested her chin on her hand, listening to their discussion. The order is Wolf Fong. Me, Tiger Stripe. You decide the timing. Lion Fierce spoke in a hushed tone. Su Chi chuckled as she ruffled Lion Fierce's hair. He was quite adorable when he acted obediently, exuding a charming contrast to his usual demeanor. In contrast, Tiger Stripe remained quiet, and an air of guilt seemed to surround him. Su Chi settled onto Tiger Stripe's lap, snuggling against her chest and gazing up at her. From this angle, Su Chi appeared almost fragile. Tiger Stripe's Adam's apple bobbed. "Are you upset, Tiger Stripe?" she asked in a feathery voice. Tiger Stripe sighed. "How could I be upset? I already have you that I'm not upset. I'm just glad you're happy," he replied. Su Chi leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Indeed, Hu Ban was a man of integrity. Chapter 72. The difficulty of female labor. Although the snow outside was quite thick, the males still had to venture out to hunt at regular intervals. It wasn't that there was a scarcity of food. Rather, it was to maintain their hunting acuity. The winter snow would blanket the land for at least a month, and idleness during this time would surely lead to deterioration. While they were out hunting, Su Chi would await their return in the cave, diligently simmering a pot of soup. The fresh meat delivered by the hunting party, alongside the livestock raised by the tribe, was significantly more succulent and palatable than wild game. That if they brought sheep, she would prepare mutton soup. If it were beef, she would make beef broth, and the presence of bones was a delightful bonus. She would start cooking as soon as the males set off, ensuring that the soup was ready just as they returned. A warm bowl of soup would dispel the chill, and Su Chi would sigh contentedly, thinking that such a life was fit for the gods. As the males returned from their expedition, the snow was heavy, obscuring any traces of prey, and their limbs were numbed from the cold. They managed to bring back only a single sheep among the 3 massive beasts. Su Chi welcomed them inside. Noticing that the sheep's meat had already begun to freeze, the blood congealed into icy clumps, suggesting they had traveled from a considerable distance. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she offered them animal pelts and served them the soup. The males were in a somber mood. During winter, they often felt a sense of helplessness, unable to catch anything. Without Su Chi's teachings on food preservation, they would struggle to feed their females, which was quite a blow to their pride. Su Chi, however, paid little heed to their discontent. In her eyes, it mattered not what they brought back, as long as they returned safely. The sheep was carelessly placed in a corner, and the males, embarrassed, did not approach her. Sure Lai grumbled and insisted they rest before heading out to hunt once more, with the intention of bringing back a wild buffalo for Su Chi. Su Chi set down her bowl and playfully slapped Sure Lai on the back of his head, rolling her eyes. She quipped that if he were not careful, he might bleed to death, and once he was gone, it would be one less mouth to feed, causing Langya and Hu Ban to chuckle in the dead of night. Sure Lai fell silent. After finishing the soup, which he had prepared in abundance to warm their bellies, Sure Lai gulped it down without even using a spoon, pouring both meat and broth into his mouth with great enthusiasm. Though somewhat uncouth, Su Chi had grown accustomed to it. Beastmen relished their meat, and she watched as he polished off a bowl in mere seconds, remaining unfazed as she served him another. Don't go looking for wild buffalo. They travel in packs, and should even one charge at you, you would lose body heat even faster in this winter chill. Please be cautious. We cannot afford to lose even one of you. Su Chi could not deter them from hunting, as it was their source of pride and honor. Despite their bodies being stiff with cold, they would brave the biting winds to seize their quarry. Yet, they must not neglect their own lives for the sake of prey. There was someone waiting for them in the cave, and a pot of hot soup simmering away. The males nodded, aware of their limits. Since being with Su Chi, they had learned to exercise caution and minimize their chances of injury. After finishing a bowl, Su Chi felt satisfied and, While the males continued to drink, she moved to check each of them for injuries. Thankfully, the only prey they had caught was a sheep, which, despite its speed, posed no real danger. Propping her chin on her hand, she watched Shirley and the others eat, realizing that her fondness for them was growing. Just seeing them enjoy the meal she prepared brought her joy. It seemed that as long as they were safe, everything else could wait. She found herself particularly drawn to Huban's face, unable to resist leaning closer to caress his features. If only he were a bit shorter, he would be the very epitome of youthful beauty. Huban swallowed his meat, rinsed his mouth, and leaned in to plant a kiss on Suchi's lips. He was quite adept at leveraging his appearance and understood her preferences well. His eyelashes fluttering delicately, exuding a fragile beauty. Despite his towering stature, with arms nearly as thick as Suchi's legs, she could not help but admire him, even finding herself reaching out to touch his face. Brushing her thumb against his long, curled lashes, just as the atmosphere grew tender, a commotion came from outside the cave. Huban lifted his gaze, and as they slowly parted, they turned to see a massive ape approaching. Lifting the bamboo mat, as if to enter, Shirley tensed, shifting into his beast form and letting out a roar. The giant ape displayed a flicker of fear, stepping back momentarily before advancing again. This time with a pleading expression. Suchi, please, save my mate. She cannot bear children. Suchi was taken aback and stepped forward, grasping Shirley's mane to keep him from acting rashly. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again, and the males awaited her decision. If Suchi chose to go, they would escort her personally. If she declined, the giant ape could not take her away today, no matter what. After a brief moment of silence, Suchi turned and donned her animal pelts. Let us go. She strapped on a bamboo basket filled with herbs and climbed onto Shirley's back, with Langya and Huban flanking her. They followed the giant ape as it dashed away, moving swiftly through the snow-laden terrain, the icy wind stinging their faces like daggers. Suchi buried her face in Shirley's mane, curling up beneath the pelts, shivering from the cold. Upon reaching the giant ape's cave, Suchi was nearly frozen stiff and nearly stumbled as she dismounted from Shirley. Regaining her balance, she stepped inside. The scent of blood was thick in the air. A female lynx lay in the center, surrounded by a pile of food, including jerky and freshly prepared meat. It appeared the female was too weak to eat, and the giant ape hoped to restore her strength with the food. Shirley and the other males positioned themselves at the entrance, remaining outside. The giant ape rushed to the female's side, gently grasping her forepaw, tears glistening in eye. In truth, the moment had not yet arrived. Suchi wished to instill a glimmer of hope in the female. Indeed, the female exerted herself with greater vigor, and some excrement was expelled. Suchi paid no heed and encouraged the female to continue straining. The head of the first cub emerged, and Suchi gently supported it with her hand. Once the head was out, the rest would follow swiftly, and the entire cub slid into Suchi's hands. Enveloped in amniotic fluid, Suchi's eyes brimmed with tears, not from emotion, but from fear. The newly born cub, having just left the amniotic sac, was sticky, soft, and slippery, causing Suchi to hesitate in touching it. The cub, still devoid of fur and resembling a human, evoked a sense of the uncanny, nearly prompting Suchi to drop it in fright. Nevertheless, she managed to hold on, using a sterilized knife to sever the umbilical cord. Just as she handed the cub to the giant ape, the second one began to emerge. Suchi hurried to catch it. Perhaps spurred on by the fragile cries of the cub, the female let out a mighty roar, and the second cub tumbled forth. Suchi swiftly cut the umbilical cord, and the third cub soon followed. There was no time to spare. She rushed to tend to the situation, instructing the giant ape to provide sustenance to the female to replenish her strength. Thankfully, the female only birthed 3 cubs. 2 were monkeys and 1 a lynx. The monkey cubs were quite sizable, heavy even at birth, which explained the difficulty in delivery. That a cold sweat broke out on Suchi's brow, and goosebumps covered her arms as she busied herself, lost in thought. It was simply terrifying. As a woman witnessing another female give birth, the process was incredibly daunting. The small space expanded to accommodate the emergence of such sizable cubs, a sight most unsettling. She still trembled slightly, her hands tainted with the stench of blood and afterbirth. Yes, the female had sustained injuries. Suchi, in a daze, applied some topical medicine to the female and handed it to the giant ape before retreating with a bamboo basket on her back. The males were covered in snow, sitting in the snow waiting for Suchi to emerge. Upon her arrival, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Suchi appeared unwell. Her eyes were red, and her complexion pale, and the males quickly noticed her trembling. Aware of their gaze, Suchi shakily wiped the dirt from her hands at a young lady, pampered and accustomed to luxury, had never performed any household chores, yet her hands were now sullied. Suchi grasped a handful of snow, using it to clean herself hastily before turning to regard the few lions nearby. The males remained silent. They had heard the commotion outside, the female's cries, and Suchi's tearful encouragement. It was the first time Suchi realized how arduous and perilous childbirth could be. It could even result in death. Lion Lai lay on the ground, typically brash and carefree, now exhibited a tender attentiveness towards Suchi. His back was pressed firmly against the cave wall, free of snow, ensuring the delicate female remained comfortable. Suchi climbed onto his back, remaining silent as they returned to the cave, where she sat for a long while. Wolf Fong embraced Suchi, using warm water to cleanse her hands, his large palm enveloping her delicate hands, a stark contrast. His calloused hands gently massaged hers, bringing her back to her senses as a few droplets fell into the warm water. Causing ripples, with a calm and reliable tone, Wolf Fong spoke. "My dear, you need not bear offspring. You are still so young. Giving birth is a great hardship, and there is no need for you to fear." Suchi, her voice tinged with tears, replied, "What do you understand? Taking contraceptives is harmful to my health. You all only think of your own comfort." Wolf Fong paused, his chin brushing against Suchi's head in a gesture of apology. He did not deny his fault, which alleviated some of Suchi's grievances. In truth, the males were also unaware. Their understanding of medicine stemmed from Suchi. They only knew that medicine could save lives and promote health. Thus, watching her take contraceptives with a calm demeanor, believing it to be beneficial, even encouraging her to consume more. Unbeknownst to them, contraceptives could be detrimental to health. The males reacted strongly. Lion Lai stepped forward, squatting before Suchi, pinching her cheek with a bit of force. "Next time, just tell us if something is wrong. We are not so impoverished that we cannot survive a little inconvenience. How could we let our precious one endure such grievances?" Suchi fell silent, and Lion Lai cupped her face, teasing her as if to kiss her. In a playful gesture, Suchi collided her head against his. Lion Lai remained unscathed, while Suchi's forehead flushed red. Lion Lai chuckled ruefully, reaching out to rub her forehead. "Does it hurt?" With her eyes red, Suchi did not respond, merely shooting him a glare. Lion Lai wrapped her in his embrace, gently patting her back. This was a rare instance of him displaying such tender reliability. However, his scent was delightful, a subtle fragrance of soapberry, prompting Suchi to bury her face in the crook of his neck. In a gentle tone, Lion Lai proposed, "From now on, let us refrain from such activities, shall we? You need not take that medicine anymore. We can return to how things were before, which was quite satisfactory." Suchi shook her head, adamantly insisting, "No, it feels good." Lion Lai laughed softly. "Then what shall we do?" Suchi bit him playfully in the neck, suggesting, "There's a method that poses no harm to me, but is not favorable for you." The males chimed in unison. "What?" Truth be told, engaging in such activities was genuinely pleasurable, providing not only physical satisfaction, but also a soulful connection. They could relinquish it if it was for Suchi's well-being. They would do so without hesitation. However, if there existed any possibility that it would not harm Suchi, they would be more than willing. "You should take contraceptives." The males exchanged glances, without a trace of hesitation. They nodded in agreement. Suchi felt a weight lift from her heart as she extricated herself from Lion Lai's embrace. Wiping away her tears and earnestly negotiating terms with them, it was not solely the males who enjoyed intimacy. Females, too, could derive pleasure from it, and there was no shame in such matters. Suchi even took the initiative to educate them on the 7 primary pleasures of women, asserting that there was nothing to conceal. Women deserve satisfaction as well. That Suchi was eager to engage in this. Yet the harm caused by contraceptives to women's health was significant. It was more prudent to seek a solution through the males. The thundervine could indeed serve as a contraceptive for males, but long-term use would render them unable to conceive. They could still perform, but not sire offspring. That Suchi meticulously outlined the pros and cons. Her hopeful gaze fixed on the males as they deliberated. The males exchanged glances and, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Their only partner was Suchi. If she wished not to bear children, then so be it. They had witnessed the dangers of childbirth firsthand and recognized its magnificence. There were many capable of producing offspring. One more or one less made no difference, as long as Suchi remained safe. Chapter 74. Mutton Soup. The following day, the giant ape and the female braved the snow to visit. The giant ape brought with him a small sheep, the finest prey he could hunt. Suchi hurried to the cave entrance to greet them, her brow furrowing upon seeing the female. The giant ape set the small sheep down at the entrance but did not enter the cave. The awareness of territory among beastmen was strong. It was only due to the urgency of the previous day that they had intruded. Now, entering again might provoke the inhabitants' ire. They had come to express their gratitude. And thus, the pair cooperated to hunt a lamb. This time, for a lamb to survive was no small feat. It was captured before it could grow. Suchi rather liked the lamb, as its tender meat was perfect for roasting. She accepted the offering, feeling it was well-deserved, particularly after braving the snow to assist in the birth and having cut the ginseng. The potency of ginseng is strongest when it is whole. Once cut, some efficacy is lost, and in her time here, she had only discovered this single specimen, which was quite aged. Thus, she accepted the lamb and cautioned the female to rest adequately and avoid exposure to the cold. She understood that the females here were quite strong. Not only would they venture out to hunt, even while pregnant, but they would also do so the very next day after giving birth. However, being female, it was wise to exercise caution, lest they suffer lingering repercussions. Currently, there was no shortage of food. The dried meat was plentiful, and they would slaughter livestock every few days. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid hunting in the snow. The female appeared somewhat surprised. The lynx resembled a cat, save for its shorter tail and larger body, retaining much of a feline's likeness. Its eyes widened adorably, prompting Suchi to pull her aside to share some intimate words away from the males. Essentially, she advised against overexertion in the coming month and encouraged her to rely on the males more. The lynx beastman nodded vigorously, clearly taking Suchi's words to heart. The males, of course, were not deaf. Beastmen possessed keen hearing, and even if Suchi had taken the lynx to a corner, they would still have heard her. Lion Lai and the other males exchanged glances, chuckling as they addressed the giant ape. Do not take offense that if it were truly an offense, a fight would have ensued. The giant ape clearly cherished his female. Otherwise, he would not have risked a confrontation with 3 robust beasts to intrude into their cave. Scratching his head with a fan-like hand, he replied, "Not at all. Not at all. Suchi saved my partner's life." The giant ape and the lynx departed shortly thereafter, as the snow continued to fall in increasing intensity. Prompting a desire to return home early, Suchi shuffled through the bamboo mat, casting a glance and noticing the giant ape shielding the lynx from the biting wind. Satisfied, she set the mat down and turned her attention back to the lamb that the two had brought her, rubbing her hands together in preparation to concoct a ginseng lamb soup. Yesterday, Suchi had meticulously processed the ginseng slices, reserving some for future needs while the remainder would be used to brew a nourishing soup for the males. As for herself, she had been pampered and sheltered, never having endured hardship. The most laborious task she had undertaken was preparing a whole roasted lamb for a bonfire gathering. The males, however, were different. They engaged in vigorous exercise nearly every day, often leaving their bodies depleted, and in their later years, they would likely face numerous health issues. Suchi was not inclined to envision herself as a healthy old lady caring for 3 frail, elderly men, who would tend to her in return. In any case, the potency of the ginseng would diminish over time, so she resolved to use it daily to bolster the male's health, standing in the center of the cave with hands on her hips. She directed a few individuals to prepare the lamb. The wool would be retained, the entrails discarded, and the meat chopped. Once the lamb was processed, Su Chi clapped her hands in a show of feigned exhaustion, instructing Sure Lai to start a fire. Directing others was indeed tiring. Her throat felt parched. Once the fire blazed, the males had little to do, having tried their hand at cooking, which could be described as edible but certainly not delectable. Thus, apart from simple foods like jerky, Su Chi preferred to prepare the meals herself. She held culinary arts in high regard. Since her arrival in the beast realm, she had not gone hungry and had even savored her meals. The lamb had been blanched and sautéed, and as Su Chi added seasonings and ginseng slices, she allowed it to simmer slowly. Understanding this would take considerable time, she contemplated making some noodles and turned only to collide with Sure Lai, who had a knack for sticking close to her, almost never leaving her side and often displaying jealousy. When Su Chi shared a quick kiss with Uban, Sure Lai would immediately pull her into a playful tussle. With her hands propped against Sure Lai's chest, she sighed, "Are you trying to entice me by not wearing shirt?" Sure Lai, even disdainful of wearing pants, would likely strut around in the nude were it not for Su Chi's daily harassment to wear clothes when he transformed into human form. As he grasped Su Chi's hand, his heartfelt sentiments remained unexpressed as she slipped past him. Sure Lai scratched his head and reluctantly donned his shirt again. The young girl often enjoyed touching him, and he still bore the marks of her playful scratches. Had he truly become less important than a pot of lamb soup? He sat beside the fire, reflecting on this, as Su Chi ignored him. Engrossed in preparing the noodles, having a surplus of sweet potato starch, which was simple to make and paired excellently with lamb soup. Mixing sweet potato starch with water and salt, she poured it into a stone pot, stirring gently over low heat until the starch transformed into a transparent, viscous paste. Once removed, she combined it with more sweet potato starch, resulting in a batter. Using a bamboo tube with small holes as a makeshift sieve, she created noodle strands that would cook into translucent noodles. Although lacking an actual sieve, her clever Border Collie could fashion one from bamboo. Yes, Su Chi poured the batter into the tube. The resulting noodles, once cooked, appeared slender and transparent, albeit somewhat rudimentary. Unable to resist, she first prepared a small portion of spicy and sour noodles. Soon after, the males, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered around, with a resigned sigh. Su Chi decided to prepare a large bowl of the spicy and sour noodles. Having finished the freshly made noodles, Su Chi cupped her small bowl, slurping the noodles as she watched the males clumsily wielding their chopsticks, struggling to pick up the noodles and get them into their mouths. The noodles had a delightful chewiness, infused with the tangy and spicy flavors of the soup, which proved quite appetizing upon finishing her small bowl. The males had already polished off the entire serving, with Sure Lai exclaiming that it had indeed whetted their appetites. The quantities they consumed could easily make Su Chi feel overstuffed. The males went off to wash the dishes, while Su Chi set about preparing another bowl of noodles. The lamb soup was nearing completion, and after adding the noodles, it would only take a few minutes before it was ready to be served. Taking a small bowl for herself, she felt less hungry after the spicy noodles, so she ladled out only a modest portion of meat. The remaining males divided the rest among themselves, devouring it heartily. With ginseng slices included, Su Chi was unwilling to waste even the broth, insisting that they all drink it, even chewing and swallowing the ginseng slices. Drinking lamb soup on a snowy day brought immense joy. And afterward, the group gathered around the fire, warming themselves and realizing that the winter was not so difficult to endure after all. Chapter 75. Fishing the past few days had been free of snowfall. Yet the weather remained frigid. The little dog was discontent, having been cooped up in the cave for too long, lacking sufficient exercise, and was nearing a state of depression. Today, it had barely eaten, lying beside Langya with a sigh and coughing a couple of times, presenting a woeful demeanor as if on the brink of demise. Langya did not even lift his gaze, casually remarking, "Are you unwell?" Upon hearing Langya's apparent interest, Su Chi grew animated, responding, "Well, I took a look at myself, and I believe I may be overwhelmed with worries." Langya chuckled lightly. "You can assess your own condition?" Su Chi hesitated. "Well, I do have a mirror, you know. I notice my complexion looks sallow. I must be ill." Feeling her reasoning was insufficient, she raised her voice slightly, adding, "Besides, I don't look happy. I must be troubled." Langya could not help but laugh. You look at yourself and conclude you're unhappy. Su Chi nodded, adopting an expression of conviction that if you're unwell, you ought to avoid the wind and rest at home. Lang Yu shifted the conversation. Su Chi paused for a moment, extricating herself from Lang Yu's embrace and seeking out Huban. Huban, shall we go out to play for a bit? I'm dressed warmly. Huban fixed his gaze on Su Chi's rosy lips, which parted and closed, occasionally revealing his pearly white teeth. He seemed inclined to kiss her. Su Chi frowned, tugging at his hair and shaking it. Can we? Can we? Huban nonchalantly nodded, leaning closer to Su Chi and gently pecking her lips. Sure that Su Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as she wrapped her arms around Huban's neck. Exclaiming, "You're the best!" Shirlai clicked his tongue. Feeling disgruntled, "You didn't even ask me. How do you know I'll take you?" Su Chi wore an expression of understanding. "I know you'll be hands-on. I'd end up needing to negotiate." Shirlai gritted his teeth, but the truth was undeniable. He could only swagger over, taking one of Su Chi's hands in his, rubbing it affectionately and planting a few kisses on it. "That I'll accompany you." With their plan solidified, Lang Yu sighed, conceding to join them. Once preparations were complete, Su Chi donned several layers of animal skins, leaving no part of her body exposed, which made it quite a task to climb onto Shirlai. With little excitement in store, Su Chi spontaneously decided to go fishing. The fishing rods had been crafted well in advance. Lacking iron wire proved no challenge for the clever little dog. Su Chi peeled off a kin lid, asking Huban to tear off a long strip, twisting several together to create a sturdy fish hook. This time, finding earthworms was impossible, so Su Chi took a piece of raw meat and giddily set off to fish. The river had frozen over with a thick layer of ice. When Su Chi jumped upon it, it held firm. This, however, alarmed Lang Yu, who promptly grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back, unable to take his eyes off her for even a second. Shirlai, with his carefree demeanor, strode onto the ice, his massive weight failing to break it, let alone that of a small Su Chi. Last, Lang Yu felt reassured and allowed Su Chi to play. Su Chi skated across the ice for a while, eventually selecting a prime spot in the middle of the river, where she had Shirlai and Huban break the ice with stones. This step was indeed perilous, and without Lang Yu's warning, Su Chi kept her distance. Given their considerable strength, the two eventually broke through after some time, exposing the river water, which soon attracted fish seeking oxygen. Su Chi slid over and tossed her fishing hook into the hole, settling down to wait for a bite. The fish here had never encountered a hook before, making them quite naïve. And it wasn't long before small fish began to bite. With a slight tug, Su Chi reeled in her catch, exclaiming, "What a delightful little fish!" Uncertain of its species, the fish was small, its scales a gentle pink, making it appear utterly adorable. Just as she intended to bring the fish closer, a larger fish leapt from the depths, devouring the small one in a single gulp. Su Chi was left wide-eyed, utterly charmed. So adorable. In her moment of surprise, she nearly lost the fishing rod, almost dropping both it and the fish into the water. Thankfully, with the two feline companions nearby, Huban pressed down on the rod, anchoring it to the ice. Su Chi quickly reached out, gripping the rod and pulling with all her might, successfully landing the larger fish. This fish was genuinely substantial, large enough that a single leap could cause quite a ruckus. Su Chi beamed with joy, cradling the fish and disregarding the fishy smell, tossing it into her bamboo basket. The large fish continued to thrash within the basket, and Su Chi clucked her tongue, reflecting, "What a turn of fate. You consumed my little fish, and now I shall feast upon you." The great fish, as if it comprehended its predicament, intensified its struggle, attempting to leap from the water. Su Chi paid it no mind. Several males squatted nearby, resolute in their determination to prevent the fish's escape. This formidable creature instilled her with confidence. She deftly cast the hook back into the water. Without bait, she retrieved it, adorned it with strips of meat, and cast it once more. The unsuspecting fish, unaware that indulging in meat could lead to its demise, rushed forward in droves, eager to meet their fate. Elated by her successful fishing, Su Chi beamed with delight, her smile wide enough to reveal her teeth, and only relinquished her rod when her bamboo basket overflowed. Although the chill lingered in the air, her haul was bountiful, rendering the basket nearly too heavy to carry. Suchi had no choice but to position the bamboo basket upon Shirley's back, while she herself settled behind, offering support. Goodness, how are we to consume all these fish? Grilled fish, fish soup, perhaps we should fry a few. Along with some French fries, she mused. Upon returning to the cave, Suchi leaped down and promptly kindled a fire. Rubbing her hands together, she settled close to the flames. Ban retrieved the bamboo basket from Shirley's back, placing it on the ground, awaiting Suchi's instructions. To be honest, he had never encountered so many fish before. Langya sauntered over to Suchi, settling beside her, and teasingly remarked, "So now you acknowledge the cold?" Suchi's nose turned rosy as she turned to him with a somewhat pitiable expression. Langya, without a hint of hesitation, leaned in closer, his body brushing against hers, providing warmth to her back. With a sigh, she planted a kiss on Langya. This marked her first kiss upon the beastly form of Langya, and it felt fuzzy, devoid of any suggestive undertones, akin to kissing a beloved pet. Suchi wrinkled her nose, her lips now covered in fur. Shirley and Huban were already busy preparing the fish, discarding scales and innards, leaving only the flesh. After completing their task, the scent clung to them, and they hesitated to approach Suchi, opting instead to boil some water to cleanse themselves. Just as they were about to prepare the water, Suchi called out to them, having already set the water to boil while they were occupied with the fish. Reluctantly, Shirley and Huban moved closer to wash, keeping a watchful eye on Suchi's expression. This young girl had a penchant for cleanliness. Even the slightest exertion that induced sweat warranted a bath, and she despised any unpleasant odors. Shirley and Huban were wary of overwhelming her. Yet, Suchi remained unfazed. She indeed cherished cleanliness, but her love for her companions surpassed all else, especially since the two of them had become so odorous while preparing her fish. After several washes, they finally felt satisfied and were willing to approach Suchi. As Suchi tended to the fire, she extracted a few sweet potatoes, suggesting, "Let us fill our bellies first. I will prepare the fish shortly for another meal." The males, undeterred by the heat, devoured the food heartily. Chapter 76. Fried delicacies. 2 fish were transformed into soup, while the remainder was marinated and coated in sweet potato starch for frying, given that frying necessitated a considerable amount of oil. Suchi endeavored to fry as many items as possible, knowing that they could withstand some time in storage. Gingerly, she placed the fish pieces into the hot oil, listening to the sizzling sounds that evoked fond memories of yesteryears. She truly considered herself fortunate, hailing from a prosperous family with harmonious relationships. Her family, in their pursuit of so-called cultured cuisines, such as Western or Japanese fare, actually favored Chinese dishes. The family's housekeeper, a rural woman, was a culinary adept who treated Suchi as her own child. Occasionally, as the new year approached, the housekeeper would fry various delicacies, a tradition of theirs. During these times, her parents would wash their hands and join the merriment. Contributing ingredients to the oil pea of Suchi, though delicate, was not averse to such domestic tasks and would occasionally lend a hand in frying. She vividly recalled the first time, at the age of 7 or 8, when she placed a piece of meat into the hot oil. The sudden crackling sound startled her, prompting a frightened retreat, while her parents and the housekeeper chuckled quietly nearby. As Suchi retrieved the golden brown fish from the oil, her gaze fell, concealing a wave of sorrow. Was it around the new year now? She felt a pang of homesickness, wondering how her parents were faring. They were still young. If they could have another child, that would be wonderful. She would not feel envious. She simply wished for her parents not to feel lonely if they were to have another child. She hoped they could forget her, lost in thought. The oil pot suddenly crackled again, and she turned to see Shirley cautiously placing a piece of fish into the bubbling oil. The crackling sound was quite startling to the beasts, as they possessed sensitive hearing, and such a noise would heighten their alertness. Shirley shivered slightly, but, upon realizing there was no danger, urged Suchi to step aside, grinning as he said, "Darling, go play for now. This is simple work. We can manage it." Suchi's musings were interrupted, and she grinned as she pointed at him. "You know how to put it in, but do you know how to take it out?" Shirley froze, clearly taken aback by her query. Suchi shook her head, standing alongside Shirley, ceasing her own actions to direct him instead. Caught up in familial thoughts, She was alarmed to see Shirley, in his obliviousness, reach out to grab the fish. Suchi's eyes widened in terror, and she swiftly seized his hand, clutching it tightly. That was close. We almost had fried lion meat. Her chest heaved, and she felt a flush creep across her cheeks. A mix of anger and fear, her eyes fixed on Shirley. After a moment, she managed to express herself, leaping up to deliver a light smack atop Shirley's head. You must be foolish if you put your hand in there. It's as good as lost. You could have eaten it raw. Ah, you nearly scare me to death. The young girl had never been so incensed, practically bouncing on her feet, struggling to catch her breath. Gourmet and Lanya, who had been observing nearby, were startled by her outburst, and Lion Lai chuckled softly, then lowered his head to coax. Suchi, the little girl, had a tempestuous temperament. Yet she quickly forgot such trivial matters and was soon appeased, cheerfully directing them to fry the fish. The fish pieces, freshly fried, were swiftly snatched up by several males, leaving the basin utterly devoid of any accumulation. Suchi had anticipated this outcome long before. Her expression remained unperturbed as she continued to cut the fish into chunks and coat them in starch, handing them over to the males for frying. They had nearly mastered the timing, producing fish with a crispy exterior that crumbled easily, while the inside remained tender and well-marinated, exuding a savory aroma. Suchi, however, was not fond of eating. She found the bones bothersome and, after a few bites, refused to indulge further, even rejecting the fish that the males had painstakingly deboned. Their clumsy efforts often resulted in the fish turning to mush, which did not entice her in the least. The males, on the other hand, were unperturbed by the bones. They found the crispy texture delightful, easily crunching through them, savoring the flavor. Even if they failed to chew through the bones completely, it posed no issue for them. As their throats were robust and rarely caught on anything, the fish pieces vanished. Suchi turned to see the males standing eagerly by the pot, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for her to feed them. Clearly still hungry, a sense of duty surged within her, and she promptly sliced potatoes into strips and dropped them into the hot oil, creating a cacophony of sizzling sounds. The fries cooked quickly, though they lacked flavor. After extracting them, she placed them in a small wooden basin, sprinkling them with cumin and chili powder, shaking the basin to ensure the seasonings adhered evenly. The fragrant, steaming golden fries, now adorned with vibrant red spices, were quite a sight to behold, especially those fried in lard, which imparted a rich, meaty flavor, making them particularly delectable. Suchi popped one in her mouth. While different from modern fries, it possessed a unique charm. Once she had her fill, the males eagerly grabbed the fries, not delicately like her, but in handfuls, shoving them into their mouths with hearty bites. This was very much a characteristic of their beastly nature. However, their hearty appetites were contagious, and Suchi found herself indulging in a few more. After a brief moment, she realized that the quantity of potatoes was insufficient to satisfy the males' voracious appetites. Thus, she set about slicing more potato strips, as well as sweet potato fries. Once completed, she contemplated making some crispy meat, but with no chicken available at home, she settled for pork instead. The meat was cut into strips, seasoned, and then dipped in a batter of starch and egg before being fried to a golden perfection. After coating them in spices, the mouth-watering results were simply irresistible. Yet her culinary efforts proved inadequate, as the males remained unsated, resorting to drinking the fish soup from the pot. Finally, they were full. Chapter 77. A visit after the snow winter had become rather dreary, each day feeling as though nothing had been accomplished. Just days before the last of the vine was consumed, the snow began to thaw. However, the weather remained chilly, the half-melted snow appearing rather unsightly. Gray and muddied, Suchi waited until the snow had completely melted and the ground dried before venturing outside. She had a penchant for cleanliness and disliked the sticky sensation of mud clinging to her shoes. Yet when transformed into a little pup, her instincts compelled her to leap into puddles. Today, she finally had the chance to go out. Donning her fiery red beast skin and sitting atop the majestic lion, exuding an air of authority. The sun hung high in the sky, yet it offered little warmth. It was still quite cold. Suchi wrapped herself tightly, preparing to visit her friends. With the snow melted, hunting became considerably easier for the males, who eagerly returned each day with their spoils, seemingly intent on compensating for their lackluster winter performance. Often bringing back larger prey, even shunning sheep. Today, they returned with a wild bull, its massive frame capable of blocking the entrance to the cave. The bull was divided in two, carried by the males, who could hardly visit empty-handed and were obliged to bring a gift. Their first stop was at Xiongqi's home. While Xiongqi hibernated during the winter, she was not like typical bears that slept through the entire season. Being a beast man, she occasionally stirred and awoke for a few days. When she was awake, she likely indulged heartily, as she appeared well-fed, just as she had before winter. Suchi could not resist throwing herself into Xiongqi's arms, chattering away as they embraced. They had not seen each other in nearly 2 months, and both felt a pang of longing. Xiongqi's sturdy paw brushed against Suchi's face, and upon estimating her unchanged weight, she felt relieved, exclaiming, "You've gotten quite sturdy." This remark ignited Suchi's enthusiasm, as she rolled up her sleeves to display her slightly defined muscles, no longer just soft and flabby, now appearing notably stronger, albeit still quite pale. Xiongqi was supportive, exclaiming in surprise that, in truth, Suchi's newfound muscle was hardly significant. Beast men were inherently robust, and any one of them displayed more pronounced musculature than she did. However, her progress was commendable, as she had transitioned from being soft and pliable upon arrival to now exhibiting some muscle tone. Xiongqi asked Suchi to stand back for a better evaluation. After 2 months apart, the changes were indeed apparent. With a bit of muscle, she stood more upright, resembling a slender poplar tree, exuding vitality. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were undeniably endearing. Xiongqi continued to engage Suchi in conversation, inquiring about her training regimen. With a proud huff, Suchi replied, "I lift stones every day and run in the cave. Now I can shoot arrows with pinpoint accuracy when I go hunting in a few days. I'll surely bring you back a rabbit." Xiongqi, unfazed by the smallness of the prey, nodded with a smile, as if to agree. She was already contemplating finding some honeycomb for Suchi, knowing her sweet tooth, and also thought to bring her some nuts, as Suchi had no shortage of meat, with the males bringing home plenty each day. The males waited outside without a hint of impatience. After a brief chat with Xiongqi, Suchi returned, waving goodbye, while riding Lionel. "I don't need to see me off. Head back to the cave. It's cold out here." Xiongqi remained seated at the entrance, waving back at Suchi with her characteristic endearing demeanor, as Suchi tugged at Lion Lai's mane, playfully teasing him. Lion Lai, in a nonchalant manner, replied, "Are you feeling frisky?" He received a light slap in return, which was more ticklish than painful. "Is that all you think about?" "I'm just excited. It's been a while, you know." Suchi continued to tug at Lion Lai's mane, initially just playing around, but unexpectedly pulled out several long strands of dark brown hair, which got caught in her fingers. Without flinching, she discarded them, acting as if nothing had occurred. Lion Lai, oblivious to the loss, teased her, "If we hadn't seen each other for 2 months. That would be understandable. If you can get out of bed, I'll consider myself defeated." This fellow always had a way with words, yet in reality, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on Suchi, treasuring her as he would cherish as Suchi paid this no mind. Swinging her legs and observing the surroundings, it was still far from spring. The landscape appeared desolate, with bare trees resembling old bald heads, devoid of any greenery, the black earth and tree trunks creating a rather dismal scene. After a glance, she lost her interest, as the bleak environment only dampened her spirits. She resolved to appreciate it in spring. Having finally stepped outside, the males ambled leisurely, not in a hurry, enjoying the day with their beloved. After a while, they arrived at the communal cave, greeted by a throng of people. Wolf Fong set the wild bull down, and several of them entered the cave together. The inhabitants of the communal cave had noticeably gained weight. Ingzi nuzzled up to Suchi, who chuckled as she scratched Ingzi's belly. "Have you become so plump that you can't fly anymore?" Ingzi whined, rubbing against Suchi's leg. "I have to eat so much meat every day. I don't want to eat anymore. Grandpa keeps forcing me." Suchi burst into laughter, reaching down to pat Ingzi's head before standing. The beastmen of the communal cave had been starved for too long, and now that they had an abundance of food, Their sole focus was on filling their bellies, which was quite understandable. She felt a mix of bittersweet emotions, both a tinge of sadness and genuine happiness, which was rather strange. Ingzi flapped his wings. Still capable of flight, albeit a bit weighed down. After 2 months of eating with little exercise, it seemed Ingzi had truly packed on the pounds.